You've been reincarnated as an interstellar cannon fodder, saddled with a 9-figure birth loan, and in a month's time, you're headed to the battlefield to die. Just as you're on the brink of despair, a familiar line of text lights up before your eyes. A small cheat doesn't count as cheating. In your previous life, you died suddenly while using a cheat, and now, to your surprise, the cheat has reincarnated with you. But all the overpowered features are grayed out, leaving only one free ability, auto heal. Your heart sank. How could you possibly turn things around with this crappy ability? That is, until you finish training in the cannon fodder's exclusive old martial path. As you lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move, a warm surge suddenly coursed through your entire body, instantly refilling your stamina. You sat up abruptly, a terrifying gleam flashing in your eyes. The fatal weakness phase of the old martial path has become an infinite, self-sustaining engine for leveling up. Cosmic races? Just wait in a month, I'll twist your skulls right off your shoulders. Chapter 1, Alliance Currency. Donghuang Chubia 3, Zone. Towering steel skyscrapers stand in rows across the land, stretching for hundreds of miles. Why not take up the sword and conquer the 50 stars of the Eastern Realm? Today we take 1 star, tomorrow 10. There is only one path, battle. Great news! 9 Dragons Corp is offering a special training program. As long as you meet the requirements, 9 Dragons Corp will pay off your birth loan. Slogans full of the spirit of the times blared from a flying shuttle displaying banners. They reached the ears of every user, fair and square. In a certain apartment, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, a young man of 18 or 19, with delicate features and wearing shorts, was contorting his body into all sorts of bizarre positions. With every shift in posture, a look of agony flashed across his delicate face. Even his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Perhaps the sound of the slogan had just disrupted by rhythm. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. Damn it, do they have to broadcast that slogan 3 times a day? I'm really fed up with this. I stared speechlessly at the shuttle that had already flown away, unable to resist muttering a curse under his breath. He lay sprawled on the floor for several full minutes before finally getting to his feet. He looked down at his current physique. 8-pack abs, even his rectus abdominis muscles were defined like a shark's fin, and with his towering 185-centimeter frame and handsome features. If this were my past life, I'd just lie there and my life would take a shortcut straight to success. I sighed wistfully. But the problem was, he had traveled back in time to the interstellar era. And it was in the midst of a war. No one knew exactly when things had gone wrong, but more and more people were unwilling to have children, leading to a severe shortage of military manpower. After coercion and incentives proved fruitless, the federal government, out of desperation, turned to cloning and in vitro fertilization. Of course, the Federation still had some humanity. The embryos were gestated for 10 months outside the womb, and the children were raised until adulthood. They also received 12 years of compulsory education. And they were entitled to various welfare benefits. At first glance, it didn't seem so bad. But all of this came at a price. Damn it, when I was born, nobody told me I'd be saddled with a loan. I thought of the loan, that long string of zeros, and felt his vision go dark. While others time traveled to enjoy life, he time traveled only to be saddled with a birth loan. It was practically a birth. Since it was a loan, failure to repay it naturally came with a price. And the price was simple. That is to join the Federation Army, serve on the front lines for 3 years, and after 3 years, the Federation would cover the entire loan. Once on the battlefield, one would have to face alien races. The weaker ones were about as tough as Captain America. The stronger ones could even destroy stars. Of course, to give these cannon fodder some ability to defend themselves, the Federation had made an effort. For example, they took the old martial path, which had been obsolete for who knows how many years, and incorporated it into compulsory education to train the cannon fodder. Why mention the old martial path? Because this practice had been long discarded. This cultivation method was notorious for its slowness. It also came with some side effects. After each session, practitioners would enter a period of weakness, during which they needed to consume high nutrient supplements. To quote from his previous life, It depletes your current health bar to increase your maximum health. It was precisely this characteristic that led to the old martial path being tossed into the trash heap long ago. But the emergence of the cannon fodder has given the old martial path a second lease on life. With my current strength, if I went to the battlefield, I probably couldn't even beat a low-level soldier of the cosmic races. Thinking back on the cultivation process just now, I felt nothing but bitterness in his heart. He could endure the debt, believing that as long as he didn't die, he'd eventually make it. But in a month's time, he'd have to head to the front lines and risk his life against the cosmic races. He couldn't even be considered a warrior yet, he was merely a warrior in training. His strength was that of the cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Thinking of the month ahead, I gritted his teeth, stood up, walked to the fridge, and pulled out a gelatinous substance resembling cat treats. He shoved it into his mouth in 3 or 4 bites. A complex flavor exploded in his mouth. Even if it kills me, I have to reach the tier warrior level within a month. Due to the limitations of the old martial path, there would be no time for cultivation once he was on the battlefield. If he finished his training just before an enemy raid on the camp, he'd be as good as dead. Only by reaching tier would he possess a certain ability to defend himself. At least he wouldn't die the moment he stepped onto the battlefield. As he felt the high concentration nutrient solution being digested and his stamina gradually recover, his sense of anxiety began to fade. Once his condition had recovered by more than half, he resumed his training. Soon, he was drenched in sweat again, collapsing onto the floor. I lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from outside the window. Holy shit! Holy shit! Someone jumped off the building. Hearing the commotion outside, I felt no urge to get up and look. Jumped off the building? Did I give you permission to jump? Soon, a broadcast shuttle floated slowly above Zone D of Building D. Kevin, male, 18 years and 1 month old, in violation of the public security punishment law. The verdict is hereby pronounced, all rights revoked, and the individual is to be deported to the Black Wolf Star system to serve a 10-year sentence. The announcement played on a loop. As he regained some strength, I stood up from the floor and looked out the window. Humans, having evolved for 10,000 years, possess technology beyond your imagination. Suicide is a capital offense. Jumping off a building is an even more idiotic act. Ding! His communicator vibrated. I casually pulled it out and glanced at it. Senior 3, Class 2 Group Chat. Chad, anyone up for hanging out? Rain? Hanging out now? A month. Chad, we've got to do it now. Once we're gone, we won't have the chance. Anyone who wants to come, meet me here. The group fell silent. I received a private message. Bye, stop training. Even if we have 2 more months, we'll never reach tier warrior. We might as well enjoy ourselves now and leave with some good memories. The message was from Chad. As far as I could recall, his previous self had been on good terms with him. Reading the message, I began to waver. For the past half-month, he'd either been training or eating nutrient paste, then training some more. He hadn't even explored this interstellar city yet. His finger hovered over the virtual keyboard, about to type forget it, but in the end, he sent a message, I still want to give it a try. Almost immediately, the reply arrived. Fine, whatever. Just hope you don't regret today's decision once you're on the battlefield. Soon, the communicator fell silent. I returned to the fridge, mechanically pulling out a tube of nutritional paste. Just as he was about to shove it into his mouth, he suddenly rubbed his eyes. Holy shit! I knew I'd been transported to another world, so how could I not have cheated? A screen appeared in his field of vision, bearing the title. Cheating doesn't count as cheating. The content on it was all too familiar to buy. It was precisely because he cheated while gaming that he ended up being transported to another world. And this golden finger before him was the very cheat he used in his previous life. Featured demo area. Auto heal automatically restores 1% of maximum HP per second. Note, free feature, cannot be customized.
Please unlock and try again.
Scrolling down, he saw the other features. Auto mana automatically restores 10% of maximum MP per second.
Note, do not max out.
Remember, small cheats don't count as cheating. Gear enhancement, no need to spend real money, just a single ding unlocks the joy of a big spender. My plus 999 greatsword is already dying for it. Skill upgrade, comprehensively boosts range, power, and stats, recommended to use with auto mana high mana cost.
Chapter 2, this old martial path is awesome.
So cool. Looking at all those features, I felt a sense of relief. Ever since arriving in this world and learning he was destined to become the Alliance's pawn, a mere cannon fodder. He hadn't slept a single night's worth of good sleep. Now that he had this cheat code, if he couldn't make a name for himself in the future, he might as well find a block of tofu and smash his head against it. His gaze swept over the feature panel. A hint of regret flashed in by his eyes. If I could do it over, I'd pick the super overpowered features. Compared to those insane cheats, the only advantage of this plugin was its stability. The motto was, a small cheat isn't really a cheat, only if you don't get banned can you keep dealing damage. So there were none of those overpowered features like full screen lightning, 1000-fold one-hit kills, or full screen HP draining. As a seasoned cheater, I just wanted to say, don't be fooled by how fun they look, those accounts 1T last. With cheats, the more overpowered the feature, the faster you crash. Stability is the real MVP. Damn it, but I still regret it so much. If I could do it over, I'd pick one-shot kills. At least this fine-tuning plugin has some merit. Even if I can't dominate the world from the get-go, I can still give him a head start. I immediately wanted to open gear enhancement. As long as the gear stats are high enough, it's not impossible for me to slaughter gods at level 1. Insufficient balance, please top up immediately. A pop-up appeared. Like hell am I topping up? I'm already fucking using cheats, and you're asking me to pay? Bai was at a loss for words. He really hadn't topped up. Any decent cheater would patch the game, no need to spend a dime. The problem was, when he soul transferred, the plugin hadn't had time to apply the patch yet, and he was already dead. Top up, top up, top up. I'll top the hell up. Bai cursed under his breath as he tapped the top up button. He instinctively pulled out his communicator to scan, only to find it had no code. A new prompt popped up. No valuable items detected. Top up failed. Please try again later. Bye. Damn it, I've got 8,888 in my account. As cannon fodder destined to become line-filling babies, everyone had been given 10,000 Dongwon coins for their final month. To let them enjoy the final moments of their lives. Staring at the top right corner, Zero Essence Bai furrowed his brow. Wait, you 1T even take Dongwon coins? What am I supposed to use to top up? The housing was government provided, daily necessities were restocked monthly, and even transportation was centrally arranged. The only thing of value was those 8,888 Dongwon coins. Perhaps Bai's dilemma triggered a response from the game's golden finger. A newcomer's guide appeared before his eyes. To top up essence, please provide valuable items. 1. Energy type items, crystal, evil god crystals, star god crystals, etc. 2. Transcendent material type items, transcendent body parts of cosmic behemoths, transcendent body parts of void beings, transcendent artifacts of spirit realm beings, etc. Bai. Wait, if I actually had the ability to get my hands on these materials, would I even be a test tube baby? Of all the materials listed, the only one he'd ever heard of was crystal. That was a super energy source created by extracting energy from the core of stars, a super energy source capable of powering cosmic warships. How could a mere cannon fodder like him even hope to lay a finger on something like that? Friendly reminder, the examples above were just high-tier currency. You can also top up using low-tier materials, such as crystal or the extraordinary body parts of radiation mutated beasts. Damn it! Can't you get to the point? Compared to the stuff mentioned above, these items are actually within reach with a little effort. Besides, even if there aren't any on Bird 3, the battlefield we're heading to will definitely have them. Take the Kestrel electromagnetic rifles currently issued by the Alliance, they all run on crystals.
As long as I survive on the battlefield, I'll easily score a few thousand crystals. Of course, it's still a bit of a hassle right now.
At the very least, there's no way to buy them through official channels.
Having so many features I can't use is worse than death.
He muttered under his breath, but his gaze remained fixed on the only active function, auto heal. The effect's a bit weak, but whatever, at least one of them works.
The moment he acquired the mini plugin, I had already felt it.
At first, it was just a warm sensation in his abdomen, but as the ability persisted, his whole body grew warm. It was like someone on the verge of freezing to death suddenly being embraced by a group of older sisters. This ability doesn't seem as bad as I thought. Feeling his stamina rapidly replenish, even the mental exhaustion he usually felt after training vanished. Wow, this doesn't seem to be literal HP restoration, it's more like an ability infused with a bunch of buffs. At the very least, it restores energy and heals injuries. Feeling his muscles no longer aching or stiff, I had only experienced this effect once before.
It was when he went up to the second floor not long ago.
That old masseuse's massage had completely relaxed his muscles, and that's exactly how he felt now.
Who said this ability was bad? It's absolutely amazing. This wasn't just auto heal.
It's practically having a top-tier nutritionist, a top-tier therapist, and a top-tier healer all at your disposal.
And the speed at which stamina is restored is far beyond what any nutritional ointment could match. In just 2 short minutes, Bai was fully restored. Truly, completely restored.
And because of the recent workout, his health bar had even increased slightly. At this moment, there was no trace of disdain for auto heal in his eyes, only fervor.
With a nutritional ointment, reaching peak condition would take hours.
But now, it had taken him less than 2 minutes, give or take. A full body tempering session takes about 10 minutes.
He could complete at least 5 cycles in an hour.
And he didn't have to worry about overtraining himself to the point of ruin. The more Bai thought about it, the brighter his eyes shone, and he could barely suppress a smile. At this pace, forget tier warrior, he could even push for tier.
If he really reached tier, he'd be considered elite on the battlefield. His chances of survival would skyrocket.
As for why he wasn't running away,
the entire planet was under the Alliance's control.
Without even a spaceship, flying out of Chubiao would require at least level 9 strength.
With that kind of power, why would he need to go to the battlefield? Bai immediately assumed a fighting stance.
He began practicing the 77th generation martial arts tempering exercise. As soon as he started, he sensed a difference from before. In the past, due to stamina limitations, the first half went well, but by the second half, he'd start to run out of steam. Now, however, he could complete the entire set in one fluid motion.
He was only slightly out of breath. But that sensation of his vitality rising didn't lie. Who said the old martial path was trash?
The old martial path is amazing. I wanted to test his current limits, but he discovered he seemed to have no limits at all.
Once. Twice. 3, 5 times. He trained from day into night.
Bai was like a machine unless a malfunction occurred. He knew no fatigue and kept running non-stop. Several times he wanted to stop. But every time he finished a set, feeling his stamina wasn't completely drained.
He couldn't help but do it again.
Of course, if he could see his stats.
Bai's head would likely display health bar length +1. Health bar thickness +1. Health bar width +1. Chapter 3, filled to the brim with stamina. 1 round. Another round. Change positions, and do it again.
If someone had told Bai back then that practicing the old martial path would lead to a state of self-forgetfulness, he would have called them a reincarnated masochist. But now, it seems he is truly hooked. The essence of the old martial path is to temper the body and push past limits. You couldn't exactly call the process hard, it was more like a mix of pain, soreness, numbness, and itchiness. It felt like his body was crawling with caterpillars, and he never knew when one might sting him. It was clearly a painful ordeal. Yet Bai found it incredibly pleasurable. So pleasurable he couldn't stop. So exhilarating that he lost track of time. He didn't even know how long he'd been training, he only knew that his stamina had grown much more robust. If it were a health bar, it would likely be bigger, bolder, and wider by now. Just as Bai was about to go through it again, a broadcast of the era came through the window. Why not take up the Wu hook, oh man, and claim the 50 stars of the Eastern Realm? Today we take 1 star, tomorrow 10. There is only one way battle. Congratulations to Hua on breaking through to the warrior realm. By decision of the alliance government at the base, you are granted permission to enter the zone. This interrupted Bai's intention to go through it again. His mind immediately began searching for information about that zone. As the Alliance's cannon fodder planet, it contained 9 major zones, with a total of 12 standard zones across each state. Each standard zone houses at least 100,000 test tube babies. In addition to the standard versions, there are naturally elite level zones as well. That is the zone where the minimum requirement for entry is the warrior realm. It is even said that some residents there follow other cultivation paths. Aside from the superior environment and benefits, what concerned Bai most was the mortality rate on the battlefield. If the survival rate for cannon fodder over 3 years is 1%, it rises to 10% for those who emerge from the zone. They're called cannon fodder because their strength isn't enough to avoid the grueling, dangerous, and exhausting posts. For cannon fodder emerging from the zone, the most basic privilege is the ability to become a non-commissioned officer immediately. At the very least, they can command a squad of 10. True geniuses can even become platoon leaders or company commanders. If their talent impresses the battalion commanders enough, they might be groomed as officers, which naturally greatly increases their safety. Looks like I'll have to go to this zone. Bai began to weigh his options. Military service was unavoidable. As for paying the exorbitant 9-figure sum in Donghuan currency outright, almost no one was willing to do that. The corporations weren't looking to recruit practitioners of the old martial path, they were after prodigies with class talent. Such individuals wouldn't be sent to the battlefield. After all, their growth was far more valuable than that of a cannon fodder. And Bai, as it happened, had no spiritual energy talent. Naturally, he didn't meet the recruitment criteria. As for earning money on his own to pay off the loan, that was even less likely. They offered the loan with no intention of having you pay it back. If they let you pay it off, where would they get their troops? Never mind. I'll break through to the skin refining stage first, enter that zone, and then worry about the rest. It was too early to think about these things now. With that in mind, he picked up his phone from the couch. He saw quite a few messages waiting for him. Apart from the class group chat, they were all from Chad. 2 days ago? Looking at the timestamps, Bai was a bit confused. Hadn't he just been training for a short while? How could the messages be from 2 days ago? Though he was a bit bewildered, he still tapped to open the messages. Chad, you're missing out big time, kid. Chad, HD uncensored, elfgirl.jpg. Chad, skimpy outfit, animal-eared girl.jpg. Chad, curvy with a big tail.jpg. Bai scrolled down. There were dozens of them, and not a single duplicate. Looking at all those exotic-looking girls, even Bai couldn't help but exclaim. This is the space age. This is the spirit of reaching for the cosmos. Ugh, reaching for the cosmos is, of course, for the future of humanity. He muttered to himself. Bai's blood boiled, and his fists clenched. He regretted not going along. Dozens of alien girls. Looking at those exotic girls, Bai immediately typed out a message and sent it. The reply came almost instantly. Bai percent at hashtag. Seeing Chad gradually losing his mind, he chose to block the messages outright. The message he sent was simple. Besides covering her in drool, what else can you do? Of course, test tube babies all have that function, just at a normal level.
but that alien charm? That's definitely not normal.
Take a shower, grab a bite to eat, then continue. I felt a layer of goosebumps appear on his skin, clearly the result of prolonged exercise. Combined with the time Chad sent the message, he could roughly estimate how long this training session had lasted, a full 2 days and 2 nights.
Strangely enough,
he hadn't felt any discomfort during that time.
He didn't even feel hungry or mentally exhausted now. This auto heal is seriously powerful. By mused.
Judging by how things were going, his recovery was outpacing his energy expenditure.
In just this short while,
the fatigue from training had completely vanished.
His stamina was almost back to full.
Still, I need to take a shower first. Feeling sticky and smelly is just too uncomfortable. Now that he stopped, he could clearly smell the sour, musty odor on his body. If he didn't wash up soon, he'd be pickled in it. Every room had its own private bathroom. I quickly stripped off his clothes, stepped right in, and began washing. But as he washed, he sensed something was off. It felt as if someone had pumped him full of stamina. As time passed, the sensation grew stronger. It was the kind of feeling most guys experience. Only now, I felt it all over his body. After finishing his shower, I felt his entire body brimming with stamina, and the energy kept replenishing, giving him the illusion that he was about to burst.
Wait, this isn't right.
Feeling the abundant stamina inside him, I started to panic. He hurriedly opened the widget panel. He tapped Auto Heal, intending to turn the feature off.
Sorry, you don't have sufficient permissions to make changes. Please top up your account and try again.
Bye.
Holy shit, what the hell? You can't turn this thing off? I'm gonna. I felt completely numb.
It was fine while he was training, but now that he stopped, the sensation was unbearable.
He even felt like the breath he exhaled was imbued with the essence of life. I refused to give up and tried every possible method. He still couldn't turn off Auto Heal.
Of course, after all that trying, there was one piece of good news. That was, as that energy kept increasing, it would dissipate through his 7 orifices. He didn't have to worry about being flooded with stamina until he exploded.
Good news, I can't die. Bad news, I get flooded with stamina every day.
After trying every method to no avail, I was truly out of ideas.
What else could he do? Train, of course.
At least training felt good. That swelling sensation, like he was about to burst, was too painful to bear.
Train. Train until I drop. If I don't die from it, I'll just keep training. Train for 48 hours a day.
Under this frenzied training, his strength skyrocketed. After who knows how many repetitions, he suddenly felt his skin tighten.
Chapter 4, Warrior. Snap.
With a crisp sound, his original skin rapidly aged, cracked, and peeled away from his body,
revealing fair, smooth, and tender new skin.
I've reached the skin refining stage.
Bay's heart leapt with joy.
Though the skin refining stage is the first step on the martial path, his strength had already reached a level where he was impervious to sword strikes and blade cuts, and his arm possessed the strength of 1,000 caddies. If paired with a suitable combat technique, he was now qualified to face some weaker cosmic races. Now that the skin refining stage is complete, I can go get it certified and pick up the body tempering method for the muscle refining stage. Since the old martial path requires a very long time to master, and to prevent some practitioners from suffering injuries by prematurely cultivating the muscle refining stage, the skin refining stage cultivation methods have been divided into 2 volumes.
One corresponds to the skin refining stage, and the other to the muscle refining stage.
Plus, I can now choose to cultivate a combat technique. Combat techniques evolved from the battlefield, with only one purpose: to kill. A warrior with techniques and one without are essentially 2 different kinds of people. I wanted to boost his strength as much as possible before heading to the battlefield, to give himself a better chance of survival. Just as he reached for his phone to book a shuttle, his hands suddenly froze. He looked down at the patches of old skin on the ground. The old martial path induces the body to evolve through constant refinement.
Could I still continue with the skin refining stage? All cultivation methods revolve around two words: evolution.
It's just that the methods of evolution differ. It's like carrying bricks on a construction site. Over time, your hands become covered in calluses. The old martial path simply accelerates the body's natural adaptation and evolution through a more rational approach. I now possess abundant stamina at all times. I don't have to worry about how much I expend.
So do I have a chance to complete a second, or even a third, molting?
The moment this thought arose, he could barely contain it.
He wanted to give it a try. If he could undergo one transformation, would he be able to boost his strength again?
At my current pace, it'll only take 2 or 3 days. If it doesn't work out, I'll just give up.
Bai muttered to himself.
His body had already subconsciously assumed the posture for the skin tempering exercise. He began practicing over and over again. As he practiced once more, he soon felt the familiar sensation of tingling, itching, pain, and soreness reappear on his skin.
This gave Bai even more motivation. A reaction meant it was working. That was the greatest motivation of all.
Of course, Bai didn't know that, due to the limitations of the old martial path, only a small fraction of practitioners could complete a single skin tempering session within 10 years, let alone multiple sessions. It was likely that even the duration of compulsory education wouldn't be enough to complete 2 sessions. It was just that the old martial path had encountered an oddball like Bai, who didn't care about the side effects at all. For others, being able to practice twice a day was already considered diligent. But as Bai's proficiency grew, he was charging toward 10 sessions an hour.
A full day and night. Crack! The old skin shed once more.
Bai looked down at the old skin on the ground enough to clearly form a human shape and felt his strength, now even more resilient, surge again. His eyes shone brightly.
I did it! I really did it!
He couldn't help but shout. Even if he couldn't accurately estimate the exact increase in strength, it was certainly in the hundreds of gene. Such a rate of growth was unachievable even at the late stages of the flesh refining realm.
I think I've discovered something extraordinary.
Now, Bai was in no hurry to advance to the muscle refining stage. He wanted to see just how far he could push the limits of the skin refining stage.
Day 3. Another molting.
This time, his skin had a yellowish tint, like bronze.
Day 4.
The transformation was complete. His skin color gradually lightened, and his strength surged, comparable to the first molting.
Day 5. Day 6. He was able to complete a molting every day. His strength increased with each one. Moreover, his skin grew increasingly tough.
After just 6 transformations, even when Bai slashed at it with a knife using all his strength, he could only leave a faint white mark.
After 6 transformations, the pace of progress slowed noticeably. It now took 2 full days and nights of cultivation to complete a single molt.
Of course, the gains from each molt were greater, with every subsequent one surpassing the effects of the first. Bai could only make a rough estimate, but his strength was certainly in the thousands of gene by now. A typical late-stage flesh realm cultivator possesses strength in the thousands of gene, and even at the peak of that stage, it rarely exceeds 10,000 gene.
Yet Bai could sense.
The 7th transformation was clearly not his limit. He could still continue to ascend.
After another 2 days had passed, the 8th transformation was complete.
The old skin shed this time looked almost indistinguishable from that of a living person. The only difference was that it was somewhat shriveled.
The progress has slowed down again.
The tingling, itching, pain, and soreness he felt after completing the cycle were even weaker this time. He was clearly nearing his limit.
Good. It's still working. Let me see just where your limit lies. Bai's heart burned with determination.
Even if it was slower than before, it would likely only take 3 or 5 days' time. He could afford to wait.
Train.
If training doesn't kill me, I'll train myself to death.
I just want to crush everyone.
He had almost forgotten what it felt like to sleep. He was so full of energy every day that he simply couldn't fall asleep. He was practically taking on the shape of a body tempering exercise.
Master, the Martial Arts Association. He stepped into the shuttle.
The interior resembled an extended and widened luxury car from his previous life, equipped with sofas, a refrigerator, and other amenities. As he settled into the plush sofa, the driver in charge of piloting the shuttle offered a cheerful reminder. "Sir, there's a hit drink from 10,000 years ago on your right, free to try."
Hearing this, I visibly froze for a moment. A drink from 10,000 years ago? Still popular today? He had to try this.
As he spoke, he pressed the button on the armrest that controlled the fridge. Soon, a mini fridge slowly rose from one side, filled with colorful drinks.
Soda?
Looking at the familiar color and the unusual glass bottle, I was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to come across this here.
He casually grabbed a bottle. Pop.
He opened it and poured it straight into his mouth.
The intense flavor was so strong that even I couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp.
The driver clearly saw what was happening out of the corner of his eye and said with a smile,
"Pretty good, huh?"
"It's pretty tasty. These are all free, as long as you don't waste them." The driver spoke again, but his gaze caught by his flushed face, and a faint, sweet scent wafted into his nostrils. He carefully compared the scent to one from his memory, then quickly refocused on driving the shuttle. As the journey continued, Bayes' face grew redder and redder. Even the shuttle driver couldn't help but ask, fearing Bai might die in the vehicle.
"Sir, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I'm just feeling energized." Bai waved his hand casually, signaling he was all right. 2 minutes after getting on board,
he already felt a tingling sensation throughout his body.
"Then hold on tight, I'm going to speed up a bit."
The driver was clearly flustered. He certainly didn't want a reservist to die in his shuttle.
That would cost him a hefty fine.
A 10-minute trip was covered in a mere 4 minutes.
Once he dropped Bai off and sped away as if fleeing, and Bai was completely out of sight. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. What the hell? How can a guy smell that good? Chapter 5, full of energy. This is so boring.
They said there'd be hot guys here, but I haven't seen a single one.
Oh my god. Can't you send me a hot guy?
At the reception desk, a girl in her early 20s with a bun and a bit of baby fat suddenly stood up, stretched her hands toward the sky, and shouted. As her voice trailed off, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of a tall, straight figure walking into the Martial Arts Association. This sudden turn of events made the girl with the bun rush back to her seat, cursing herself silently.
Zhang Yu, are you trying to embarrass yourself?
Why did you have to act so crazy for no reason? Thinking about what she'd just done and that someone had seen her, a man no less, her ears turned bright red in an instant. Keeping her head down, too shy to look up, she nevertheless strictly followed the work guidelines and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz.
Hello, welcome to the Warrior Association. How may I assist you? Hearing this, I snapped back to reality.
I'd like to get certified as a warrior, he replied casually.
Warrior certification?
I'll take care of it right away. The girl with the bun was very efficient. She first contacted the examiner and then confirmed that the testing room was available. After finishing these tasks, she silently gave herself a pep talk. Keeping her head down was impolite. From the voice, he sounded like a handsome guy.
I've already checked your information. You'll need to wait about 10 minutes before the assessment begins. Please wait a moment.
As she spoke, she stole a quick glance. The next second, she froze in place. The guy was genuinely handsome, but why on earth was she blushing so fiercely? Compared to his face, her blush was practically a full-on blush.
You know, it's okay to laugh. You don't have to hold it, and I actually don't recommend it.
Bye.
What?
She blurted out instinctively. As soon as the words left her mouth, the receptionist with the bun suddenly lowered her head and whispered the same thing again.
Go ahead and laugh if you want to.
Holding it in like this isn't good for your health. Your face is all red from it.
After a brief moment of daze, I finally caught on.
This was a side effect of the ninth skin refining stage. Her skin used to have a bronze-like tone, and after being filled with stamina, it wasn't very noticeable.
After the ninth refinement, his skin was naturally fair with a rosy glow.
But now, filled with stamina, it glowed bright red. With his thick mustache, he looked like he could play Guan Yu without even needing makeup.
No, I'm just full of energy, Bai retorted.
Fortunately, just then, a burly man walked in from the doorway, calling out as he approached.
"Who is here for the warrior certification?"
Bai quickly raised his hand to signal him over.
"Follow me, I'll take you there."
The burly man led the way, and Bai hurried to keep up.
The assessment is simple. It's divided into 3 parts. Strength test: your punch must reach 1,000 kilograms. The second is speed: the passing mark is 15 meters per second. The third is defense. You'll need to withstand a cutting test using the fangs of a low-level beast tribe. You must hold out for at least 3 seconds to pass. It was clear this wasn't the first time the man had conducted this assessment. As he led the way, he took the time to explain the process to Bai once more. The two quickly entered a room at the back of the Martial Arts Association. The man pulled out a form and was just about to hand it to Bai when he noticed the unnaturally red flush on Bai's face. Furrowing his brow, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, just feeling refreshed."
After several misunderstandings, Bai had already come to terms with reality.
Hearing this,
the burly man didn't press the matter further.
But in his mind, he was already plotting. He'd have to give the front desk a stern talking to later.
He'd heard long ago that they like to tease good-looking guys, but seeing it firsthand today, this was just too much.
Look at what they done to this innocent young man.
Deduct her bonus. He absolutely had to deduct her bonus. Bai quickly finished filling out the form, and after the man confirmed it was correct,
he was led into a room.
The room's layout was simple, containing only a punching machine several meters long and wide, and 3 meters high.
"You have 3 attempts. We'll take the middle score."
The proctor spoke up to remind him.
"1 will be enough." Bai's current punching power was at least several thousand kilograms. 1,000 kilograms of punching power was no challenge for him at all.
The proctor merely smiled without comment. He'd seen plenty of young people who liked to show off.
But young people like that usually. Boom!
A muffled thud. The number on the punch power display shot up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 1,000 kilograms, and only when it reached 5,000 kilograms did the pace gradually slow down. Holy shit, this kid! Watching the reading stabilize at 5,530 kilograms of punch power.
The examiner's eyes widened in astonishment.
As a staff member of the Warrior Association, he naturally knew more than most. To generate such punching power at the skin refining stage, he must have completed at least 6 cycles of the skin refining stage, and his power generating technique is twice as efficient. With this level of strength, he is already considered a genius on the old martial path.
"Do we need to continue?" Bai looked at the numbers and asked. "No need. Young man, are you interested in?"
Just as the man was about to recruit him into the association, he suddenly remembered that this year's conscription was about to begin and the young man was clearly destined to be cannon fodder. There was no way to recruit him. He had no choice but to abandon the idea. Yet he felt a pang of regret.
6 skin refining stages.
Even among these millions of new recruits, that was a level so rare it could be counted on 2 hands.
What a pity.
He sighed softly to himself. If only it had happened a few years earlier, there might have been some room for maneuver. But with conscription so urgent now, no one dared take the risk of snatching up an old martial path prodigy at this point. As for that 9-figure loan, trading it for an old martial path prodigy with limited potential was clearly an even worse deal.
"I'm in great shape. I can continue the assessment." Bai checked his stamina.
He threw a punch before he even pulled his fist back. His stamina had already been replenished. Naturally, there was no need to adjust his condition. To Bai's surprise, the proctor simply waved his hand.
What's the point of this assessment?
You've undergone multiple molts and have long surpassed warriors of the same realm.
Continuing the assessment would be a waste of time. I'll sign off on this right away.
Bai hadn't expected things to turn out this way.
He offered a quick thank you. The proctor waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me.
You can head to the front desk first to pick up your warrior supplies.
Someone should be here shortly to escort you to the zone.
Your martial arts medal should be mailed to you within 2 or 3 days. The proctor explained the next steps in a friendly manner.
After checking his credentials, the young woman couldn't help but take a second look.
But she moved swiftly, pulling an item from under the counter.
It looked somewhat like a cell phone, a palm-sized black box.
Sir, this is the access point for the martial arts internal network.
You just need to complete fingerprint and iris authentication to log into the warrior intranet.
As a new warrior, you can directly download the muscle refining stage training manual from there, and you're also eligible for one free combat technique. The girl with the bun at the front desk began to explain. Under her guidance, he quickly completed the authentication. Perhaps seeing that Bai had finished the process, the girl with the bun lowered her voice and said,
"Hey, do you want to add me as a friend? I don't hang out with girls I don't know. Once we're friends, we won't be strangers anymore."
There's a surprise. But before she could finish her sentence,
she was cut off by a somewhat irritable voice. "Zhang Yu."
At the sound of that voice, the girl with the bun shuddered, and Bai took the opportunity to grab the martial arts intranet port and leave.
As soon as they were gone,
a flustered figure hurried over. "You're a staff member, not a spirit realm succubus. Look what you've done to that innocent young man, you're losing your bonus for this month." At first, she hadn't thought much of it. But upon hearing bonus, the girl with the bun tried to protest.
"I'm innocent, supervisor." He wasn't blushing, he was full of energy. Listen to that lame excuse. Full of energy, my ass. I'm docking another month's bonus from you. Girl with the bun? Chapter 6, Warrior Perks.
No sooner had Bai left the Martial Arts Association than a luxury shuttle touched down. If a standard shuttle were a taxi, then the one landing before him would be the Lao of the shuttle world. With its streamlined body and 2 massive weapons mounted on either side resembling the Vulcan cannons from his past life, one could imagine its extraordinary nature even without seeing the interior.
It's actually equipped with weapons this.
On Chua Star, cold weapons were one thing, but hot weapons were strictly prohibited. Especially heavy military-grade weapons. I was certain that those machine guns, which looked like Vulcan cannons, were at the very least electromagnetic cannons or perhaps even psychic or spectral energy cannons. If that thing hit him, never mind him being a mere skin-refining stage practitioner. Even a tier warrior with fully developed internal organs would likely be severely crippled if hit head-on.
He was just about to step aside.
This clearly signaled the arrival of a big shot. Don't expect these alliance members, capable of creating test tube babies, to be a bunch of moral paragons.
At that very moment,
the cockpit hatch flickered twice and vanished. A young man in his early 20s, dressed in a suit, stepped out of the shuttle. His purpose was clear. He quickened his pace and headed straight for Bai's location.
Bai? Was some melodramatic plot about to unfold?
Clearly, the man wasn't here to cause trouble, quite the opposite, in fact.
"Mr. Bai, everything is ready here. We can depart for the zone at any moment. You're here to pick me up?"
Bai could hardly believe his ears.
A 20-meter-long luxury armed shuttle sent to pick up an ordinary warrior?
"Yes, Mr. Bai." The man's demeanor was humble. He was clearly highly trained. It took Bai a moment to process this before he finally accepted the reality.
"Then let us go now."
As he spoke, he walked to the cabin door. The pilot stepped forward to help open it, settled Bai into the shuttle, and then returned to the cockpit.
Stepping inside the shuttle,
Bai could only describe the interior as a luxurious residence. It was fully equipped with every kind of furniture and appliance. Even the refrigerator, aside from soda, was stocked with numerous premium beverages, and I had intended to log into the Warrior intranet to first claim the muscle refining stage training manual and select a combat technique. But before he could act, the nearly forgotten communicator suddenly vibrated slightly. As he pulled it out, he saw an incoming call. Glancing at the caller ID, Bayes' lips curled into a smile, and he answered immediately. Almost simultaneously, that familiar booming voice came through. Chad, bye, I can't take it anymore. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll kick the bucket before I even make it to the battlefield. On the screen, a young man with a square, angular face looked noticeably pale, his lips chapped. It was clear he'd been working himself to the bone for the past half-month. Something's off 12 out of 10, something's definitely off. Which luxury suite are you in? As a fellow test tube baby, he could picture what a resettlement unit looked like with his eyes closed. The room before him was clearly not a resettlement unit. And the zone didn't actually have many entertainment options. The housing wasn't going to be all that luxurious, because everyone here was a broke test tube baby. It was just that the alien girls had been snatched up. There were plenty of them in the universe otherwise. You. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a look of disbelief spread across Chad's square face, and his speech began to stutter. Sorry, I didn't mean to put pressure on you. You actually figured it out. Let me show you the beautiful view from up here. I felt a rush of satisfaction. Wasn't all that hard training over the past 2 weeks just for this moment? You weren't putting in the effort, were you? Just messing around with girls from other races, huh? Now that we've met again, you should be calling me Commander. Mr. Bai, the hatch has been opened for you, and the energy shield is active. As that sweet female voice rang out, the sofa and Bai along with it was pushed out the hatch, leaving him to gaze down at the scenery from high above. Looking down from the sky, row upon row of zones stretched out below. It really did feel like an urban jungle. The square-jawed figure in the projection had his mouth wide open, unable to speak. No, wait, holy shit. Damn it, you really pulled it off? For a split second, Chad seemed to lose the ability to speak, stuttering uncontrollably. Gazing at the rows of prefab housing below, he let out a wail. You bastard! Get down here now, don't make me get on my knees and beg you. I can't live without you. A zone without you is like a club without foreign girls. You bastard! Seeing Chad like that, as if becoming a warrior was more agonizing than death itself. I figured he'd had enough. Enough already, stop whining. When we head to the battlefield, I'll give you a hand. But didn't he know if he could actually do it? All he could say was he'd try his best. No matter what, in his memory, he and this kid had literally grown up together, running around naked since childhood. If he could give him a hand, he'd give him a hand. With that, he pressed the communicator and bowed his head to the ground. All right, enough with the buddy nonsense. From now on, I'm your dad. You're no longer a fatherless, motherless orphan. As soon as those words left his mouth, Chad, who had been about to bow again, silently flipped him off. Godfather's not good enough? You actually want to be my real dad? Get lost. As their bickering came to an end, Bayes' tone turned serious. You've got half a month left. Train hard. Every bit of strength you gain means one more layer of protection on the battlefield. This good buddy was actually pretty decent. He was making much faster progress than Bai had in the past. With high-end energy to back him up, he might even be able to make a breakthrough. All right, I got it. Have a safe trip. See you in half a month. Chad dropped his playful demeanor and replied. After hanging up, I looked at the high-grade nutrient solution in the fridge. Just saying, this nutrient solution is all mine, right? Please have someone deliver it to the guy I just spoke with. Just as Bai had guessed, the sweet female voice agreed immediately. Yes, sir. We've already arranged for someone to deliver them to him. People like them were all Suicide Squad members. Having a few small perks at a time like this was allowed.
Of course, you just couldn't go too far. Chapter 7, A Hiccup Along the Way. Half an hour later.
I was lying on a genuine leather sofa crafted from the hide of an unidentified star beast. He held a glass of ice-cold soda in his hand. His gaze fell outside the window, sweeping over the scenery.
Looks like the Alliance isn't in great shape. There's been a large-scale war on this planet, too. I looked down at the landscape below.
Most of it was scorched earth or desertified, and there was even a crystalline crater stretching hundreds of kilometers. It was clearly created by carrier-class weapons. Chu Star itself was likely a half-ruined planet. Perhaps that was precisely why they chose this place as the petri dish for test tube babies.
If I become a martial god, will I be able to block an attack like that? I felt a bit uneasy.
Such attacks were likely not even the Alliance's limit. He had seen in the news that there had once been an annihilation campaign. The Alliance had destroyed nearly 100 stars. This was why the old martial path was not taken seriously.
No matter how strong you are, can you really fly into space and punch a hole through a cosmic battleship with a single elbow strike? In fact, in many ways, the old martial path was far inferior to the mechanical warriors. Mechanical warriors, on the other hand, could be mass-produced.
Warriors who followed the martial path, however, could not be mass-produced. Of course, mechanical warriors weren't all-powerful either. The universe was too unpredictable, filled with all sorts of bizarre worlds. There were quite a few star systems where advanced weapons couldn't be used. That was also why, even though they knew the old martial path developed slowly, they still taught it to test tube babies as part of compulsory education. The main reason is that they possess some self-defense capabilities and are extremely cheap to produce. It merely requires a bit of time. Secondly, it allows for the screening of martial arts prodigies, who are then sent to technology-restricted star systems to carry out missions.
Mr. Bai, please take your seat. Shuttle T-11 is beginning its descent.
Suddenly, that sweet female voice interrupted Bai's train of thought.
Descent? It hasn't even been an hour yet, has it?
He asked, sounding somewhat suspicious. The sweet voice hurriedly began to explain.
This landing was decided by the shuttle captain. The specific details are not yet known. Please wait patiently inside the cabin and do not wander around. I wasn't quite sure what she was up to. He looked down through the window.
The landing area was dotted with craters of various sizes, resembling the surface of the moon, and the soil had a reddish hue.
About 3 minutes later,
the shuttle came to a complete stop, landing in a deep crater. The hatches on both sides opened simultaneously.
This made Bai frown. Not wanting to take any chances, he immediately activated the internal respiration system granted by his 9th metamorphosis.
He refused to inhale the outside air. He also dared not leave the shuttle cabin rashly.
Warning, warning. Alien DNA detected, insectoid race, type, half-insect.
The situation here has been reported to the Alliance government at the base. Please wait patiently for rescue.
Do not leave the cabin. Bai.
Listening to the alarm, he felt a chill run through his body. Others head to the zone without a hitch, but he is only halfway there and has already encountered an ambush by an alien race. This is just ridiculous. Of course, he wasn't worried about his safety. The 2 turrets on the shuttle weren't just for show. Even if it's an alien race, they have to go to some lengths to get in. He tried to reassure himself.
No sooner had he spoken than
the alloy door connecting to the shuttle suddenly began to creak and groan, opening from the other side. Unless, the insectoid race is inside the shuttle. At the thought of this possibility, Bai felt his heart skip a beat. His gaze was fixed intently on the cockpit door. He didn't have to wait long. The familiar young man slowly emerged from within, and Bai's expression changed instantly. Holy shit, it really is a Bug Clan spy. The young man was still the same person, but his suit was soaked through with crystal clear drool. With every step he took, a pool of drool formed on the floor.
That kind of output. It would be a miracle if it came from a human.
Watching the insectoid slowly approach, Bai pondered his options.
Should he run outside, or fight the creature inside the pod?
He dared not gamble on whether there were other insectoids outside. Besides, there was only one insectoid inside the pod. Judging by the name, it likely wasn't a true cosmic race, but rather something akin to a familiar. But the situation outside was unknown. Those hiding might very well be genuine cosmic races.
Thinking this through, the choice was obvious.
The shuttle captain swallowed hard and said, his words somewhat slurred.
"Don't resist. It wouldn't be good if I hurt you. I just want to lick you. I'll never hurt you."
As soon as those words left his mouth,
I actually wanted to pretend he didn't understand Dongwon's language, but he did. An old man, a cell phone, the subway. That was the look on his face right now. But he suppressed it, feeling uneasy, and asked a question.
"You're a Bug Clan member who has been lying low for a long time.
Why choose me instead of hunting those true geniuses?"
Judging by his appearance, he clearly hadn't just become a shuttle captain.
Most likely, he helped transport many warriors.
And he probably delivered them all successfully. Otherwise, he would been taken down long ago.
I've been undercover for 2.5 years without a single slip-up. Barring any surprises, I'd have stayed undercover for another 2.5 years, or 2, or 3.
That's what I used to think, but you're just too tempting. You've made me so dizzy with desire, I can't control myself." As he spoke, he slapped his right cheek with a sharp smack.
Hearing the other's explanation, I felt like his cerebellum was shrinking. What the hell? Do you even realize what you just said? I'm too alluring?
If he said, "I think you've got the makings of a martial god," I would praised him for his keen eye.
But you go and say something like this. I smell so good, I've driven you wild. Holy shit, you've completely thrown me off.
Faced with such a candid excuse, I had no strength left to argue.
Don't move.
I'm just going to lick you. I promise I won't hurt you."
The half-insect creature, trailing a trail of drool on the ground, quickly closed in. Bai was numb. He never would have dreamed of this.
After living 2 lifetimes as a human, the first creature that wanted to lick him turned out to be an insectoid. And judging by the look on its face, it clearly wasn't talking about a metaphorical lick, it meant a literal one.
Ha ha ha.
When people are at a loss for words, they can't help but laugh, and that was exactly Bai at that moment.
A hug, a lick.
The half-insect creature shouted, closing in step by step. The shuttle was over 20 meters long, but the actual usable space was filled with furniture and belongings, leaving little room to retreat.
Then let us do this.
Perhaps because he had nowhere to go, combined with the rush of adrenaline, Bai felt his whole body brimming with strength. He struck first. He kicked the creature squarely in the lower back and abdomen.
Boom! A dull thud echoed.
It didn't feel like he kicked muscle, more like he struck a hard shell. The half-insect creature, having taken the blow, didn't seem to care. It wanted to corner Bai against the wall and do as it pleased. His strength shouldn't be too great at most, peak muscle refining stage, but his defense is a bit higher. That said, Bai's defense was clearly formidable after his 9th molting. At least he hadn't felt any discomfort during their brief clash. Add to that his vitality, which was constantly regenerating.
I'm gonna take you down.
A fierce glint flashed in his eyes.
Like a lithe cheetah, he pounced on his opponent. Chapter 8, Battle, So Thrilling. Boom! Boom!
After a brief exchange, the two quickly separated again. The suit-clad half-insect's eyes gradually turned blood red, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the floor.
Don't resist.
I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from killing you.
As the opponent's voice rang out,
Bai noticed the man's body seemed to swell a size, even his well-tailored suit was being torn apart.
If one could see beneath the suit, they'd notice cracks appearing in the skin itself. Go ahead, kill me. Bai raised an eyebrow.
He already had a good idea of the situation after that earlier test.
They were evenly matched. What was the point of acting so cocky?
Of course, he could still feel it now, the impact of their fists colliding, the ferocious force coursing through his fists, into his flesh, and down to his bones.
This feels so good.
Bai murmured, a wisp of white vapor escaping from his nostrils.
He never imagined fighting could be this exhilarating.
Moreover, thanks to the exertion of battle, that tight, swollen sensation throughout his body had vanished. All that remained was abundant stamina and a combat urge on the verge of overflowing.
Come on, let me see your true form, you insect.
Gazing at the suit on the verge of tearing, Bai extended a finger and gave a slight flick. Perhaps the word vermin had struck a nerve. The half-insect, who had been struggling to contain his emotions, lunged forward. A roar like that of a wild beast echoed in his throat.
We are the Holy Clan. Not vermin.
As the two clashed once more.
This time, neither side held back. Fists and feet flew. A series of dull thuds echoed, as if striking against alloy. As the battle raged on, the half-insect's suit shattered, and even his skin began to crack, revealing writhing, dark brown carapace. Deliberate punch.
Seizing a moment's opening, Bai mustered every ounce of strength. A fist slammed into his opponent's head. As he spoke,
man and insect stood facing each other.
Bai casually picked up a cup from the ground.
The cup hits the ground, and we start right away. Got it? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll offer you up to the Empress. Hearing this, Bai didn't respond. He simply tossed the cup into the air and took a deep breath. Clatter!
As the cup hit the ground,
both raised their hands simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom.
A flurry of fist shadows filled the space. Both sides were clearly fighting with everything they had. The only thing frustrating Bai was that his opponent had 4 arms.
For every punch he threw, he took 2 in return.
Of course, there was one piece of good news. He could completely block his opponent's punches, and even if his defense was breached for a moment, his formidable vitality allowed him to recover almost instantly. This gave Bai a massive boost of confidence.
1 minute. Human, surrender. Maybe the Empress will let you be her male consort. 2 minutes.
Human, if this keeps up, I won't be able to stop myself from beating you to death.
3 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes later. Human, how is this possible?
No matter the species, in the early stages of cultivation, a full power burst has a time limit, especially when overclocked. Right now, a man and a bug, especially in such a confined space.
High-intensity bursts.
Even a cosmic race would find it taxing after 10 minutes.
Cracks were even appearing in the carapace on its body. It was clearly already struggling to keep up. Feeling the opponent's attack frequency and speed gradually slow down, Bai furrowed his brow.
Useless piece of trash, is that all you've got?
A bug is just a bug. I am of the holy race.
Bullshit holy race, bug, bug, bug.
While Bai's fists kept pounding, his little mouth chattered non-stop. You.
By now, the half-insect was already filled with regret. It bitterly wished it had grown 2 sharp blades back then to crush this bastard before its eyes.
Feeling its stamina rapidly dwindling, it began to consider fleeing.
It planned to report Bai to its superiors. With that kind of stamina and defense, once fully grown, he would surely become a major threat to the clan.
Such intelligence, gathered under cover, should be enough to secure its return. With that thought, it tried to pull away and flee.
Yura. Bai's eyes lit up, and he lunged forward, pressing down on the half-insect.
Without a word,
he pinned the half-insect against the wall with a forceful wall slam. Spreading his arms wide, he pounded away furiously. He gave the half-insect absolutely no chance to escape. Even when taking a full-force blow head-on, he didn't back down a single step. After who knows how many punches,
accompanied by a crack. A crack ran across half of the half-insect's hard carapace. Ah, Yura, take this punch, punch. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The shattering of the carapace sent the half-insect into a panic. Its resistance grew even more fierce as it tried to push by away and break free.
Are you even human, or are you one of those races? He'd already begun to suspect that the guy in front of him wasn't human at all. How else could he possess such terrifying stamina and defense? Even those cyborgs didn't have this kind of ability, did they? Only the true cosmic super races could achieve this level of power.
Don't doubt it, Bug.
Don't you know what I am yet? I'm a pure-blooded Alliance test tube baby.
The moment those words left his mouth,
the half-insect fell silent. What the hell is a test tube baby?
The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and saw a string of intestines appear in by his hand.
Insect guts are just something else. Look at that black heart, no wonder you're an insect. What's this? Do insects even have kidneys? I turned into a curious little kid, starting to gut the half-insect creature from the inside out. It had to be said. This thing's vitality was damn resilient.
Even with its chest cavity completely gutted, it still managed to stay on its feet until I grabbed its head and yanked it off by force. Only then did this bizarre battle finally come to an end. Just as I was pondering whether to smash open its skull and dig around, maybe something resembling a crystal core would appear, and if it could be used to recharge the plug-in, wouldn't that be a huge score?
A voice rang out from outside. Surrender! I don't want to have to say that again. Chapter 9, Spoils of War. Almost simultaneously, two whistling sounds pierced the air.
Immediately afterward came the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground.
Through the now open hatch, two figures appeared on either side.
Standing about 2 meters tall and clad in heavy battle armor, one held a massive energy sword in both hands, while the other wielded a circular hammer the size of a millstone. They blocked the hatch on both sides.
"Hello there."
I instinctively raised his right hand to wave. But he realized his right hand was covered in insect guts, so he hurriedly tried to switch to his left, only to find it covered in insect hearts and livers.
Bye. Mech warrior. Both sides fell silent.
Clearly, neither had expected such a way to meet.
Soon, a voice echoing from mid-air broke the eerie atmosphere. "Stop wasting time. Just go for it." Interrupted by the voice, one of the hammer-wielding mech warriors finally spoke up. "Boss, you should come down and take a look yourself. Something seems off here." He couldn't help but say, staring at the figure holding a heart in one hand and a gut in the other. Hearing the voice over the communicator, the other side clearly sounded displeased. "I tell you guys to handle a simple task, and you can't even do that right. Now I have to step in myself." Before the words had even finished, a whistling sound cut through the air. Immediately after came a dull thud as something hit the ground. Unlike the other two mech warriors, the newcomer was only about 5'7", unshaven, with a cigar as thick as a thumb clenched between his teeth. Puffing away, he shoved the mech warrior aside. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." As the mech warrior cleared a path, he got a clear view of the scene inside the shuttle and visibly froze. His gaze fell on the headless, half-insect corpse, and he asked uncertainly, "Did you do this?" "If there's no one else here, then yes, I did."
Setting down the victim's entrails, his tense nerves instantly relaxed upon seeing the officials. He no longer had to worry about a swarm of insects suddenly emerging from outside.
"So you really did it?"
The middle-aged man in charge raised his voice noticeably. The cigar in his mouth smoldered faster, crackling as he spoke, his voice tinged with suspicion. Meanwhile, the mechanical warrior standing nearby spoke up directly. "Boss, this kid's probably up to no good. If you ask me, we should just arrest him and torture him slowly." As soon as those words left his mouth, I desperately wanted to walk over and slap the man across the face. "I worked my ass off to take down a Bug Clan spy, and not only did I get no reward, but now you actually want to lock me up in solitary confinement? Great. That fits his impression of the Alliance perfectly." But when he saw the massive energy sword in the man's hand, I gave up on the idea. Why had this battle been so grueling? First, because he hadn't formally trained in combat technique. Second, because he didn't have a sharp, reliable weapon. If he had an energy sword, he could VE killed half a dozen bugfolk in 3 minutes. Thinking of the advantages of proper gear and weapons, Bai silently resolved to upgrade his equipment to level 999 as soon as possible. He wanted to see if a single elbow strike could shatter a battleship. As for now, sir, I'm a law-abiding citizen, I swear. He didn't know the model of that energy sword, but it could easily slice through his current skin. And there was even a battle hammer right next to it, specifically designed to pierce armor. Hearing this, the man in charge rolled his eyes. Enough. If I'm not mistaken, you must be past the 6th skin refining stage, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to defeat that bug. When they arrived, they had naturally seen Bai's information. They just hadn't expected this guy to still be alive. Their main purpose in coming this time was, of course, to recover this shuttle equipped with such a powerful weapon. This thing was far more valuable than a test tube baby. Actually, I'm at the 7th skin refining stage. Bai quickly seized the opportunity to spin the story in his favor, without revealing all his cards. He simply dared not test the higher-ups' intentions. What if they heard 9 times skin refining stage? 9 times 9 makes a perfect 9, a rare treasure. Quick, get him on the dissection table while he is still hot. Then he'd really be done for. The Alliance, as it stood, was undoubtedly a colossal force to him. 7 times skin refining stage. The middle-aged man looked visibly dazed, but his gaze toward Bai quickly shifted. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. At a time like this, no one was willing to take in an old martial path practitioner. Such a person, no matter how gifted, had to prove themselves on the battlefield. And on the battlefield, there was no such thing as absolute safety even among starship captains. The death toll had long since surpassed 4 figures over the years. Not to mention the cannon fodder of ground combat. Kid, we'll send you to the zone shortly. Since you killed a spy hiding among us, I suppose I can give you a reward. Is there anything you want? After a moment's thought, he finally asked. In his heart, he sighed softly. He hoped this small gesture might give this old martial path prodigy a slightly better chance of survival on the battlefield. There's a reward? Could I get a fully upgraded Jialong rifle? Bai's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked. You're dreaming, kid. Can't you see we're all using kinetic weapons? On Chugaostar, all long-range lethal weapons unless under special circumstances are restricted to cold weapons under normal conditions. Hearing this, Bai felt a pang of disappointment. He'd been thinking that with a gun in hand, his safety would be guaranteed. At the very least, he could dismantle a crystal to recharge his modules. He just hadn't expected the regulations on Bird's Nest to be so strict. Of course, I didn't know that things hadn't always been this strict. Ever since someone used a crystal to build a super bomb and killed millions of people, weapons using compressed energy had been banned. That's the nature of compressed energy. Used properly, it's a power source. Used improperly, it's a bomb. Before Bai could speak again, he saw the middle-aged man walk up to the mechanized warrior wielding the massive energy sword and pull a dagger from the man's back. Boss, what are you doing? I spent dozens of credits to get this. The middle-aged man completely ignored the figure behind him. You've reached the skin refining stage, but your attacks are too weak. This dagger is forged from a special alloy. It can easily pierce through the defenses of low-level insects. With that, he tossed the dagger sheath and all to Bai. Having done so, he paid him no further attention. He began receiving the shuttles, preparing to return. Meanwhile, Bai examined the blade in his hand. It was about 30 centimeters long. As he drew it from its sheath, a cold gleam flashed. He immediately tested it on the half-insect corpse lying nearby. The dagger pierced through the exoskeleton with ease. It was like stabbing into tofu. Holy shit, what a blade! Bai's eyes lit up. If he had this dagger earlier, he wouldn't have had to fight that guy for 10 minutes. He gripped the blade and sheath tightly in his hand, ignoring even the glare from the greatsword warrior. As for the enemy's retaliation?
Fuck that. I'm heading to the front lines in half a month. Go ahead and try to get back at me. Don't you know about non-combat casualties?
If they find out, even if they don't wipe out 9 generations of my family, 3 generations will be close enough. As test tube babies destined to be cannon fodder, to a certain extent, no one wanted to mess with them. After all, they were born to fight for the Alliance. Whenever a death occurred, the Alliance would launch a thorough investigation and show no leniency. It could be said that before stepping onto the battlefield, test tube babies were virtually untouchable. Soon after the other party took control of the luxury shuttle, I boarded their vessel and headed for Zone.
Chapter 10, Zone Manor. Can I have that insect's head?
Seeing that they were about to reach their destination, he knew if he didn't speak up now, he'd miss his chance. Gritting his teeth, he spoke up. He had been thinking of trying to recharge his essence using the insect's corpse. Who would have thought the rescue team would arrive so promptly that he didn't even have time to act?
This is my first kill, I want to keep it as a trophy. I offered the excuse he'd prepared long ago.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mech warrior beside him let out a chuckle, unable to hold back a laugh. The middle-aged man nudged the greatsword mech warrior with his elbow, and the latter finally stopped, explaining at the same time.
That one work. We have to take all alien heads back with us. I'll leave this little thing for you as a souvenir.
Saying this, he snapped off one of the half-insect's tentacles and handed it to Bai.
Bai was overjoyed.
He quickly took the tentacle, which was as thick as a baby's finger. Even though he hadn't managed to get the whole specimen, just a small piece would be more than enough to use as experimental material. With the item in hand, I no longer paid attention to the others. His gaze was drawn to the scenery outside the shuttle. If the zone was like a standard apartment complex in his previous life, then the elite district was akin to the villa complexes where the wealthy lived. Especially when viewed from high above. Small estates, evenly spaced apart by even-spotted gardeners meticulously tending to the greenery. If I didn't have to work myself to death, this living environment would be truly nice. Even Bai couldn't find anything to complain about. Just then, the shuttle suddenly stopped moving forward and began a vertical descent. The middle-aged man beside him spoke up with a smile. I just looked it up for you. You've been assigned to Estate 9527. His gaze fell on the estate he was about to move into. It hadn't seemed like much from the air, but now that they were about to land, the estate covered at least 20 mu. It wasn't huge, but for him to live alone, it was more than enough. Even before the shuttle had fully descended, 3 figures were already standing at the estate's entrance, waiting. As Bai stepped out of the shuttle, the 3 figures hurried over in small, quick steps.
Welcome home, sir. I am your butler.
The one leading the group was an elderly man, who was now bowing deeply alongside 2 maidservants. Looking at the old man and the 2 young women before him. Even having lived 2 lifetimes, this was Bai's first time encountering such a scene. Of course, he wasn't the type to turn down a good life if the conditions were right. He would certainly enjoy them. Prepare a change of clothes for me and get the bathroom ready. I need to take a bath. As Bai spoke, the elderly butler agreed to each request, walking behind Bai to guide him while explaining the layout of the estate and the functions of each area. Under his guidance, they soon arrived at the bathing quarters. Seeing the bath several times larger than the communal bathhouses he'd known in the north during his previous life, Bai immediately stripped down completely. He jumped right in. The stench of insects clinging to his body had long since become unbearable. Sir, I'll wait outside. Call me if you need anything. With that, the butler had already stepped out of the room, leaving 2 maids behind. As the 2 removed their maids' uniforms, I finally noticed they were different. One had a fluffy, silvery white tail. The other had pointed ears, bright eyes, and a pure, charming appearance. Aliens? While he was lost in thought, the 2 maids had already approached to help wash away the dried insect blood from his body. Bai? Do they really think I'm some kind of saint who can remain unmoved by temptation? By the time the sky outside had grown dim, Bai finally emerged from the bathroom, where the dutiful butler was still standing at the door.
Aliens? Nothing special, he said casually. He scoffed at the comments circulating online. What nonsense about foreigners not being human?
To those remarks, he had only one thing to say. If you're weak, just train harder. Of course, after such an intense battle, I felt refreshed and invigorated. Please give me a tour. He glanced at the butler following behind him and spoke casually. The butler was clearly prepared and immediately began detailing the estate's layout. Sir, the estate is divided into a residential area, a training area, and an entertainment area. The butler detailed the facilities in each of the 3 zones. As for the residential area, it served as a daily rest area, staffed with 2 alien maids to attend to his daily needs. As for the training area, in addition to standard exercise equipment, it featured a combat chamber equipped with combat-type robots. As for the entertainment area, it could only be described as extravagant. Whatever you wanted to do as long as it didn't violate Alliance laws, you could find it there. The Alliance even encouraged people to have children. There was no helping it, the Alliance was desperately short on manpower. The higher-ups would love to see a few trillion new recruits emerge every year. Sir, your bed has been made and warmed. Shall I take you there now? The butler suddenly asked. At those words, I furrowed his brow. What time is it? 1 a.m. It's only fucking 1 a.m.? Do you think I can sleep at my age? Bai rolled his eyes. It was true he'd just expended some stamina, but the fact was, while stamina was being consumed, it was also constantly regenerating. Combined, it was practically as if he hadn't expended any. Take me to the training area. But sir, according to my AI analysis, you urgently need sleep right now to recover your stamina. The butler paused briefly before offering an explanation. He glanced at the stiff, formal butler. No wonder he felt something was off from the moment he met him. It turned out to be a robot. Don't compare me to that bunch of weaklings, okay? That little bit of exercise was nothing more than a warm-up. Feeling his stamina gradually replenish, I couldn't help but urge him on. At that moment, the butler's AI brain experienced a brief pause. They were connected to the butler network, after all. The earlier analysis wasn't an isolated case, it applied to nearly all men. This time, the analysis clearly took a while. Please follow me, sir. As the analysis concluded, a new report was uploaded to the shared network. Led by the butler, they soon arrived at the exercise area. I didn't jump right in. He had someone fetch the warrior intranet terminal. He hadn't yet claimed the muscle refining stage or the combat techniques. Meanwhile, at a certain estate, a muscular man was huffing and puffing as he plowed the fields. As he finished plowing, an elderly butler approached. Sir, according to the latest research, your performance is lagging behind the general standard. We have already prepared a supreme kidney tonifying elixir for you. Upon hearing this, the muscular man visibly froze. Immediately afterward, his face flushed with anger, and he roared. Bullshit! This scene unfolded gradually on this quiet evening. One by one, loyal, honest, and diligent stewards presented their masters with the supreme kidney tonic. Some, even more conscientious, went so far as to book medical appointments for them. Chapter 11, Ding, top-up successful. After fingerprint and iris authentication, the Black Warrior intranet terminal projected a 3D figure like a projector. Welcome to the Warrior Network. We've detected that you're a new user and have automatically redirected you to the new user benefits page. As the voice faded, the 3D figure vanished, reverting to a static web page. At the very top of the page were several bright red characters. Welcome, new user. On the right side, rows of flashing images filled the screen, all, without exception, advertisements for various Warrior products. I frowned. This is supposed to be the Warrior Network, but it feels like some third-rate website. Looking at the bold, oversized text for new user benefits, he couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Of course, since the system had opened the benefits page directly, it saved by the trouble of searching for it himself. His gaze settled on the page, and he first claimed the muscle refining stage technique.
Since it was a standard offering, there was no other choice.
After claiming the body tempering technique, his eyes shifted to another section.
The combat techniques claim area.
The glaring, bright text was almost blinding. Unlike the body tempering techniques, there were plenty of combat techniques to choose from.
There were at least a dozen to select from. Name: Tai Chi. Type: defensive fist technique.
Description: ancient martial art, strong defense in early stages but lacking in lethality upon mastery, combines hard and soft techniques, excelling in both offense and defense.
Name: ancient Muay Thai. Type: offensive fist technique.
Description: ancient martial art, aggressive style with abundant lethality, requires a robust physique.
Name: military path killing fist. Type: offensive combat style. Description: compiled by modern soldiers and warriors, designed for killing enemies.
Includes life-forcing combat techniques. After reviewing each combat style one by one, it can only be described as a blend of ancient and modern. Some are styles he'd heard of in his past life, while others were created in the present day.
Tai Chi. Logically speaking, this style best fits the requirements. It combines softness and hardness, capable of both offense and defense. But cultivating this takes time. One must reach mastery to unleash its full potential.
Yet Bai urgently needs a combat technique that can rapidly boost his strength. Bai's gaze silently drifted downward. It settled on the military path killing fist. I don't know if ancient martial arts have a 5,000-year heritage. But the military's battles against foreign tribes have certainly spanned over 2,000 or 3,000 years, accumulating far more combat experience. Not to mention, how could the techniques developed by a single martial arts sect possibly compare to those honed by an army numbering in the millions?
He immediately clicked to view the full description.
The more he read, the more he liked it. This military path killing fist was far from a simple boxing style.
It also included techniques for generating power and methods for training in weaponry.
It was more like a comprehensive combat art.
There's no need to think twice.
He immediately chose to purchase the military path killing fist. Soon, a notification popped up in the background: 2 videos, corresponding to the muscle refining stage and the military path killing fist.
He selected play.
Almost simultaneously, a man in military uniform suddenly appeared. As lifelike as a real person, he stood directly in front of Bai. Bai could clearly see every pore and strand of hair on the man. The military path killing fist has but one purpose: to kill. The man in uniform began his explanation, continuously detailing the key points of each move and what to watch out for. Combined with the projection's lifelike quality, Bai could clearly observe every movement and the subtle shifts in the man's muscles. He quickly committed the military path killing fist to memory. In summary, it was a fist technique designed for efficient killing. Of course, I also noticed a problem. When facing familiar enemies, the military path killing fist could unleash 150% of his full strength.
But when facing unfamiliar enemies, those whose weaknesses he didn't know, he couldn't even unleash 100% of his strength. Even so, it's enough. Bai recalled the final move. Life-burning style.
It forcibly taps into the muscle's potential using stamina, unleashing 200% of one's strength. I have automatic health regeneration, so I don't have to worry about serious injuries at all. That's why the life-burning style, which is deadly for others, is a perfect fit for me. With it, I can unleash at least 200% of my power against anyone.
So the advantage is mine.
As he thought this, Bai nodded with satisfaction.
The enemy's strength hasn't increased, but I've boosted mine by 200% naturally. The advantage is mine.
I might as well start training right away.
If I grind up some proficiency, I'll be even more confident in half a month.
As for the muscle refining stage, I'll just have to find time to look into it later. After the battle with that half-insect creature, Bai realized the shortcomings in his combat skills. It's likely that during the martial arts test, he and T even unleashed 100% of this body's potential. I'll practice the military path killing fist first, and find time to cultivate the muscle refining stage later. I made up his mind and was just about to start when his gaze fell on the severed tentacle. I almost forgot about you. He picked up the half-insectoid tentacle. With a thought, he reopened the plugin's recharge page. He decisively chose to recharge. Inferior biological material detected. Do you wish to recharge? Successful recharge will grant 0.001 essence. Buy. Top up. As his hand went empty, the essence count in the top right corner changed. 0.001. Looking at that number, I couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, I'm going to strike it rich. Even though it was only 0.001 essence, just look at how big that tentacle was. Plus, this thing was nothing but cannon fodder on the battlefield. In every large-scale battle, the death toll was counted in the millions. If you assume 1 essence per half insect, after a single battle, just by looting corpses, you could probably rake in tens of thousands of essence. With that in mind, I tapped the payment section. Immediately, another message popped up. Insufficient balance, please top up promptly. In addition to that, another prompt appeared. You are 49.999 essence away from unlocking the next feature in the paid section. Seeing this message, Bayes' mood improved even further. Now he even knew exactly how much he was short. It was only 50 essence, not too expensive. If he played it safe, he could earn that much in 2 or 3 weeks of military service. Since he definitely wouldn't be able to get any essence anytime soon, why didn't he bother wasting any more brainpower on it and refocused his attention on the military path killing fist? Next, I need to grind my proficiency to at least the beginner level, and at the very least, I have to master the blood ignition style. That 200% boost in strength. Bai was absolutely salivating over it. In his view, all that using softness to overcome hardness nonsense was pure bullshit. There's only one way you can defeat me. And that's if my strength isn't great enough. Just like if you've mastered Tai Chi to the Grandmaster level, go ahead and try blocking a Star Destroyer for me. If you can block it, this Bai guy will admit that Tai Chi is the real deal. In the days that followed, Bai once again plunged into a frenzy of training. Unlike before, the butler began to appear frequently. Day 1. Sir, you've been training for 10 straight hours. Would you like to take a break? Only 10 hours? More training. More training. Day 3. Sir, you'll ruin your health if you keep this up. Please rest immediately. No, don't compare me to those weaklings out there, okay? This level of exercise is just a warm-up at best. As time went on, to avoid being sliced to pieces, Bai still took a symbolic break of an hour or 2 each day. As for those 2 maids, ever since witnessing Bai's relentless training regimen, their eyes held a sense of relief as if they survived a catastrophe. Their physiques were extraordinary, but they were still human. As for the person before them, even their royal family couldn't hold a candle to his stamina. Chapter 12, Mastery. At a certain estate, in the training area. A young man with a well-proportioned build, his training clothes soaked through with sweat, and a resolute expression on his face. Like a limp shrimp, he lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath to ease his physical exhaustion. His eyes held nothing but determination. I, Hua, have never been inferior to anyone. If others can do it, so can I. Even physical exhaustion could not dampen the joy of breaking through his limits and being reborn. Perhaps sensing that the estate's owner had finished his workout, the door swung open, and a butler entered with 2 maids in tow. The 2 maids, moving with practiced ease, began using massage techniques to help Hua relieve his physical fatigue. The butler, meanwhile, carried a tray holding a bowl of highly concentrated nutritional paste. Sir, according to your specifications, your performance in this training session fell far short of your expected standards. Perhaps due to extreme exhaustion, Hua experienced a momentary lapse in hearing. Even though he didn't catch every word clearly, he knew exactly what the robotic butler was trying to say. He reached out to take the small bowl of the prepared paste, which looked just like ice cream. He muttered under his breath.
Butler, I've told you this before. I, Hua, have never been inferior to anyone. If others can consistently rank first in training, so can I.
As he spoke, he took big bites of the ice-cold nutritional paste, planning to rest briefly after finishing it before training for another hour or two, to firmly secure the title of first place on the daily training duration rankings. As soon as those words left his mouth, the butler in charge of attending to him froze for a moment, as if searching through data.
I'm sorry, sir.
As your butler, I should speak on your behalf, but internal regulations require me to adhere to the principle of honesty.
Your training duration falls far short of the first placeholder. You can only be second.
Furthermore, based on my cloud computing capabilities, unless you encounter other opportunities in this lifetime, you will remain second for the rest of your life.
The robot butler explained with a straight face, citing data to support its claim. Hua, who had been eating the nutritional paste, dropped the bowl he was holding onto the floor, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm reporting this. Someone must have hacked into your backend and tampered with the data. The butler projected a ranking list. The information on the list was simple.
It contained only names and times. First place, by today's training time, 21 hours 13 minutes. Second place, Hua, today's training time, 11 hours 31 minutes. Facing those absurd figures, Hua could only conclude that the other party had tampered with the data.
As a human from Blue Star,
he knew that the length of a day on nearly every habitable planet had been adjusted most to 24 hours, and Star was no exception. Sir, the President has told us that willpower is humanity's most precious asset. Whenever we face adversity, as long as our will remains steadfast, we will eventually break through the hardship and embrace a new beginning.
Listening to the mechanical butler's voice, Hua couldn't help but lose his composure. No. I know willpower is a good thing, and at a certain level, it can even lead to awakening, but come on, don't be so ridiculous, okay? Look at his data. 21 hours.
It's only 9:14 p.m. right now, and he hasn't rested a single second. Sometimes, he really wanted to pry open its mechanical head to see if a chip had fried.
How could it get something so basic wrong?
The moment the question was asked,
the robot butler seemed to crash. Countless cases had taught it that such prolonged, high-intensity exercise was unreasonable for humans.
But the facts were right in front of it, making its head feel like it was about to overheat.
For a moment, it actually froze right there.
There was even a wisp of smoke rising from the top of its head.
This scene scared Hua half to death. That robot butler was worth a pretty penny. Wait, stop thinking about it. Just send me the location.
I'll go pay them a visit myself.
Then I'll know for sure if it's real or not, right? User agreement. I've already submitted the request for you. Once the other party agrees, you'll receive permission. For a moment, even its tone became slightly choppy. Fortunately, it didn't completely shut down. Then why the hell should I go?
I'm here to expose a scam. There's no way they let me in,
Hua said, sounding a bit annoyed.
Yet he felt somewhat helpless. Staring at the name at the top of the rankings, he muttered to himself.
I, Hua, have never been outmatched in my life,
but if someone is cheating, that doesn't count. Before he could finish, the butler, who had been stuttering like a PowerPoint presentation, spoke up. Sir, the application has just been processed.
Mr. Bai has agreed. You may proceed to Estate 9527. I've already prepared the shuttle for you. Hua? Holy shit. He agreed?
He didn't quite understand the other party's move, but he still rubbed his hands together in anticipation, ready to face off against this hacker genius.
Estate 9527. Inside the combat chamber,
on a ring constructed from special materials,
two figures were locked in a fierce battle.
Both were using the military path killing fist. Their punches and kicks clashed, aiming straight for each other as vital points.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
If it were anyone else, a single round of this no-holds-barred combat would leave them bedridden for at least a few days.
A single misstep could even cost them their life.
But Bai felt nothing every time he was knocked back. He charged forward again at top speed. As he took the blows, his mastery of the military path killing fist grew rapidly. 3 days. He had mastered all 9 forms. These were insights gained through a true life and death struggle.
Huff, huff, huff. You've beaten me for 3 days today, it's my turn.
Looking at the combat puppet over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, and almost indistinguishable from a real person, a flash of competitive spirit flickered in Bai's eyes.
Even with his life force regeneration, that god-defying ability.
3 days, it's actually been pretty satisfying, at least better than that constant, aching sensation throughout my body. But after being beaten for so long, it'd be a lie to say I don't have a bit of a temper. Military way killing fist, 9th form, blood ignition. Before he could finish speaking, I felt his heart skip a beat. The next second, as if fueled by highly compressed energy, his heart roared like an internal combustion engine. As that power surged through him, every fiber of his being felt an instant surge of strength.
His once loose tracksuit now swelled like an inflated balloon. This feels amazing.
The sudden surge in his fundamental strength made Bai feel invincible.
He looked at the 2-meter-tall combat robot.
Digging his toes into the ground and tensing his calves, he unleashed a burst of speed. In an instant, he had closed the distance to the combat robot, a machine comparable to a master of the refining flesh cultivation stage who had mastered the military way killing fist.
Before the opponent could react,
his elbow strike had already struck the combat robot's chest.
That iron hulk, weighing over a ton, was sent flying into the air.
Bai seized the opening, unleashing a barrage of techniques.
Crack! 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 In the blink of an eye,
the combat robot's joints and vulnerable points were struck one by one, rendering it completely incapacitated.
What techniques?
I only believe in brute force. He carefully sensed his internal energy again. It seemed to have reached a balance.
That endless flow of vitality was just enough to offset the energy expended during the burst. Excellent. The 9th should be renamed the permanent mode.
At that moment, he felt an urge to display his newly mastered divine power. He couldn't help but think of the alien race, and his gaze drifted toward the alien girl waiting nearby. He quickly turned his head away. Clearly, it wasn't these aliens.
Chapter 13, Crisis.
A figure with a scruffy beard, accompanied by 2 tower-like mech warriors, entered a manor.
Looks like we're late.
Sniffing the faint scent of blood in the air, the middle-aged man in the lead furrowed his brow slightly. The 2 mechanical warriors walked one in front and one behind, flanking the middle-aged man. As soon as they entered the front garden, they saw a flash of red light. Almost simultaneously, one mechanical warrior raised a shield, while the other accelerated forward, his greatsword already swinging. There was no attack as expected. The mechanical warrior also saw the figure in the flower beds clearly.
Half a mechanical figure, sizzling with flames.
Alert!
Alert! Under attack! Request immediate backup!
A series of muffled voices echoed continuously.
Just then, the middle-aged man arrived, escorted by the other warrior.
He glanced at the mechanical wreckage on the ground.
A domestic combat robot, equivalent to the muscle refining stage in power.
To have it dismantled like this, the enemy has something up their sleeve. Everyone, be careful not to stumble over a minor obstacle. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the pitch-black estate villa. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though he caught a glimpse of a human figure darting past.
Upon receiving a signal, the sword-wielding warrior strode purposefully toward the villa and kicked open the tightly shut door with a single kick. You vermin! I've found you. Come out and die.
A voice boomed from the loudspeaker. Inside the villa, silence reigned.
Receiving no response, the greatsword warrior stormed into the building like a wild beast, smashing down door after door.
Whenever an object obstructed his view, he would hack at it without hesitation.
First floor. Second floor. Third floor. The warrior swept through the floors relentlessly. Yet he found nothing. It wasn't until he entered the training area that he made a discovery. "Boss, come take a look." Hearing this,
the two men didn't pause, they immediately headed for the training area.
As soon as they entered, they saw pools of blood forming symbols that were impossible to decipher.
And at the center of the countless symbols, on the ring, stood a figure that had been flayed.
"This looks a bit like the work of some dark god, but something seems off."
The greatsword warrior spoke, while his helmet immediately began scanning the area, gathering all available information.
Before he could analyze the data,
the middle-aged man had already walked toward the center of the symbols. Arriving before the flayed warrior, he reached out and pushed aside the other's palm. A tiny silver-gray hair fell to the ground.
A scout insect of the insectoids.
Staring at the silver-gray hair, as sharp as a steel needle, the middle-aged man spoke calmly. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions beneath the helmets of the other two warrior mechs changed drastically.
"How is that possible? Boss, are you sure you're not mistaken?"
Both of them clearly found it hard to believe. After all, though they were called insects, in this sector of the cosmos, they could be considered pseudo-hegemons. As veterans who had retired from the front lines, they knew full well just how troublesome these creatures were. Other cosmic hegemons were like emperors sitting high above, unconcerned with the conflicts of other races.
And the most repulsive thing about the insect race was their appetite.
That seemingly bottomless appetite turns them into veritable dung-producing machines.
They constantly dump poop into every star system they visited or pass through.
Once they discover a system suitable for growth, it won't be long before a massive insectoid army arrives.
They then transform suitable planets into their personal granaries.
Once they squeezed every last drop of value out of a planet, turning it into a complete wasteland, they simply pack up and leave to continue their search for valuable planets. Their method of scouting involves scattering countless scout insect eggs, which hatch and grow in suitable environments. These insects possess no extraordinary combat prowess, their sole ability is to relay information across star systems. The reason the two were so alarmed was precisely because they knew the terror of the scout insects. They might not be strong, but they can summon hundreds of millions of insectoid soldiers.
As for those half-insect humans,
they are nothing more than human spies created by the Zerg through genetic programming.
Their combat capabilities are on a completely different level. This is a bit of a problem.
Judging by the condition of this corpse, it's been dead for no more than 3 hours. And the host doesn't die until the scout hatches. Based on that, the enemy has 2 days left before reaching full maturity.
Examining the flayed corpse,
the middle-aged man began his analysis.
This was good news for them.
Almost simultaneously, the greatsword warrior, without a moment's hesitation, proposed. "I suggest we use the railgun to completely clear this area. As members of the insectoid race, they require vast amounts of nutrients to hatch, so they naturally can't travel far.
Besides, it's been no more than 2 hours."
Seeing the middle-aged man waver, the greatsword warrior couldn't help but speak again.
"Boss, sacrificing a few thousand men now will completely prevent the insectoid horde from arriving. It's a bargain." As soon as those words were spoken, even the hammer-wielding warrior standing nearby didn't object.
Compared to facing a horde of hundreds of millions of insectoids, a few thousand casualties seemed insignificant. Besides, they're just a bunch of clones. The greatsword warrior was about to say something else when he was silenced by a cold stare.
"Shut up. This isn't a decision we can make.
I'll report this accurately, but how exactly it's carried out isn't up to you or me." Saying this, he glanced at the greatsword warrior again. He immediately pulled out his terminal, preparing to upload the information from here. But as he stared at the no signal status, the middle-aged man's heart began to race.
"Prepare for battle."
The words had barely left his mouth.
Several whistling sounds pierced the air. Fortunately, the two warrior mechs were seasoned veterans.
They blocked the attacks streaking toward them. They saw that they were long hairs, resembling the quills of a porcupine. As the attack failed to land, a series of rustling sounds came from outside, as if a large group of people were moving about.
"Boss, we'll cover you. You take the message and break out."
Looking at the crowd of over 100 figures, the hammer-wielding warrior spoke up.
"We can't get out of here. If they can even jam our signal, I'm afraid there's a mole among us."
The tools they were using were top tier. Only active-duty military forces could jam their signals.
Anyone capable of deploying such high-end equipment must hold a high rank. Just a bunch of scum. The greatsword warrior spat. At that very moment,
the half-insects had completely closed in, and over a dozen figures entered the training room.
Unlike the half-insects Bai had seen before, these had undergone complete insectification.
Some even crawled along the ground like actual insects.
"None of you will escape.
Your flesh and blood will serve as perfect nourishment for the Holy Sun." A dark green half-insect, with arms like sides and densely clustered compound eyes, spoke slowly. And on its shoulder, a silver-gray, caterpillar-like insect was curling its body into a chrysalis, radiating an intense hunger. "Holy Sun, do not worry. You shall feast on blood soon. Kill."
Chapter 14, The Wild Energy Greatsword. As he actively ended the blood-burning style,
Bai felt as if his heart had been wrenched violently. Even his blood seemed to stall for an instant, accompanied by a wave of physical exhaustion.
Feeling that sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time, Bai's eyes lit up. 9-9 is a rarity.
Before he could finish his sentence, it was as if a spring had burst open within him, gushing forth an essence called stamina. The physical exhaustion, the mental fatigue, and the injuries sustained from the strain all healed at a visible pace.
Bai.
He had intended to reflect on past hardships and rediscover what it truly meant to be exhausted. But the recovery was simply too rapid.
Why bother resting? Let us just get back to training.
He had mastered the first 9 forms of the military way killing fist, which Bai considered sufficient. If it weren't for the need to fully unlock his physical strength, he'd have even considered skipping straight to the 9th form. But as he began his training, he realized that the first 8 forms were actually various techniques for generating power, how to strike from different angles to deal greater, more lethal damage. That's precisely why Bai had no choice but to learn them all. Now it seems the results are quite good. With the 9th form at his disposal, combined with the power-generating techniques, he could probably knock the shit out of that half-insect creature with just 3 punches.
Too bad I don't have a live sparring partner.
Bai didn't much care for fighting the training robots. He couldn't feel the impact of each punch landing on flesh, or the sense that one misstep could get him killed.
He didn't even get that rush of adrenaline.
Bai knew that the Metal Hulk wouldn't actually kill him at most, it would just injure him. This robbed him of the thrill of that adrenaline rush.
Never mind. I won't dwell on this nonsense. In another half a month, there'll be an endless supply of monsters to fight. I couldn't be bothered to think about it.
Now that he had the basic combat skills down, the next step was naturally to keep grinding stats. As long as his stats were high enough, any flaws in his technique wouldn't matter. He opened the 3D video for the muscle refining stage and began to study the opponent's movements. It wasn't actually that different from the skin refining stage. Both involved using various movements to circulate stamina throughout the body, serving to continuously temper the muscles.
A little over an hour.
Bai had mastered the 36 forms of the muscle refining stage. He closed his eyes to recall the movements he'd just performed, confirming there were no issues.
Then I'll keep grinding away.
I'll aim to refine my physical body to its absolute limit before I leave. It should result in a significant boost. Bai felt a faint sense of anticipation.
An ordinary skin refining stage warrior can only unleash about 1,000 kilograms of force.
But now, his base arm strength alone is already 10,000 gene. And this is despite the skin refining stage not being particularly suited for strength enhancement. Once he squeezes every last drop of potential from his body, his base strength will easily reach 50,000 to 60,000 gene.
That would barely put him on par with Captain America. By then, I should count as a qualified cannon fodder. He made a self-deprecating joke. Just as he was about to resume his workout, the robot butler who should have been waiting outside suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. "Sir, an intruder has breached the estate and is rapidly approaching the villa." "Bye." It was as if a row of question marks had popped up above his head. Before he could say a word, the butler had already projected a 3D image. There, in his front yard, which covered 3 or 4 moose, several figures were engaged in a game of cat and mouse. He watched the man in the lead, who was running while coolly coughing up blood. That amount of blood. Looking at the limping figure, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The robotic butler sensibly zoomed in on the scene. As the figure's face came into focus, I instantly recognized him. The captain of the rescue team. Is he being hunted down? It was none other than the middle-aged man who'd given him the dagger. But before I could figure out what was happening, the robotic butler's eyes suddenly flashed red. According to Alliance law, traces of the insectoid race have been detected. All citizens are obligated to assist in combat. He knew it. Of course, the moment he saw the half-insect creature crawling in the background, I had already guessed. This must be the fate of cannon fodder. Though he said this, he was already rushing toward the front yard. He feared that if he was even a moment slower, the middle-aged man would die right there in the front yard. "Aren't you going to lend a hand?" I asked, glancing at the butler whose eye was glowing red. "I'm sorry, but according to regulations, domestic robots are not permitted to engage in combat." I pretended not to hear him. Come to think of it, it made sense. One second he's wiping tables and sweeping the floor, the next he's pulling out a chainsaw sword to hack at people. No normal person could accept that. If I make it back alive, I'm going to cut down the mastermind behind this. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, but as he moved, a gaping hole in his chest gushed blood, and his face turned deathly pale. Just then, a half-insect creature with an arm as sharp as a blade burst out from the side, aiming straight for the middle-aged man's head. But just as that razor-sharp arm blade was about to strike, the creature's movements suddenly shifted, and it slashed at the empty ground beside him. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity to swing the massive energy sword clenched in his right hand. Splatter! As a mist of blood exploded, the lower half of the half-insect's body vanished. Having done this, he dared not pause and continued charging forward. But before the middle-aged man could take a few steps, a whistling sound suddenly pierced the air behind him. He intended to use his ability to shift his position, but the moment he activated it, a piercing pain shot through his head. Oomph! He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The insect spear, which should have been deflected, plunged directly into his shoulder. The ferocious impact pinned the middle-aged man to the grass on the spot. "Damn it, I'm done for this time." As he uttered those words, his already exhausted mind began to fade, and his eyelids slowly closed. But his final moments of consciousness allowed him to see someone approaching. And he heard a voice. A wild energy greatsword. The voice belonged to none other than Bai, who had just arrived. The first thing he saw was the massive sword, over a meter long and shrouded in a special force field. His heart began to race. This was an energy greatsword. He picked up the wild energy greatsword without hesitation, while also urging the butler behind him to hurry. "No fighting, then. Quick, get this guy down for first aid." I certainly didn't want an official to die in his own home. That would likely implicate him. The 2 alien maids hurriedly dragged the middle-aged man backward. Warning, 8 half-insectoids detected. Please. You step back a bit, too. I had had enough of this robotic butler lately. He was even considering whether to just hack it to pieces in the chaos. It nagged endlessly in his ear day in and day out. He wasn't blind, he could clearly see 8 figures closing in. "You smell so good." A mantis-like half-insect suddenly spoke up, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. He glanced at the others. Same old story. He looked at the greatsword in his hand, then at the half-insects. A thought crossed his mind. A message flashed before his eyes. Low-grade energy crystal detected. Converting it will yield 100 essence. Convert? Chapter 15, Are You Guys Crazy? By S. Eyes lit up. 100 essence.
That was enough to unlock the paid features of his plugin. But when he saw those half-insects, drooling and ready to take a bite out of him, he quickly suppressed the urge to recharge on the spot.
These half-insects weren't like the ones he'd encountered before. They were clearly more combat-oriented.
Fighting without a proper weapon would be too taxing, and besides, this energy sword wasn't going to run off on its own.
He'd top up after the battle. He silently made up his mind. Suddenly, a series of shrill, explosive pops rang out, making his eardrums ache.
Following the sound, he saw a silvery, shimmering caterpillar perched on the mantis-like half-insect's shoulder.
What the hell is that?
I felt it looked familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before.
But for a warrior, if I can't figure it out, I'll just chop it up. Feeling the surging vitality within his body, he gripped the energy greatsword tightly, just as he was about to strike.
Upon hearing the message transmitted by the caterpillar, the mantis human looked visibly startled, as if he'd heard something unbelievable.
Human, you have great potential. Would you be willing to join my holy clan?
As a cosmic race, they always let strength do the talking.
And though Bai's combat prowess was lacking, the vibrant life force surging within him was already on par with many king bugs. If they used this human's genes to cultivate a new half-bug, the mantis man felt his blood racing. Perhaps the half-insects could become the next queen insect race. At that time, who would dare say the half-insects were a worthless race? Thinking of this, his compound eyes burned with intensity.
A single thought consumed his mind. Capture him, I must capture him, serve as the queen's mate, optimize our race's genes, ascend to the royal throne, and become the 13th royal of the Devourers. Looking at the young man gripping his sword, he hurriedly spoke up.
Be very careful.
But before he could finish, he was interrupted by a voice.
My lord, rest assured.
I can dispatch the scum in 3 moves. It was a half-insectoid over 2 meters tall, its body covered in thick armor, with fists like mace-like hammers. As he spoke, he strode forward with long strides, eager to prove his words. But before he could take 2 steps, he was knocked down by a flying kick from behind and stomped into the ground.
Who's there?
He tried to get up, only to be stomped down hard again. Turning his head, he saw a pair of cold compound eyes and a scythe-like arm already resting on his neck.
Listen up, all of you. Be extremely careful, do not injure them. You must capture them alive.
The moment those words were spoken,
the other 7 half-insectoids were completely dumbfounded. You're telling us to be careful? You're not worried about us dying, you're fucking worried they die? Perhaps feeling that this wasn't clear enough, the mantis man spoke again.
Remember, this is the key to whether our clan becomes the new ruling house.
If you make a mistake, you'll be branded as the clan's eternal traitors.
The other half-insects might not have understood why they needed to take prisoners, but they now knew this matter concerned the fate of their clan.
Naturally, they dared not disobey.
As for the person in question, he hadn't understood a word. He only saw this swarm of insects chattering away as if communicating, and the language they used was clearly insectoid. I grabbed the nearest half-insect and swung his massive energy sword. The creature clearly sensed the impending danger. Its centipede-like lower body, with its dense cluster of tiny legs, moved rapidly, narrowly dodging my strike. The moment the energy sword struck the ground, it blasted a crater 1 meter wide and several dozen centimeters deep.
You dodged that pretty quickly, Bai remarked.
Of course, that was just a test. Anyone capable of nearly slaying a class of the lowest tier must have some real skills.
9th form, burning blood. He took a deep breath.
As a surge of pure energy poured into his heart, overwhelming power coursed through his entire body. That feeling of invincibility had returned.
Come on, let us continue.
This will decide not just the winner, but life or death. Fueled by the rush of adrenaline, his mind running wild, he declared this to the 8 half-insects standing before him. The mantis man glanced at Bias' condition and smiled knowingly. This move burns stamina to boost burst power. Everyone, be careful. If we survive the initial burst, we'll pin this kid down and take him back to our clan. Within 10 years, our clan will surely become a royal house. Just moments ago, he'd been worried that Bias' struggles might lead to accidental injuries. He hadn't expected Bai to be so fiercely determined. Even knowing he was outmatched, he was still fighting to the death. Such noble qualities, he is practically the man destined for the Empress herself. The mantis man grew fonder of him the more he watched. He couldn't help but wish he could toss Bai onto the Empress's bed right now. Hold on. I really don't like the way you're looking at me. Bai felt completely uncomfortable at that moment, a chill running down his spine as he was stared at by this swarm of insects. He couldn't hold back any longer. His technique, which already amplified his entire body, surged as Bai's speed shot up. He charged at the centipede man once more. The opponent was clearly a split second slower, so without a word, Bai lunged forward with a sword strike. Under the shattering blow, half of the centipede man's body vanished instantly. So powerful. Tier-level half-insects see massive increases in both their exoskeletons and defenses. Even so, it still couldn't withstand the energy greatsword. No wonder this thing is standard issue for mechanized warriors. This kind of kinetic weapon is more than capable of holding its own even against Tier 2 alien races. As for Tier 3, those are people who have cultivated inner energy, capable of countering energy force fields. It's just a bit too powerful. 1 point of essence instantly drops to 0.5. Looking at the mangled corpse, I felt a twinge of regret. The power is real, but there's no loot to be had. That's all pure, precious essence. Of course, I was just thinking that physically, he was already hoisting the greatsword and chasing after the other half-insects. You've got 7 against 1. Why are you running? Come back and fight me. Watching the other half-insects keep their safe distance, I started to lose his cool. He couldn't help but curse at them from behind. The 7 half-insects ignored the insults, remaining completely unmoved. Seeing this, I was furious. Who says the insect race is brutal? They won't even attack in a 7-on-1 situation. They might as well be called the cowardly race from now on. Damn it, they're so fucking cowardly. Bai cursed under his breath. In his mind, however, he was plotting how to get them to attack him first. Suddenly, I remembered the first time he'd slain a half-insect, and he thought of their queen. Whenever that half-insect mentioned her, you could tell he was utterly in awe. As the saying goes, when insulting someone, use their ancestors' 18 generations as the diameter and women as the radius, then let your imagination run wild. So when cursing the bugs, naturally, their queen should be the radius. At that thought, I felt like a genius. Watching the half-insects that kept their distance, trying to wear down his stamina, I cleared his throat. Time to show off his skills. Your queen is nothing but a little bitch. I'll $% carat $% carat dollar. A tirade that lasted several minutes. Bai's throat was parched from all the cursing. He glanced at the other side's reaction. Seriously, are you guys crazy? Not only were they not angry, but they actually seemed eager to join in. I felt like he'd seen a ghost. Anyone who ever claimed again that the half-insect's taboo was their queen would get a faceful of phlegm from him. After a few minutes of ranting, he'd cursed them into a frenzy. Chapter 16, It's happened. My lord, time is running out. A half-insect said anxiously. Their mission wasn't complete yet. The Holy Sun's rations weren't ready. Perhaps driven by hunger, the scout insect perched on his shoulder let out another loud chirp, urging the mantis man to hurry up. Kill Bai to provide it with enough stamina. Then it could complete its evolution and summon the great army of the insectoid race. This time, the urging had little effect. The mantis man seemed not to have heard a thing. Both of his compound eyes were completely captivated by Bai's figure. Truly worthy of the Empress's man, that abundant stamina, that vibrant vitality, it's utterly mesmerizing. It couldn't help but marvel. That was the human army's killing fist technique. If one could sustain it for half a minute, that was considered passable. A full minute meant one had deep-rooted foundations. But someone like Bai, who had sustained it for 10 minutes and was still jumping around, was simply the perfect choice for the Empress's mate. Chirp! A sharp, explosive chirp rang out again. It came from the scouting insect of her own race, urging her once more to feed. The mantis woman moved, swinging her arm blade not at the enemy, but gently across the body of the silvery white caterpillar. The scouting insect continued to emit its shrill chirp, yet it saw a neatly severed section of the silvery white body. It felt strangely familiar. By the time she realized what had happened, she had already landed on the grass. Faced with this sudden turn of events, not to mention Bai, even the other half-insectoids drew their weapons and aimed them at the mantis man. Are you courting death? Daring to kill the Holy Sun? Do you intend to betray our clan? The half-insectoid who had just been trampled to the ground immediately shouted the accusation. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. You. The sudden, brutal killing spree was too terrifying. The other half-insects hurriedly backed away. For the future of our clan, these dead insects must ensure the secret remains forever. The mantis man slowly raised his head, a savage glint appearing in his compound eyes. Before the other half-insects could mount any resistance, cold gleams flashed, severing one head after another. In the span of just a few breaths, all several tier half-insects had their heads cut off. Bai naturally witnessed everything unfolding not far away. Holy shit, is this an internal conflict? That mantis man is pretty brutal. Looking at the corpses felled in a single strike, Bai silently gripped his energy greatsword tighter. What followed would likely be a fierce battle. In fighting like this was nothing more than a dispute over unequal distribution. That mantis man clearly intended to claim the rewards for this mission all for himself. The next second, the mantis man moved. Swift as lightning. He swept right past Bai, his sharp arm blades effortlessly slicing through the robot butler's body with 2 swift swings, reducing the butler to nothing but scrap metal. Damn it, how dare you! Bai could only vent his frustration with a few choice words. You actually cut down my butler, you bastard! Just as he was about to charge out to test the sharpness of the opponent's blade, or rather, to see if his energy greatsword was even more formidable. But the mantis man retreated at breakneck speed, sprinting wildly into the wilderness, leaving Bai no chance to pursue. Bai? What the hell? Today's battle had left Bai completely baffled. First, the half-insect man known for his ferocious fighting style engaged in a drawn-out battle, and then the half-insects turned on each other. They killed all their comrades. Leaving a trail of corpses behind, he fled alone. That was pretty sudden. Watching the enemy disappear into the distance, along with the piles of cold essence on the ground, Bai didn't know how to describe his current state of mind. But he knew that if he didn't act now, the rescue team would arrive, and it would be too late to loot the loot. Looking at the slain half-insect corpses, he jogged straight over. Such clean cuts, clearly not from the energy greatsword. That leaves only one possibility. With a twinge of regret, Bai used the small dagger he acquired not long ago to slice the insect corpses in half. He used the energy greatsword to sharpen the edges of one half, creating the illusion that they'd been slain by the energy greatsword. As for the other half, detected low-grade biological material. Converting it will yield 4 essence. Do you wish to convert? Detected low-grade biological material. Converting it will yield 6 essence. Do you wish to convert? Detected low-grade crystal. Converting it will yield 85 essence. Do you wish to convert? Convert. Essence delivered right to his doorstep. Why would he turn it down? At the very least, he depocket it first and worry about the rest later. Soon, the estate was left with nothing but a pile of half-corpse remains. After finishing this, Bai took a moment to inspect the scene. It seemed the robot butler's terminal had gone offline, causing all electronic devices in the estate to lose connection. looking at the butler, now hacked to pieces and reduced to scrap metal. "Butler, how could you just leave like this?" As he crouched down, he silently and frantically tapped top up over and over. He suspected this thing had crystals for quite some time, but since it was standard equipment in the villa, he never dared touch it before. Now that it was reduced to scrap metal, what did Bai care if it was missing anything? Go find the half-insect man. No valuable items detected. Please try again later. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Bai's expression changed instantly. So it really was just a pile of scrap metal. No wonder it sometimes lagged like a PowerPoint presentation. Although he hadn't managed to score another windfall, this haul was still quite substantial. To Bai's surprise, that silvery white caterpillar, despite its small size, had contributed 30 essence to his total. All those corpses combined had only yielded 33 essence. Now, Bai's essence total stood at 148.001. An overnight fortune. Bai suppressed the urge to spend it all right then and there. There was still a major problem waiting for him at the villa. He'd deal with that first, then figure out how to use the essence. With that thought in mind, he headed toward the villa. With the help of the two alien maids, the gaping wound in the man's chest, which had been gushing blood, had been sealed with some kind of white, gelatinous thread, and the bleeding had stopped. Combined with some emergency medical capsules, they managed to pull him back from the brink of death. Watching the middle-aged man's breathing gradually steady, Bai felt a twinge of hesitation. He knew deep down this was a problem. Having escaped from so many half-insects, he was well aware of their strength. And yet, despite killing so many, his own strength was merely at the early muscle refining stage. He was far from a match for them. Killing the man before him to silence him forever would be a good solution. But doing so wouldn't solve the problem. A human dead in his villa, half-insects dead on the estate, he'd have to provide an explanation. Damn, what a hassle. Bai really didn't want to think about it. He preferred to just charge in and attack. But his strength wasn't enough right now. He had no choice. You guys take care of him. Have someone take him away later. Bai left those words behind. The biggest problem now was the huge gap in strength. He'd just have to keep grinding until he met the requirements. And the muscle refining stage was just like the skin refining stage. As long as he kept training, he could keep improving. And that was exactly what Bai knew best. He immediately returned to the training area and began practicing the muscle refining stage over and over again. He could clearly feel his muscles rapidly evolving, adapting, and growing stronger under the training, which made Bai find it hard to stop. Chapter 17, Unlocking New Plugin Features. Huff. As he exhaled a breath of stale air, it was as if he had flipped a special switch in his body. Steaming heat billowed out like the lid of an open steamer. If anyone could see the muscles beneath his jade-like skin, they would witness them suddenly swelling and then rapidly contracting. A surge of overwhelming power erupted within him. First refinement. Bai opened his eyes with a hint of delight. Feeling that surging power, he casually threw out 2 punches, producing a series of dull thuds. I've probably gained 10,000 gene of strength, and this is just the first refinement. Bai didn't know if it was because of his own uniqueness or some other reason. His current strength had already far surpassed the flesh refinement stage. Moreover, he had originally estimated that even if he squeezed his physical potential to the limit, he'd only reach 50,000 gene of strength. It seemed he'd have to revise that estimate now. 100,000 gene of strength per arm was within reach. If Captain America saw this, he'd have to salute me. If he remembered correctly, Captain America's base strength was around 25 tons. A perfect flesh refinement realm practitioner would have at least 50 tons. With a casual punch and proper technique, he could easily generate 100 tons of force. Wow, I'll be the 100-ton king, he couldn't help but exclaim. This old martial path doesn't seem half bad. Aside from the blood drain during the early stages of cultivation, its potential is quite substantial. Since he is able to reach this level, the human high command likely knows about the old martial path's potential as well. Even so, the old martial path was once swept into the trash heap. It wasn't until the advent of test tube babies that it experienced a renaissance. There must be something I don't know, or perhaps mechanical warriors can be mass-produced, offering better value for money. I couldn't fathom what the higher-ups were thinking, and he couldn't be bothered to ask. His top priority right now was to drastically boost his strength. He aimed to reach a level where a single elbow strike could take down a flagship of a cosmic race. Only then would he feel even a shred of security. Butler, how many? The words were barely out of his mouth when he suddenly remembered that the butler had already been killed in action. He instantly felt a pang of regret. He glanced at the time. About 12 hours had passed, and he had completed one refinement cycle. It was much faster than he had imagined. First, I'll unlock the paid features and take control of the auto-heal toggle. I pondered this as he returned. Why did the half-insects look at him with such peculiar eyes, even reluctant to take his life? Through the warrior intranet, he managed to gather some information. This bizarre race originated from the Great Devourer, the true insectoid race. Their primary genetic sources were insectoid and human genes. He was leaking life force every second, and to them, he was practically a male insect with superior genes, a super stud. The first time he encountered that half-insect, why did it just want to lick him instead of devouring him whole? It simply wanted to capture him to use as a stud. As for last night's incident, I suspected it was mostly his fault. The insectoid race wasn't exactly united either. They're divided into many subgroups. The royal clan alone has 12 branches, and as for smaller tribes like the half-insects, they're too numerous to count. Suddenly discovering a male insect with superior genes, good looks, great strength, and a sense of responsibility. The outcome is predictable. I've been targeted. I'd better keep improving my strength, or else I'll really get snatched away and used as a stud. I felt a chill run down his spine. If it were someone like the big-tailed beast-eared girl or an elf girl, sacrificing a bit of his dignity wouldn't be so bad. He could just consider it a contribution to the alliance. But the moment I thought of that giant white insect, with a body the size of a house. This auto-heal feature has to be turned off when I'm not using it. Even if it's just a branch, it's still a real race with at least hundreds, if not tens of millions, of members. The thought of being captured and the consequences that followed was simply unbearable. Plugin, activate. With a single thought, the paid features menu popped up before his eyes. Auto mana, gear enhancement, skill upgrade. I can only unlock one. What a crappy system. He seriously suspected that this plugin had arrived so late because it had gone off to study under that certain penguin, and now it even required shards to unlock. 50 essence could only unlock one feature. To get others, he'd need to pay more essence. Auto mana, I don't need that for now. Auto heal is impressive, but only in concept. This thing, it even restores stamina. The answer is simple, it's part of the health bar. That is exactly why I was able to complete the skin refining stage so quickly. So I'll rule that out first. As for the remaining two options, gear enhancement and skill upgrade, I leans toward the former. If he could really enhance a full set to plus 999, he'd dare to fly into space and elbow a flagship. Skill upgrade is just for grinding gold. An enhanced skill can cover the entire map with a single cast, but it's not very useful otherwise. It's no match for gear enhancement. It lets you grind gold on the lower levels and take down bosses in raids on the higher ones. The choice is obvious. Consume 50 essence to unlock the paid feature, gear enhancement. As the pop-up appeared, a small window popped up on the screen with an explanation. Friendly reminder, due to various reasons, this feature has undergone some changes. Each enhancement will consume a certain amount of essence, but the enhanced gear will permanently retain its enhancement level. Looking at this newly appeared prompt, I furrowed his brow. How is this any different from those rip-off enhancement machines in the game? Just as this thought crossed his mind, another prompt popped up. Friendly reminder, enhancement cannot fail. As long as you have enough materials and essence, you can keep enhancing indefinitely. Perhaps to make it more convincing,
it directly displayed a visual of the enhancement results for buy. The example equipment was still his alloy dagger. Name, alloy dagger. Effect, sharp. Description, a standard issue weapon, nothing special. Name, alloy dagger +9. Effect, sharpness +9.
Description, a dagger touched by a mysterious power, possessing level 9 sharpness, capable of effortlessly cutting through the defenses of creatures below tier 4.
Name, lightning dagger +11. Effect, sharpness +9, arc +2.
Description, a dagger imbued with lightning has a small chance to trigger a chain lightning effect upon attack.
Ha! This, actually isn't half bad. I checked the changes to the information.
He also confirmed where the changes were. First, you can no longer manually enter enhancement levels. The 999 in 1 second set is gone.
But the good news is that after enhancement, features like additional equipment attributes have been added.
This marked a significant departure from the previous system, which simply boosted attack and defense stats.
Bad news, I haven't even played it yet, and my account got banned. Good news, I've updated to a brand new version I've never experienced before.
I'll go with this gear enhancement after all.
The main reason was its versatility.
The game's mechanics include skill ranges. You need skills with a range to enhance them. I looked at his own set of military path killing fists, they were all single target damage skills.
Even if I unlocked it, I couldn't use it right now. Confirm unlocking gear enhancement. Gear enhancement feature automatically unlocked for you. Detected that you've become a paying user. We've enhanced your benefits. Congratulations! Your base feature, Auto Heal, has been upgraded to level 2. Chapter 18, Enhancement Rules. Bye. I must be hearing things. How could there possibly be a level 2 auto heal in this world?
It was as if 2 new valves had suddenly opened inside him, and a massive surge of life force was gushing out. He had already gotten used to it, but now he felt that swelling again. His whole body was swelling. That sensation of being about to burst or explode returned. I said nothing. He simply tapped auto heal, intending to turn it off.
Congratulations, Mr. Bai. You have become a paid user and unlocked a brand new tier of auto heal. Enjoy. Congratulations, Mr. Bai. You have become a paid user and unlocked a brand new tier of auto heal. Enjoy. Bye. No. You told me to unlock the paid feature, so I did. But you didn't fucking mention that once unlocked, this auto heal can't be turned off. Feeling that surge of vitality, he roughly estimated it had at least doubled. Auto heal LV2 automatically restores 3% of maximum HP per second. Thank you for your support. This is a small gift from the development team. Holy shit, 3%? Looking at the new value, I felt his vision go dark. 1% already had him in ecstasy, losing track of day and night. With 3%, even if he risked his life, he'd probably be flooded to the brim. The overwhelming surge of stamina made by S face turn as red as Guan Yu's, and his whole body felt like it was about to burst. If 1% had merely made his body feel uncomfortable, then now, I felt as though even his cells were being filled to the brim. Military Path Killing Fist, 9th form, activate. As the blood-burning style activated, I felt a stream of life force which had initially been racing chaotically now focus entirely on supplying stamina to the blood-burning style. Good, good, good. Now there's only 2% left. I have to think of another way. I had already decided to keep the burning blood form active from now on. It helped relieve some of the pressure. At the same time, he was thinking about how to make the most of this stamina that was constantly leaking away. The best way was to expend blood. Just like the military path killing fist. Many martial arts techniques actually contain secret methods for life or death bursts of power. Even those hostile alien races possess such techniques. Looks like I need to collect more of this stuff so I'm not such an easy target. Even he could sense the scent of stamina, let alone others. Only by achieving a balance between input and output would he avoid arousing suspicion. It sounded simple enough, but Bai found himself at a bit of a loss.
The Alliance operates on a fair system aside from compulsory education. Everything else is based on the principle that contribution comes from effort. And those cultivation techniques and special items that drain vitality all require an equivalent exchange of value.
I'll just have to take it slow.
He could only wait until he was on the battlefield to figure it out. Realizing he couldn't resolve the double-edged sword of auto-heal in the short term, I shifted his attention to the enhancement feature. With a single thought, a new interface appeared before him. It depicted a massive, blazing furnace, its door currently open, waiting for equipment to be inserted.
This is from a video game, right?
Bai was speechless. Although he'd never used the enhancement feature before, he'd seen concept art of it. It was just like a list, all he had to do was fill in the blanks. But this was clearly the enhancement furnace from some video game. Complaints aside, he had to admit it already felt like a proper enhancement process. He immediately took out his only piece of equipment.
As he visualized the enhancement, the alloy dagger in his hand vanished, and its icon appeared inside the furnace. The previously dim enhancement button below lit up. 1 essence for 1 enhancement? Seems pretty cheap.
He'd just unlocked the new feature and still had nearly 100 essence left. He decisively chose to enhance it.
Your alloy dagger has been successfully enhanced to level +1. Your alloy dagger has been successfully enhanced to level +4. Your alloy dagger has been successfully enhanced to level +10.
I had originally planned to stop at level 11, but he realized something seemed off.
Enhancement failed. No special materials found. Holy shit, it can't be right? I quickly figured out how the enhancement system worked. For levels below 10, essence is sufficient for enhancement. For levels 10 and above, transcendent materials are required.
Take the lightning dagger as an example.
You need to add transcendent material of the lightning element. If the enhancement succeeds, you'll obtain the lightning dagger.
And if you add transcendent material of other types, you can acquire corresponding skills.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I stared intently at the enhancement furnace, his eyes practically glazing over.
This is a treasure. You could even call it a conceptual item. For instance, could using psychic-type materials create a flying sword? Or, if you set a specific goal from the start and used similar transcendent materials, could you materialize that legendary equipment? At the very least, he could enhance the Falcon Dragon electromagnetic rifle and add some special attributes to it.
That would also boost its power.
Gulp. Gulp.
Bai swallowed hard. He felt a flood of inspiration bursting through his mind, making him want to experiment right away. However, the remaining essence in his possession wasn't enough to support the experiments, so he could only choose the one most suitable for the current situation.
He opened the warrior intranet and began searching.
If an alloy dagger could become a lightning dagger, it could naturally become a telekinetic dagger, a blood-drinking dagger, and so on. In the darkness of space, a battered spaceship was speeding through the void.
Inside the ship, an event was underway.
Beastmen each 2 or 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and ashen gray skin were letting out excited, frenzied roars. At the center of their attention was a fighting ring, where 2 figures now stood.
Gula! 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 Gula!
The orc's roars stirred the savage instincts of the 2 figures on the stage. The 2 figures collided like wild beasts, locking hands and beginning a fierce struggle. Seeing that neither could gain the upper hand, they immediately broke apart.
Almost simultaneously, 2 metal rods twisted together like rusted iron were hurled onto the arena by other orcs.
Without hesitation, the 2 figures picked up the weapons and plunged back into battle. As the fight reached a fever pitch, the orcs watching below let out frenzied roars.
Gula! 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 Gula!
Suddenly, one figure hesitated for a split second, and the rust-stained club came crashing down on his opponent's head. Greenish fluid spattered instantly, and the other was killed on the spot. With the outcome decided, the victor grabbed his enemy's weapon and raised it high above his head. The cheers of the muscular orcs below reached a new crescendo. The entire warship was enveloped in a cacophony of high-pitched shouts.
Meanwhile, in the warship's command room, a screen displayed the arena.
These kids sure are full of energy. A 3-meter-tall orc with dark green skin, a green face, and fangs grinned as he commented. Standing beside him was a stooped, elderly orc, who spoke up in a conciliatory tone. "General, if this continues, we'll have casualties before we even reach
our destination.
The journey has been too dull. Let these kids have some fun, just one match a day," the orc general retorted. Hearing this reply, the hunched old orc let out a soft sigh. Realizing he couldn't be persuaded, he changed his tone and continued. "The high priest said that this time, we'd rather kill the wrong person than let any slip through. Not a single one is to be spared."
I know. All this nagging isn't like my people. Chapter 19, A Sudden Turn of Events.
Shu Star, the restricted zone. In a deep crater blasted by warships, a figure pulled a glass-like sphere from their bosom.
As it was placed on the ground, ripples shimmered across its surface.
Immediately, a beam of light shot out, projecting the image of a room. From this vantage point, only the back of a black and white chair was visible.
Perhaps sensing the connection, a cold female voice rang out. "How did things go?"
The mantis man immediately knelt on the ground, his head pressed against the scorched earth. "Your Highness, the operation has failed."
"Ha?"
Almost simultaneously,
a puzzled exclamation rang out from the other side.
But quickly, as if realizing something was amiss, the voice turned cold once more.
"Why?"
"We successfully hatched the royal heir, but some minor mishaps occurred during the execution." Just as the half-insect was about to continue, he was cut off by that cold voice.
"Enough. A failure is a failure.
I told you long ago that hatching scout insects within the Human Alliance's territory was impossible."
The Human Alliance isn't what it was hundreds of years ago. Sigh.
At this point, as if recalling some sorrowful memory, he let out a soft sigh. "Your Highness, I killed the royal heir, and I killed the others as well." Having done it, the mantis man saw no reason to hide it and slowly revealed the truth of the matter. As soon as those words were spoken, the other end fell into silence. If not for the muffled gasps, one might have thought the connection had dropped.
A full minute passed.
Only then did a roar tinged with a touch of youth resound from the other end.
"What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? If you don't want to work, just slack off. I didn't force you, did I? Why did you get me into such a huge mess?"
On the screen, a girl who looked human, barefoot and about 4'9" was cursing furiously.
She was clearly in a rage.
Even the image her own mother had described was cast aside in that moment. All she wanted was to vent. The mantis man seemed to have anticipated this. He knelt on the ground, listening to her tirade without uttering a word, waiting for His Highness to finish venting. "Damn it all to hell, I must have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes to end up with a subordinate like you who has such a liability to his master.
Oh my God. We've already killed him. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one else in this world will ever know."
He reached out his chubby little hand and rubbed his plump cheeks repeatedly, finally calming himself down.
"In response to your Highness, there is one other person who knows."
As a good subordinate, there were naturally no secrets to keep, so the mantis man spoke the truth.
Almost simultaneously,
the camera screen was suddenly filled with a chubby, baby-faced face.
"Oh my God, I gave you this seat, and now I'm out begging for food?
I can't take it anymore. I really want to smash your head in." Looking at the mantis man, who remained as respectful as ever, it felt like there was nowhere to vent its frustration. Perhaps the shock had been too much. It had completely given up. She sat back down in the red and black chair.
"Spit it out. Tell me every last bit of this crap."
Seeing that Her Highness had vented enough, the mantis man continued. "Killing them was for the greater good of our clan. As for the third person, Your Highness, rest assured that as the husband I found for you." She had intended to listen calmly, but she couldn't bear to hear a single word of what was said. All she wanted to do now was spit in his face. "I really want to spray you to death with a mouthful of salted soda."
"How many times have I told you? Let whoever wants that lousy throne fight for it. I'm just an 18-year-old and 780-month-old baby. I don't want to be torn to pieces by my royal sisters. As she thought of this, she crouched on the chair, wrapping her arms around herself. Seeing the princess so utterly defeated, the half-insect creature clearly wasn't giving up. He opened his mouth to list the perks of that position. But before he could speak, a figure had already approached. Raising a finger, he pointed angrily at the camera. I don't care about anything else. You need to come back right now, immediately. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. As if suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly spoke up. Perhaps worried his subordinate wouldn't take it seriously, he added. The stink beasts have passed through, they'll arrive any day now. You must leave within half a month. The moment those words left his mouth, the mantis man visibly startled. The beast men are coming? That's right. They're almost at Chubiao Star. The humans with keen intuition have already left that planet. Forgive me, Your Highness, but I have more important matters to attend to right now. With that, he cut the connection and looked up at the zone he had just escaped from. He gritted his teeth and turned back. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Almost simultaneously, two alien girls dressed as maids stepped inside. Bai, who was in the middle of his training, acted as if he hadn't heard them and continued refining his muscles. Steam rose from his body. Only after completing the entire set did he stop and look at the two alien maids. He remembered telling them before his training that they shouldn't come in unless called. Master, someone is here to see you. The maid with the large tail spoke up immediately. Here they come. Bai knew he couldn't avoid it, but at least they had taken their time, giving him a chance to grow stronger. He now possessed strength comparable to that of a tier lifeform. He must be careful not to repeat what happened last time. With that in mind, he addressed the two maids. Go tell them I'm taking a shower and will be right over. Although his stamina was always maxed out, some white granules had appeared on his body. He didn't know what he'd face when he went. This might be his last moment of peace. Sir, we. The two alien maids took a step forward, clearly harboring some ulterior motives. But they were flatly rejected. I don't need your help. Having been through this once before, I could only say that training was far more satisfying. Can you understand that feeling where every session brings new gains? It gave him the same thrill he used to get from sitting in an internet cafe playing games back in school. He simply couldn't stop. And given his current situation, sigh. I let out a soft sigh. Auto heal, is there anyone here I can actually fight? Even when he trained at full strength, he could barely manage to avoid feeling uncomfortable. I'll turn this crappy feature off sooner or later. He said this out loud. But his feet had already carried him to the bathhouse. After a quick wash, Bai returned to the first floor area. There weren't the dozens of mech warriors wielding Xiaolong rifles he'd imagined. Come to think of it, as an ordinary old martial path tier warrior, any random mechanized warrior wielding a greatsword imbued with disintegration force energy could take him out in an instant. You're really going all out, kid. A voice of admiration interrupted Bai's train of thought. Looking up, he spotted a familiar figure. A cigar dangled from his lips as he puffed away. Why haven't you left? Why the hell would I leave? I just woke up. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and snapped back irritably. He was puzzled himself. After all, he was the captain of the Special Operations Investigation Unit he'd been missing for so many days, yet no one had come looking for him. But the thought of the Zerg scout brought his mind back to the matter at hand. Bai was clearly taken aback. He'd assumed this guy had been picked up ages ago, but it turned out he'd been in a coma the whole time and had only just woken up. Come on, let us sit down and have a chat. The middle-aged man patted the sofa next to him and invited him over. This is my house. Wrong. This is public property of the Alliance. Every citizen is entitled to use it. Chapter 20, Interrogation. I wanted to argue, but realized there was no point. According to Alliance regulations, IVF children who NT paid off their loans or completed their military service were only entitled to basic benefits. As for the estate he was in now, that was because of the warriors. Even though the old martial path had fallen into decline, it was still a path toward transcendence. Those who followed it would enjoy more generous benefits. Damn it, this heartless alliance, I'll get them back sooner or later. Cursing inwardly, he still put on a sunny smile and sat down beside the other man. Even though Bai hadn't dealt with him before, he knew that having two mechanized warriors for protection and managing to get his hands on a kinetic weapon meant this scruffy-looking guy must be someone important. Since the guy had even given him a dagger, he naturally had to be polite. What if he ended up getting an energy greatsword too? Uncle. He struggled to get the words out for a while before finally managing to say it. The moment the words left his mouth, he was harshly cut off. What the hell do you mean, uncle? Who is your uncle? I'm 25 years old, for fuck's sake. He stood up abruptly from the sofa, clearly losing his temper. Bai, however, was left speechless. 25 years old? Half his face was covered in a thick, bushy beard, and with those weathered eyes, the kind you get after being beaten to a pulp. I'd believe you if you told me you were 52. Though he was deeply shocked, he understood. This shitty place, the Alliance, really treats people like beasts of burden. Looking weathered is only natural. Ahem, my bad. Bro, big bro, just tell me what you need. I quickly changed the subject, speaking with a touch of apology. The middle-aged man sat back down on the sofa, took a deep drag, and after an epic lung-filling puff, finally spoke. All right, none of that matters. What I'm about to ask you is important. You must answer truthfully, he said with a stern expression. Seeing that Bai had also dropped his smile, he continued. What about those half-insects that were hunting me down? Killed them. Bai replied flatly. There was no point in hiding something like this. It was better to just own up to it. Upon hearing killed, the middle-aged man let out a huge sigh of relief and took a few more epic scale drags. A look of relief at having survived a close call spread across his face. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Those good-for-nothings actually have some capability after all, sending people to deal with the Bug Clan so quickly. As he spoke, the middle-aged man clearly began to realize something. That doesn't make sense. If someone really came, they should have taken me away. In their line of work, they demand to see the person alive or the body dead, and yet he was sitting right here, perfectly fine. This wasn't their style. Who killed those half-insects? His gaze fell back on Bai. I did. Impossible. I know exactly how strong you are. I'm the one who brought you here. The middle-aged man calculated the time. It had been less than 10 days since Bai had arrived, and those pursuing half-insects were all tier level. Seeing the man's unyielding attitude, Bai shrugged. Actually, they killed each other. As he spoke, he saw the middle-aged man roll his eyes, as if to say, do you take me for an idiot? In fighting, my ass. This left Bai speechless. Look, you don't believe me when I tell the truth, so don't blame me. That's the Great Devourer. They're most famous for their swarm consciousness. Betrayal simply doesn't exist among them. The middle-aged man just thought Bai was ignorant for saying something so ridiculous. But at this point, he didn't care about who was right or wrong anymore. He only wanted to know one thing. Have you seen that silver, caterpillar-like insect? The matter of the scout insect was too serious. One misstep, and they'd be targeted by the Great Devourers. Of course, that was also the Great Devourer's greatest strength. Most cosmic races harbored some degree of personal vendetta. But they were different. They cared only about whether something was edible and whether it could provide biomass. As for race or background, they didn't give a damn. Even other dominant civilizations, as long as they could provide biomass, they wouldn't hesitate to munch on them. They don't target any single civilization, they target the entire universe. You mean that palm-sized, silver-glowing caterpillar? Yeah, that is the one. Is it dead or alive? Killed it.
Anyway, the caterpillar had already been killed by the mantis people. He couldn't exactly go back and settle account
with them.
So why didn't he turn down the credit?
It's all credit, and maybe he could even trade it for some crystal.
Killed it?
The middle-aged man repeated the question, a bit dumbfounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With you?
But before he could finish, I picked up the now dull energy greatsword from the side.
I chopped it up with this thing right then.
One swing, and not even a scrap was left. Staring at the now dull energy greatsword, the middle-aged man swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and silently gave a thumbs up.
No doubt about it.
What else could he say? Even at full power, that energy greatsword's disintegration force was capable of breaching the defenses of a tier lifeform.
For an insect specialized in exploration and communication, that was more than enough. If you really did take care of it, I'll definitely recommend you for a reward.
Once he was certain the scout insect was truly dead, the middle-aged man visibly relaxed.
As for whether the news was true or not, it didn't matter anymore.
If the scout insect were still alive, he wouldn't need to punish by it all the swarm of insects filling the sky would punish every defiant soul. But there was something he couldn't quite figure out right now.
The matter had clearly been resolved, so why hadn't anyone come to him yet? So can I get my reward right now?
Bayes' eyes lit up at the mention of a reward, and he hurriedly pressed the question. This interrupted the middle-aged man's train of thought, leaving him visibly exasperated by was being far too impatient.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. No matter what the merit, we have to follow procedure. It'll take a few days.
Still, he took the time to explain.
This left by feeling a bit disappointed. If he couldn't get his hands on it, could it really be considered his?
Of course, he only thought this to himself on the surface. He still had to shout, "Long live the Alliance."
With that matter settled, I finally relaxed. Where's your warrior terminal? Lend it to me for a bit. The middle-aged man felt a bit uneasy and decided to take the initiative to check in what was going on exactly. He'd been missing for so long. Why hadn't anyone come looking for him? Sure. He had the maid fetch it and hand it over.
He watched as the man powered it on, projected a 3D interface, and began fiddling with it. I wanted to remind him that the butler was gone and there was no signal in this area, but before he could, the device connected to the internet and logged into a website he'd never seen before. It looked like some kind of private chat platform.
He watched as the other person opened a chat window and sent a voice call. Beep, beep, beep.
It rang twice briefly. A young man with bright green hair and a bizarre hairstyle appeared on the screen.
Holy shit! You're not dead.
Seeing the middle-aged man, he looked visibly taken aback.
You're the one who is dead. Even after you're gone, I'll still be alive and kicking.
Despite the tirade, the young man on the other end didn't retaliate. He just opened his mouth, then closed it again, occasionally letting out a soft sigh as he stared at the screen. He looked as if he couldn't believe the man was still alive.
The middle-aged man wasn't stupid. He sensed something was off instantly. Where are you? What is going on?
Brother Wuan, don't blame us. You went offline, so we all thought you were.
Shut up.
What the hell happened? An orc fleet we don't know how has appeared in the Chubiao star system. They'll arrive in about 5 days, but the nearest fleet would normally take at least half a month.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
The two voices rang out almost simultaneously. They'd been mere bystanders, but now they'd become the center of the storm.
Chapter 21, Combat Readiness Alert. Are there others there?
The green-haired youth was startled. You can't just spread news like this around, especially not to the test tube babies. As the screen slowly shifted, Bai appeared on the screen, accompanied by 2 alien maids. Seeing this lineup, the green-haired youth's face turned green with envy.
You didn't call me, I don't know you. Goodbye, no, never see you again.
With that, he hung up immediately and blocked the contact. Even after the call ended, the two remained immersed in the information they'd just received.
The orc fleet was on its way.
And it was heading straight for Chubiao Star, with no other fleets to provide support. All four of them felt their heads spinning. There are countless oddities in the universe, and the northeast regions account for half of them. This is a rhyme passed down among the civilized races of the universe. It includes the insectoid race, who'll take a bite out of just about anyone, and the orcs brutes with brains made of muscle who, despite possessing advanced ancient technology, still love to swing clubs at people. The former eat anything and everything, the latter would beat even an angel with a club if they met one. That's a matter of life and death, and a test of superiority. It is said that every year, more people die in private duels within the Orc Empire than in actual warfare. One can only imagine what a bunch of lunatics like that would be like if they landed on Shunistar. Surrender is not an option. Because the consequence of being captured is becoming cannon fodder in the Colosseum. Until death. That railgun should be able to take out an orc warship, right? In the end, it was Bai who broke the silence and voiced his doubts. If it's truly ground to air, then what's the point? With current carrier-based weapons, forget about a group of old martial path practitioners. A few hits on a city would likely reduce it to rubble. If this were the Imperial Star or one of the 9 realms of Dongwon, the railgun could take down not just a single warship, but an entire fleet. But this is... Wuan shook his head as he spoke. Even without finishing, Bai understood. A test tube baby petri dish planet. What kind of anti-aircraft weapons could you possibly expect it to have? The entire population of this planet combined isn't worth as much as a single railgun. Bai felt nothing but frustration. From the tone on the other end of the line, it seemed those with inside information had already left in their spaceships. Meanwhile, test tube babies like them didn't even know the orcs were coming. This alliance was absolutely rotten. Bai clenched his fist, but quickly unclenched it. As someone whose martial arts cultivation hadn't even reached the tier level of existence, his anger was useless. He might as well use this early warning to figure out how to deal with the incoming orcs. Damn it, what a fucking stroke of bad luck. Wuan was at a loss, too. He thought they saved Schwabird Star, but who would guessed another orc fleet was on its way. Knowing how the orcs operated, by the time the relief fleet arrived, not even a tenth of the planet's reserves would likely remain. Wait, I'm not a test tube baby, I still have a chance to get out of here. As if a thought had struck him, Wuan once again accessed the martial arts intranet to make some adjustments. But before he could finish his plan, a banner notification appeared at the very top of the screen. Wuan froze on the spot. Bai leaned in, wanting to see what was happening. Alert, alert! Bird 3 has entered full combat readiness. All citizens are ordered to remain in their rooms. The local Alliance Government Guard will distribute weapons and equipment. Alert, alert! Bird 3 has entered full combat readiness. All citizens are ordered to remain in their rooms. The local Alliance Government Guard will distribute weapons and equipment. Oh my, looks like you're not getting away now. Bai said with a touch of schadenfreude. He detested these types who tried to use their privileges to escape, and now he was getting his comeuppance. Wuan paid no mind to the teasing and muttered to himself. We can't stay here. We have to get out of here first. If that doesn't work, we'll head to the restricted zone. He had actually served in the military for several years and knew that when a surprise force suddenly appeared in enemy territory, their sole objective was to achieve a decisive victory. And one of the quickest ways to achieve that was through saturation strikes on residential areas. Especially on Shubiao Star, with its of high-density housing complexes, it's even more cost-effective to attack here. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. Take my advice and head to the suburbs, far away from this area. You could even go to the restricted zone, just don't stay here. That's all I have to say. We'll meet again if fate allows. As soon as Wuan finished speaking, he hurriedly left the area. He had barely stepped out of the villa when 2 drones, each about half a meter in length and width, flew in from the sky. Warning, warning. Do not leave the villa. Please follow orders and await further instructions. The flashing red light, coupled with the gun barrels that had already slowly locked onto him, turned Wuan's face ashen.
Look closely, I'm from the 4th Investigation Bureau, not a test tube baby. Boom. Boom. Boom.
His words were met with several muffled cannon blasts.
Warning, return to your residence and await further instructions. Continued resistance will not be tolerated. The emotionless mechanical voice sounded again.
The cannon barrel slowly rose, clearly locked onto Wuan. If he dared take another step forward, it wouldn't be as simple as a ground attack. Even for a tier class like Wuan, witnessing this scene
sent a chill down his spine. You can't reason with machines, they really would fire. What a fucking stroke of bad luck. Why do all the shitty things always happen to me?
Despite his curses, he retreated back to the villa district.
Watching Wuan return, I nodded slightly and said, looks like the alliance government is serious this time. Good thing I didn't act on impulse. You used me as a guinea pig.
Bro, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever comes to mind.
You were the one who wanted to go. Bai retorted immediately.
Of course, he actually had that thought in mind. He wanted to see what would happen if he didn't follow the agreement. Since Bai was still in the middle of his training, the two maids tiptoed into the front yard.
After confirming no drones were approaching, they carried the airborne cube back to the villa.
Looking at the pitch-black cube, Wuan's face darkened. He addressed the two maids directly.
You two stay here and... Just then, Bai moved. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the doorway, punched through the door, and lunged at the figure outside. In Bai's field of vision, a glowing golden icon appeared.
By focusing his mind on it, he could view the details.
Golden skin and jade flesh significantly increases defense, enhances resilience, and boosts resistance to all psychic attacks.
His defenses against both physical and psychic attacks had now been boosted. This was also why a tier class from Wuan couldn't use psychic energy to penetrate his body and scan him. Upon entering the villa's main hall, he spotted the square black box. The moment Bai approached, the black box emitted a scanning beam.
Scan complete, identity verified. No sooner had the words been spoken
than the black box emitted a series of mechanical sounds.
It slowly unfolded, revealing an equipment rack.
It held 2 sets of armor, 2 1-meter-long combat knives, and 2 tactical backpacks. Looking at the meager gear inside, Wuan couldn't help but speak up.
Seriously, are you trying to fob off a beggar here?
But no one paid him any mind. Bai had already placed his hand on an object that looked like a black brick. Almost simultaneously, it was as if countless insects were crawling along his fingers and throughout his body.
In the blink of an eye,
Bai seemed to have slipped into a black bodysuit. He took a moment to assess it. It felt comfortable and fit perfectly.
T9 type nano combat armor.
It effectively defends against cuts from sharp weapons and blows from blunt objects, and possesses self-repair capabilities. As a test tube baby experiencing military technology for the first time, even though this was a product from over a century ago, it was still fascinating enough for Bai. Once he had donned the nano combat suit, his gaze fell upon the military dagger. He held it in his hand and fiddled with it casually.
It produced no special effects, it was just an ordinary alloy weapon. Its technological sophistication didn't even match that of the nano combat suit. With gear like this, we'd better pray we don't run into any beastmen.
It's no different, Wuan grumbled, but he still put on the nano combat suit.
It offered at least some defense in a real fight. Forget about alloy armor, even holding a firewood stick would provide a sense of security.
Once both of them were fully equipped, Wuan headed out first. Just as Bai was about to follow, his peripheral vision caught sight of the 2 alien maids. Over the past few days, he gained quite a bit of insight into the alien races. Not all of them were enemies of humanity. In fact, many were vassals of the Alliance.
As for these alien maids, why were they so obedient?
It was because they were tributes. To secure the Alliance's support, their race had specifically selected beautiful young women and subjected them to intensive training. Put simply, they were nothing more than political pawns.
Forget it. I'll give you a ride.
Regardless, after being looked after for so long and with a fleeting bond formed, he simply couldn't bear to watch the two of them stay behind to die.
As for what others might think, Bai didn't he care. He was going to pull these two along. Unlike the others, he didn't need to worry about running out of stamina. If anything, he had to worry about having too much. He just treat it as an extra burden for his training. Chapter 23, Encounter with Orcs. What kind of setup is this? At first, Wuan hadn't noticed, but when he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, he froze. He saw Bai sprinting at full speed, carrying one in his arms in front and another on his back, with Wuan sandwiched right in the middle. We're running for our lives, of course. Do you think I'm just running for fun? I fucking know you're running for your life. I'm talking about those two. They're running for their lives too. You fucking. Wuan felt a sharp pain in his chest from the frustration. Ever since becoming captain, he hadn't had to put up with this kind of nonsense. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to point it out. But Bai was, after all, his savior. Kid, I know what you're thinking, but sometimes things don't go exactly as planned. You've got to know when to let go. Better days are ahead. Speaking with the tone of someone who'd been there before, he continued to persuade him. He wanted Bai to leave the two deadweights behind and get out of there fast. Perhaps his words had sunk in, because Bai's running suddenly stopped, which gave Wuan a moment of relief. If he could take advice, there was still hope. Meteors? Of course, he hadn't taken the advice to heart. Bai stared at the three fireballs in the distance and muttered those two words. Meteors? What meteors? For God's sake, those are fucking orc landing pods. Looking in that direction, Wuan's face turned pale at a single glance. Almost simultaneously, one of the three falling meteors broke away from the group and plummeted downward at breakneck speed. Its landing point was no more than 100 li away from them. To make matters worse, the only way for them to escape was to pass right through that area. It's over. We really can't get away this time. Based on his past experience, a landing pod of this caliber would carry at least as many orcs as a human company. Orcs are different from humans. They are a naturally extraordinary race, born with tier-level strength. As long as they reach adulthood without incident, the weakest among them will still be at the peak of tier. In a 100-strong orc squad, at least half are tier-level orcs. Let us go back first and think of other ways. Wuan suggested. But Bai flatly rejected the idea. We can't possibly hide. Only by fighting our way out do we have a chance of survival. Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? You do it your way, I'll do it mine. We'll meet again if fate allows. With that, Bai hesitated no longer and continued rushing toward the landing pod's descent path. He had his own reasons for doing so. With my current strength, even if I run into a few orcs and can't defeat them, escaping won't be a problem. Thinking this, he increased his running speed by another third. But soon, someone caught up behind him. It could only be Wuan. I owe my survival to you, kid. Let us go all out together and break out of here. All right. With a class support by his side, their chances of breaking through were significantly higher. While running, Bai's attention turned to the enhancement furnace. A battle was likely imminent, so he wanted to see if he could enhance the nano combat suit he was wearing. If successful, it would provide some added safety. As he summoned the blazing furnace. With a mere thought, the nano combat suit entered the enhancement furnace. Since it was in standby mode, even the two maids attached to his body didn't notice anything amiss. He began tapping the enhancement buttons with his mind. You have successfully enhanced your nano combat suit. Blunt weapon resistance +1. You have successfully enhanced the nano combat suit. Blunt weapon resistance +1. You have successfully enhanced the nano combat suit. Sharp weapon resistance +1. You have successfully enhanced the nano combat suit. Auto repair ability +1. You have successfully enhanced the nano combat suit. Ranged attack resistance +1. He performed 9 consecutive enhancements. Looking at the new stats before him, Bai was a bit puzzled. Name, Nano Combat Suit +9. Properties: blunt weapon resistance +3, sharp weapon resistance +3, auto repairability +2, ranged attack resistance +1. Description: a basic combat suit developed by the Human Alliance government. He didn't understand why the alloy dagger only had a single sharp stat. Could it really have no other advantages besides sharpness? Unable to figure it out and too lazy to keep thinking about it, he simply put the matter out of his mind, deciding to study it later. The two had been running for about 20 minutes. From a distance, they spotted several burly figures wandering toward them. This was Bayes' first time seeing orcs in the real world. They stood 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, bluish-gray skin, flat noses, and 2 pairs of fangs protruding from their upper and lower jaws. Each orc gripped a club thicker than an adult's waist. This is trouble. It's an orc squad. Watching the 5 figures in the distance, Woon lowered his voice. If we don't run now, are you sure no other landing pods are on their way? Or are you waiting for backup? Bai shook his head and replied quietly. As he spoke, he had the 2 maids dismount from his back. You two wait here for a moment. Don't make a sound. After speaking, his gaze returned to the 5 beastmen as he continued his analysis. We're in luck. 5 orcs, but only 1 tier. You distract that tier, and I'll take care of the other 4. Once I'm done, I'll come help you. Are you sure? It's better to take a chance than wait to die. After a brief exchange, they agreed on the plan. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged out together. Woon, meanwhile, charged straight at the tier orc. After a brief moment of shock, the 5 orcs quickly recovered, baring their teeth and letting out bursts of maniacal laughter. Gripping their iron clubs, they charged forward. To prevent the tier orc from attacking Bai, Woon deliberately lured the enemy away. Using his psychic powers, he manipulated nearby rocks and branches into weapons. He pelted the tier orc with them relentlessly. Annoying vermin. The tier orc wildly swung his weapon to block the flying debris, all the while roaring incessantly. Woon paid no heed to the insults hurled at him. His strategy was simply to wear them down. If my psychic blade were still here, I'd skin you alive. Of course, he couldn't help but complain. As a class, he naturally had a signature weapon. With that weapon, his combat power would be multiplied. But his spirit blade had been shattered by the Mantis Man. He manipulated various objects to hurl at the tier orc whenever the opponent was off guard. A flash of cold steel would appear, delivering a vicious, surprise strike. Do you dare? No way, no way. Before the Beastman could finish, Woon cut him off. This made the tier Beastman roar in fury, yet he couldn't break through the circle of debris. After confirming things were under control here, Woon cast a worried glance toward Bayes' side. Orcs were notorious for their tenacious vitality and thick, tough skin. They were incredibly hard to kill. Even now, he was having to go through quite a bit of trouble to deal with the 4 tier orcs he was facing. No, you fucking. Chapter 24, Recharging Again. Woon was kicking himself right now. If he'd known Bai was so unreliable, he would never have agreed to the proposal. Who in their right mind would get surrounded by enemies so soon after the battle began? On a real battlefield, this would be a near certain death sentence. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. And these were 4 beastmen of the same cultivation level. Damn it, I owe this kid my life, so I'll give it my all. After a brief moment of hesitation, Woon gritted his teeth, unleashed his psychic power, and charged headlong at the tier beastmen. At the same time, he didn't forget to shout encouragement to Bai in the distance. Kid, hold on. I'm coming to save you right now. As he spoke, he closed in. The alloy combat knife in his hand, empowered by his psychic energy, had its power multiplied. He pressed the tier beastman into a corner. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, Bai faintly heard 4 words. Kid, save me. Bai looked in the direction of the voice. There he saw a clueless scientist engaged in close combat with a beastman. Seriously, did you pay to get that scientist title? Even though Bai was just a warrior, he'd been given a basic introduction to the special classes during his schooling. Psychics were more like mages,
playing a support role. They could manipulate various small weapons in battle, often managing to take on multiple opponents at once. But the guy in front of him was clearly a noob. He couldn't even beat someone at the same level. I had originally been thinking of testing his strength, but now he had to put that thought aside. Saving the guy was the priority. He couldn't just stand by and watch the other person die. His gaze swept over the 4 orcs. He picked one of them. No particular reason, he just found this guy the most unsightly. Without any warning, he took a quick step forward and charged. The orc, after a brief moment of shock, burst into a contemptuous cackle. He raised his rusty iron club, ready to finish off the scrawny enemy before him in an instant. The wind whistled past his ears. I paid no mind. He simply raised his right hand and clamped his fingers around the swinging iron rod. This sudden turn of events clearly startled the orc. Black Tiger Heart Piercer. I spat out the 4 words. The next second, the orc felt a searing pain in his chest and immediately fell backward. I casually snatched the iron club from the orc's hands. He glanced down at it. The corner of his mouth twitched. Seems I went a bit too hard. A bloody hole had pierced right through the orc's chest. I had intended to strike the orc's heart first, then snap his neck with lightning speed, but he hadn't expected the orc to fail to block even his opening move. Gula! 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 The remaining 3 orcs, who had been watching the spectacle, were instantly enraged upon seeing their comrade killed. They swung their massive clubs and charged forward. I took a deep breath. He countered with the iron club in his hand. Boom! At the moment of impact, the orc's weapon flew straight out of his hand, and his arm was snapped clean off by the sheer force. The iron rod he swung landed squarely on the stunned orc's skull. Green and white matter splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from the other 2 orcs arrived simultaneously. Without a second thought, I swung his arm wide and hurled the iron rod. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the clang of metal on metal. Knocking the 2 iron rods aside, Bay's attack lost none of its force as he charged straight at the 2 orcs. The ferocious force swept through their chests. There was no suspense. It was as if explosives had been strapped to their chests, causing them to explode on the spot. My current strength starts at 100-ton king. It was true that his base strength was only 50 tons, but he was currently under the enhancement of the blood ignition style, combined with his power generating techniques. 100-ton impact? No problem. I didn't dare waste a moment. He immediately charged to the other side. He was ready to join forces to take down that tier orc. Sensing someone's arrival, a flicker of sadness crossed Wuan's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Just as he had said before, most things in this world don't go exactly as planned. Just as Wuan was pondering how to extricate himself from the fight and escape the area, a voice rang out behind him. I'm here to help you. As the voice echoed, a familiar figure appeared within the range of Wuan's psychic field. Before the 2 could exchange a word, a roar erupted. Damn insects, I'll crush you all. The tier orc's muscles bulged, and his height shot up by over a foot. Clearly, the death of his comrade had sent him into a frenzied rage. Seeing this, Wuan was about to charge forward, but a hand grabbed his shoulder and yanked him forcefully backward. You're a psionicist, what are you meddling for? Let me handle this. I eyed the 2.5-meter tall orc, secretly itching for a fight. The previous battle hadn't been enough to satisfy him. This giant looked like a real challenge. His eyes brimmed with eagerness as the iron club swept toward him. I chose to meet it head-on. Now at the peak of tier, he desperately needed a test of his strength that would also help him gauge which enemies he could handle and which he couldn't. Boom! The 2 weapons clashed. Feeling a tingling sensation in his hands, I's eyes lit up. That's intense. Again! With that, he charged forward, using no technique, just swinging his staff with brute force. Boom! Clang! Boom! They exchanged blows a dozen times. Just as Bai was about to swing again, the tier orc retreated rapidly, no longer choosing to block head-on. As the frenzy of battle briefly subsided, he noticed that the tier orc's arm was slightly bent, the web of his hand already split open, and his entire arm was trembling. He checked his own condition. His arm felt a slight itch, but there were no other injuries. Ha ha ha, let us settle this once and for all. With that, he charged forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, swinging the massive club to strike with all his might. This time, the tier orc didn't hesitate for a moment. It immediately turned and tried to flee. Stop it! At that shout, the stunned Wuan snapped back to his senses and unleashed his full psychic power. The tier orc instantly sensed a massive resistance and realized it couldn't escape. It couldn't move, and Bai had already arrived. He swung the iron club in a wide arc and brought it crashing down. Thud! It split the orc's back open from behind. Under the impact of such brute force, even the tier orc's chest couldn't withstand the violent force and exploded. It dropped dead on the spot. But just as the tier orc died, a streak of red light burst from its body, shooting straight into the sky. Once it reached a certain height, it exploded, revealing the silhouette of an orc's head. That's the orc death mark. We need to get out of here fast. The other orcs are probably already on their way. Wuan jogged over and explained the meaning of the explosion. You go ahead. I'll go pick up those two. As soon as those words left his mouth, Wuan grew visibly annoyed. Are you fucking crazy? With everything that's going on, you still want to drag two dead weights along? I'm done with you. Do whatever the hell you want. With that, he ignored Bai and sprinted off into the distance. Watching the receding figure, Bai immediately decided to top up his account. Detected inferior resource, or club. Gained 5 essence. Detected low-grade resource, or corpse incomplete. Gained 15 essence. Detected inferior resource, fine orc club. Gained 22 essence. Staying behind was, of course, just a cover. He decisively converted everything that could be converted, and only after finishing that did he take off with the two maids. Chapter 25, The Skull Crusher. Not long after Bai left, an orc nearly 3 meters tall arrived. Surveying his surroundings, a look of confusion flashed across his hideous face as he scratched his head. Where is the body of our clan's warrior? This was exactly where the death mark had exploded moments ago. He could even sense the lingering aura of the mark in the air. But he couldn't find the body of his kin, and this baffled his not-so-bright mind. He didn't know whether to stay put or chase in some direction. Fortunately, before the orc could agonize over it, another orc arrived. Karlach, what are you standing here for like an idiot? The arriving orc was markedly different from the others. He stood only about 1.7 meters tall, with pale blue skin, and wore numerous bone necklaces. Even his head was adorned with bone ornaments. Brother priest, I'm here to back you up. Looking at the big oaf before him, the orc priest couldn't be bothered to waste any more words. He scanned the surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He swung the staff in his hand. Unlike the staffs carried by the other orcs, his resembled a club, its top adorned with numerous skulls. As he swung it, the skulls at the top rattled and clattered. The orc priest muttered under his breath, as if reciting some ancient language. Soon, thick black mist surged from both sides of him, and 2 figures darted out from within. Big dogs. Seeing the suddenly appearing creatures, Carlo clapped his hands excitedly. Standing before him were 2 creatures about 1.2 meters tall at the shoulders and over 2 meters long. They looked as if they'd been skinned, their muscles bulging, their skin a dark red, and their heads lined with 2 rows of densely packed tiny eyes on either side. Karlach, never mind. Let us wait a little longer. The orc priest swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. This fool before him was unreliable. Even if he caught up, he might not be avenging anyone, but rather delivering another one to the enemy. Waiting for the other teams with the bloodhounds leading the way catching up was only a matter of time. Due to the unique nature of the Mark of Death, only true elites were branded with it, which meant a full-strength orc squad would arrive soon. And every single one of them was tier level. Tegu, you lead them in pursuit.
Bring back the enemy's head. As you command, High Priest.
The two bloodhounds charged straight ahead to lead the way, with the 6 orcs close behind.
They raced off in the direction Bai had departed.
Although Wuan grumbled under his breath, he still waited up ahead for a while. Only after the two of them met up did they continue on their way together. Just seeing Bai's expression, he couldn't help but grumble a few times to show his displeasure. Bai, however, couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. He silently put some distance between them before beginning to tally up the spoils from this skirmish.
77 essence, plus the 5 essence left over from before, that brings me past 80 again. If he counted the orc club in his hand, he'd gained over 80 essence from this run.
Killing the alien race was still the fastest way to get essence. If the local government were still around, he could even claim another reward.
Unfortunately, they had already fled. It would likely take at least a month to get any news.
As long as the orc warship remained in the sky, this group wouldn't dare show their faces. He summoned the enhancement furnace and tossed the nano-combat armor directly inside.
Even if it didn't prove useful this time, who would ever complain about having higher defense?
If it were possible, I would love to have defenses strong enough to withstand a direct hit from a planet-killer weapon.
Unfortunately, that was just a pipe dream.
You have successfully enhanced the nano-combat armor.
Blunt weapon resistance +1. Blunt weapon resistance +1. That's a good return on investment. Apart from the orcs on the warship, most orcs prefer bludgeoning weapons, so this counts as a specialized defense.
Once the nano-combat suit was enhanced, Bai turned his attention to his weapons. If his weapons were strong enough, they could significantly boost his combat prowess.
He currently had 2 options. The first was to enhance his ally combat knife, the second was to enhance the orc club he looted. He had to admit, Bai preferred the latter.
Don't let the crude appearance of this orc club fool you. It looks as if it were forged with unrefined techniques.
But its material is no worse than ordinary alloys in some aspects, it's even superior.
With his current brute strength, heavy melee weapons are clearly a better fit for him.
I'll enhance the orc club for now and use that. Later, when the opportunity arises, I'll forge a weapon that suits me perfectly.
As for the +10 sharpness ally dagger, I decided to set it aside for now. In close quarters combat, at the same cultivation level, every extra inch of reach is an advantage, especially once he cultivates his inner energy to the point where it can project outward.
As long as the attack range is sufficient, he'll naturally hold a significant advantage.
Besides, Bai had his own plans for this dagger. This was a +10 sharp dagger. In the future, if he could find a suitable transcendent material, he might be able to craft a super weapon out of it.
For now, though, he'd let it rest. Unless absolutely necessary, Bai wouldn't use it.
After confirming that the orc club was out of the two maids' line of sight, Bai simply thought about it and tossed it directly into the enhancement furnace.
You have successfully enhanced the orc club, weight +1. You have successfully enhanced the orc club, quality +1. You have successfully enhanced the orc club, armor penetration +1. After 9 consecutive enhancements, all 3 attributes had reached level 3. As the 10th enhancement began, a faint purple glow suddenly emanated from the enhancement furnace. You have successfully enhanced the orc club, skull crusher +1. Can that even be a trait?
Since this was a brand new version, Bai didn't fully understand the intricacies of enhancement, yet it seemed there was still much he didn't know. At the very least, this skull crusher trait looked completely different from the others. Fortunately, any equipment he enhanced generated a stat panel.
Name, Orc Club +10.
Traits, weight +3, quality +3, armor penetration +3, skull crusher +1. Description: this club seems to have a penchant for cracking open skulls.
Skull crusher, doubles damage to the heads of all living creatures. Wow, a good head certifier. If you're a good head, take a hit if you don't die. Bai will admit you're a good head, he quipped to himself.
Seeing that no one was paying attention, the orc club reset, and its weight noticeably increased, a pleasant surprise. For Bai, it felt even more comfortable to wield now. He glanced at Wu and the guy was too busy sprinting to notice his actions.
Besides, class, psychic energy isn't infinite.
Generally, psychic abilities are only used during combat. At other times, they're kept in check to restore vitality and spirit. They ran for another 2 or 3 hours. Wuan, who had been sprinting, suddenly slowed down and glanced sharply behind him. His brow furrowed deeply.
"What's wrong?"
I asked casually. Wuan's expression was clearly conflicted, perhaps feeling helpless, and he let out a soft sigh.
He was about to continue on when.
"Riddleman, you really are a pain in the neck."
"Nothing much. Just someone communicating with the spirit realm and letting some things out." "Spirit realm?"
He was merely a test tube baby, having only studied the most basic concepts. He clearly hadn't heard of the spirit realm before.
Chapter 26, The Spirit Realm.
Perhaps sensing Bai's interest in the topic, and now that they were out of danger, Wuan began to explain.
There are too many definitions of the spirit realm: the second world, the spiritual world, the dark side of the universe. None of that matters.
You only need to know one thing: if possible, never come into contact with the spirit realm. Even if it's a being that has emerged from the spirit realm, it's best to stay far away. As he spoke, Wuan pulled a cigar from somewhere and lit it. After taking a few puffs, he continued.
That place is way too eerie.
If it weren't the source of power for spirit-type superhumans who have to enter it to advance, no one would ever want to go there.
Recalling some unpleasant memories, Wuan took a deep drag on his cigar.
After a moment's pause, he changed the subject. Of course, you don't have to worry about that.
To possess psychic aptitude requires exceptional natural talent. Ordinary warriors like you are the ones who've been weeded out. You lack that aptitude.
He wasn't just making this up. Every test tube baby undergoes psychic testing before starting school. Those with psychic aptitude are assigned to the elite district early on, or even taken away to be taught by special instructors from a young age. Bai was one of those who'd been weeded out, completely devoid of any talent.
Perhaps realizing he'd been too blunt, Wuan smiled and added, "Not having psychic aptitude isn't necessarily a bad thing. In our circles, do you know what we call the spirit realm?"
"What do you call it?" I played along at the right moment.
"A massive cesspool."
"What the hell?
A cesspool?" I thought he was hearing things that wasn't exactly a flattering term. "Don't be surprised. That's the consensus among all psychic-type supernaturals." "Do you really think the spirit realm is a nice place?"
"If I had a choice, I'd never set foot in there in a million years. Let us put it this way: the physical universe is full of dangers, insectoids, beastmen, but at least their attacks are limited to the physical realm. But in the spirit realm, you might close your eyes and open them to find you're no longer yourself. The other party will take on your identity and continue living with your friends and wife." By the end of his speech, the cigar in his mouth was burning noticeably slower, betraying the calmness in his tone.
As the topic concluded, an eerie silence fell over the group.
Everyone simply kept their heads down and pushed forward. Bai, however, was processing the information he'd just received. He was growing increasingly convinced that this universe seemed a bit too dangerous on the physical level. He had to face the crushing blows of the universe's overlords, and on the spiritual level, he had to guard against the beings of the spirit realm. Fortunately, as a brute of a physical being, he didn't have to worry about anyone usurping his place.
The two ran for another 2 hours.
Wuan couldn't hold back any longer.
"Wait a minute. The orcs definitely want to catch up.
Let us rest for a bit and replenish our stamina." To put it bluntly, as a class that leaned toward mental enhancement, this high-intensity, sustained burst of activity was somewhat unbearable.
"All right, let us rest."
Bai didn't feel a thing. This level of exertion was barely enough to register as a strain on his auto-heal.
"You two, get some food ready."
The two maids sprang into action immediately, pulling out some nutritional paste and seasonings from the packs on their backs and starting to mix them together. Watching the two busy figures, Wuan was momentarily lost in thought. He had the absurd illusion that they weren't fleeing for their lives, but rather out on a camping trip. Since they were still within the warship's firing range, the two maids simply used seasonings and instant foods to flavor the nutritional paste. They then served it up on plates and brought it over. Wooen didn't hold back, shoveling it straight into his mouth. As for Bai, looking at that white, gooey, gelatinous substance that resembled congealed lard, he had no appetite. He took just 2 symbolic bites before handing the rest to the 2 maids. It wasn't his fault he didn't eat it. If you asked him to drink some soda or snack on spicy dried beef strips, that would be fine. But as for these high nutrition, high recovery foods, eating them would only make Bai feel worse. So for the time being, unless absolutely still, now that he knew the source of transcendent material, he could start planning for the future. He took advantage of a break to ask a few more questions. As long as Wooen knew the answer, he was happy to help. About half an hour later, the two of them set off again. Not long after they left, 2 hunting dogs arrived, their fur a dark red, their heads covered on both sides with clusters of tiny eyes. They sniffed around, then quickly crouched down at the spot where the 4 had been eating and waited. A few more minutes passed before 6 burly orcs arrived. The leader crouched down to take a closer look. The direction seems right. Food unique to Donghuang. It looks like they were here about half an hour ago. It seems we're on the right track. Let us keep pursuing them. We should catch up by tonight. Another orc spoke up. Once these orcs confirmed their direction was correct, they had the 2 hounds continue the pursuit while they followed behind. Chapter 27, Counterattack. Don't even think about it. Even the lowest grade transcendent material holds immense scientific value. In your current situation, you'd never be able to get your hands on it. Noticing that Bai had grown increasingly quiet along the way, Wooen shook his head slightly. If we both make it out of this alive, I'll give you a piece. Even though it was precious, he was, after all, a tier class and still had some assets. The reason he was in such a dire situation now was precisely because his team had left. He couldn't return to the 4th Bureau to retrieve his spare gear. Really? Bai had been lost in his own thoughts, but the prospect of getting something for free instantly perked him up. This scene made Wooen chuckle and curse under his breath. The first time I met you, I knew you were a shameless little bastard. Of course, I could still be fooling myself. Wooen instantly wiped the smile from his face and whipped his head around to look behind him. Through his spiritual energy perception, he could clearly sense a fleeting fluctuation of spiritual energy appearing from behind. It didn't feel human, it felt more like the creatures that dwelled in the spirit realm. What's going on? Bai was about to ask what was happening, but before the words left his mouth, he felt an inexplicable physical revulsion. Even he could sense that something was off. Without Bai needing to ask, Wooen, his face ashen, began to explain. We're being tracked as prey. Wooen had originally assumed the spirit realm beings they de-summoned were meant to hunt other people. But now it was clear that wasn't the case. Beast men? Bai replied, glancing behind him. Aside from that intense sense of revulsion, he couldn't spot any beastmen in pursuit. Not just them, I'm afraid there are spirit realm beings as well. Instantly thinking of transcendent material, Bai's eyes lit up with excitement, though he still asked cautiously. Does that spirit realm entity have a physical form? He wasn't afraid of chainsaw-wielding killers or psychotic clowns. Bai was truly terrified of white sneakers and red sneakers, those entities that couldn't be physically exorcised. If it were the latter, he'd just pretend he knew nothing and keep running for his life. After all, his stamina was currently infinite. Worst case scenario, he'd just wait until Wooen's stamina ran out, then squeeze another one under his armpit. It definitely has a physical form. Even manifesting a partial physical form is a disaster. Then why the hell should we run? Let us stay and take them on. Bai stopped decisively, adopting a stance as if waiting for the orcs to come to him. It wasn't arrogance. After their last encounter, he had a preliminary understanding of his current strength. Don't let his current tier level status fool you. His actual strength is more than a match for anyone at that tier. With auto heal, enhanced nano armor, and the orc club, it's nearly impossible for anyone below tier to take him down. Wait, are you crazy? How many enemies are there? How strong are they? You're willing to face them head on without even knowing? Wooen felt his head buzzing. Sometimes he really wanted to pry open Bai's skull to see if there were muscles growing inside. He was clearly a rather handsome young man, yet in battle he never used strategy, he just charged in recklessly. Of course, he had to admit that old martial path was so powerful he didn't seem human.
You're out of your mind.
And you call yourself a veteran with years of experience. I think you're living in a dog-s world.
Think about it, if they keep chasing us and we keep running like this, what'll happen? You'll burn through your stamina. By the time we run into them again, you'll be a fish on a cutting board. You won't even have the strength to fight back.
If that's the case, we might as well rest up now and wait until their stamina is drained, then hit them with a knockout blow. I couldn't remember where he'd seen that strategy before.
A prolonged defense is bound to fail. Taking the initiative is the best defense.
He wholeheartedly agreed.
So let us take them down.
That makes sense, but something feels off. Wu couldn't quite put his finger on it. But there was one point he did agree with. Classes simply couldn't outrun orcs, who were renowned for their physical strength. It was only a matter of time before they caught up.
You thanks.
Wu seemed to have figured everything out, assuming they'd chosen to face the orcs here specifically to look out for him. We've been through life and death situations together, this is nothing to make a big deal out of. Although Bai didn't know why the other man was thanking him, none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that he'd agreed to ambush the beastmen here.
His essence would get another boost. With a bit of luck, he might even get a transcendent material to upgrade his gear.
Filled with anticipation, Bai hid the two maids in a safe spot, then found a dirt embankment to lie on, waiting for the beastmen to arrive. He didn't have to wait long. Before he even spotted the orcs, he saw two rare little creatures. At least in this lifetime and the last, Bai had never seen a lifeform with such a bizarre appearance. Bloodhounds, the lowest tier spirit realm creatures. Their ability is to grow stronger as the battle rages on, especially after feeding on blood, when their power can multiply, reaching a level comparable to tier lifeforms. Wu clearly knew what was going on and explained in a hushed voice. Meanwhile, the two bloodhounds, having tracked them to this spot, noticeably slowed their pace and began sniffing the ground intently.
Let us take them out together. Try not to get hurt.
He was confident he could kill these two lowest tier spirit realm creatures in an instant, but before he could finish his sentence, he realized Bai was gone.
He looked around again.
They saw that Bai had already crept up on them.
Almost simultaneously,
the two bloodhounds snapped their heads up, their countless eyes staring intently at Bai. Holy shit, this thing, it really is physically repulsive. As he muttered this, he took off sprinting toward the two demon hounds. Before they could flee, his orc club had already flown dozens of meters, finally landing on the head of one of the unlucky beasts. With a splatter.
The entire process took less than 5 breaths.
He was already crouched on the ground, drawing a sharp dagger to begin cutting into the demon hound escort. His gaze fell on Bai.
The item is fine, but you're the problem.
Ha?
What's wrong with me?
Your luck is just like that of a lucky king. In ancient times, lucky kings had extremely short lifespans, and their later years were often plagued by misfortune.
Bai. What the hell is a lucky king?
Back in my past life playing games, I always thought it was closely related to being African.
Lucky king, he thought. Lucky. Bai's body trembled as he remembered something. It was about the plugin.
As the thought crossed his mind, the plugin's main interface appeared before him. On the main page, he found the current status section. The status bar, which should have only shown one buff, now clearly displayed an additional one.
He tapped on it. The buff's information immediately popped up. Name, I am the Lucky King.
Effect, increases drop rate by 10,000%. Description, this is the development team's most sincere blessing. May you get drops every single time. May the god of luck be with you. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
I couldn't hold it in and let out a startled cry.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Wu thought something had gone wrong and hurriedly asked, reaching out to take a look.
Interrupted like this, Bai's emotions settled down.
He swatted away the hand reaching for him and instantly regained his composure, though his tone still carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement.
Nothing. As for its effect, everyone knows how probability works in games. Talking about luck is more reliable than talking about probability.
I spoke as he tossed his.
Since 5 orcs were attacking simultaneously, I couldn't land a finishing blow.
Gripping 2 clubs, he swung them relentlessly.
Time and again, he either landed a hit or parried the incoming attacks.
Even when he couldn't block an attack, he simply took the brunt of it with his body. Thanks to his multiple layers of protection, he only felt a brief moment of discomfort, but with that terrifying auto-heal, he was back to normal after just a breath.
After dozens of exchanges, the 5 orcs retreated in unison.
If one looked closely now, one could see that their arms had all become bent to varying degrees. The 2 weakest among them could no longer hold their weapons. The remaining 3 weren't much better off.
They say orcs are the most reckless race in this universe. They were having such a blast fighting, so why did they start running without a word? There was no way he was going to let Essence slip away right under his nose.
Bro, let us get to work. He certainly couldn't hold them off on his own, but he had a class on his side.
Almost simultaneously, Bai had already given chase.
Behind him, Wuan snapped out of his shock. The idea that a beastman could actually be scared off by a fight, what a strange concept. Still, he used his psychic power to forcibly hold one of the beastmen in place.
The moment it slowed down,
Bai swung his beastman club.
The Skull Crusher ability activated.
Splatter! The head exploded. Using this method, the 2 of them cut down 4 orcs in a row. By the time the 5th one reached the 5th one, it had already run out of Wuan's psychic range, leaving Bai to chase it alone.
They actually had a psychic hidden away, those despicable Dongwon people.
Feeling the pulling sensation disappear, Tiggo let out a sigh of relief.
He just glanced back briefly.
His heart, which had just settled, instantly leapt back into his throat.
Why is he still chasing us? Is this human crazy?
Tiggo felt like crying but had no tears. He was clearly the hunter. How had his role gotten so muddled? Suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. Tiggo darted out of the way just as a familiar Orcish club flew past him toward the front. He dodged it but didn't have time to celebrate.
Again?
Feeling the danger rise again, he glanced sharply and saw that this time it was a dagger. This instantly snapped Tiggo back to his senses, and he instinctively reached out to knock the dagger away. He swung his club. He smashed it down with all his might.
The scene he imagined the dagger being knocked away didn't happen.
Instead, his club was sliced clean through, and the dagger slashed across his skin. While Tiggo stood frozen in shock, the dagger effortlessly sliced through flesh and blood.
Just as he thought it was over, since the hilt was stuck outside, the blade slid downward as if encountering no resistance at all.
But the problem was, the other end of the dagger was still embedded deep inside Tiggo's body.
He watched helplessly as his body was split open.
Not even the bones could stop the dagger's free descent. What the hell is this? Staring at his body, now split open nearly in half, Tiggo felt his head buzzing.
He witnessed far too many unscientific phenomena today. Just then, Bai had caught up. Run? I'll show you how to run.
His face contorted with fury, the heavy club in his hand cut through the air with a whistling sound.
Skull Crusher activated. Thud. Only after bludgeoning the last orc to death did Bai feel a sense. It's like suddenly pulling a huge gold brick out of a pile of sand. If even this kind of trash can drop transcendent material, doesn't that mean other spirit realm creatures have a 100% drop rate? Doesn't that mean the spirit realm is basically a super dungeon for me?
The only thing Bai regretted was that he wasn't sure if he possessed a spiritual aptitude. The spirit realm is unique, one cannot enter it directly with a physical body. It's somewhat like the astral projection described in myths and legends, only through that can one gain access.
He wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, so he just have to wait and try it out later.
After clearing the battlefield, his essence count shot past 200, reaching a new all-time high of 288 points. Bai had a sudden thought, he wanted to unlock a new feature.
Sorry, your balance is insufficient. Please top up your account promptly. The familiar prompt appeared once again.
It seems unlocking another feature will require at least several times the current amount of essence.
I'll just have to keep saving up slowly.
Since he couldn't unlock new features, Baez's gaze fell on that plus 10 sharp dagger.
He finally understood the meaning of its description.
Level 10 sharpness was terrifyingly powerful.
I desperately need more power right now.
The orcs are just causing minor disturbances for now, but once that warship arrives, it'll likely be a total annihilation. Thinking of the orc warship still hovering overhead, the sense of security he just felt vanished in an instant.
Then I'll enhance it. With a single thought, the blazing enhancement furnace appeared, and the alloy dagger transformed into an icon, flying into the furnace.
This time, in addition to the words enhance, add button had appeared beside them.
He tapped it lightly.
The bloodthirsty Fong material appeared in the material bar. Bai immediately selected the material and proceeded to enhance it.
Unlike before, a new pop-up window appeared almost instantly. Detect, it must be that so-called blood blade chi. Bai even found himself wanting to keep enhancing it. The bloodthirst, but this explanation only left Bai even more confused. Brand new? Contraband? What unfamiliar terms?
This wasn't some developed new star or the Nine Realms star. If smugglers delivered goods here, they'd probably have to pay with their very lives. Wuan walked over and pressed down on the two iron rods poised to strike, still taking the time to explain. There were no complicated buttons or a steering wheel as they entered. A holographic projection appeared. It was the image of a cute, chubby little girl. The moment the AI appeared, it spotted the two humans who had entered, and its gaze quickly settled on one of them.
Hello, Mr. Bai.
It's a pleasure to serve you. Despite her lowly appearance, she spoke in a mature, seductive tone.
You know me?
Bai looked at the unfamiliar chubby girl, a string of question marks popping up above his head. He searched his memory, but there was absolutely no trace of this.
AI.
Before the AI could answer, Wuan, standing nearby, let out a gasp of shock.
Is this your shuttle?
Her tone was tinged with caution. A test tube baby living on welfare suddenly owning a shuttle worth nearly 10 million. No matter how you looked at it, that was highly suspicious. Fortunately, she didn't put Bai on the spot.
The chubby, baby-faced girl giggled. She explained right away.
Mr. Bai, this is our first meeting, but my previous owner showed me your photo and gifted me to you. Now you're my highest level authorized user. Oh, and the previous owner asked me to pass on a message. This is part of the betrothal gift. At first, Bai looked completely baffled, unable to fathom who would give such a valuable item to a test tube baby.
But upon hearing the next sentence,
he silently turned around to search for his iron rod. Where is my rod? Where is my rod? His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were red. This was the first time Wuan had ever seen Bai like this, but he still hurried to stop him. Bro, don't get so worked up. You're still young, don't act on impulse.
There is no shame in living off a sugar mama.
In fact, just wait a couple more years, and you'll realize what it means to say, you don't know the value of a rich woman until you're young. But before he could finish, he was cut off by a loud shout. Shut the hell up! Seeing that fierce look in his eyes, Wuan knew full well that Bai was genuinely angry, so he dropped his playful expression. Wait, don't be stupid, kid. We can smash it after we're done using it, there is no rush. It's not like we're in a hurry for these next 2 weeks or so. In the end, Bai didn't go through with it. With a shuttle at their disposal now, the boost was too significant. They'd just have to hold off for the time being. They could always dismantle it once everything was settled. During the journey, Wuan repeatedly asked about the rich lady's origins. Bai refused to say a word, and when pressed too hard, he even threatened to open the hatch and throw him out. 2 days passed. The orc warship could already see the planet Chuying. Inside the operations room, a dozen or so orcs had gathered. Seated at the head of the table was an orc general. He looked down at his subordinates and spoke slowly. Everything as usual.
Don't bother me. Mid-sentence, a hunchbacked old orc sitting nearby began coughing violently and kept giving him meaningful glances. This annoyed the orc general somewhat, but he changed his tone and said, "We're changing the procedure this time. Have the technicians prepare the Colossus cannons and fire around through all military and residential zones first. Then you'll lead your men to wipe out the fleeing scum. Remember, this is an annihilation operation, leave no survivors." Hearing these new orders, the dozen or so burly orcs looked visibly bewildered. This procedure is wrong. Dealing with ground units wasn't a problem. It was just that they didn't like doing it this way, because they felt it stripped war of its true meaning. As the order was issued, the orc warship became unusually bustling. Green orcs, each standing about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, darted about the ship, their chatter a jumble of chirps and squeaks echoing through the halls. If anyone were in space, they would see rusty gun barrels slowly extending from the side of the orc warship. Chapter 32, a single shot back to the Stone Age. So they finally arrived. Wooen watched the projected scene, a massive warship appearing in the starry sky, his expression growing somewhat complex. Although he had known the orc warship was coming for a long time, now that it had actually arrived, his emotions were inevitably stirred. Perhaps sensing its position in the cosmos, the camera in the projection kept zooming in. The warship, which had been nothing more than a tiny black dot, gradually became clearer. The orc warship gradually revealed its full form. Looking at the warship on the screen, I felt like his filters had shattered into 1,000 pieces. He even doubted whether the thing could even move. It wasn't his fault, it simply looked too terrible. If he had to describe it, it was like a bunch of scrap collectors had used their bare hands to cobble together an aircraft carrier out of scrap metal. Its size was hard to estimate, but it looked somewhat like a caterpillar that had been straightened out. Its overall style, utterly battered, on the verge of falling apart at any moment. Can this thing even traverse the star system? Even though the warship was practically right in front of him, I still couldn't help but question it. Interstellar travel was extremely dangerous. One had to face not only other civilizations but also all manner of cosmic disasters. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't seem like it could withstand any of that. Orc technology is actually pretty outlandish. It's all beat up and rickety, yet incredibly durable. As for how it works, we scientists have studied it but haven't figured it out. The conclusion we reached was a mystical repair method. If something breaks, just set it aside for a couple of days, and it'll fix itself. I suddenly realized how hard it must have been for humanity to survive this long. Just look at the enemies they're facing now: orcs who can make their wishes come true, insects that devour and evolve, and the unnameable spirit realm. In a novel, wouldn't every one of these be a chosen one with an invincible plot device? The more he learned, the more hopeless he felt. If Wooen knew what I was thinking right now, he'd surely chime in. Young man, you're still too young. You've only seen the northeast and northeast regions, what about the southwest? At that very moment, a cannon barrel appeared on the orc warship, as dense energy condensed, compressed, and gradually gathered at the muzzle. The Colossus cannon. Thank goodness, no need to worry about the planet getting blown up. Wooen took a closer look, identified the weapon the enemy was carrying, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ship-based weapons aren't scary. What's truly terrifying are planet-destroying weapons. Perhaps the constant catalysis of war has led all races to aggressively develop their offensive tech trees. As a result, almost no one can withstand planet-destroying weapons now. Of course, they aren't typically deployed. After all, the primary reason for war is resources. If you blow up a planet, all your initial investments go down the drain, and you gain nothing in the end. And at that very moment, beams of light erupted from the warship's gun barrels. As the beams pierced the atmosphere, they instantly split into countless strands. From the satellite's perspective, those rows of steel structures crumbled like paper, collapsing in an instant. As the beams continued to rain down, Zone was completely obliterated, leaving nothing but ruins. The attack was clearly not over yet. As the orc warship's main cannon slowly rose, a crimson beam shot forth. It traversed millions of kilometers in an instant. This time, even from the far side of Chuanio star, they could still feel the ground tremble slightly. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be forcibly parted. This shot was clearly an explosive one. It lasted only a brief moment, just 2 or 3 breaths before it ended. But the damage it inflicted was greater than the combined damage of all the other shots. Before Bai and the others could assess the situation, the connection was cut off. "Sorry, Mr. Bai, we lost signal." The chubby girl suddenly appeared, looking apologetic. Bai knew full well that the single shot had just sent Shubiao Star's infrastructure back to the Stone Age. Such was the downside of underdeveloped infrastructure. Without the star network, they completely lost all means of communicating with the outside world. I wonder how many people will die after this. Even Wuan, a veteran who'd seen combat, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. Unlike Wuan, Bai now felt utterly insecure. Having witnessed the destructive power of this era's ship-mounted weapons, his convictions were beginning to waver. Can a human body really take on a capital ship? Or maybe, try mechanical ascension? Right now, Dongwon isn't exactly weak, but it's not exactly strong either. To be sandwiched between 2 powerhouses and hold out this long, it's got some real grit. Of course, based on what Bai has learned so far, there are actually quite a few options available in the interstellar era. Like warship captain, mecha pilot, mechanical warrior. Actually, the old martial path is pretty good. Leaving the first 2 aside, the growth path of a mech warrior boils down to modification, all kinds of modifications. As long as it makes you stronger, it doesn't matter if it's mechanical ascension or genetic mutation. The goal is simply to gain the most power in the shortest amount of time. From what Bai knows, things like skeletal modifications and muscle enhancements are just the most basic options. Advanced versions include installing multiple hearts and lungs, transplanting alien organs, or even parts from spirit realm beings. The 2 who originally followed Wuan were like entry-level models, simple physical enhancements paired with custom battle armor, giving them tier-old martial path strength. It's said that the strongest mech warrior today has already reached the 8th tier. But the modified person isn't really human and the machine isn't really a machine? What's the point? After weighing his options, Bai decided the old martial path wasn't a bad choice after all. He could supplement it with some powerful gear or try upgrading his current firearms. As the saying goes, gunmanship is a form of martial art, and ballistics is a path. No one says practitioners of the old martial path can't use firearms. I'll take it slow. Sooner or later, I'll assemble a full plus 999 set. Then I'll see if I can crush a flagship with my elbow. He thought to himself. Beside him, Wuan had also snapped out of his grief. This place isn't exactly safe. We'd better find somewhere to hide first. The orcs will likely start a massive sweep soon. A standard orc warfleet typically ranges from 10,000 to 50,000 orcs, and that's not counting the mysterious priest orcs who can summon creatures from the spirit realm. There were at least 50,000 orcs. With such a force, attacking a human petri dish planet was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. It wasn't just Wuan who couldn't figure it out. Even the high-ranking officials on Shubiao Star were baffled. Why would the orcs risk a single warship just to take Shubiao Star? What on earth were they after? The 2 agreed instantly and immediately piloted their shuttle in search of a place to hide. The far side of Shubiao Star. As the bombardment ended, a fleet of battered ships began to move. Soon, a large number of ships landed. On one of them, as the hatch slowly opened, a stooped old orc stepped out. "High Priest, you should stayed on the warship. Why get involved in this?" A burly orc, over 3 meters tall, spoke with a touch of exasperation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stooped old orc raised his staff and struck the other orc's skull with a heavy thud. Thud, thud, thud. This old servant has lived long enough. It is time for my soul to return to the land of the beast god. Let me do what little I can to help. As he spoke, he drove his staff adorned with skulls deep into the hard ground, muttering incantations under his breath.
A massive portal over 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide appeared. With the portal's emergence, a crimson glow suddenly flared from within.
Chapter 33, The Spirit Realm Portal. Lord Priest, surely you're not serious?
Gazing at the gateway leading to the unknown world, the exceptionally burly orc chieftain spoke in a low voice. Even without having seen the spirit realm before, he knew that what stood before him was a portal to it. A passage through which the monsters of that world could descend. Before he could finish speaking, the hunched old orc tapped him on the head with his staff, not forgetting to scold him. How is it not necessary? Among humans, this move of mine is called a blatant, open scheme. His tone carried a hint of smugness. He was clearly very satisfied with his own handiwork. The orc chieftain looked pensive, as if trying to grasp the meaning of those words. It wasn't he until quite a while later that he spoke again. Right. You really are a cunning old fox. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he was tapped on the head once more. Nonsense. That is called resourcefulness, genius level intelligence. Perhaps realizing that the big oaf in front of him wouldn't grasp the distinction, he paused to offer an explanation. With a bunch of brainless fools like you, who knows how many people you'd have missed. But with this passageway in place, humans will likely abandon this planet entirely or even use weapons to destroy it. The spirit realm? What kind of place is that? It's universally recognized as the cesspool of interstellar civilization. Now your home has an extra sewage pipe, dumping waste like crazy, and that waste is even teeming with mutated monsters. Not to mention, the spirit realm isn't just home to monsters, it's also home to true deities. If we manage to attract the attention of such beings, forget about this tiny fledgling planet, the entire human alliance will be in big trouble. What you need to do now is kill as fast as you can, making those humans feel despair, fear, and terror. The more people who despair, the greater our chances of success. As the hunched old orc spoke, his body trembled with satisfaction at his own plan. If it succeeded, he could deal a crushing blow to the human alliance before his soul returned to the land of the beast gods. All right, whatever you say goes. I'll get the boys moving right away. The orc chieftain scratched his head, not quite understanding but not caring. As long as there was a fight, that was enough. Gula! With a furious roar, the orcs who had just disembarked from the landing craft immediately assembled, gathering in a loose circle. Boys, kill! Destroy every living thing you see. Crush them! Gula! 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 The orcs cheered, their enthusiasm burning like fire. One by one, the orcs grabbed their clubs, while on the ship, odd-looking vehicles were driven out. These off-road-like machines bore the orcs' signature style. They were beat up but still ran. Some were even missing a tire, yet that didn't stop them from moving. Boom! 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 Almost immediately, orcs began fighting over the vehicles. Sigh. The hunchbacked old orc let out a soft sigh. Relying on this bunch, when will we ever accomplish anything? Though he spoke these words, his hands never stopped moving, his walking stick clattering against the ground. From the gateway, which had been silent until then, bloodthirsty demon hounds began to emerge one after another. Follow them. They will lead you to your prey. Bring back their heads. As the hunchbacked old orc spoke, the orc chieftain casually flung an orc aside, snatched the passenger seat, and raised his arm in a rallying cry. Gula! 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 The orcs quickly found their places, clinging to the vehicles if necessary, and the assignments were finally complete. Following the bloodhounds, they set out on their hunt. As the orcs departed, a blurry human figure attempted to pass through the open passageway but was blocked by an invisible barrier. After several attempts, the figure finally retreated back into the passage. One by one, rickety cars raced across the wilderness. The orcs let out cheers from time to time. Chieftain, chieftain, over there, over there. The orc at the wheel let go of the steering wheel and pointed toward a patch of overgrown weeds. At the spot he indicated, a panicked figure immediately stood up. He turned to run. But a whistling sound cut through the air from behind him. A spear as thick as a human arm sliced through the air, piercing the fleeing human with precision. Thud. Watching the human pinned to the ground with a spear through his chest.
The orcs in the cart burst into hearty laughter. Goragura!
As they passed by, an orc immediately jumped down from the cart, pulled out a thick rope, tied one end to the corpse's arm, and casually secured the other end to the cart.
Lord Chieftain, these humans are truly cowardly. How has a race like this managed to survive until now?
The orc who had just finished tying the rope, the hunting over the past few days had clearly not been to his liking.
If the prey doesn't fight back, can it even be called prey? Stop rambling. How many have we killed these past few days? I think it's a few thousand or maybe close to 10,000.
Faced with a question that required some thought, the orc counted on his fingers, did some mental arithmetic for a while, and gave a vague answer. Hearing that number, the orc chieftain sitting in the passenger seat immediately looked dissatisfied.
Only 10,000?
I've heard other teams have hunted nearly 20,000 humans.
We need to speed things up.
If any of you dare make me lose face in front of the general, I'll personally smash your skulls.
Is that for real?
No, that's a reward. If you dare make me lose face, I'll punish you by making you sit in that damn office, forcing you to do 8 cosmic hours of brain-draining work every day. The rest of the time, you won't be allowed to fight. You'll be punished by listening to human music and watching human TV. The faces of the orcs who had still been hoping to give it a try turned pale. The thought of sitting in one spot for 8 hours was more agonizing than death itself.
Don't worry, Chief. We'll make sure you don't lose face,
they hurriedly assured him.
Just then,
the vehicle suddenly stopped, and figures burst out from all around.
Each was clad in nano-combat armor and wielded an alloy combat knife. There's no escaping this. Resistance is our only chance of survival. Follow me, charge! One of them shouted.
He charged forward first. Several orcs, seeing the dozen or so figures rushing out, were so excited they tried to stand up. But they were silenced by a voice.
Sit down, all of you. These humans are my prey, ha ha ha.
Before the words had even finished, the orc chieftain had already charged out. Like a tiger among sheep, a single casual swing of his club could kill a human. In just a few breaths, he had slaughtered half of them.
The battle ended quickly.
The few orcs who hadn't fought cleaned up the battlefield in a sour mood.
Chief, we can't carry anymore. If we can't, just leave a few behind. Who knows what the high priest wants? What's he going to do with so many corpses anyway? Hearing this, the orc immediately abandoned 2 bodies.
After finishing up, they climbed back into the vehicle and drove away.
Chapter 34, A Matter of Life and Death. Come here, give me a hand.
Wuan returned, covered in dust and carrying someone on his back.
As soon as he spoke,
2 maids stepped forward, supported the figure, and headed toward a makeshift bed on one side.
See if we can save him. If it's hopeless, just let him go. Wuan spoke up.
He had originally gone out to gather intelligence, but on his way back, he came across someone crawling on the ground and ended up saving them. Judging by the information he received, things didn't look good.
He even began to wonder if the Alliance might abandon this planet.
Given the current situation, the basic infrastructure of Chubiao Star had been completely destroyed, and even the most valuable cannon fodder on the planet had suffered heavy losses over the past few days. By the time the Alliance fleet arrived, the entire planet would likely be nothing more than a hollow shell. And if his senses were correct, it would be a shell filled with sewage, filthy and in utter disarray. This couldn't help but make Wuan question the Alliance's decision. It left him feeling uneasy, his sense of foreboding growing stronger by the moment.
Where's that by kid? He asked offhandedly. One of the maids replied.
Mr. Bai is in the midst of cultivation. He hasn't stopped since he arrived.
No wonder that kid is so terrifying. Come to think of it, it made sense.
For someone capable of cultivating extraordinary phenomena in their flesh and blood, it would be strange if he were normal.
It's just a shame. That kid is a test tube baby.
Had he been born into one of those pioneering clans, he'd be at least a tier-old martial path powerhouse in the future.
It said that on that occasion, an avatar of a spirit realm deity descended. Even if the problem isn't too serious this time, if things continue to develop, blowing up the planet is inevitable. Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Even I found this situation overwhelming. Given how things were unfolding, the Alliance would most likely resort to blowing up planets. Even with infinite health regeneration, he couldn't possibly withstand a planet-destroying weapon. As for his cheat abilities, they were all combat-oriented. The only one that might be useful was gear enhancement. Can that shuttle travel through interstellar space? No way. Shuttles were designed for intraplanetary use. Unless they're genuine military-grade shuttles with short-range interstellar capabilities, Wuhan retorted immediately. If it works, that's all that matters. He realized that while the shuttle could indeed be enhanced, the cost was steep, 50 essence points just for level 1. That's 50 times the cost of a standard enhancement. Based on that figure, reaching level 10 would require over 2,000 essence, and unlocking extraordinary attributes would demand more than 5,000 essence. Even so, I had no choice but to try. If the Alliance fleet really arrived and decided to blow up the planet, he certainly wouldn't be able to stop them. Only by leaving this planet first would there be a glimmer of hope. Let us do it, I said. Do what? Why hide? We should take the offensive instead. Wuhan, do you even realize what you're saying? 2 of us against 10,000? Before he could speak, another voice rang out. We must not attack. Under no circumstances should we attack. Only by lying low do we have a sliver of hope. Following the voice, they saw a young man, most of his body wrapped in nanogauze, speaking with obvious agitation. The beasts are too strong. There were over a dozen of us trying to ambush them, but they sent out just one, we. At this point, he closed his eyes in anguish, tears welling up. Who's this? I looked at Wuhan with some suspicion. I found him along the way. I saw he wasn't dead, so I brought him back. He's one of us, after all. Wuhan replied with a touch of embarrassment. Never mind. You guys stay here and hold the line. I'll go out and hunt on my own. Dealing with a deadweight was annoying enough, it was better to go alone. Chapter 35, Operation. You can't go. You'll only cause more casualties. We can wait for rescue. As long as the Alliance fleet arrives, we'll be safe. The wounded man, whose chest was wrapped in several layers of bandages, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. He had witnessed the orc's strength firsthand. A group of over a dozen of them hadn't even lasted 10 breaths. If it weren't for the fact that the body truck was full, he would have. I glanced at him but said nothing. Sometimes, not knowing meant not despairing. Once the planet-destroying weapon struck him, he'd be instantly incinerated, and naturally, he wouldn't feel a thing. Wuhan didn't take the other words to heart either, stating his position directly. You saved my life, kid. Today, I'll die alongside you. Given the current situation, dying on the battlefield was better than being killed by his own people. Before he could finish, I couldn't help but roll his eyes. I was talking about him, not you. A tier-level psionicist like you, struggling to take down a tier-level orc. I'm embarrassed for you. He fired back without mercy. Wuhan, who had been grinning just moments ago, flushed red instantly and opened his mouth to retort. Bullshit. I just didn't have a weapon that suited me. If I had one, I could VE. But you didn't. I'll be damned. That settles it. You guys hide and play dead, I'll handle the killing. Although Wuhan was a tier-level fighter, his combat effectiveness was too weak without a specialized weapon. Bringing him along wouldn't be a help, it would actually be a liability. Since that's the case, it's better for him to go alone. Infinite stamina, infinite health regeneration, high amplification gear. As long as he doesn't run into a tier orc, even if he can't beat them, he can kite them to death. And even if it is a tier, he has a trump card.
The blood-drinking dagger has reached its limit, but the blood blade chi it emits next can cut through even a tear.
I picked up 2 orc clubs, tucked the dagger into his waistband, and activated his nano-combat armor. With that done,
he left the cave where he'd been hiding.
Watching him go, Wu sighed softly. I owe too much. If this keeps up, how can I ever?
No, maybe there's still a chance to escape.
As if a thought struck him, he hurriedly pulled out his warrior terminal and began repeatedly attempting to connect to the star domain network. As for regulations, with his life hanging by a thread, who had time to worry about rules? Whether it was good luck or bad luck. He hadn't gone far before spotting 2 orcs.
These 2 orcs were using ropes to bind a human corpse.
Gula! The orc in the driver's seat shouted immediately.
The orc in the back leaped onto the battle-damaged SUV and grabbed the javelin lying nearby, stained with dark red blood.
Another fool coming right to us. Speed up, let him run, then we'll strike. The orc javelin thrower said excitedly.
He motioned for his companion to pull closer.
We had a deal, it's my turn to throw next.
The orc in the driver's seat spoke with a hint of discontent, but he accelerated anyway. As they closed in, the figure didn't move a muscle, simply standing still.
Another wimp. What a bore.
I'll have to kill another one later, this one's no fun. The orc javelin thrower couldn't help but mutter.
No way.
We agreed 2 kills each.
If you kill another one, that'll make 3 for you. I'll let you have the next one.
Though he was still annoyed, the thought that there were plenty more on this planet calmed him down. As the distance narrowed to just over 30 meters, he gripped his javelin tightly, narrowed his eyes, and aimed at the figure in the distance.
Gu-ra! With a thunderous roar,
the javelin flew from his hand, cutting through the air. This time, however, it didn't pierce the target's chest as it usually did. Instead, the figure caught it barehanded. This sudden turn of events caused the 2 orcs to momentarily lose their focus, followed immediately by wild jubilation.
Ha! This guy's a good guy. Let me kill him.
The spear-wielding orc pulled an iron rod from the vehicle, leaped down without a word, and charged toward Bai. This sent the other orc, who was driving, into a panic.
No, that's not fair. Killing a human warrior shouldn't count as just 1 kill.
Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of silver light appeared. When he looked back at his companion, a bloody hole had already appeared in his chest. Immediately afterward, the car beneath him was violently yanked backward by a strange force. It flipped several times in midair before crashing back to the ground. The orc who had been driving crawled out from under the seat, completely bewildered. He couldn't understand how the car had suddenly flipped over. Of course, he never got the chance to figure it out. As the heavy club struck its head, it was instantly killed. In the art of refining the tendons, true strength lies not in brute force, but in mastery over one's body. Meridians run through every limb and bone. Even at this second stage of refinement, my control over my body has increased many times over. Once I've perfected the art of refining the tendons, I'll likely be able to move before my thoughts even catch up. Too bad I've been given so little time. Since I've escaped this time, I'll definitely find a remote planet, bide my time until I become a martial god, and then re-emerge. All told, it hadn't even been 2 months. Even with a cheat code helping him, his progress was still too slow. Of course, that's just for him. For ordinary old martial path practitioners, reaching tier 1 in 10 years would be a blessing. This thing. Staring at the heavily battle-damaged car before him, I had a sudden thought. Recharge. Detected special material composite, orc war chariot.
Gained 150 essence.
Detected low-grade resource, orc corpse fragments.
Gained 14 essence. Detected inferior resource, fine-grade orc club. Gained 21 essence. Holy shit, is this thing really that valuable?
It was just a beat-up car, yet the essence he gained was equivalent to wiping out an entire orc squad. Looking at it this way, he might actually be able to complete the amplification shuttle before Alliance reinforcements arrived. If this car is this valuable, then I'll have to adjust my tactics.
Bayes' mind instantly sprang into action.
He was ready to teach those orcs a harsh lesson. After clearing the battlefield, he glanced at the corpse with a spear piercing its chest and let out a soft sigh. He paid it no mind and turned to leave. At a time like this, a proper burial was nothing short of a luxury. He couldn't afford to waste time on such matters.
Over the next few days, Bai focused his efforts on those vehicle owners. Since orc war chariots were so valuable, he managed to acquire 5 in just 2 days. Prices generally ranged from 150 to 250 essence. Naturally, Bai's actions had alerted the orcs, who dispatched an elite squad to pursue him. They deployed an orc priest. As the orc's source of wisdom, he was also capable of using spiritual energy.
It didn't take long for them to track Bai down, and he immediately set off in pursuit with 7 or 8 bloodhounds.
Bai was currently facing a difficult choice.
After several days of effort, his essence had surpassed 1,000.
Unlocking the next feature required only 500 essence. Coincidentally, he had. Chapter 36, Siege.
Let us hold off for now and see how things develop. Even though he knew that, given the nature of his cheat code, the skill upgrade had likely been buffed, now was not the time to unlock it.
Through Wuan's perception as a psychic,
the spirit realm portal had completely stabilized, and even stronger spirit realm beings had begun descending over the past couple of days. At this rate, they likely wouldn't make it in time to receive the Alliance fleet's rescue. The terrifying spirit realm beings would arrive first. By then, the Alliance fleet wouldn't be coming to rescue them.
They'll be here on orders to hunt down the great demon.
It's safe to say that the destruction of Chuangyo Star is now a foregone conclusion. I thought being cannon fodder was bad enough, but now I realize there is no such thing as the worst, only worse. One step too slow, and the planet-destroying weapon will obliterate us in an instant. We'll be buried with the stars.
We'll just have to take it one step at a time. There is no better option for now.
For now, I'll have to enhance the shuttle, hoping to unlock the ability for interstellar travel. If that doesn't work, I'll have no choice but to raid an orc ship. That would be practically a suicide mission. Most of the orcs currently active are tier 1, but that doesn't mean there aren't higher tier ones. Based on the ambushes over the past 2 days, there are quite a few distinctions among the orcs. There are plenty of tier 2 and tier 3 orcs. However, such orcs usually hold important positions. For example, guarding orc ships. Just as Bai was about to dive into the Refining the Tendons chapter to boost his strength, a sudden wave of mental aversion washed over him, and the sensation was growing increasingly intense.
Is this a spirit realm being nearby?
Having gone through the incident with the demon hounds last time, I quickly deduced the cause.
If it's demon hounds, there are probably quite a few of them.
I didn't know the exact mechanism behind it, but whenever he came into contact with or was in the vicinity of spirit realm beings, he felt a mental unease.
Suppressing that sense of unease, I quietly left his hiding spot.
Since he had chosen a high vantage point,
he looked down.
He saw about 10 bloodhounds rapidly approaching from different directions. It didn't take long before 7 or 8 chariots followed behind the bloodhounds. This time, the number of orcs was nearly in the triple digits, but there was one issue: they were too scattered, with some even coming from other areas. His gaze fell on the orc priest. That group had the most orcs: 3 orc war chariots and at least 20 men. 2 horizontal strikes, 1 vertical. Let us do this. To prevent any surprises, I planned to strike first before the other orcs arrived. Take out the orc priest. Since he'd already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Grabbing 2 iron rods, he charged straight at them. Watching Bai's suicidal charge, the orcs on the 3 chariots visibly paused for a moment.
Not bad.
As expected of the human who killed our warriors, I admire that courage.
One orc praised. More orcs rubbed their hands together, eager for battle. You 2 teams, move up. You, slow down. No, stop right there. The orc priest spoke calmly, quietly retreating to the rear. He clearly didn't want to take any risks. As a priest who had been in office for 2.5 years, he knew the dangers of this world. Gula! Gula!
The orcs on the two war chariots flanking him let out wild roars, flooring the accelerator and increasing their speed by a third. This made the orc on the chariot carrying the priest grow anxious. "Lord Priest, why don't you stay here while we go over?" an orc immediately suggested. But he was met with a hard smack to the head.
"Can't you stop thinking only about fighting? Isn't there a chance that Kid is trying to execute a decapitation tactic?"
he said, exasperated.
"So what?" another orc muttered timidly.
This nearly drove the orc priest to faint with rage.
"Idiots, all of you are idiots. Being with you truly tarnishes my noble intellect. Talking to you is a complete waste of my breath.
Protect me, and let us retreat a bit further." Just as he was about to unleash a few more curses, he saw by kick a war chariot to a halt, and instantly felt all sense of security vanish. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the high priest regarding this fleet. This mission was crucial. It was to eliminate our race's future archenemy. This was a spell that allowed one to observe enemy intelligence. Everyone had to master it. When encountering suspicious individuals, one was to use this method to spy on them. With that thought, the orc priest paid no heed to anything else. Silently channeling his spiritual energy, he cast the spell. Soon, his perception of the surroundings shifted. The world seemed to lose its color, turning into a monochrome palette of black and white. The burly orcs around him transformed into tiny white dots or pale green specks. According to the high priest, these represented the life force of living beings. At his current level of cultivation, the darker the color, the stronger the being, indicating greater potential. Among the orc guards surrounding him, the strongest was only pale green. No promising prospects. His gaze gradually shifted toward Bias' direction. A dense web of tiny white and green dots intertwined, nothing out of the ordinary. As I thought, I was overthinking it. Just a random encounter. How could it be? Wait, what the hell? How is this possible? The orc priest didn't finish his sentence, his eyes fixed intently on Bai, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Chapter 37, The Harvest. In the orc priestess line of sight, there were indeed no other colored dots. That was why he hadn't noticed anything unusual at first. A cube? The orc priest thought he was hallucinating. Because Bai's life force wasn't represented by dots, but by a cube, and its color was as black as ink. For a moment, even standing on the war chariot, his legs felt weak. White, green, blue, orange, gold. Recalling the meanings of the colors given by the high priest, there was absolutely no black cube. What on earth did that represent? "Your Highness, are you all right?" one of the burly orcs, noticing the trembling priest, hurriedly asked. The question snapped him back to his senses. Staring at the ink-black cube, he took several deep, ragged breaths. No matter what kind of monster it is, it must die. After a brief moment of panic came a surge of murderous intent. A being with such potential, if it were to grow stronger, might well rival the deities of the spirit realm. With that thought, the orc high priest had only one idea. "Let us go. Get out of here. Take Bai's information back to camp and ask the general to intervene personally. Turn back," he roared. This clearly startled the few beastman guards. "Ha!" They thought the priest had lost his mind. They'd finally tracked down the sneaky thief. Why would they just turn around and leave? "Didn't you hear me? Turn the cart around and go back." He emphasized it once more. Even if the guard orcs didn't understand, they still turned the chariots around and headed back. As they left the area, the fear in the priestess' heart dissipated considerably. "Let the chief and the general handle this sort of creature," he muttered under his breath. He felt a chill in his lower back and abdomen, and stumbled forward. He didn't understand what had happened. In the end, all he saw was a war chariot hurtling forward due to momentum, and on that chariot, nothing but half-corpses gushing. Having dealt with the troublesome sixth brother and ensuring he wouldn't be stabbed in the back, Bai turned and charged at the orcs. Taking advantage of their dazed state, he used his skull crusher ability to instantly kill several of them. This snapped the other orcs back to their senses, and their eyes turned red with fury. Gula, gula. Gula, gula. Gula, gula.
In an instant,
the orcs entered a state of reckless, death-defying fury, losing all reason and driven solely by the conviction to tear their enemies to shreds.
Dozens of orcs immediately surrounded Bai.
They were even willing to trade blows, taking injuries just to land a single hit. This frenzied battle lasted a full 10 minutes before finally coming to an end.
This time, even Bai paid a heavy price. Damn it, killing a priest actually buffs the orcs.
If his defense had been even slightly weaker this time, his defenses would have been breached, forcing him to fight while wounded, and ultimately leading to his death by mob.
He suddenly felt he was far too weak.
He must continue cultivating the old martial path and complete the tempering of his tendons and bones as soon as possible. Of course, why didn't he know that priests among orcs were a rare breed? It was unlikely that even one would be born among 10,000 orcs. Precisely because of this rarity, the guards bore heavy responsibility if a priest died.
The punishment was imprisonment, with a lifetime ban on combat.
Often, the final fate of such a beastman is to die by smashing their head against a wall. Given the beastmen's martial culture, a beastman who dies this way is to be nailed to the pillar of shame. This leads to a situation where, once a beastman priest dies, they go completely mad, entering a state of you die or I die.
I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich.
Putting away his shattered nano armor, he gazed at the corpses littering the ground and the few remaining war chariots.
Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement.
With these resources, he should have enough to upgrade the shuttle.
On the far side of Chickstar, at the orc encampment. High Priest, maybe we should move somewhere else. This place gives me the creeps.
The orc chieftain glanced at the passageway, where eerie figures occasionally tried to burst out, and asked in a low voice.
What are you afraid of? With me here, do you think I'd just stand by and watch you die?
The hunched old orc retorted impatiently. His pair of cloudy, aged eyes fixed on the passage. Compared to when it first opened, the somewhat ethereal portal had become more solid, almost tangible. The orc chieftain was tempted to argue. You're practically on your way to the beast goddess realm already.
If some real badass shows up, so be it, you'll just die.
But he hadn't had his fill of battle yet.
He didn't want to die here. Perhaps sensing the orc's inner thoughts, the hunched old orc flashed a smile. Don't worry. I can still hold out for now.
Once I can't hold out anymore, our mission will be complete, and we'll be able to leave this place.
Then, the orc chieftain was just about to say something. Suddenly, a series of sounds, like the clanging of metal, rang out.
And the sound was getting closer and closer. This made him quickly turn his gaze toward the passageway. There, he saw that at some point, a black shadow over 5 meters tall was struggling to squeeze its way out. Roars echoed from within the passage. High Priest, you'd better take a couple of steps back.
Don't get hurt.
Watching the creature, which had already pushed more than half its body out, the orc chieftain furrowed his brow and picked up his massive club. It didn't take long.
The black shadow fully revealed its true form. Is that a war demon?
Staring at the creature over 5 meters tall, even the orc chieftain standing at 3.5 meters himself swallowed hard in silence. The creature's body was studded with weapons. With every step, they clattered and clanged. A massive crimson gold spear even pierced its chest, right through its heart. Even so, it seemed to have no effect on the monster before them. A perfect weapon of war, a creation of an ancient overlord. The hunchbacked old orc's eyes brimmed with admiration, and he couldn't help but voice his praise. Just then, the war demon, having likely adapted to this world's environment, saw its originally gray eyes suddenly turn crimson.
Percent at hashtag. Emitting strange syllables, its muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. This instantly put the orc chieftain on high alert.
Just as the war demon seemed poised to strike, it suddenly turned its head to glance at the passage behind it, without the slightest hesitation.
Ignoring the orcs before it entirely, it dashed off in a single direction.
Soon, the passage echoed with the sound of light, nimble footsteps, as if a young girl were
dancing gracefully.
The hunched orc, who had previously looked completely unfazed, suddenly turned pale.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
Chapter 38, The Great Terror Descends.
Retreat?
The orc chieftain froze for a moment, trying to spot the old priest. But all he could see was a figure retreating swiftly, as agile as a monkey. For a moment, he felt a chill run down his spine and stumbled backward, his gaze fixed on the passageway. Perhaps because they were about to emerge, the footsteps which had been faint at first grew increasingly clear. If he listened closely, he could even make out the soft, girlish humming. Hearing that sound, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into his heart.
Good thing I was fast enough. Old Deng almost got me killed.
After retreating several hundred meters, the beastman leader glanced back, still shaken.
Satisfied there was no danger, he let out a sigh of relief.
Every time he declared he was heading to the beast goddess realm, he always returned safely.
Even his subordinates had come and gone in waves. He was beginning to understand now. He really could run fast.
Even he, a tier physical enhancement beastman, hadn't been able to catch up. He looked up toward the passageway clearly, nothing had emerged. Looks like old Deng was just too scared of dying. He got a little nervous and mistakenly thought some terrifying entity had appeared. The orc chieftain shook his head slightly, hoisted his massive iron club onto his shoulder, and headed toward the camp. As he walked, he shrugged his shoulders. He muttered under his breath. It seems it's been too long since I've fought. My body has gotten a bit rusty. Once I get back, I'll definitely find someone to battle for 3 days and 3 nights. With that thought, his pace quickened slightly. Still, he couldn't catch up to the old priestess figure. He made his way back to the camp. Upon seeing the orc chief return, 2 tier orcs immediately jogged over. "Chieftain, you're back." As they spoke, they reached out to help carry his weapon. But the moment he took the weapon, his eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of a human figure. Clang! The weapon fell to the ground. This caused the orc chieftain to furrow his brow. What is going on? Can't you even handle such a simple task? Shouted at like this, the tier orc snapped back to his senses and hurriedly looked behind his boss. It was completely empty. There was nothing there. "Chief, our work is too leisurely. You won't even let us spar." Thinking he just had a hallucination, he didn't pay it much mind. What kind of human would— The 2 tier orcs in charge of guard duty were clearly bewildered. One of them spoke up in confusion. "The high priest isn't here? Wasn't he with you? He didn't come back? How could that be? Where else could he go? The landing ship is right here with us. He can't have gone to the other side of the planet, can he?" The orc chieftain looked up and scanned the area once more. He really didn't see him anywhere, which left him puzzled. He couldn't understand why the old priest would just run off. Why wouldn't he even return to camp? Just as he was racking his brain, trying to figure out what the other one was thinking, he felt a chill run down his back. It was as if someone had pressed a block of ice against his spine. Strange, what's going on today? Saying this, it shook its shoulders and back, simultaneously signaling to its subordinates to check if there was something there. When it looked up, it saw 2 of its subordinates, their eyes wide as saucers, staring intently at its back. What's wrong? What's with those expressions? At this question, the 2 subordinates snapped out of it instantly. "Chieftain, there's a human female on your back." "Are you kidding me?" The orc chieftain burst out laughing in exasperation. He slaughtered at least 800, if not 1,000, humans recently. Just by standing there, he could make humans flee 80 miles away. How could a human possibly be clinging to his shoulder? If he weren't certain of their unwavering loyalty, he would smash them with a club long ago. There really is. She is so strange, not like any we've seen before. One of the orcs whispered, afraid of disturbing the eerie woman. "Bullshit. Do you think I'll let you sit in an office?" The orc chieftain was clearly getting impatient. He hadn't sensed anything, just a slight chill. But he knew more than his subordinates. thinking back on the old priestess' strange behavior and connecting it to the current situation. Even he felt a sudden buzz in his head.
A spirit realm being? When? Why didn't I sense a thing?
The orc chieftain reached back to grab at something, but his hand came up empty. This made him suspect his subordinates were playing a prank again, but before he could say anything,
a clear chuckle rang out from behind. He.
A chill instantly spread through its entire body. At the same time, it felt a surge of life force being drained from it.
In just a few breaths, this tier-level orc chieftain began to feel weak. Quick, grab her down.
Don't let her stay on my back.
It immediately ordered its two subordinates to act.
But when the two orcs reached out to touch her, they could only see a silhouette. Their hands passed right through her.
Chieftain, I can't touch her.
I can't touch her either.
After fruitless attempts, both orcs' voices trembled slightly. He. The laughter rang out again. The orc chieftain felt a chill run through his entire body. His life force surged out like a burst dam, unstoppable and uncontainable. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. In just over a dozen breaths, he had wasted away significantly. Run!
He shouted in his final moments. At that cry, both these orcs and the others scattered in all directions.
Strangely enough, if anyone happened to pass by, they would see them standing still in place or circling endlessly around a certain area. The orc chieftain managed to hold on for only 2 minutes,
before turning into a shriveled, blackened corpse. Throughout the orc camp, cheerful footsteps could often be heard, accompanied by faint, intermittent laughter. Ordinary orcs were drained dry in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the orc camp, the hunched-over orc high priest also came to a slow halt. The wrinkles on his face could not hide the panic etched there.
It's terrifying. How long has it been since we arrived, and yet we've already attracted that kind of thing. We can't stay here, we must retreat.
Even if he hadn't seen the creature's true form, one thing was certain. As a tier-peak orc priest, he had been unable to block the penetration of its power. Had he been a split second slower, his fate would have been the same as the other orcs.
We must notify the other teams. We're leaving now.
Given the situation, regardless of what the human alliance might think, he was ready to blow this planet to smithereens. Leaving it as it was would be a disaster of epic proportions. With that thought, it raised a hand and once again conjured a spirit realm portal. This time, a creature resembling a warhorse emerged from within. The elderly orc priest mounted it and rode directly toward the other outposts.
Chapter 39, Shuttle plus 10.
Having gathered enough essence, I wasted no time and raced
back without a moment's delay, fearing that a fleet might suddenly appear overhead before he even made it back. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened.
He returned safely to the place where Wuan and the others were hiding.
What kind of look is that?
But upon seeing Wuan, even Bai was startled. Although the guy still looked unshaven, his eyes used to have a certain sparkle. Now not only was that gone, but he looked utterly dejected.
Then he glanced inside the shuttle, bottles and cans, red, white, and beer.
It wasn't hard to guess why he'd become so run down.
You haven't even been hit by a shell yet, and you're already looking like this? Don't ever call yourself a veteran again.
He couldn't help but snap at him. He didn't know which remark had struck a nerve with Wuan, but he lifted his head slightly to look at Bai.
There's no chance left. Absolutely no chance.
You might not be able to sense it, but that feeling for someone like me in the psychic division is just too intense.
As soon as the Alliance fleet arrives, they'll destroy this planet without delay.
Recalling that heart-stopping sensation from not long ago, he didn't want to say much more. He just wanted to savor his final moments.
Then go ahead and enjoy them.
I couldn't be bothered to respond. He'd come here solely to take off in the shuttle. He planned to find a secluded spot to boost its power. Seeing Bai preparing to depart in the shuttle, Wuan couldn't help but speak up.
Don't bother. This model can't even enter space. And even if it did, without specialized equipment, you'd just die in agony.
Compared to that, being instantly incinerated by a planet-killer weapon would clearly be a more comfortable way to die. I completely ignored the others. He walked straight into the shuttle. Mr. Bai. The chubby AI appeared. Take off. Head to a specific location. I issued the command directly, as he now held the highest authority. The AI began executing the order. Watching the shuttlecraft depart, Wuhan shook his head slightly. What a waste of time. Oh well, it's only natural for young people to be stubborn. It wasn't that he lost hope, the truth was simply too heartbreaking. Through various means, he reached out to everyone he could contact: teachers, former superiors, even his family. Their answers were all the same. To put it simply, just wait to die. At a time like this, without any outside help, leaving this planet was simply impossible. And if even the closest, most intimate people had given up, what hope was there for anyone else? With that thought, he downed the remaining half bottle of baijiu in one gulp. If I can't rely on my own family and loved ones, then what else is there? Wuhan, who had already been tipsy, sobered up instantly, as if a thought had struck him. He rebooted through the warrior port and went straight to a special website. If it can't be done openly, then I'll look for someone in the shadows. His fingers tapped rapidly as he performed a series of complex operations. Seeing the success message pop up, a smile tugged at the corner of Wuhan's mouth. Ah, I'm a genius. In 2 days, I'll be out of this hellhole. I had no idea what was happening behind the scenes. With the AIS analysis, a suitable location was quickly found. He walked toward the shuttle, already eager to open the enhancement furnace. With a single thought, the 8 or 9 meter long shuttle shrank into a small icon and flew into the enhancement furnace. At that moment, even Bai felt a bit nervous. After all, a shuttle is just a shuttle. It wasn't designed for interstellar travel from the moment it was manufactured. Enhancing it to level 10, whether it would actually work, was still a gamble. For a moment, even Bai felt his resolve crumbling, on the verge of giving up. If even a shuttle couldn't leave this planet, what else was there to do? Go and steal a ship from a group of Tier 4 orcs? Never mind whether he could defeat them. Even if he succeeded, an orc ship wasn't something he could pilot. Take orc war chariots, for instance. Missing wheels was the least of their problems. Some didn't even have engines. And yet, they still roamed the land freely. Could he do the same? Could I? I can't, but... Bai's gaze fell on the enhancement furnace. This thing had one advantage: whether it was bound to him or not, once the enhancement was complete, it would be his. Unless he voluntarily gave it up, he would still feel a slight connection between them. Then I'll go check it out. It's better than waiting here to die. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. He had 2 extra months anyway. No matter how you looked at it, he was ahead. Even if he ended up getting killed by the orcs, he wouldn't be losing out. Let us do it. Bai made up his mind on the spot. As for going back to find Wuhan, he gave up on that idea immediately. He wasn't the guy's old man. Their only connection was that the other had given him a dagger. He owed him for a while now, and it was high time to pay it back. Besides, this is a life or death situation to begin with. As a Tier 1 old martial path practitioner, attempting to ambush a group of Tier 4 orcs, whether he'd succeed was anyone's guess. Of course, thanks to his understanding of the enhancement furnace, he wouldn't need to fight. As long as his hands could touch the enemy's spaceship, he could forcibly throw it into the enhancement furnace. Then he'd leave as quickly as possible. Viewed this way, the probability of success skyrocketed. He deployed the shuttle and entered the cockpit directly. Unlike before, the AIS attitude was much more deferential this time. Even its tone had changed. Master, it is my pleasure to serve you. Master, I just detected a backdoor in the shuttle's internal systems. I've already shut it down. My backdoor is open only for you, Master. Bye. Damn capitalists. They take my money and still leave a backdoor. What a bunch of jerks. After 10 rounds of upgrades, this shuttle's artificial intelligence had clearly evolved significantly.
whether in computational power or intelligence. It was even far superior to the cheap butler he once had. Yes, Master. I am currently analyzing the data to locate the humans pursuing this group of orcs. Streams of information flashed by as countless frames of footage were identified and filtered. Even using a brute force method, the formidable computing power allowed it to complete the analysis of a radius of over 10 kilometers in just a dozen breaths. Master, your task is complete. No human traces have been detected in the vicinity. None. I was clearly taken aback by this answer. Watching the orcs scrambling frantically to escape, he was suddenly at a loss. What about beings from the spirit realm, or energy-based entities? Master, none have been detected either. Then why are these orcs running? He examined the composition of the group, a very ordinary orc squad. There were no tier orcs among them. Since he couldn't figure it out, decided to simply capture them and torture them to see if he could extract the location of their camp. With that in mind, I picked up the skull crusher iron rod lying nearby. He estimated the distance to the ground. Open the hatch for me. Master, the hatch is already open. As the voice sounded, the shuttle ceased its high-speed movement and hovered above the orcs. I leaped immediately, plunging from the sky. Several orcs were clearly focused on what was behind them and hadn't noticed the threat overhead. Before they could react, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, slamming down hard on the front of the orc war chariot. The sudden downward force abruptly altered its momentum. The chariot flipped several times in midair before crashing back to the ground. 5 dazed orcs scrambled out from beneath the wreckage, their eyes filled with terror. But the moment they saw the fear in their eyes quickly faded. Kill that brat! They immediately raised their weapons and charged forward. Ha! I didn't waste any words. Gripping his twin clubs, he smashed the skulls of 3 orcs with brutal force. The remaining 2 tried to flee, but were immediately pinned down by the back of the head and slammed into the ground. There are a few things I'd like to know. Which one of you can answer them for me? You half-baked apes, if you've got the guts, kill me. One of the orcs, even with his face pressed against the ground, remained defiant. I was always happy to oblige such requests. Crack! Crack! The heavy clubs in his hands gently shattered every inch of their flesh and bone. Even though they were born to fight, that didn't mean they were immune to pain. Especially this kind of prolonged agony. To make them suffer longer, he crushed only non-vital areas. I never expected such a request. You orcs really have some strange tastes. Which one of you can tell me where your camp is? I asked. The moment those words left his mouth, even the orc whose body had been crushed beyond recognition forgot to scream. I can take you there. Before I could launch into his heartfelt persuasion, the other orc suddenly spoke up. This meant Bai's prepared tactics went completely unused. This attempt at turning him had gone a bit too smoothly, but it didn't matter. First, he needed to find out where the orc spaceship was. Then lead the way. Given the current situation, Bai had no time to worry about anything else. He crossed that bridge when he came to it. As the orc stood up, he offered no resistance, which surprised Bai a little. But upon second thought, if even the insectoid race, with their swarm consciousness, had traitors, then surely orcs would too. Then lead the way. Wait a moment. The orc didn't move immediately. Instead, he picked up an orcish club lying nearby. This left Bai torn should he strike him down with a single blow, or teach him a lesson and let him lead the way. Fortunately, the orc didn't give Bai time to agonize over it. His club wasn't aimed at Bai. It was aimed at the companion he'd just been fighting alongside. Gula! He murmured softly. One swing of the club, and brains splattered everywhere. Come pick me up. Perhaps due to the enhancement furnace, as long as he remained within 50 kilometers of the shuttle, he could communicate directly through telepathy. Almost simultaneously, the shuttle, which had been hovering in the air, began to descend slowly. He landed quickly. Back in the cockpit. Without by even needing to remind it, the AI had already finished gathering information from afar. One ultra-clear image after another played out. Even Bai felt a bit queasy upon seeing the scenes on the screen. He even felt a bit nauseous. The rest of the ship remained relatively normal. Only around that strange portal were there mountains of bones piled high. The floor had long since been stained dark red with blood. Even with mental preparation, the sight of tens of thousands of corpses still left Bai with a queasy feeling. And this was just the backside. If it were the other side of Chubird Star, he didn't even want to think about it. Racial war, heh. From his knowledge of contemporary history, he knew that the Alliance suffered over 10 million war-related deaths every year. It was only because their territory was vast enough and they possessed enough petri dish planets like Chubird Star. Otherwise, the Alliance might have collapsed long ago. All that is too far removed from me. What I need to do now is get out of here alive. I'll settle the scores later. He composed himself. Meanwhile, the AI had finished gathering data on the distant orc warship. A series of ultra-high-definition photos appeared. Is that an orc corpse? In nearly every image, there were blackened, shriveled corpses. Their features still vaguely revealed orc characteristics. Buzz. For a moment, I felt a chill run down his spine. An inexplicable sense of danger weighed heavily on his heart. Let us go. He issued the order immediately. Almost simultaneously, the shuttle, which had long been gathering power, seemed to dive into a spatial portal, instantly traversing a distance of over 1,000 li. No wonder we couldn't find any traces of the orcs, they must have been wiped out by something. Thinking back to the scene he just witnessed, I felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood why the fierce orcs had agreed to act as guides. They were taking someone down with them before they died. Good thing I reacted quickly. I'd already preheated the shuttle and jumped 1,000 li, it should be fine. Even if he didn't know who was behind it, whoever could wipe out an entire orc fleet must be stronger than the orcs. He couldn't even beat the orcs right now. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Why do I always run into this kind of crap? He grumbled aloud, but his mind was already devising a plan. His only hope of escape lay with the orc ship. If he kept waiting, what he'd get wouldn't be proper reinforcements, but artillery fire from the Alliance. Just thinking about the gruesome state of the orcs after they died sent a chill down his spine. Given the current situation, he had two options: wait to die, or head to the other side of Chubird Star to search for other orc ships. But if he did that, time would be running out. Perhaps before he could find a new orc camp, the Alliance fleet would arrive first. After a brief moment of hesitation, I finally decided to take a chance. After all, he had come here to fight the orcs anyway, it was just that his opponent had changed. Let us give it a shot. Maybe that terrifying thing has already left. He offered himself a word of comfort. But the moment those words left his mouth, a distinct, cackling laugh suddenly rang out. That single sound instantly made Bai's hair stand on end. He swallowed hard. Did you hear that laugh? He asked urgently. Master, I haven't detected any sound source. But that reply made Bai's heart leap into his throat. The laughter had been far too distinct. It was as if it were right in his ear. He stood frozen in place, unsure what to do. Yet the voice clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. In fact, it grew even more audacious. Light, cheerful footsteps, like a young girl dancing, and occasional giggles, seemed to echo right beside his ear. Self-scan the shuttle. Check for any other people or objects. Suppressing his fear, Bai issued the command to the shuttle. Master, self-scan complete. No anomalies detected. Hearing this, Bai opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. At this moment, he didn't even know which god to pray to. Before Bai could think further, footsteps were already almost upon him from behind. A chill, as if he were lying in an ice cellar, pressed directly against the skin of his back. This time,
Unlike when he asked the AI, he could already see the other person's true face. Just a glimpse of her profile left by speechless.
For a moment, he didn't even know what words to use to describe her beauty.
He'd never seen such a beautiful girl in his entire life. His gaze shifted upward, resting on her headdress. A crimson gold phoenix crown adorned with a pearl. At just a glance, a melody began playing in Bai's head. The 18th day of the first lunar month, an auspicious day, the sorghum leaf palanquin carries a bride in red, inch by inch.
You stupid brain, just calm down already. Bai roared inwardly.
Yet his mind seemed beyond his control, spewing out the lyrics of the soundtrack line by line.
Whoa!
He couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Finally, he understood why all the beastmen had died. How the hell could the spirit realm have something like this?
Although he learned from Wuan that the spirit realm was a chaotic place teeming with all manner of things, and that ghosts and monsters weren't exactly rare.
But it could be a three-headed, six-armed creature, headless, or even just half a body, or a chrysalis on the ground, but it absolutely couldn't be this freaky thing. He. The laughter sounded again. This time, the other party clearly couldn't hold back any longer.
Bai felt someone wrap their arms around his neck from behind, a cold surface pressing against his back. The chill on his back couldn't compare to the chill in his heart.
This time, he was probably really done for. Perhaps anticipating the outcome, his courage grew. He reached out and ran his hand over the pretty face resting on his shoulder. As expected,
there was no resistance at all. His hand passed right through.
It was as if they weren't even in the same world.
This completely shattered the last shred of hope in Bai's heart.
Sigh, bad luck, just plain unlucky. He let out a soft sigh. The one on his back was clearly not someone he could handle. He just didn't know what method the other would use to send him on his way.
Thinking of those dead orcs, it probably wouldn't be a peaceful end. Looking at the exquisite face mere inches away, Bai leaned in.
Come on, just give me a quick end. I'm not coming back to this crappy world in my next life.
Ever since arriving in this world, he'd either been cannon fodder, hunted down, or even taken a direct hit from heavy artillery.
To have lived an extra 2 months for no reason at all. A total steal. He stuck out his neck, offering himself up.
But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he still didn't sense anything amiss. Bai opened his eyes, feeling a bit suspicious. He saw a beautiful face, almost pressed against his own. In her eyes, he actually saw a complex mix of emotions: confusion, bewilderment, and more.
Chapter 42, The Young Energy ATM.
Staring at that exquisite face about to press against his own, Bai dared not move. He couldn't fathom what this beautiful, cold-blooded bride wanted, or why she hadn't drained him yet. And seeing her up close like this, that kind of beauty, well, it was quite a sight, though it was a shame he couldn't touch her. They remained frozen in this standoff for a full half hour.
Bai simply couldn't take it anymore. Even if she was a sight for sore eyes, he couldn't just keep staring at her.
Pretty sister, if you're going to kill me or skin me alive, just give me a quick end. If you keep this up, I'm afraid my grudge against you will be even greater than yours when I die.
He muttered timidly.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the exquisite face mere inches away furrowed slightly, taking on a pensive expression.
Seeing her reaction, Bai was baffled.
Logically speaking, someone capable of killing over 1,000 beastmen in such a short time would prioritize efficiency when taking lives. Yet here he was, still standing here, alive and kicking, after half an hour had passed.
That shouldn't be possible.
Could it be because of his looks? As the saying goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes. He was so handsome that when the banquet began, just standing by the side would surely allow him to absorb the young energy of a few more people.
Wait a minute, young energy.
I thought back to the way those orcs had died. It was quite similar to the unfortunate souls and legends who'd been drained of their yang energy. He looked again at the beautiful bride before him. A moment ago, there had been clear confusion and bewilderment in her eyes. Yet she was the same cold-blooded killer. The problem must lie with him.
Thinking it through, I realized something was off.
Based on past experience, after going this long without release, his body should have been aching by now, but he felt not a shred of discomfort. In fact, he even felt lighter.
So that's it. I knew it. No matter how appetizing the sight, it's still just a dish. How could I wait this long without eating? This auto-heal feature is a bit out of this world.
I thought it was just for restoring health, but then I found out it could even restore vitality and spirit. Now, it turns out it can even restore yang energy.
It's truly a conceptual health restoration. If it's a health bar, it'll restore it. Of course, this also eased by S frayed nerves. Good news, he won die.
Bad news, this bride who is off limits to touch is treating him like a young chi ATM.
This world is just fucking crazy. I couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Every time, it throws him an even bigger surprise.
Of course, for now, it's actually good news.
It helps him get rid of the excess stamina in his body. And it won't be long before he unlocks the next new feature. By then, auto heal will likely get another upgrade. He has got plenty of stamina to spare. As long as he doesn't get one shot, he is not afraid of sustained damage. After briefly relaxing, I turned his attention back to leaving. This guy killed so many orcs for me, which indirectly helped me deal with all sorts of trouble. Now I just need to go pick up my orc spaceship. I just wonder if I can force a binding. Unlike Alliance technology, orc technology is all about mysticism. It's hard to say if it'll work. Change destination. Return to the orc camp now. The warp drive worked well, but it still had a cooldown. Each use required a 2-hour cooldown. Of course, as his level increased, both the cooldown time and the distance it could cover would improve. For now, he could only fly back. The shuttle SAI quickly pinpointed their location and plotted a flight path. "Master, please hold on tight, we're about to take off." As the voice sounded, the shuttle ignited its engines. "Old priest, how could you be so clueless?" A burly orc spoke up. Beside him stood a hunched, elderly orc who looked distinctly dejected at that moment. I had no idea that idiot would run straight back to our own camp. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. Knowing full well there was a terrifying presence out there, and still bringing it right home, what a genius. Now look at this. The entire orc contingent from the 13th tribe has been wiped out. They were wiped out so thoroughly that they didn't even have time to take the landing ship with them. Coincidentally, while the orcs had no shortage of combat strength, they lacked space-capable vehicles. Upon learning of the old priestess' actions, the orc general, rarely one to lose his temper, was furious. He ordered them to retrieve the spacecraft at all costs. Yes, not you. Without psychic aptitude, how could he possibly sense the aura of that psychic being? The orc chieftain in charge of the mission couldn't help but shake his head. The good name of their clan would sooner or later be ruined by this bunch of priests. But because these fellows held special status, even they had to follow orders. "Don't run away this time. You must hold that guy off, at least until the mechanics get the ship moving," the orc leader said earnestly. Perhaps realizing he'd gone too far last time, the old orc priest quickly assured them. "Rest assured, even if I have to return to the land of the beast god immediately, I will hold that guy off and buy you time." He stopped mid-sentence, sensing something. A sudden flash of sharpness gleamed in his once cloudy, aged eyes. "Quick, quick, quick! That troublesome guy is gone. Let us take off in the ship now." In his perception, the intense discomfort pressing against his chest had suddenly vanished, which filled him with excitement. The other orcs, not to mention the leader, immediately began urging them on. "Hurry up, full speed ahead." It was true they loved to fight, but they weren't fools. They wouldn't go to their deaths when they knew they were outmatched. About a few minutes later, the orc's small landing pod touched down. Almost simultaneously, over 100 figures sprang into action, charging toward the stationary spaceship. Unlike the 2 or 3 meter tall orcs, these were clearly the tech-savvy young orc specialists in repairing and creating technological devices. What a waste of our clan's finest to die in such a meaningless battle. The orc chieftain looked at the ground littered with withered, charred corpses and spoke with a hint of regret. After speaking, he shot a glance at the elderly orc beside him. He desperately wanted to send it back to the land of the beast gods with a single blow. Perhaps sensing the gaze, the old orc immediately began muttering to himself. They were all warriors. I have prayed for them, the Father God will guide them to the land of the beast gods. Hearing this, the orc chieftain's mouth twitched. He couldn't be bothered to respond. They didn't notice that right above their heads, a camouflage shuttle was watching everything unfold below. They're moving so fast, we have to stop these guys. Bai was getting anxious. If the orc spaceship really got away, there would be no hope left. But the gap in combat strength between the two sides was just too great. A direct assault would almost certainly be a death sentence. Then I'll charge over and seize it, he steeled himself. Bai immediately had the AI calculate the optimal landing point. Let us see who was faster. As soon as the calculation was complete, Bai didn't hesitate for a moment and sent the shuttle flying straight toward the ship. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the anti-gravity engine was that it was virtually silent unless one deliberately revealed their presence. It was hard to hear any sound. Compared to the orcs who still had to make their way on foot, Bai was clearly much faster. He reached the top of the spaceship first. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the hatch and jumped down. Chapter 43, Legendary Grade Materials. What is that? The orc chieftain looked toward the distance, somewhat bewildered. He saw a figure suddenly leap out of the air. The elderly orc priest standing nearby clearly knew more. His expression changed instantly. A shuttle. A human shuttle. That kid wants to blow up the ship, stop him. He practically shouted the words. If they couldn't get the ship back, even if it didn't cost him his life, his future would likely be bleak. Hearing this, the orc chieftain sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he had sprinted over 100 meters. But the distance between them was simply too great. Bai reached the orc ship first. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately summoned the enhancement furnace, intending to forcibly drag the ship inside. This ship is mine now. A smile flashed across his face. The ship shrank at a visible speed, eventually turning into an icon that flew into the enhancement furnace. As the orc ship vanished, Bai continued to fall. Fortunately, the shuttle that had been waiting nearby quickly closed in, catching Bai before he hit the ground. After doing this, it immediately climbed to a higher altitude, aiming to soar into the sky. The entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. The orc chieftain, who hadn't yet arrived, stared blankly at the shuttle climbing into the sky with a look of utter disbelief. Clearly, with its limited intellect, it couldn't comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before its eyes. Damn you, half-evolved monkey! Get down here! The elderly orc priest behind him was clearly losing his temper. The ship was gone. The future looked bleak. This forced him to fight for his life. It immediately began chanting in a complex, ancient language, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge rapidly. Almost simultaneously, a temporary spirit realm portal opened. Immediately afterward, a monster 7 or 8 meters in size resembling a bird but covered in dense clusters of flesh growths soared out of the portal. Get on! We can't let him get away. With a single leap, he landed on the monster's back. The orc chieftain didn't dare delay either. Losing his spaceship was no small matter, and he certainly didn't want to take the blame. Catch up to that guy, and we'll give you what you want. The old orc priest offered a deal. The monstrous bird, which had been merely hovering, suddenly turned its head to glance back. The next second, a shrill, piercing screech rang out. Its massive body flapped its wings lightly. In an instant, it covered thousands of meters. Bai, who had thought he had the upper hand, soon heard an alert. Master, an unidentified flying object is approaching from behind. This forced Bai to temporarily abandon his plan to inspect the orc ship. Through the camera, he quickly spotted the unidentified object. Covered in tumors, it was clearly not a creature of this world. Damn it, I'll blow the spirit realm to smithereens sooner or later. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Before the words had even left his mouth, a delicate face appeared on his right. Bye. I want to blow it up, I want to blow it up. How could I possibly blow up your home? By didn't he want to provoke this one? He already had enough trouble as it was, and didn't he want to invite more trouble upon himself? Before he could say another word, a series of alarms began ringing in his ears. Master, they're closing in. They're expected to catch up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes is enough. Without a moment's hesitation, I activated the boost. Relying solely on the shuttle wouldn't be enough to hold them off. This thing didn't have a weapons system, but the orc ship certainly did. The burning furnace appeared, and the orc ship materialized as an icon inside it. He reached out to click the enhancement button. Holy shit! Where's my huge enhancement button? Bai was completely dumbfounded. The enhancement button was gone. But he quickly figured out the problem. It wasn't a lack of essence, it was because this was a race-exclusive piece of equipment. Sorry, race-exclusive equipment detected. Cannot perform enhancement operation. Holy shit, is that even allowed? He finally understood why human scientists couldn't figure out orc technology. It was all race-exclusive gear, no wonder they couldn't figure it out. Orcs are such a freaky race. He muttered under his breath. He'd have to find another way. But soon, an option appeared next to the Bai enhancement furnace. Unlike before, the option button was now flashing in a rhythmic pattern. Bai tapped it, feeling a bit puzzled. In addition to the bloodthirsty Fong, there was a strange transcendent material. What is this? He tapped the info with a blank look on his face. Yet, no memories came to mind. Name, red satin embroidered shoes. Type, special material. Quality, legendary. Effect, these shoes are imbued with a special power. They seem to possess a life of their own, wandering through the world. What is this? Staring at this peculiar material, Bai was at a loss. When did she acquire this? Wait a minute, red satin embroidered shoes? She glanced to the side and saw the beautiful bride looking at her with curiosity. Then she looked at her attire. She wore a phoenix crown, a red silk blouse underneath, an embroidered red robe on top, a scarf draped over her shoulders, and a red skirt and red pants. Yet her feet were bare. Her shoes? Why are they in my backpack? Bai suddenly had a feeling that the other person's curious gaze was probably treating her like a shoe thief. Your feet are very pretty. But the shoes are mine now. She muttered silently to herself. Since I'm stuck with her anyway, getting my yang energy drained every day, it's not too much to ask for a little compensation, is it? But Bai's train of thought was quickly interrupted by a notification from the AI. Master, they're expected to catch up in 1 minute. Please come up with a plan. The shuttle can't withstand their attacks. Hearing this, Bai sneered inwardly. Let them chase. Even if they catch up, once something's in my pocket, there's no way I'm giving it back. I'm going to top up. The thought crossed his mind. Immediately, a notification popped up before his eyes. Special material composite detected, orc spaceship. Top up to receive 33,000 essence points. Proceed with top up? Holy shit, I'm rich. Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected this spaceship to be worth so much. One more trick to get rich in the future. Top up, top up, top up. Even if I die here today, I want to let them get their hands on this spaceship again. Congratulations on obtaining 33,000 essence. Looking at the prompt before him, Bai felt nothing but exhilaration. Overnight riches. With this much essence, he could probably unlock all the paid features. Just as Bai was about to go on a spending spree before his death, he didn't notice that the beautiful bride on his back had furrowed her delicate brow in displeasure upon hearing the word death. For the first time, she shifted her gaze to the 3D projection displayed by the shuttle. In the image, a giant bird covered in tumors was rapidly approaching. Looking at this hideous creature, an angry expression flashed across her beautiful face. Humph. A very soft snort sounded. This startled Bai. It was the first time he heard his beautiful bride make a sound other than laughter. Chapter 44, Displaying Great Power. Inside the hiding cave. They're here. We're saved. A cry of surprise rang out. A glimmer of hope appeared in his previously dim eyes. Wuan, staring at the information projected before him, could barely contain his excitement. Arriving in half an hour. Please prepare. I'm a total badass. I managed to turn a hopeless situation around. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. He had thought he was as good as dead. He had even contacted his master and his clan, but their response was simply to wait for death. Even the Alliance had abandoned this planet, let alone the other minor factions. Just as Wuan was sinking into despair, preparing to face death, a phrase circulating within the Alliance suddenly came to mind. Send your location, don't worry about whether we can make it. It was a last-ditch effort, but who would have thought that when he reached out, they actually came? They would arrive on this planet in half an hour. Wuan didn't dare waste a moment. He immediately sent his precise coordinates. Wait, there's that kid too. I have to find him. But his joy was quickly subdued. He hadn't held much hope for this plan to begin with, yet it turned out to be the most reliable one. It actually worked. As a result, he hadn't even had time to tell Bai about the chance to escape. He was already thinking about going to look for him. You found help? The severely injured young man beside him looked stunned. Having spent the past 2 days with him, he naturally knew that Star was doomed. Yes, I contacted a slave ship. It'll arrive in half an hour. Wuan calmly explained what he had done. A slave ship? As a test tube baby, he was clearly unfamiliar with the term. Right. They're a black market operation that operates in the shadows, capturing humans and selling them at high prices to other races. Hearing these matter-of-fact words, the severely wounded young man was deeply shocked. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Wuan shifted slightly. So he sold himself into slavery? He's a ruthless one. Don't look at me like that. If you don't want to, just hide here. Don't worry, getting hit by a planet killer weapon doesn't hurt a bit. For a test tube baby raised within the internal network, he was still somewhat naive. Wuan clearly knew more. The corruption within the Alliance, even this slave hunting ship might have shares owned by some high-ranking figure. His thinking was simple: as a tier class, the worst that could happen was working to pay off his debt. If he died here, he'd truly have no chance. I'm going to find that kid and tell him about this. Wuan dropped that line and hurried out the door. In any case, he had to survive first, only then would there be a future. Half an hour later, a miniature spaceship appeared. Of course, this was in comparison to other ships that routinely started at hundreds of meters in length. Even as a super miniature model, its total length exceeded 100 meters, with a width and height of over 60 meters each. As the hatch opened, a dozen or so figures stepped out. Leading the group was a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Since Wuan hadn't returned yet, his first glance naturally fell on the injured young man. A severely injured tier class will have to discount the value. It's not worth it. But before he could finish, a highly modified mech warrior standing beside him couldn't help but whisper. Captain, we won't have to spend a dime on this one. It's pure profit. I almost forgot, once we're done with this job, I've got to find a chance to take a break. The middle-aged man didn't seem embarrassed as he scanned the 3 people present. The more he looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. There should be other people on this planet, right? If there were only these few, it wouldn't even cover the damn gas money. This is a breeding planet. There are plenty of people here, but right now it's occupied by the beastmen. The injured young man hurriedly explained. Upon hearing there were others, the middle-aged man didn't even pause. He immediately began directing his men to get to work. A risk-free deal. Forget the beastmen, even if the beast god himself showed up, it wouldn't matter.
Just then, Wuan returned, looking somewhat dejected.
Clearly, he hadn't found Bai.
Just as he was pondering how to continue the search,
a mechanical warrior walked up to the group, took out a set of special collars, and fastened them directly around their necks. Their freedom was restricted on the spot. Before the planet blows up, hurry, hurry, let us make a quick buck and get out of here. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with madness. If he weren't mad, he wouldn't have ignored the Alliance's ban to come to Chubird Star and capture people. Soon, the mini-ship restarted. Activate the life radar, set the lower limit search for the lowest tier lifeforms.
Function activated, searching for matching lifeforms.
Along with the prompt, a map of Chubird Star projected onto the captain's console, and soon, red dots began to appear one after another.
Excellent.
Serves them right, this Captain S about to strike it rich. As for Bai, he was naturally unaware of the slave ship's arrival. He was currently busy fending off the pursuers behind him.
Kid, stop running. You can't get away.
Stop now, and we might spare your life. A shrill voice, somewhat like the sound of glass scraping, rang out abruptly. Looking back at the projection, two figures were now clearly visible on the back of the lumpy monster bird. The orc leader among them was poised to charge at any moment, ready to smash the shuttle to pieces.
Just then,
the bride on his back let out another soft groan.
With a loud clang,
the pursuing lumpy monster bird, as if startled, performed an abrupt mid-air stop. If the elderly orc priest hadn't been prepared, the two of them would likely have been in for a free fall. If you let us crash and die, don't expect any reward, he hurriedly warned, hoping to stop the creature's actions. Fortunately, the lump-backed monster bird quickly resumed normal flight, though it did not continue pursuing the shuttle.
Go on.
Why stop?
The elderly orc priest was furious.
At such a great cost, the creature he summoned wasn't even obeying him. Before he could finish speaking, the lumpy monster bird turned its head, a flash of anger crossing its eyes. This made the old orc priest swallow the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. His wrinkled face broke into a fawning smile as he said, "Give us a hand, and I'll double the reward, but you must help us catch up."
After a moment's thought, flapped its wings, and gave chase once more.
This allowed the elderly orc priest to breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of the high price, he was afraid the job wouldn't get done. Bai had thought it was all over, but when he looked again, he saw the lumpy monster bird had caught up once more.
Why is it chasing us again?
They must be out to kill me, how despicable. As he spoke, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at the beautiful bride on his shoulder.
Just as expected,
her previously expressionless face gradually furrowed into a frown, slowly turning into a pout of annoyance.
The next second,
Bai felt something was off on his back. The cool, icy sensation had vanished. He quickly glanced over with the corner of his eye. His wife was gone. There was no trace of the beautiful bride on his back.
Did she go to avenge me?
Bai watched as the lumpy monster bird behind him performed another sharp aerial stop. He didn't need to think to know where his beautiful wife had gone. Due to the nature of this situation, he could only see the lumpy monster bird struggling. The bride's figure couldn't be projected.
Don't you want your reward anymore?
Stop this at once. The elderly orc priest, enduring the 360-degree spin with no blind spots, shouted urgently. This time, it was clearly of no use. The lumpy monster bird continued to spin in the air, as if trying to shake something off its back. This behavior was giving the two orcs a terrible time. They held on for a moment, but it was simply unbearable. They didn't care about the spaceship anymore. If this kept up, their old bones would be shaken to pieces.
Wait. Just drop us off. We won't chase you anymore,
he shouted loudly. But the tumor bird seemed not to hear him, continuing to spin in the air and shake its body.
This made the elder orc priest realize something was amiss.
He quickly steadied himself and scanned his surroundings.
Sure enough, On the back of the orc chieftain, there was now a human figure. A human female. Gula! He roared to steel his resolve. The old orc priest kicked the orc chieftain in the back. Already immobilized, the chieftain lost his balance and was sent flying. As the orc chieftain flew away, the lumpy monster bird resumed its steady flight. This time, no matter what price they offered, it refused to continue pursuing the shuttle. It was clearly frightened as well. It's over. Not only did we fail to return to the spaceship, but we lost another leader. The elderly orc priest felt his future grow dark, devoid of any light. Chapter 45, Trait, Spirit Walker. Brilliant! Brilliant! Watching the spectacle unfolding behind them, even Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, he also gained a new perspective on the beautiful bride. This one was likely the scum of the scum even within the spirit realm. That tumor-like monster bird was at least a tier-level lifeform, and there was a high probability it was even a tier. Yet this creature showed absolutely no intention of resisting the beautiful bride. Let us go, let us go. Speed up. Bai seemed to think of something and hurriedly urged them on. He wanted to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Who would want to carry around a wife they could look at but not touch every day, especially one who had the power to take his life at any moment? Master, please wait, preparing to warp. 3, 2, 1. As the surroundings blurred for a moment, when his vision cleared again, they had already appeared over 1,000 miles away. Did it work? Feeling no unusual sensations in his body, he was instantly relieved. The next second, a cold, slightly resentful snort rang out abruptly. Bai. He turned his head slightly. It was still that beautiful, captivating face, but this time she was clearly displeased, with a hint of resentment. It was as if she were looking at a faithless man. Bai. Let me explain. Ahem, you must be tired. Don't be so polite. Take a couple of breaths of yang qi to refresh yourself. With an awkward smile, he accepted her kind invitation. No wonder the tumor bird was afraid, even he feared that ability to appear and vanish at will. Perhaps she understood Bai's words. The beautiful bride pouted her lips and leaned in, and immediately he felt his life force being drawn out. This forced Bai to temporarily abandon the nurturing of his blood-drinking dagger. He focused all his energy on supplying yang qi. She just helped him fend off the invading enemy. What's wrong with her taking a little yang qi? Fortunately, the maximum 3% HP regeneration per second was more than enough to keep up. It lasted for about half an hour. Then, on that beautiful face, her eyes half closed, an expression of sheer bliss appeared. Seeing this, Bai's lips twitched slightly. It was clear, he tasted pretty good. At least better than the orc's texture. After the beautiful bride stretched lazily in comfort, she wrapped her arms around Bai from behind again, pressing her body against his back. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but her body didn't seem quite as cold anymore. As her active absorption ended, the rate of yang qi absorption returned to around 1% per second. Bai resumed nurturing the blood-drinking dagger. But he couldn't quite bring himself to feel happy right now. Even though the haul was substantial, it had blocked off his last remaining option for escape. Who would thought that the orc spaceship was a damn exclusive weapon he couldn't enhance? It feels like I've accomplished a lot, but it also feels like I haven't done a thing. Bai was at a loss for words. After all that hustle and bustle, looking back, his progress hadn't budged an inch. It was just damn frustrating. The only thing bringing him any comfort right now was the cold, hard 35,000 essence on his stats panel. It's not like I'll have any use for it later anyway, so I might as well spend it. If there was truly no way to leave, then he might as well just wait to die. Better to use it now and enjoy it while he could. With that thought, his gaze shifted to the add-on panel. Only 2 remained to unlock: auto heal and skill upgrade. He glanced at them briefly. He shifted his gaze and opened the enhancement furnace. He signaled the shuttle to find a place to land. I suddenly wanted to test the effects of the legendary materials after enhancement. As soon as they touched down, he immediately dragged the shuttle into the enhancement furnace.
This time, the enhancement button was still there.
And the add option was highlighted.
When he clicked it, only the red satin embroidered shoes were inside.
It actually works.
Muttering to himself, he glanced at the bride on his back, then finally gritted his teeth and selected Enhance.
Better to die now and be reborn. Maybe the next life will be happier.
Anyway, this world is truly rotten to the core.
No regrets. Detected that you are enhancing a legendary material.
This will consume 10,000 essence.
Do you wish to proceed?
Holy shit, that's so expensive. Enhancing a regular transcendent material usually costs only 100 essence for the first attempt.
This one was 100 times that.
That alone spoke to the rarity of this transcendent material. It spanned at least 4 quality tiers: inferior, low, medium, and high, and likely even more than that. No wonder the beautiful bride is so powerful. She is at the very top of the food chain in the spirit realm.
Yes. As he confirmed. The red embroidered shoes turned into a golden liquid and instantly merged into the icon.
The once ordinary shuttle underwent a complete transformation at that moment. It became very festive, somewhat like a bridal chamber.
And at that very moment,
the beautiful bride on his back suddenly vanished. Before Bai could figure out what was going on, 3 options appeared before his eyes.
Congratulations! Your equipment, the shuttle, has undergone a metamorphosis. Please select one of the following traits.
Friendly reminder: once selected, it cannot be changed. 1. Spiritual corruption. Once activated, all living beings within a 20-kilometer radius will be drawn into an illusion. If they cannot escape within 24 hours, their souls will perish. 2. Spiritual energy adaptation. The hull adapts to spiritual energy, allowing it to absorb spiritual energy for charging and automatically repair damaged areas.
7. A spirit walker grants the ability to enter the spirit realm while traveling. Note, once activated, the hull becomes immune to physical damage and significantly increases resistance to spiritual energy. A full 7 options. And every single evolution path was utterly mind-blowing.
Whether it's wide area AoE, ultimate defense and regeneration, or even the ability to enter the spirit realm,
I could only think one thing.
Legendary materials are truly terrifying.
Enter the spirit realm? This option caught his attention. If he couldn't enter the cosmos, traveling through the spirit realm might be a decent alternative.
As 2 separate worlds, the aftershocks from blowing up stars surely couldn't harm him.
I choose 7.
As always, survival is the key to the future. As the selection concluded.
Congratulations, selection successful. Your shuttle has evolved into the Spirit Walker.
With the prompt ending,
the originally blue icon transformed completely. Its appearance underwent a complete transformation.
What was once a high-tech creation had been radically modified into an ancient-style 3-story galley.
Moreover, it was adorned everywhere with the character Ford double happiness or red decorations.
At first glance, one would mistake it for a wedding ship.
Of course, while the appearance had been drastically altered, its functions remained unchanged and its energy capacity had even been significantly enhanced. How wonderful triple good fortune!
Looking at the festive shuttle before him, I let out a rare smile. Not only had he solved the major headache of the beautiful bride, but he also acquired a legendary quality spaceship, one that could even leave this planet.
For a moment, he felt completely at ease. Everything was moving in the right direction now. I glanced at his remaining essence.
After some thought, he gritted his teeth and decided to use it to upgrade the legendary spaceship before him.
Spirit Realm. What kind of place was that?
It was full of filth. Better to be safe than sorry.
Congratulations on successfully upgrading the Spirit Walker. Spirit Walker +1.
This time, it cost a full 20,000 essence. Any further attempts to upgrade triggered a warning about insufficient funds, prompting him to recharge immediately.
That's the limit. I can't upgrade it any further. Bai released the drastically transformed shuttle. A thought crossed his mind. He signaled the other party to open the hatch. This time, it took quite a while before a wooden staircase descended from the ship. Is it impossible to land? Never mind, none of that matters. Let us go find Chad and the others first. Before, he lacked the strength, and without internet access, he couldn't contact them. Now that he found a way to leave, he still wanted to give them a hand. Chapter 46, The Brightest Radically Modified Shipgirl? Wow, this modification is way too thorough. As he boarded the ship and entered the interior, Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, the shuttle had only one deck. Now, not only had it become 3 decks, but the interior space had clearly expanded. Moreover, the decor resembled an ancient bridal chamber, radiating a festive atmosphere. Of course, the internal configuration remained unchanged. If anything, the interior had become more grand and upscale. He hurried up to the top-floor cockpit. The style had indeed changed, but all the technological equipment was still there. Prepare for departure. Damn. He issued the command as usual, and the AI quickly appeared. Only this time, its appearance had undergone a complete transformation. It wore a phoenix crown, a red silk blouse underneath, an embroidered red robe on top, a shoulder-draped sash, and red skirt and pants. Holy crap, a bride-themed shipgirl makeover. She looked at the beautiful bride, who seemed a bit dazed, clearly not yet accustomed to her current identity. But the moment she saw Bai, she instinctively wanted to fly over and return to that warm back. Bai instinctively took a step back. Yet the bride struggled to move, still hovering in the same spot. This made her furrow her brows, her face full of confusion. She didn't understand how she ended up like this. Seeing that the other couldn't move, Bai's eyes lit up. Is she restricted, or has she been forged into an artifact spirit? Thinking of the artifact spirits in mythological novels, the beautiful bride must be in that state now. Unable to leave the spirit walker, yet in control of the ship. Perhaps sensing Bai's smug expression, the beautiful bride looked up angrily, sending a chill down his spine. Her crimson lips parted slightly. You. A single, clear syllable escaped her lips. This caused the previously angry, beautiful bride to wear an expression of shock. She hurriedly held out her fair hands, examining them closely, even reaching up to touch her own cheeks, her look of astonishment growing ever more intense. Even the look she gave Bai softened considerably. You, husband, don't. Then Bai witnessed the birth of a chatty shipgirl. She was like a mute who had suddenly mastered speech, chattering non-stop, with words pouring out of her mouth. A full 10 minutes passed. The beautiful bride stopped her rambling, though she seemed reluctant to stop, and refocused her attention on Bai. Only now, her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. She had only intended to absorb more yang energy, but then she discovered this oddball, Bai. His texture surpassed that of Guojia wine, smooth on the tongue, and it even recovered quickly on its own, which made her like him even more. She just hadn't expected it. She had no idea what method the person before her had used to turn her into what she was now. A long silence followed. Finally, she spoke. Her crisp, melodious voice, combined with her exquisite features, left Bai mesmerized. He regretted it. Such a beautiful female ghost, and I actually went and turned her into a shipgirl. I really should die. With current technology, combined with some special methods and the enhancement furnace, is it really that hard to create a physical form? He glanced at those unique red satin embroidered shoes. They had already vanished. This meant she was now completely bound to the spirit walker. Could you tell me what kind of place this is? Having regained her ability to speak, the beautiful bride asked timidly, her face betraying nervousness, afraid of being rejected. Looking at this beautiful and captivating shipgirl, after suppressing his own sordid thoughts, Bai also had a belly full of questions he wanted to ask. This place is called Chickstar. It's a training planet for the Human Alliance. As for this ship, it's called the Spirit Walker. You should know more about that than I do. The bride nodded silently and replied with a smile.
When I woke up again, I had some unfamiliar memories specifically about how to operate the Spirit Walker.
Hearing this,
it was now certain. She had indeed been completely transformed into a spirit vessel. She was now permanently bound to the Spirit Walker. That was for the best. They were now tied to the same rope.
What is the human alliance?
The shipgirl asked, a bit shyly.
That's hard to explain. You can think of it as a superpower. Then what is a petri dish planet? What is the universe? Where is Dongwon? From then on,
Shipgirl turned into a curious little kid, firing off questions one after another.
I answered whatever he could and admitted when he didn't know. They chatted like this for over an hour.
Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, he had to cut her off. Later, once we connect to the external network, you can look up whatever you want yourself.
We have other things to take care of right now.
Oh, okay. Soon, under Bai's guidance, she began operating the Spirit Walker. First, they returned to the cave where they'd been hiding, hoping to find Wuan. But they found only a pile of trash inside. The person was nowhere to be seen.
Never mind. If fate isn't on our side, there's nothing we can do. At a time like this, there was no way to find him. They could only leave it to chance. Without hesitation,
he directed the ship to fly in the opposite direction. He wanted to go look for Chad.
Meanwhile, on Chubiao Star, hundreds of light years away,
a fleet consisting of over a dozen frigates was speeding through space. At the center of the fleet was a super battleship tens of kilometers in size, serving as the fleet's flagship. Several figures had already gathered in the conference room.
There were even holographic projections present.
Seated in the chair of authority was an elderly man.
Since everyone is here, let us discuss Bird 3.
With that, he gestured to another elderly man. The white-haired elder cleared his throat and projected a series of reports. Ladies and gentlemen, while I too wish to save Bird 3, the facts prove that the planet is beyond salvation.
By the time we arrive, we won't be able to change anything.
At that very moment, the report appeared before everyone's eyes. Check 3, Psychic Radiation Detection Report, Level 3. Estimated to reach Level 4 in 1 day, at which point tier beings will descend. I must inform you all with full responsibility, by the time we arrive, this planet's psychic radiation level will inevitably reach Level 5, and the situation will only become more complicated. So my proposal is to report directly to the Alliance Council and request a planet-destroying weapon for a devastating strike. Having said this, he looked at everyone present.
Agreed. 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 Almost simultaneously,
all the fleet commanders present agreed.
In their view, Chubiao 3 was already a lost cause. There was little value in saving it.
Besides, there was a world of difference between participating and failing to arrive in time. All they needed to do was file a report stating that, due to insufficient time, they were unable to reach the planet. Since the matter had nothing to do with them, they naturally wouldn't be held responsible. What a pity, a cultivation planet created at great cost by the Alliance. The elderly leader shook his head slightly. Nevertheless, he immediately established a direct connection with the Alliance Resolution Council. Soon, a circular conference hall appeared on the screen, where 10 figures were already present, clearly having waited for some time. Elders, I'm sorry, but the energy radiation on Chubiao 3 has reached Level 5. Even if we were to get there, there is nothing we could do to change the outcome. I, the 7th Fleet, request permission to use planet-destroying weapons to carry out a devastating strike. On the other side of the conference room, there was a brief murmur of discussion.
About 2 minutes passed.
Then a voice came from the other side.
Approved. Chapter 47, A Sudden Strike. Captain, we've hit the jackpot this time.
Once we sell this cargo, we can trade up for a bigger ship. A mechanic warrior returned with several dozen disheveled figures in tow.
Every one of them wore a collar around their neck.
You're breaking Alliance regulations.
Aren't you afraid of getting caught?
One of the young men, upon seeing the pot-bellied middle-aged man with a gentle smile, could no longer hold back and shouted loudly. But the words had barely left his mouth. A large, fan-like hand had already landed on his face. Rules? Our rules are the rules. That single slap left half his face swollen, and he passed out instantly. You brat, go easy on him. Don't kill him, these are all Alliance currency. The middle-aged captain scolded him in a tone that was neither too harsh nor too soft. He motioned for him to take the man inside. Following the warrior, he boarded the spaceship and headed straight for the lowest level. There were no comfortable beds here, only row after row of cages made of alloy. At that moment, over 100 people were already locked inside. Don't talk to me about laws or regulations here. You should be thanking me right now. This planet will be destroyed in 2 or 3 days. I'm saving your lives. As the news was delivered, shock flashed across everyone's faces. Some immediately retorted. Bullshit. The Alliance won't abandon us. We're legal citizens. Ha! The mech warrior merely sneered. He didn't argue. He brutally forced the group into the cages. Citizens? Are there so few dead level 5 and 6 citizens in this universe? Let alone a bunch of pseudo-citizens. He couldn't even be bothered to speak to such ignorant beings. After herding them into the cage, he simply walked away. How could this be? How could the Alliance abandon us? It can't be true. This has to be a lie. In an instant, some broke down, others wept uncontrollably. Of course, there were a few who remained calm, sitting silently in the corner, saying nothing. If Bai were here, he would have recognized one of them at a glance, none other than his brother, Chad. He was simply far more composed than the others. During this time, dozens more were brought in. Without exception, every one of these captives was at least a skin-refining stage warrior. There were even several spirit energy practitioners among them. This made the captain of the slave ship grin from ear to ear. Ha! Fortune favors the bold. If I don't get rich, who will? He decaptured all sorts of slaves before and even trafficked people, but this was his first time pulling off such a massive, risk-free operation. And the quality was top-notch. He was already envisioning a life of retirement once he disposed of this batch of merchandise. Just as he was lost in these daydreams of the future, a communication came through immediately. Hurry up and leave. The council has approved the use of the planet-destroying weapon. Ha! Wasn't he that supposed to be in 2 days? The middle-aged captain was taken aback. This didn't match the information he received. What do you mean in 2 days? The 7th Fleet hasn't even arrived yet. They've already submitted the request to activate the planet-destroying weapon. The voice on the other end of the communication sounded anxious. This left the middle-aged captain with no choice but to act immediately. He had come here knowing the exact timing. Did they really think he wasn't afraid of dying? Ace, everyone back here. We're leaving. The planet-destroying weapon is about to be launched. He hurriedly contacted the warrior mechs currently at work. To save time, he didn't even bother with the slaves they just captured and hadn't had time to transport back yet. Soon, the slave ship departed the planet. Inside the orc warship, it was still that same orc general. I didn't expect the humans to be so decisive. Are they really going to destroy this planet? He glanced at the encrypted intelligence just sent from the Orc Empire and shook his head slightly. He immediately issued an order to evacuate. Messages were transmitted one after another. The orcs, who had been searching and hunting just moments before, quickly assembled and rushed toward the landing ships. Watching the orcs retreat rapidly, the humans who had been on the run erupted into cheers. They're here. The Alliance fleet has arrived. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Those beasts are gone. Once the rescue arrives, I'll train relentlessly. I'll kill more orcs to avenge my brothers. With the orcs' retreat, Shu Niaostar welcomed a rare new celebration. Many who had been hiding cautiously emerged from their hiding places, gazing at the rising sun. They smiled for the first time in a long while.
We won! We won!
Some shouted, some rushed toward the zone, while others lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, savoring the peace after the ordeal. They waited for the arrival of the alliance government.
As expected, it's still no good. Bai was at a loss. Finding a single person on a planet was simply too difficult.
Even with a legendary spaceship, it was impossible. I just sensed that a lot of life forms have left.
Shipgirl suddenly appeared and spoke up. Have the orcs left?
I looked up at the sky as he spoke and saw spaceships flying at breakneck speed, clearly belonging to the beastmen. But he couldn't bring himself to feel happy about it.
Sigh. He knew. The beastmen's departure meant the human fleet was about to arrive.
The countdown for this planet had officially begun.
One more day of searching.
After that, whether we find them or not, we have to leave this place.
I thought to himself.
Although he wanted to save this planet, his power was too weak.
He couldn't even withstand a planet-destroying weapon. Do I need to prepare anything to use the Spirit Walker ability? I asked, feeling uneasy. No, you don't. You can activate it at any time. That's good.
Hearing this answer, I felt relieved. But before he could celebrate, the shipgirl suddenly furrowed her brow. It was as if she had sensed something. An extremely terrifying energy is rapidly approaching.
It's estimated that this energy could destroy this planet.
After a moment's thought, she spoke. This startled Bai, who had been thinking about finding someone.
What did you say?
He thought he might be hearing things.
A terrifying attack is about to arrive, one powerful enough to destroy this planet.
After confirming this, I was visibly stunned. He looked up at the sky.
There was nothing out of the ordinary.
But he didn't think the shipgirl was making this up. A planet killer was, after all, a superweapon, and its speed had long since surpassed the speed of light.
A planet killer? Isn't the fleet supposed to be on its way?
It was clear to him now, the planet killer had launched its attack first. No wonder the orcs were evacuating so urgently. They must have received word as well.
Brother, I'm sorry. Give me some time, and I'll make it right with you.
Under these circumstances, continuing the search was out of the question. They had no choice but to leave this place first.
Estimated time of attack arrival, 1 minute. Shipgirl's voice sounded again.
Prepare to activate the Spirit Walker.
We're leaving, I said.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a peculiar energy enveloped the entire ship.
The hull, once solid, gradually became ethereal, even transparent.
Bai, however, felt nothing out of the ordinary. This must be the protective effect of the Spirit Walker.
In the blink of an eye,
the transformation into this special state was complete. If anyone could see the Spirit Walker now, they would find the ship resembling a dreamlike mirage, with the multicolored sunlight of the sky visible through its hull.
At that very moment,
a massive spirit realm portal appeared directly ahead.
Chapter 48, Annihilate them.
Charge. Before his words had even finished, the Spirit Walker had already passed through the portal and entered the passage. Taking advantage of this moment, I wanted to take one last look at the star of the young birds.
Holy shit! Without any warning,
the planet, which had been nothing but a pockmarked landscape, riddled with the scars of war. Suddenly, cracks began to rip through the planet. Within the fissures, a compressed mass of energy was forming.
The next second, an explosion erupted.
Rocks, mineral veins, and even living creatures all vaporized instantly in the blast.
A single planet. It lasted only 2 or 3 seconds.
Then it was completely obliterated, becoming a thing of the past in the cosmos.
Gulp. It took quite a while.
I finally snapped out of his post-shock daze. He looked at the shipgirl, who wore an innocent expression, and instantly seethed with rage, feeling an urge to grab a stick and teach her a lesson.
1 minute? Is this what you call 1 minute?
If it had been even 5 seconds slower, the universe would have gained another soul who met a violent end today.
It sped up later, it's not my fault.
The shipgirl couldn't stand being stared at any longer and timidly muttered.
So it sped up, huh? I'm really lucky to have you around. What could Bai say?
Yesterday she was a ghost, and today she is a shipgirl.
No work experience, I can understand that, my ass.
He just wished she had a physical form so he could give her a good, thorough scolding. Luckily, he was lucky enough to escape just in time. Otherwise, all this preparation would have been for nothing. He took a few deep breaths, calming his little heart, which had just been jolted.
Is this the spirit realm?
I looked around curiously. It was strange and downright bizarre. It was like stepping into a pixelated world, filled with chaotic, distorted balls of light. Every now and then, he'd catch a glimpse of twisted creatures flying swiftly past, heading toward the passageway that had just opened. Dozens of these distorted beings, each with a unique form, quickly gathered at the entrance. Sort of, but not really. This is a passageway, a space influenced by the spirit realm, but it isn't the true spirit realm itself. Still, it possesses some of its characteristics. The shipgirl explained.
I see.
So those over there. He pointed at the pixelated beings flying in the distance.
That's because the rules here are unique, everything becomes distorted. Of course, the stronger you are, the less you're affected. Once we fully enter the spirit realm, everything will return to normal.
Perhaps it was good luck, but moments later, they spotted a creature that no longer looked like a pixelated image. It was a being with a human body and an octopus head, wearing a straw raincoat, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a bamboo fishing basket in the other.
Just then,
he cast his fishing rod, landing it precisely on a massive pixelated creature.
Perhaps sensing danger, the catch struggled violently.
But it couldn't budge the fishing rod an inch, and in the next second, it was hauled right up to him.
He tossed it straight into the bamboo fishing basket.
Bai's eyes lit up.
Transcendent material, top tier, at the very least.
He eyed the bamboo fishing rod and basket with envy, tempted to have the shipgirl snatch them up.
He must have sensed someone watching. The fisherman suddenly turned his gaze this way.
Bai had expected a fierce confrontation, but to his surprise, upon seeing the massive warship, the man didn't hesitate for a moment. He turned and ran. Bai was left completely dumbfounded.
He just ran off?
He hadn't really grasped the concept of a warship before, but now it seemed that in the spirit realm, while he couldn't exactly cruise around with impunity, he'd at least be safe as long as he played it safe.
What tier was that fisherman just now?
Bai asked curiously. According to your classification of life tiers, it would be considered a peak tier entity.
Tier?
Yes, it's likely much stronger than the average tier. It belongs to the very top tier of tier entities.
And what about you before?
I used to be tier as well. Within tier, I was practically unbeatable. I could take on weaker tier beings, and if I couldn't win, I could always run.
But now,
thinking about how he'd ended up as a ship all out of the blue, he still felt a bit out of place. As for the shipgirl's rank, he wasn't surprised. The main reason was the intelligence he'd gathered from Wuan. In the spirit realm, the transition from tier 6 to tier 7 is a major hurdle. If the shipgirl were a tier, the moment she appeared on Shoebird Star, at least half the planet would be engulfed by her negative status effects.
Area of effect, life drain, you know the drill. Moreover, tiers already possess the ability to travel between planets. Precisely because of this, upon discovering a tier entity, star-destroying weapons are typically deployed. A single moment's delay could trigger a catastrophe capable of engulfing an entire planet and spreading outward. Just then,
a piercing, eerie screech rang out. Right ahead, a pixelated monster over 10 meters in size lunged toward them.
Before Bai could even speak,
a look of delight flashed across the shipgirl's face, and the entire spirit walker instantly accelerated.
"Dare to block my path, and I'll obliterate you,"
she exclaimed, somewhat excitedly.
The next second,
the ship plowed right through the creature, reducing its 10-meter-long body to a mist of blood. Having obliterated her opponent, her eyes curved into crescent moons, she looked absolutely delighted.
This scene made by S mouth twitch uncontrollably. Who drives a ship like that?
He opened his mouth, about to lecture him on taking better care of his ship and not treating it so recklessly.
Clunk!
The sound of something hitting the ground. Through the window of the captain's quarters on the top deck, he saw a blood-soaked bone lying on the deck.
I climbed right out the window.
Curious, he picked up the bone, still covered in blood and flesh.
Name, blood bone. Type, transcendent material. Quality, medium. Effect, contains a rich concentration of stamina, may yield good results when used for enhancement or soup making.
Holy crap, this actually works? I silently tossed the material into his backpack. In a few quick steps, he returned to the captain's cabin and looked once more at those pixelated monsters, a hint of eagerness in his eyes.
Sorry,
The shipgirl, perhaps realizing I was still on board and that she really shouldn't have been so reckless, felt a pang of guilt and tried to apologize.
Hit it from the right, didn't you see their S1 over there? Take it down.
I cut her off immediately.
Ha? What ha? Take it down.
The shipgirl reluctantly charged forward, and as expected, there was no suspense.
It crushed the monster instantly. This time, she didn't get any transcendent material.
But I didn't care.
Didn't she see that the passage was full of nothing but pixelated monsters? No drop this time. Just keep attacking.
After all, they were just a bunch of low-level spirit realm creatures. Naturally, they couldn't withstand the Spirit Walker's onslaught. He was even thinking right now about whether he should look for an opportunity to add some offensive capabilities. If only he could install a high-powered ship-mounted weapon. And unleash a devastating shot right into the school of fish.
He didn't even dare to imagine how satisfying that would be. Attack! Wipe them out!
With the shipgirl's cooperation, the transcendent material in his possession quickly surpassed 10. Of course, this was largely because those spirit realm creatures, having witnessed the battleship's power, dared not approach. The moment they got close, they scattered in all directions.
Chapter 49, Spiritual Contamination. We are about to enter the spirit realm zone.
The shipgirl's voice rang out.
I gave a casual reply.
His gaze, however, was drawn to a small pile of transcendent material before him. In just over 10 minutes, he acquired more than 20 units of transcendent material, though at least half had fallen into the void and couldn't be retrieved.
If he'd been able to collect it all, the total would likely have doubled.
What a waste!
The Spirit Walker's specs are still too poor. He originally thought it was decent.
But after piloting it this time, it felt far inferior. For instance, it lacked offensive capabilities and an auto-loot function.
I'll have to add all those features later.
By then, just by entering any level of the spirit realm, I could probably become the richest person in the galaxy just from transcendent material alone.
Just then, the Spirit Walker's speed noticeably increased. The surrounding environment and the pixelated monsters all flashed by in an instant.
As it passed through an invisible membrane, the view ahead suddenly opened up.
Is this the spirit realm?
I set the transcendent material aside for a moment, just as he was about to take a good look around.
He was stopped by a stern voice. You can't.
As the words were spoken, the observation windows all around were covered by festive curtains, and the shipgirl standing nearby pouted, looking a bit annoyed.
Ha? Why? I couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid you'll lose your mind.
The spirit realm has plenty of everything except for sources of contamination.
Just one glance, and you might not be yourself anymore. Hearing this explanation, I thought of something else. In the blink of an eye, someone could be using your identity, sleeping with your wife, and enjoying your life. If you want to see it, I can give you, a live feed. Shipgirl thought for a moment before saying.
Although the spirit realm is full of filth, most of it is harmless. As she spoke, some 3D images appeared in the central area.
They looked like space debris, drifting all over the spirit realm. Just a few images. I saw some beings he studied in textbooks. And these beings seemed soulless, endlessly wandering through the void. Without you, I'd be just like them.
In the spirit realm, aside from a small number of powerful beings, most exist in a daze, acting solely on instinct. Listening to her explanation and watching the enhanced broadcast, I quickly lost interest. This place seemed no different from the physical universe. The only difference was that there was far too much trash here. He could even see artifacts from other eras. The more he watched, the more his head felt like it was about to explode in a daze. He could even hear someone murmuring in his ear.
Enough of this. Turn this thing off quickly.
I had no intention of closing his eyes only to open them and find himself replaced. Suddenly, a thought struck him.
Damn it, hadn't he just taken over someone else's life? Shocked, he realized that someone else was actually himself. No. How could I even think that? I sensed something was off. The spirit realm was truly fucking bizarre.
Scared out of his wits, he didn't dare stay in the captain's quarters any longer.
You should be able to navigate on your own, right? Navigate through the spirit realm?
He asked the ship girl.
Yes, I'll find the nearest node and return to the physical universe. Good. I'm heading down to the second deck. I won't be coming out while we're in the spirit realm.
Bai, clutching a pile of transcendent material, hurried down to the second level. Since this was an enclosed space, he didn't have to worry about seeing anything he shouldn't. The room was fully furnished with all kinds of household items, and the most eye-catching piece was a wedding bed over 10 feet long.
I casually sat cross-legged on it.
He calmed his mind, pushing aside all those chaotic thoughts. There was only one thought in his mind. Open the enhancement furnace and boost his gear. He currently had quite a few pieces of equipment on hand. The Skull Crusher Club, the blood-drinking dagger, and the nano-combat armor.
He tossed the nano-armor right in.
This batch of loot consisted almost entirely of low-grade or mid-grade materials, and most were body parts. Blood bones were the most abundant, making up nearly half the total. I selected a set of blood bones to check the attributes he could gain.
Congratulations! The transformation of your nano-combat armor is complete. Please select one of the following traits.
Friendly reminder, once selected, it cannot be changed.
1. Blood bones can grow sharp bone blades from joints and other body parts to kill enemies.
2. Blood armor, absorbing sufficient blood further enhances defense, provides automatic recovery, and grants a small amount of psionic resistance. Note, stamina can be used to accelerate recovery.
3. Bloodlust, as more blood is absorbed, it can autonomously mutate in unknown ways. None of these seem quite right. The three traits that appeared clearly didn't meet Bai's expectations. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a crimson bone suddenly dropped in front of him. Wasn't that the material he just used for enhancement? This works out well.
I can test other materials to see what traits they yield. He hadn't expected the game's god mode to be so considerate.
Chapter 50, Equipment Metamorphosis. I didn't mind the hassle and tried them one by one. Sure enough, he found a transcendent material that was quite suitable.
It was a fist-sized, pitch-black object. To the touch, it resembled biological keratin, hard in texture and extremely resilient.
Name, chitin plate. Type, transcendent material. Quality, medium.
Effect, this is the chitin of some creature, but it seems to possess a life of its own and can reproduce autonomously. When infused with high energy, it can shorten evolution time.
This is a nice find, though I wonder which creature dropped it. I won't even know which one to hunt next time. This left by feeling a bit helpless. A thought crossed his mind. Congratulations! The transformation of your nano-combat armor is complete. Please select one of the following traits.
Friendly reminder, once selected, it cannot be changed.
1. Keratin proliferation, forms a layer of keratin on the skin. Defense increases over time.
2. Keratin armor, generates armor similar to a bug-like exoskeleton, enhancing strength and speed. 3. Vitality armor, activates its inherent vitality by continuously absorbing stamina. It can evolve and be refined according to the host's will. Note, requires a massive amount of vitality to complete the catalysis. If the host cannot sustain it midway, they will die completely. If he were merely seeking enhancements in strength, speed, or even lethality, the blood bone would already suffice. But this vitality armor piqued Bias' interest. A suit of armor capable of continuous growth and customization according to the host's will. It was practically on par with a signature weapon. Compared to fixed options, it opened up countless possibilities for the future.
Could it evolve into a biomech?
Bai recalled a plot from a novel in his previous life.
Biomechs. Automatic regeneration through living tissue, combined with all the equipment of a mech. That's definitely worth a try. The main material was merely an outdated nano-combat suit.
Even if the subsequent evolution didn't go as planned, the cost would be no more than a few hundred essence and a single suit.
Monsters killed for essence could be purchased anywhere within the Nanomech Alliance star system. No need to hesitate then.
Let me see what this vitality armor is all about. As the thought crossed his mind,
the enhancement was immediately completed. Congratulations! Selection complete.
The nano combat armor has evolved into vitality armor. As the prompt appeared, a square, brick-like object materialized before him. Unlike the initial form of the nano armor, this piece was dark red and felt slightly warm to the touch. His first impression was,
"Is this thing alive?"
Soon, it covered his entire body. It had simply changed from the original black to dark red combat armor, without any change in appearance whatsoever.
Name, Vitality Armor.
Properties: blunt weapon resistance +4, sharp weapon resistance +3, self-repairability +2, ranged attack resistance +1, vitality armor +1.
Description: a strange suit of armor. It seems to be alive?
If it weren't for the level 1 vitality armor trait, I would have thought the enhancement had failed.
Not bad, but how do I feed this thing?
He examined the upper body. It felt no different from before, which piqued Bias' curiosity.
The next second,
as if it had received a command, it felt somewhat like a beautiful bride. That sensation of life force being drawn out returned.
But the efficiency was far worse than before. In a single second, it likely didn't even reach 0.1%. I thought it was something amazing, but it turns out to be a useless piece of junk.
I was very dissatisfied with this result. Before he could finish speaking, it seemed to have been stimulated by something.
That sensation of vitality being drained intensified instantly. Is this an evolution? What a waste of an evolution.
Feeling the vitality gradually vanish at an accelerating rate, he thought it was finally starting, but in the end, it went from 0.1% to 0.15%. Bai was speechless at this result.
At this rate, when would he ever evolve his exclusive mech? He even tried forcing stamina into it.
Unfortunately, it was like a cup. The more he poured in, the more spilled over. The conversion rate remained stuck at 0.15%.
Forget it, just take your time evolving. Bai was truly out of ideas. He decided that unless absolutely necessary, he'd keep it equipped from now on.
His attention then turned to other gear.
First up was the Skull Crusher Club. After studying it for a while, he gained some new insights into the enhancement feature.
For example, when enhancing with transcendent material, using more transcendent material reduces essence consumption by about 90%. And naturally, the most he had on hand was Bloodbone. Bai decided to give it a try with Bloodbone.
He tossed the Skull Crusher's mace into the enhancement furnace. He immediately selected Bloodbone.
Unlike the nano armor, perhaps due to a different design philosophy, even the generated traits showed slight variations. 1. Bloodthirst: as more blood is absorbed, it can autonomously mutate in unknown ways. 2. Blood Courage: grows bone spikes, greatly enhancing armor-piercing ability, and continuously improves base stats as blood absorption increases, includes traits, weight, armor-piercing, mass, skull crusher. 3. Bloodbone Club: after an attack breaks an enemy's defense, the enemy enters the tainted blood infection state, note, reduces stamina, causes continuous damage over time, and has a small chance of inflicting mental whisper. I instantly chose Blood Courage. This option might be somewhat middle of the road, but there is no denying that its base stats are impressive: weight +3, armor penetration +3, quality +3, skull crusher +1. The quality boost, in particular, represents a comprehensive upgrade to the material. Of course, the most important point is that Bai intends to nourish the Skull Crusher Club with his own blood. He plans to unlock new abilities. Given the dev team's track record, auto heal will likely be enhanced as well. Cultivation alone probably won't consume enough resources he'll have to draw from other sources. That feeling of being drained is unbearable. He never wants to experience it again in his life. As a warrior on the verge of entering the tier warrior, bone refinement realm awaiting perfect bone refinement, his blood is likely to undergo a massive transformation. Weapons nurtured by his blood will certainly be stronger than those forged with the blood of other beings. He instantly selected Blood Valor. Congratulations, selection complete. The Skull Crusher Club has evolved into the Blood Valor Club. After finishing this, Bai didn't stop. He immediately consumed the remaining blood and bone materials, continuously upgrading the Blood Courage S level. Blood Courage +3. Blood Courage +6. Blood Courage +9. As the level increased, I also noticed differences in the attributes. They gradually changed from white to green, then blue at level 9, and finally turned purple at +10. As the enhancement was completed. Clang! A staff about 1.5 to 1.6 meters long appeared, predominantly dark red in color, with dense bone spikes protruding from its surface. I reached out and picked it up. It felt noticeably heavier before. The staff had been a bit too light for him. But now, it weighed around 5,000 gene. And as time went on, its weight would continue to increase. It likely wouldn't be long before it surpassed the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang, though the two weren't really comparable, since the Rui Jingu Bang's true power lay in its magical versatility. It could pierce the heavenly palace when large, or shrink to the size of an embroidery needle when small. The Great Sage's monkey fur could produce countless clones, each holding a golden hoop staff. This wasn't a matter of weight, it was comparable to the power of divine abilities. Shaking his head to dispel these scattered thoughts, I pulled out the blood-drinking dagger and made a light cut on his arm. Damn it, it didn't break the defense. He had no choice but to relax his muscles and slash again with all his strength. This time, blood did flow, but only a few drops before the wound healed again. 6. Chapter 51, Unlocking Skill Upgrade. Bye. No wonder he hadn't thought of it. Since his awakening, he'd never once broken through the defense, let alone caused bleeding. A momentary lapse had made him forget that the true purpose of auto-heal was to heal injuries. This was pretty awkward. The damage he dealt wasn't even keeping up with how fast he was healing. If this doesn't work, I'll go all out. I refuse to believe it. Bai muttered under his breath. The minimal bleeding just meant the wound was small. Of course, before going all out, he should level up auto-heal first. With 3% of max HP restored per second, it would take over 30 seconds to fully heal. Better to play it safe. He summoned the plugin panel. He had enough remaining essence to unlock it. Do you want to spend 500 essence to unlock the skill upgrade feature? Yes. Before he could finish speaking, the essence was deducted. The previously dimmed skill upgrade feature immediately lit up, accompanied by several notifications appearing before my eyes. Obtained a permanent passive buff, Skill Master. Congratulations! You have unlocked the skill upgrade feature. Please visit the page for details. We detected another payment. Your benefit tier has been upgraded. Congratulations! The basic feature, Auto Heal, has been upgraded to LV3. Just as expected. With the unlocking of the new feature, his health regeneration also increased by 1 level. Auto Heal LV3 automatically restores 5% of maximum HP per second. Thank you for your support.
Here is a small gift from the development team.
As the notifications faded, he felt a strange sensation within his body.
It felt as if two new floodgates had opened. Stamina surged out in an unending stream. Another 2% increase. Looks like this feature adds exactly that much every time it levels up.
Bai shook his head slightly. Fighting the sensation of swelling and overflow, he glanced once more at the new buff he acquired for free.
Skill Master, all mastered skills are at maximum proficiency. Not bad.
From now on, I'll be a true old martial path prodigy, both in physical prowess and comprehension.
This was a permanent buff that would never fade.
Bai recalled the 9 forms of the military path killing fist. Instantly, he sensed his previous shortcomings. Even the 9th form, the blood ignition style, revealed new avenues for enhancement.
Blood ignition, activate.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. Not only was his heart flooded with massive amounts of energy, but his body underwent a transformation as well. His muscles swelled by 2 sizes in an instant, as if he'd been injected with performance-enhancing drugs.
And that wasn't the end of it.
As the blood ignition form activated, a layer of blood mist seemed to appear around him.
Even his exhaled breath formed a vortex.
Bai's height shot up from just over 1.8 meters to well over 2 meters. His previously lean physique now resembled that of a mechanized warrior on performance-enhancing drugs.
Triple.
A 3-fold boost to physical stats.
Not bad.
When learning the military path killing fist, a 1-fold boost was considered passable under normal circumstances, and a 2-fold boost was rare even across the entire league. And thanks to a skill master, he achieved a 3-fold boost outright. Even his physique had changed.
This level of power was already impressive.
The military path killing fist was, after all, a collection of combat techniques. Now, with the skill master's blessing, he has strength, defense, and technique all in abundance.
It's as if I lacked nothing at all. If the free boost is this powerful, what about the main features?
The skill master was just a freebie. The main event clearly isn't this. He opened the main page directly.
No frills, just 3 sections. Name, skill, and optimization direction. The first 2 are self-explanatory. As for optimization direction, there are multiple options. 1. Efficiency, increase cultivation speed. Limited to cultivation techniques can enhance cultivation direction, resource consumption, and cultivation speed. 2. Intensity, boost the skill's stats. Limited to single target damage skills can enhance attack, defense, speed, attributes, etc. 3. Range, increase size, distance, and area of effect. Limited to AoE skills. There aren't many options, just 3 broad categories, each with more detailed subcategories. You're trying to turn me into an interstellar martial ancestor.
If the skill master merely granted him extraordinary comprehension, allowing him to max out any skill he learned, then this thing before him was essentially a martial ancestor modifier.
It allowed for continuous optimization.
If this continued, perhaps one day, elbowing a flagship wouldn't be just a dream. He hadn't dared to imagine it before because he witnessed high-tier warriors in action.
The strength they displayed was far from impressive.
The only praiseworthy aspects were their extreme mobility and tenacious vitality. But while these were sufficient for ordinary humans, they fell far short when facing enemies flying through space capable of precise, long-range kills from thousands of kilometers away.
They didn't even measure up to the standout performance of the psionic faction.
This is also why, unless a talent is exceptionally outstanding, interstellar clans are reluctant to cultivate martial arts prodigies. The resources consumed are no less than those of other superhuman professions, yet the value they bring is not particularly high.
As for equipping warriors with armor, it's even less necessary. Because there is another profession here. Class.
While practitioners of the old martial path take anywhere from a decade to several decades to develop, class practitioners only need 2 or 3 years of training to pilot battle armor into combat. In short, no matter how you look at it, practitioners of the old martial path are rather mediocre.
Good thing I have a cheat, otherwise, I'd just be another mediocre warrior among the masses.
The slow cultivation speed of the old martial path is a major drawback. But now, it seems there's a way to improve it. I looked at the skills he could now optimize.
There was really only one he urgently needed right now.
The tendon refinement chapter. Skills are ultimately techniques, but as long as the stats are high enough, even without understanding the technique, one can unleash greater power. He reached out to make the adjustment. Since it was a cultivation type skill, there were only two options. He didn't need to reduce consumption right now, he could optimize that later when he established his own faction. After selecting the cultivation speed, an optimization button appeared. I clicked it immediately. This optimization requires 10 essence. Proceed? The cost popped up, not too much. He had to see the results first. Optimizing. Please wait 10 seconds. He waited patiently. Optimization of the Tendons and Bones Realm Cultivation Technique, Part 1, complete. Cultivation speed +1. By this. Name, Tendons and Bones Cultivation, Part 1. Entry, Cultivation speed +1. Description, Tendons and Bones Realm Cultivation Technique, Part 1. The additional information appeared in his mind, along with the detailed cultivation process. He gave it a quick glance. It didn't seem any different. Perhaps due to the energy infusion, I did notice a difference. There were no major changes in the overall movements, rather, it was the subtle movements that had shifted. Now that he understood the difference, he began cultivating immediately. As he entered the zone, he felt the subtle changes in his movements more clearly, and his tendon refinement speed did indeed increase slightly. About 10%, but the consumption has also gone up a bit. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Bai. He'd even be happy to consume 5% of his maximum HP per second. Since it's effective, I'll keep optimizing it and aim to complete tendon refinement as soon as possible. The essence consumed wasn't excessive. A 100% increase in cultivation speed cost 300 essence. I could easily handle that now. Normally, it would take him about 20 days to complete the tendon refinement. Now, in less than 10 days, 7 or 8, he could complete 9 rounds of tendon refinement. All things considered, it was still a good deal. Chapter 52, Perfect Tendon Refinement. I didn't plan to continue optimizing. It was somewhat similar to gear enhancement. The jump from level 10 to 11 was clearly a major hurdle. The cost also increased exponentially. It was sufficient for now. More importantly, he had come to understand the side effects of traveling through the spirit realm. Once inside, he could emerge anywhere, so he needed to save some essence as a contingency. Who knew what kind of world he might end up in upon leaving? I was careless. I've already fully enhanced this blood courage club. I can't just let it sit idle, can I? Bai sighed helplessly. He took out the blood drinking dagger again. He originally intended to enhance it, but the blood drinking effect was already quite good. He decided to go all in, farming a level 10 blood drinking effect, then waiting for the level 20 transformation before swapping in new transcendent materials. He stared at the dagger, which glowed with a cold, icy light. Bai's lips twitched. His enemies hadn't managed to hurt him, but today he'd have to do it himself. He took a deep breath. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. Splatter! As he thrust it down with all his might, blood gushed out. A wave of intense pain washed over him, but nourished by his stamina, it was quickly neutralized. Bai decided not to pull the dagger out. He let the blood keep flowing. The crimson blood fell onto the blood courage club and was instantly absorbed. It seems my hypothesis was correct. Now I'll nurture it slowly. Once I've perfected my bone refinement, my blood should undergo a transformation as well, which should accelerate this process. As for switching equipment later, there was no rule stating a warrior could only use one weapon. He'd just have to forge a few more. This process lasted about 2 or 3 hours. I had no idea how much blood he'd lost, but the blood courage club showed no signs of change. The weight stat on his stats panel, after a brief blur, changed from +3 to +4. This efficiency is a bit slow. I'd better get back to training as soon as possible. With the blood he lost during this time, it would take at least 3-digit numbers of enemies to satisfy the requirement.
And he only gained 1 level.
Perhaps the quality of the blood his body currently produces is still a bit lacking.
He'll try again once he breaks through to the bone realm. As for now,
Bai immediately began training in the tendon refinement chapter.
He rapidly racked up progress in tendon refinement.
After 10 rounds of optimization, the details of his tendon refinement training had nearly reached perfection. Bai estimated that if he continued optimizing, it might go beyond mere movements.
For instance, the body's internal workings, or even the cells.
But the cost is too high, 100 points per attempt.
With no threat of death,
Bai holed up in his room for 7 straight days, practicing non-stop. His progress in the tendon refinement chapter soared.
After what felt like the umpteenth repetition,
a strange force began nourishing the major tendons throughout his body, accompanied by a sudden surge of power.
This feeling.
He savored the sensation. As he casually threw a punch, he felt a sense of unity between his intent and his body. It even reached the point where the moment a thought arose, his fist had already struck.
And that was just the basics.
As Bai exerted his strength, a surging power emerged. His punches and kicks could now unleash several times the power he previously possessed. Given my current state, aside from my internal organs, only my bones remain weak. Originally, he had thought that refining the tendons merely strengthened the nervous system, but now Bai realized he was strengthening an entire system. Even his muscles had been reinforced once again. In short, his burst power had increased, and his defense had improved as well. Bai was even a little worried that the blood-drinking dagger might no longer be able to pierce his defenses.
But cultivation must continue. The stronger one is, the safer one is.
Thank goodness I claimed the bone refinement chapter at the same time back then, otherwise, I'd be in a real bind right now. Bai recalled the bone refinement chapter.
Without a moment's hesitation,
he spent 300 essence to gain a 100% cultivation speed boost. Whether it was due to his overwhelming stamina or not, Bai found that the bone refinement process took roughly a dozen days as well. There was not a single pause. He plunged back into cultivation.
If this grind doesn't kill me, it will make me stronger.
Throughout the cultivation process, the vitality armor remained equipped, ensuring it had a constant supply of vitality to absorb. As a result, its evolution accelerated rapidly.
First stage.
It had simply become noticeably thicker and fit more snugly, as if it had been custom-tailored. For an ordinary warrior, reaching this point would mean the armor had completed its autonomous evolution.
But Bai is no ordinary warrior. 5% maximum vitality restored per second.
Between the energy consumed by cultivation and the blood-drinking dagger, he still had at least 2% of his stamina left with nowhere to go.
No choice. Force it in. Perhaps stimulated by the dense stamina.
The vitality armor, which had previously ceased evolving, began its second-tier evolution. Bai was actually quite pleased by this change in the vitality armor, as his stamina utilization rate had risen by another 0.1%. It had reached a staggering 0.25%. At this rate, sooner or later he'd be able to consume 2% of his stamina per second. But his joy was short-lived. He then resumed working on his bone refinement count. Once again, he entered a state of self-forgetful cultivation. If it hadn't been for the shipgirl interrupting him, by the time Bai paused again, he would likely have achieved perfect bone refinement.
"What's up?"
he asked, somewhat puzzled. Inside the room, the shipgirl's projection appeared and replied in a deadpan tone.
"I've discovered a node. Should we exit here?"
Sensing there was more to her words, Bai snapped back irritably.
"Just spit it out.
My time is precious, don't waste it while I'm training.
What good is being pretty if your true form is a ship?"
Put.
"It's nothing much. That node isn't naturally occurring, it must have been activated by something.
Like the star of the young birds?"
"Exactly."
Bai's interest was piqued. But he remained cautious, deciding to go check it out first.
If there were powerful spirit realm beings there, he'd abandon the node immediately. This was to prevent running into a powerful spirit realm expert right after leaving the spirit realm.
Often, the nature of the portal and the beings summoned were tied to the caster's strength. "I'll go take a look then." The ship girl agreed as well.
The next second, she vanished.
Bai, however, felt uneasy and returned to the captain's quarters.
The spirit walker was clearly changing course at that moment. The ship girl, perhaps sensing Bai's arrival, immediately projected an image of the node.
It was a speck of light that grew larger as they approached. It didn't take long. They passed through some kind of invisible barrier.
The surrounding scenery once again turned into a pixelated mosaic. "Since we're going through anyway, help me farm some materials."
Bai's eyes lit up as he looked at the mosaic-style monsters. This was way more exciting than playing a video game. "What loot you got was all down to luck."
"Oh,"
Shipgirl replied, and her speed suddenly shot up.
The mosaic monsters here clearly hadn't been attacked before. Not only did they not dodge, but some even chose to attack first. There was no suspense whatsoever. "Spirit Walker, I can't stop. I just can't stop. Transcendent material +1, +1, +1, +1. Chapter 53, Leaving the Spirit Realm.
Doesn't seem like there are any tough opponents, just a bunch of minions."
Bai muttered to himself.
To avoid encountering overly powerful spirit realm beings, he stopped to observe once he got within a certain distance. A large number of monsters had already gathered near the exit. They were attempting to pass through the passageway to the material universe. However, only a handful managed to get out. Most were blocked on the other side of the passage. Beside him, the shipgirl in her wedding gown looked pensive. "That's probably right, there aren't any particularly powerful beings here. The entity that opened this passage probably isn't that strong at most, tier."
Bai was already tempted. The spirit realm was simply too dangerous. He might run into a terrifying entity at any moment. Compared to here, the material universe was clearly safer. Unless one were to court death by venturing into forbidden star systems, spirit walkers could traverse virtually anywhere. Even ordinary tier beings couldn't hold them back. After a brief moment of thought,
he signaled the shipgirl to exit through this passage.
As the spirit walker activated once more, it mowed down one obstacle after another. They soon reached the exit.
Suddenly, the arrival of a colossal figure caused a slight commotion among the creatures at the front. A pink creature vaguely recognizable as a five-pointed starfish even launched a direct attack. It fired streams of special energy. But when they struck the legendary quality ship, they didn't even make a dent.
"Not only do you refuse to surrender, but you actually dare to fight back? You clearly don't know what a spirit realm ship god is."
Bai was amused by the attack. The shipgirl standing beside him, however, was fuming.
What a filthy creature daring to fight back.
In the past, all she would have had to do was stand there, and the other creatures would have retreated long ago. She suddenly accelerated and charged straight at it. In the blink of an eye, she had reached her target. Not only the pink starfish, but even the monsters surrounding it were all caught in the crossfire. The weaker ones exploded on the spot. The stronger ones were slammed against the bow and crashed violently into the passageway. Bound by the rules, these creatures couldn't escape and could only shatter into fragments. Having cleared the path, the spirit walker also charged to the nearest position. Without pausing, it drove straight into the somewhat narrow passageway.
On a certain planet, dozens of figures stood there, fully armed.
And at their center was a spirit realm portal, 2 meters tall and over a meter wide.
Everyone's attention was fixed on this gateway.
One of them, an unconventional-looking man with his face covered in piercings, watched the gradually stabilizing portal but still felt uneasy.
"Is everything going to be okay? My heart has been racing all day." Feeling uneasy, he asked another figure.
Unlike the others, this man wore a black robe and held a staff inlaid with transcendent material. He merely peered out with his eyes and glanced at the man.
"Don't worry. This isn't my first time doing this.
This method is absolutely safe at 1T attract any powerful spirit realm beings. He clearly had complete confidence in his skills. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the spirit realm portal trembled slightly. Immediately, a two-headed monstrous bird burst out in a panic. Once outside, it didn't even glance at the humans around it, but tried to take flight and leave the area. But before it could make a move, boom! Boom! Two muffled explosions rang out, accompanied by two massive nets, seemingly woven from electricity, that instantly enveloped the two-headed monster bird. Under the influence of the current, it shrieked in shock. Even so, both heads turned to look back. This scene, of course, did not escape the notice of the team present. The spirit summoner, unable to contain his excitement, spoke up to remind them. "Everyone, stay alert, something good is coming." In an instant, a dozen or so net guns, crafted from special materials, were already aimed at the exit, ready to fire at any moment. They didn't have to wait long. A spider, 2 or 3 meters in size, covered in black markings and sporting 16 hairy legs, burst out. Before it could even assess its surroundings, a series of electric capture nets had already descended. Covered in several layers of capture nets, the giant spider could no longer resist. This caused the leader of the group of alternative-style youths to let out a cheer as he looked at the freshly captured prey. A ghost-patterned demon spider. Its mouthparts are most likely transcendent material. We've hit the jackpot this time. As he spoke, he turned to the spirit energy summoner. "Selling this ghost-patterned demon spider to those bigwigs will net you way more than just selling the materials." This remark clearly piqued the leader's interest. He moved closer to the other man, but the man in black immediately took a few steps back. "Sorry, I forgot the rules. Could you explain it a bit more clearly? This is the first time our trend gang has done something like this, so we're not entirely sure how it works." Seeing that the other party wasn't trying to pull a fast one, the man in black gave an answer. "I don't know the specifics either. All I know is that some bigwigs want to have some thrills. They're building an arena where they collect all kinds of powerful creatures year-round. Spirit realm beings, insectoids, beastmen, and even prisoners from our own side." Perhaps because the last bit of information was too explosive, he deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke. As soon as those words were out, the alternative-style guy's eyes lit up visibly, though he couldn't help but mutter a complaint. "Sounds just like those bigwig-style blah, blah, life or death battles." In the meantime, the others had already subdued 2 spirit realm creatures and placed them into special cages. The man in black robes spoke up. "That should be enough for now. We'd better play it safe. If we get caught, we'll all be held accountable." With that, he moved to close the spirit realm portal immediately. But as soon as he said this, the non-mainstream youth flashed a mischievous grin. "Since it's already open, let us catch one more. You know our trend gang is in desperate need of funds right now. Of course, we won't shortchange you a single cent. Fine, one last one." Feeling dozens of eyes turn toward him, the man in black replied coldly, refusing to argue further. Just then, a teenager tasked with monitoring the portal shouted urgently, "Something's moving." As the cry rang out, the others braced themselves and looked over in unison. This time, the reaction was more intense than ever before. The entire portal shook violently, as if it could barely bear the strain. After waiting a moment, not only did no monster emerge, but the portal was expanding at a visible rate. "What's going on? I'll shut it down right away." The man in black ignored the other's question and tried to close the portal. But he soon sensed something strange. It was as if someone were blocking the gate. No matter how hard he pulled, it remained stuck. In that instant, his face beneath the black robe turned pale. A possibility crossed his mind. The portal wasn't static. When it encountered a spirit realm being powerful enough, they could forcibly tear it open. He looked up. Just then, the portal burst open, and a massive crimson object surged out. Chapter 54, I Have a Connection. Attack. Staring at the eerie vessel,
The leader of the punk-style youth shouted urgently. They only wanted to make some money, they didn't want to get caught, and they certainly didn't want a powerful spirit realm being to descend. If that happened, forget the trend gang, even their backer would face imprisonment at best, or at worst, the revocation of all status and privileges, reduced to cannon fodder. Boom! 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 A barrage of rocket-like personal weapons fired simultaneously at the eerie floating vessel. Yet these attacks, powerful enough to severely wound a tier-level being, exploded before they even came close. In the brief moment that followed, the eerie floating vessel had completely exited the passageway and was now drifting slowly in midair. A sudden, soul-chilling dread swept over the scene, leaving only panic in the eyes of the trend gang members who had been attacking just moments ago. Their weapons fell from their hands before they even had time to react. Of the 20 or 30 people present, nearly half stood frozen in place. This extinguished the last shred of hope in the black-robed man's heart. Corruption. This is a spirit realm artifact possessing the power of corruption. Just the thought of it made his teeth chatter. Get out of here! The alternative style youth hurriedly issued the order, clearly realizing that the two sides were not even in the same league. In an instant, even those who had been mentally overwhelmed were shoved into the shuttles and swiftly flown away from the area. Seeing that the eerie red ship did not pursue them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Whether by design or accident, the black-robed spirit energy summoner was left behind. But the man had been scared senseless. He stared blankly at the red airship overhead, neither fleeing nor attacking, just watching. This scene naturally caught Bai's eye as well. Compared to that, Bai was far more interested in this planet. He'd heard plenty about interstellar travel, but this was his first time setting foot on another planet. Using his built-in functions, he scanned the distant landscape. But unlike the high-tech planet he'd imagined, this one was choked with thick plumes of smoke everywhere, and even the air stung his nose. What the hell is this place? It looks even worse than Chickstar. Bai couldn't help but complain. Shunyao Star didn't have smokestacks reaching all the way to the sky, and at least the air there didn't smell bad. In this godforsaken place, just one breath felt like. If you didn't know any better, you'd think you'd just smoked a whole box of cigars. Even someone with Bai's constitution felt uncomfortable. It wasn't hard to imagine just how terrible the environment here was. Ha! Why aren't you saying anything? Bai suddenly realized that the usually chatty shipgirl hadn't said a single word so far. He looked up at the command console. There, floating in the air, was the familiar bride in her wedding gown, surrounded by countless streams of data. Has she connected to the network? Watching those data streams, it was clear she was absorbing knowledge about this world. He didn't have to wait long. The shipgirl quickly finished absorbing the basic information. She then looked at Bai again, her eyes brimming with joy, and said excitedly, I think I've connected to that network you mentioned. I got some information from it. Do you want to hear it? Cut the crap. Do you think I'm listening or not? Bai found himself missing the silent bride of the past. She wasn't like this before. Ever since she gained a voice, she'd become incredibly talkative, and she'd even tease him from time to time. Humph. This is a mining planet, primarily producing radiant iron. It's a level 6 citizen planet, but I couldn't find any specific identity information. Despite his dissatisfaction, he still gave a rundown of the situation. However, upon hearing it was a mining planet, Bai almost turned around to head back to the spirit realm. Since it was a resource planet, forget about interstellar ships. Leaving would still be a hassle. He might as well keep flying around the spirit realm. Next time he came out, he might just end up on a prosperous new planet. Perhaps sensing Bai's thoughts, Shipgirl voiced her own opinion. I suggest you stay. Staying here doesn't mean much to me. I can't exactly stay to mine, can I? Yes, exactly, mining. Are you crazy, or am I? You want me to go mining? Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was the current pride of the martial arts world, the future patriarch of martial arts, and you want me to go mining? Don't I have any pride?
Besides, most mining is done by machines these days.
There are very few places that still require manual labor. It's not actual mining. You need a legitimate identity.
Since the Chubia 3-star has been destroyed, all test tube baby records on it have been erased. According to the Alliance, you're now an undocumented immigrant. A sly smile flashed across Shipgirl's face as she replied cheerfully.
Reminded of this, I actually remembered. He really was an undocumented immigrant now.
And this status was quite troublesome. He'd be killed the moment he showed his face. If caught, there was only one path ahead, becoming cannon fodder on the front lines.
Bye. He felt an inexplicable sense of fate.
I want to get rid of this status too, but I don't have any connections. If he couldn't get rid of it, his only option would be to find a deserted planet, cultivate slowly, and raise his cultivation level. In fact, as long as he reached tier level strength, people would surely be lining up to help him in the future.
I have a way. I guarantee you'll succeed. The shipgirl held up a finger and said triumphantly.
Where did you get this lead? I looked at the shipgirl, completely baffled. This girl was just a mute bride not long ago and a spirit realm being at that.
How could she possibly have any connections within the Alliance? Actually, I don't really know how it works. But now, whenever I want, I can see endless streams of information. I can tap on them and view their contents.
Perhaps to demonstrate, she immediately projected a simulation. Streams of information appeared around her.
With a light tap, a message popped up. The dead guy's asleep. Hurry over. The dense stream of data instantly transformed into text. She casually expanded a few more.
30 gene of Yaojing iron, minimum 500,000. Any lower and I'll sell it to someone else. Bounty, kill the leader of the Trend Gang.
2 million Donghuang coins. Buying large quantities of living spirit realm beings. Please DM me directly. Price guaranteed to satisfy.
Watching those streams of data transform into unencrypted text in Shipgirl's hands, IS eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is this?
Where's the network firewall? Are these messages actually viewable?
The first one was fine, but the ones that followed were clearly internal network posts.
This is an encrypted network. And it's been cracked just like that?
I thought it was just about becoming Shipgirl, but now it seems there's more to it. Even her condition is strange. She could actually interact with the data streams directly. This thing called the internet doesn't seem to affect me.
Even if it's encrypted, I can still see how to get in.
After demonstrating it a few more times, she continued. Let us put the blacklisted issue aside for now.
Can you hack into the warrior intranet?
I'll try, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Soon, I witnessed a scene that left him stunned. Without any prior information, the shipgirl successfully logged in and even created a super account. All the martial arts knowledge inside was completely free.
Chapter 55, the in-app purchase version of Warrior Net.
What the hell is this thing?
I couldn't help but wonder to himself.
Being transformed into a shipgirl was already absurd enough, but now it seemed the shipgirl was just the most insignificant part of it all. What the hell is this ability to tap into data streams? A cyber ghost? He couldn't make heads or tails of it.
How could a mere minor enhancement create such an entity? Are the legendary materials really that powerful? I've already logged into this intranet.
That lowest tier badge didn't sit right with me, so I swapped it out for you.
Shipgirl said with a grin. Before him was a projection of the warrior intranet. Unlike his own account, this one had even a name that shimmered with vibrant colors.
As for the restricted posts and features, they were all unlocked now. I was certain that no account on the entire warrior intranet had higher privileges than this one.
There's no need to go this far. I just wanted to check some intel and pick a few martial arts to train in. After all, what else on the internet belongs to the internet?
As an imposter, he couldn't show his face to anyone. Naturally, he couldn't enjoy certain real-world perks either.
Of course it's necessary. Shipgirl said, not forgetting to demonstrate the difference right away. This is the medium permission level you mentioned. This is the martial arts library inside.
As she spoke, the data before him transformed into a page resembling a store, filled with various ancient martial arts and combat techniques. Immediately afterward, the permission level was raised by one tier. The original collection of over 20,000 martial arts manuals instantly grew by several hundred more. These newly added manuals were clearly far more profound, and their value far exceeded that of the original 20,000.
But that wasn't all.
Shipgirl's pristine jade-like hand tapped the screen twice more, restoring the account to its highest permission level.
This time, dozens more martial arts manuals appeared. Moreover, these newly revealed manuals were clearly in a league of their own.
They were among the very top-tier manuals in the old martial path.
The kind you couldn't buy even if you had the money, the kind you couldn't even find a way to acquire. This is just the library. It doesn't include other features. Having full-level permissions is absolutely necessary,
Shipgirl said with a serious expression.
All right.
It had to be said, I was convinced. Compared to the dozens of martial arts manuals that appeared later, the tens of thousands from before were all junk. Since Cyberghost managed to hack in once, she'll surely be able to do it again in the future. He had to trust her abilities. While his account wasn't banned yet, he might as well see if there were any martial arts suitable for his current situation. He began browsing the library directly. No need to choose a cultivation technique.
The strongest one was the standard issue.
It was a compilation of the best from 100 schools, crafted by numerous old martial pathmasters over the course of several years. It can be said to be the strongest old martial path cultivation method of this era. As for why they were able to gather the strengths of 100 schools, and why the masters were so willing to do so, there's no mystery. With the fleet's cannons pointed at their foreheads, they naturally had no choice but to comply. Disobedience meant the immediate severing of their lineage and the annihilation of their sect.
Thousands of years ago.
To gain access to interstellar travel, one could say that everything was dictated by the state, and any obstacle would be obliterated by heavy artillery. Precisely because of this, over the course of thousands of years, the human alliance has managed to withstand the brutal blows from several major powers and survive to this day.
These aren't much use to me right now.
Looking at the last few dozen martial arts manuals, it wasn't that they were unusable, but rather that these techniques all required the coordination of internal energy.
Without inner energy, their power was even inferior to ordinary martial arts techniques.
Of course, among these, I did discover one martial art that didn't require tier cultivation.
This thing, why is the description so bizarre?
Looking at the enlarged hidden martial art before him, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath.
Name, 10,000 Forms Art, Part 1, Part 2. Sect, 10,000 Forms Sect, Extinct. Type, Mental Martial Art. Description, a closely guarded secret of a now extinct sect.
It is said that upon successful cultivation, one can condense momentum in the early stages and manifest a Dharma form in the later stages. Note, to date, 3,700 people have attempted to cultivate this art. 3,620 failed to even begin, 78 died, 2 managed to start, of whom 1 died and 1 went mad.
Mental martial arts. This is the only martial art here related to the mind.
It is also the only martial art of a similar nature that Bai has encountered so far. Having witnessed the dangers of the spirit realm, he deeply understands the importance of mental strength. According to the opening of this book, simply mastering the basics can at least double one's mental strength. If one can cultivate a single momentum, mental strength will surge dramatically. As more moments are cultivated, mental strength becomes increasingly refined. It is said that if one can cultivate hundreds of forms, they will be able to face the evil gods of the spirit realm head-on.
This technique is quite interesting and suits me well, though it's not exactly easy to practice.
With a skill master, there is no need to worry about failing to reach perfection in the future.
But the prerequisite is mastering the basics.
Only after learning it can one achieve perfection. If one cannot master the basics, the passive ability cannot be activated either.
Shipgirl, buy this for me.
I called out, pointing at the merit payment page on the screen. Right now, it was just a projection, so he couldn't interact with it directly. He still needed Shipgirl to make the purchase for him. But his shout didn't get a response. He saw Shipgirl, dressed in a wedding gown, her eyes sparkling, her hands moving so fast they left after images.
"What are you doing?"
she asked as she approached.
The other person startled awake.
An unnatural smile flitted across her face, but it quickly faded.
"Nothing much. I just noticed there are a lot of fun things online."
Since she didn't need to render a page, she saw everything as a direct data stream. But had no idea what she was up to. Compared to that, he was more eager to obtain the 10,000 forms art.
"Buy it for me. I don't have permission."
Shipgirl glanced at him, her face lighting up with a bright smile, and she snapped her fingers lightly.
"Your purchase has been processed.
Please check it yourself." Before she had even finished speaking, the original purchase page instantly redirected to a payment successful screen.
Watching this unfold, a phrase popped into Bay's mind.
"If you're making a purchase, please enable airplane mode." The Warrior intranet had been forcibly turned into an in-app purchase system.
"Is there anything else?"
"I'll pay for it all, don't be shy."
"I'll take care of you." Hearing Shipgirl's words, Bai furrowed his brow. The internet was no joke. How long had it been since things had turned out this way?
"Nothing for now, but I'll keep looking."
Bai certainly wasn't going to be shy about it.
Every bit of strength he gained now meant one more bit of strength for the future martial ancestor.
This isn't freeloading, it's a credit line.
He accepted it with a clear conscience. Instead of immediately checking the 10,000 forms art, he looked at the lower tier martial arts
to see if any were suitable for him. Seeing that Bai wasn't paying attention, Shipgirl looked at the information before her.
That chaotic stream of data transformed into a complete web page in her eyes.
Right now, she was looking at a forum. The title of this thread was Discussion: The Future of the Old Martial Path. Who will be the first to become a 9th-tier martial saint? Dry coffee, no contest. Luke from the Imperial Capital Tier 10 at age 10, Tier 13 at age 13, and entered Tier 23 by age 23. He'll definitely reach the 8th tier within 10 years. Milk Cap, agree with post number 1. God of water. Posts in ancient Greece, youth means a lack of experience.
I think it should be Doug born via IVF, he has been fighting on the battlefield for 40 years.
When it comes to accumulated experience, who can match him?
The entire thread erupted into an argument over these two viewpoints, with people taking sides and trading insults. They argued for thousands of posts.
It hasn't stopped to this day.
Just as it looked like they were about to arrange an offline brawl, a single message brought both sides to a halt.
Whose bride, tied together, they're not as good as a single buy. Dry chewing coffee? God of ancient Greece who oversees water posts? Chapter 56, It's not a matter of people.
As he examined those low-tier martial arts, Bai's brow furrowed noticeably.
It simply didn't meet his expectations.
It wasn't that these martial arts weren't powerful, but rather that they were too specialized.
Most focused on physical enhancement.
There was one offensive technique, the eagle claw style, which, upon mastery, transformed the user's hands into eagle claws capable of piercing even standard battle armor.
For warriors whose physiques weren't strong enough and who desperately needed a lethal move, it was indeed a good choice. But that's where the problem lay.
From the skin refining stage to his current bone refining stage, Bai had achieved perfection at every level along the way. Given his current base stats, he suspected that mastering even a single martial art wouldn't surpass his untrained state. That was the beauty of stats.
Who cares if it's usable? If I can't master it, I'll just get started. If reaching max proficiency doesn't work, I'll use a modder.
Just because others lacked natural talent didn't mean his comprehension was lacking. If there's no path to take, then blaze a new one.
Regardless of whether it's usable or not, I went ahead and bought a set.
He planned to train it to the perfect level right away and see what happens.
Shipgirl, clear out my shopping cart for me.
He selected over a dozen different martial arts, including leg techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and other training methods.
Oh, okay, I'll clear it for you right away.
Shipgirl actually heard him this time, but with one hand she was creating afterimages as she swung, and with the other she was helping by clear out the shopping cart. Judging by the look of it, she was incredibly busy. Such odd behavior was hard for Bai to ignore.
What are you doing? Nothing much, just getting familiar with modern human knowledge.
What you told me before was too one-sided. I'm learning about history. She answered without looking at Bai, her hands never stopping.
Really? Of course it's truer than pure gold.
I wouldn't lie to you of all people. You're my.
Stop. Cut it out.
Bai cut her off immediately.
What on earth had this cyber ghost been learning online?
But none of that mattered. As the vessel spirit of a spirit walker, she wouldn't harm him.
Knowing that was enough.
As for hurting others, online she'd be nothing more than a troll, and the internet has plenty of those. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. He planned to let her run free. He'd only step in when she needed help.
The rest of the time, Bai couldn't be bothered.
Seeing that the file he wanted had finished downloading, he prepared to dive right in. Meanwhile, Shipgirl, having sent Bai on her way, reopened the thread.
Dry chewing coffee, big deal, an admin account. Xiao Bai sounds like a name for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. I bet even Doug is better than that. Ancient Greek god of water posts, yeah, first prove you're better than Luke.
In the brief moment she'd been distracted, the thread had already grown by dozens of posts. Without exception, they were all attacks. Some had even started cursing outright. However, these people discovered that as soon as they included strongly offensive language, their messages wouldn't send. Looking at the replies appearing before her, Shipgirl's brows curved slightly, and her eyes sparkled. She didn't immediately retort, but instead used the network to check the profiles of these two. She glanced at them casually.
Her interest vanished instantly. Martial arts? She wasn't familiar with that.
But she had tasted the yang energy of warriors and even that of those alien races. In her words, ordinary, inferior life forms.
As for Bai,
as she thought about it, a hint of longing flashed in her eyes, and she swallowed involuntarily. No cheapness here, just a rich, intoxicating scent that she couldn't get enough of, flowing endlessly. If she could feed on it for 5 years, she could reach the 9th rank.
And for someone possessing such high-quality life force, the 9th rank might just be the beginning.
That was why, during the enhancement, when she sensed something was wrong, she hadn't resisted. Her intuition told her not to resist.
Perhaps little Bai could one day become one of them.
Even though she had spent most of her time in the spirit realm in a daze, certain memories were etched into her soul.
I just can't forget it. Xiao Bai, is that something you guys should be saying?
The shipgirl stretched her fingers, furrowed her brow, and muttered under her breath.
What on earth is this?
Bai stared at the projection before him, a dull ache throbbing in his head. With other martial arts, there are always dedicated instructors, sometimes even anatomical models, to teach you step by step how to channel your power and how to train. This ensures that students can master the techniques in the shortest possible time. But this 10,000 forms art just gave us a string of text, not even a single illustration. Use your heart to comprehend all things in the world.
Ha!
I finally understood why, out of so many people, only 2 had managed to learn it and 1 had died while the other was injured. It was all because of these obscure, cryptic texts. Forget about just reading them. Even with an explanation, you might not be able to get past the basics.
Let alone when you have absolutely no idea what the words actually mean.
Of course, the fact that someone managed to master this technique proves it's effective. All he needed to do now was get started. He could leave the rest to the skill master, who would naturally help him cultivate the complete form of the technique. As Bai kept reading, he gradually began to grasp some of it. It was mostly useless for learning, though, and just explained the different types of qi. In short, everything in the world possesses qi, especially fierce animals or deadly weapons. And each type has a different effect. If it's all just empty rhetoric,
Then what kind of gods were those two who managed to get started?
He couldn't help but voice his frustration. But he gritted his teeth and read through it a few more times.
He was still completely lost.
For now, he had only this one spiritual martial art, there were simply no other options. He even asked Shipgirl to help search, but she couldn't find any martial arts that could enhance one's spirit. Either such arts truly didn't exist in this universe, or they weren't stored online but preserved in physical form.
I leaned toward the latter.
The fact that this spiritual martial art had surfaced was likely because the sect had been wiped out, and the cultivation difficulty was simply too high. As for this 10,000 forms technique, he really had no clue.
He could only set it aside for now. Ponder it slowly. Once he mastered just one of its forms, the rest should be straightforward.
He forced himself not to dwell on it. His gaze shifted to the other martial arts manuals. This time, as he opened one, a projection of a teacher appeared, providing step-by-step instruction explaining everything from how to generate power to how to practice with crystal clear clarity.
After just one viewing,
2 notifications appeared before his eyes.
Congratulations!
You have mastered the martial art, 18 form spring legs.
Your 18 form spring legs have reached perfection.
Immediately afterward, various techniques emerged that surpassed even the teaching master's own. Now, when he looked at the instructor again, the flaws were glaringly obvious. If both were at the same cultivation level and had equal strength, a single kick would be enough to kill the other.
As expected, it's not my fault. I'm still the future martial ancestor with god-tier comprehension.
The problem lies with the spiritual martial arts. I even began to suspect whether this was a curse from the heavens.
You're a brute with a physical body, why are you learning spiritual arts? It's practically a desecration of the physical form.
I pushed those thoughts aside and continued cultivating other martial arts.
He mastered them on the first try, achieving perfection.
It took him just over an hour to complete the cultivation of all the martial arts. My physical body hasn't changed much, but thankfully I've installed the modifier, which means I can optimize the power.
I didn't notice that everything that had just happened had been secretly recorded by a figure. And it had already been uploaded. The title was simple. Chapter 57, The Golden Mine. Little Bai is #1 in the martial arts universe.
With such a brazen title, it was hard not to catch people's attention.
In just a few seconds, the comments started pouring in. Black fears black, what the hell makes him #1 in the world? I'm an apprentice, feed me for free, trying to go viral? Wait, this is an admin account?
Eternal runner-up, in martial arts, there is no #1 in scholarship, there is no #2. The post went viral. Most were just there for the spectacle. Among them, a user named Drychew Coffee had already opened the video, though his face was full of annoyance. I'll just have to see what kind of Little Bai could possibly compare to Luke.
He was ready to nitpick relentlessly and then strike back. As for the admin account? Who doesn't have one?
When it comes to permissions, Lu Wuwei really isn't afraid of anyone.
The video opened quickly. Lu Wuwei also noticed some issues.
For instance, the location was completely unidentifiable, and the opponent was wearing a set of battle armor he'd never seen before.
He couldn't even identify it using a search.
It was clearly a new product from some cutting-edge lab.
From this alone, it was clear the opponent's identity wasn't simple, but then again, among the aristocratic families that support martial arts today, which one has a simple background? Kicking techniques. Ha! After watching just the beginning, Lu Wuwei already regretted it.
This kind of trash, how could he possibly compare to his older brother? His gaze fell on the progress bar. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep watching, silently resolving to create an admin account to strike back later.
But as he continued watching, Lu Wuwei's expression began to shift. This person.
In the projection, the figure clad in strange battle armor appeared clumsy at first, barely managing to complete the sequence. But after standing still for 5 seconds, the 18 form spring legs became incredibly fierce. In fact, he had only ever seen such ferocious techniques on his own brother.
Suppressing his unease, he kept watching.
The first run was clumsy and halting, followed by a few seconds of stillness, but when he performed it again, the martial art had reached the legendary level of perfection. Even with a critical eye, he couldn't find a single flaw.
What is going on with this guy?
If he can truly perfect a martial art in a single attempt, that's terrifying. He even entertained the thought that this person might actually be stronger than his brother. But the thought was quashed the moment it surfaced. Talent is one thing, but it doesn't guarantee the future. The entire old martial path school is teeming with geniuses, yet very few ever reach tier. This guy has perfect tier cultivation. Let us focus on breaking through tier first.
Lu Wuwei found his own thoughts amusing.
He quickly composed himself. Using certain methods, he obtained an admin account. I'll admit he has got talent, but he has no match for Luke. And since you're using an admin account to provoke a fight, I'll report this to the higher-ups.
You'd better be ready for the punishment. Looking at the message he sent, Lu Wuwei was quite satisfied. The next second,
he froze in shock.
What the hell is this?
Due to your violation of the rules, your admin privileges have been revoked by Huas Bride.
Please visit the link below to fill out the form and pay the fine.
Ha!
He didn't get it. They were all the same rank. Why were his admin privileges the only ones revoked? Of course, Lu Wuwei didn't know. It wasn't just him. In fact, this wasn't targeted at a single admin. It was aimed at every single admin present.
All of them had their statuses revoked by Shipgirl.
What kind of rank is that? The same status as me?
He muttered under his breath. Seeing that only one administrator remained, a smile spread across his face. It was clearly much more to his liking.
Just then, I also snapped out of it. Damn it, he'd been so focused on the 0 yuan purchase that he'd forgotten about the bigger issue.
His problem with being an unregistered user still hadn't been resolved.
What are you up to with that smirk on your face?
Seeing that sly grin, I had a bad feeling, but quickly reassured himself. A little cyber ghost. What trouble could she possibly cause? Nothing more than a heated trash-talking match with someone.
Nothing, Shipgirl said with an innocent look.
Good. You just said you had a way to help me fix my illegal residency status, so get on it. Once her status was sorted, she could board a starship openly and legally.
Although the Spirit Walker was cool and fast, it was just too dangerous. The spirit realm was full of filth. It wasn't as safe as the physical universe. It's simple. I'll hack into the population registry center and change your identity.
But if you want to leave, you'll have to do it from here, on a legitimate interstellar ship. Just like money from shady sources, it needs to be laundered through legitimate channels so that even if investigated, it's clean money.
Here? Upon hearing that he'd be hacking directly into the registry center, I wondered, since they were changing it anyway, why not change it to Imperial Capital or some other administrative planet?
Then he'd be a capital lord. No longer a disposable test tube baby.
It's not that simple. Residency reviews on these planets are extremely strict. There are almost no loopholes.
You either have to be a native-born resident or possess sufficient qualifications to settle on these planets.
Compared to what's available online, Shipgirl clearly knew much more now.
Most importantly, she uncovered something else. On administrative planets and the Imperial Capital, each planet maintains not only digital records but also physical archives.
This completely eliminates the possibility of hackers tampering with the records.
Resource planets, however, are a different story. Especially ones like this one, which have an owner.
Their residency management is quite chaotic.
By tampering with the records, one can obtain an identity and use it to travel to other planets.
Alright then. How do we do this? Lay out the plan. I'm listening.
Hearing that he couldn't become a capital lord, I was still pretty disappointed.
You file the report, and I'll approve the application,
Shipgirl said proudly, puffing out her chest.
Bye.
This mining planet uses an all-in-one card system. One card serves as your ID, work permit, and even your health insurance card. You even need this card to leave. There are quite a few undocumented residents on this planet. Most of them have changed their identities to start fresh. All you have to do is apply. I can bypass the review process and get it approved directly. You'll have your ID card in a day or two. That was exactly why Shipgirl had insisted by get a card. Other planets might not require it, but this one does. Alright, I'll do as you say. I didn't want to wander around as an undocumented immigrant, risking getting caught at any moment. It was better to spend a little time on this planet and completely change his identity. It would also prevent future trouble. What identity do you want? Mechanical engineer? Or a Yao gold mine worker? Yao gold mine? There's a Yao gold mine here? Bai was a bit surprised. Yao gold might not be great in terms of hardness or toughness, but this ore has a special ability. Spiritual energy suppression. It can suppress all psychic abilities, whether in humans, beastmen, or even spirit realm beings. Plus, it offers decent resistance against psychic energy. Of course there is. Otherwise, nearly 1 million miners wouldn't be gathered here. They're all here to mine radiant gold. That makes sense. From his textbooks, I knew that radiant gold, aside from its psychic suppression, significantly affects various electronic components. Even a small amount can render machinery inoperable. Furthermore, since radiant gold ore deposits are rarely large, most planetary lords opt to have humans or humanoid lifeforms mine them manually. Chapter 58, Upholding Justice. The shipgirl looked pensive. She quickly finished creating a profile. At the same time, she displayed Bai's brand new identity information. Name, Bai. Place of birth, K511 mining planet. Citizen rank, level 1. Supernatural path, Old Martial Path, Tier 2. Immediate family, none, born in the women's restroom on Old Field Street. Parents died during the unrest. Change the Martial Path to Tier 1. The tier designation is a bit jarring. I thought for a moment and offered a suggestion. With so many people on Shubiao Star, they didn't even need to work for a living. All they had to do each day was study and train in the Old Martial Path. Even so, the probability of ultimately attaining a rank is less than 1% of the total population. The environment on this mining planet is harsh, and public order is poor. According to Shipgirl's inquiry, a city formed by workers actually has over a dozen gangs. The people here will never be able to leave the mining planet in their lifetime. Apart from a few who are legitimate technical support staff, most are criminals who have committed offenses, though not particularly serious ones, and have been exiled here to mine. Chaos. That's only to be expected. Shipgirl even discovered that behind these gangs are a number of high-ranking citizens living in luxury. No matter the era, there are always a few rotten apples. Especially now that humanity's situation is dire, with significant turmoil both internally and externally. It's already a rare feat that the Alliance continues to operate stably. As for the treatment of some of these criminals, no one really cares. In fact, the only thing they care about is whether the money they're supposed to pay every month and every year shows up in their accounts on time. In an environment like this, a young tier warrior stands out too much. It's better to change it to just tier. That might even give our enemies a pleasant surprise. I've made the changes according to your instructions. If there are no further requests, I'll finalize the file and issue your access card. Shipgirl said slowly. She was merely offering suggestions. She wouldn't interfere with Bai's thinking. The current information is fine. He confirmed there were no omissions and felt it was good to go. His current identity was only temporary. Given his current rate of growth, even if someone noticed something amiss in the future, by then, anyone wanting to investigate him would have to weigh their own worth first. Ding! Got it! Shipgirl finished everything in no time, holding up her right hand in an OK gesture. Expected to be completed within 1 to 2 days. She even helped him jump the queue. With the issue of his undocumented status resolved, Bai turned his attention to radiant gold.
This substance was even rarer than ordinary transcendent material.
If he could get his hands on some to upgrade his gear, he could apply a negative debuff to his opponents before they even had a chance to act when facing psychic-type enemies.
I need some radiant gold, about 50 kilograms. Watching Shipgirl's hands flit across the keyboard as she worked online, I issued a direct order. As if he was just a dropout from the 12-year compulsory education system, how could he possibly compare to the cyber ghost, who could even hack into the warrior intranet? Scouting for mining planet intel was easier for her than going home.
Got it.
Done. Shipgirl replied.
She went about her own business with one hand while using the other to help by search for useful information. Data streams flashed through her eyes. It didn't take long.
Shipgirl had already finished sifting through the information on the entire planet. Yao gold is a special material. 90% of all our vein output must be handed over to the Alliance, so that portion is out of the question. As for the remaining 10%, the planet's owner would need to pull some strings, and there wouldn't be much left after that. Clearly, this 1T meets your requirements.
The Shipgirl analyzed the situation step by step. Just as she thought she'd have to pay good money for the radiant gold, the other party's tone shifted. There's an old saying in Donghuang, murder and arson bring a gold sash.
I've got an idea.
We can totally pull off a heist to rid the world of evil and bring peace. Looking at that face radiating righteousness, I couldn't fathom how she could make robbing the robbers sound so refreshing and refined, as if it had been elevated to a higher plane. My lips twitched slightly. I was at a loss for words.
Don't worry.
To ensure you can kill with confidence and burn with peace of mind, I've handpicked the most despicable gangs. From what I'd learned online, it was clear that humans were quite a hassle. Especially those with a conscience. To get things done, you have to get past that mental hurdle first. Fortunately, she was prepared to ensure I could kill with joy and burn with peace of mind.
A light tap of her finger. Information on a local gang appeared. Gang name, faction. Key members, 3, 1 tier 1, 2 tier 2. Total gang members, 52.
Primary crimes, murder, trafficking, adopting orphans under the guise of fostering them, then taking them to mining areas to enslave them and mining until they die, indirectly and directly causing at least 3-digit deaths. In addition to the basic information, there were photos of the gang members and details on their special skills. And of course, last but not least, the most important point. Based on all intelligence analysis, this gang has been mining for over a decade. Aside from contributing most of their haul to the mastermind behind the scenes, they've kept a significant portion, presumably for retirement, estimated to start at 20 kilograms. Looking at the list of information before him, I turned to Shipgirl. Dealing with these people isn't hard. The hard part is how to clean up afterward. 1 or 2 people is manageable, but if dozens suddenly die, the locals are bound to catch on.
Hearing this,
Shipgirl rolled her eyes and said bluntly, I wouldn't make such a rookie mistake.
These guys aren't even in the city.
We'll just raid the black market mining area, that's where their headquarters is.
So, are we doing this?
She looked at Bai with eager anticipation.
Let us do it. Of course we're doing it. Find a few more people, but there's only one requirement: they have to be scum.
Just as Shipgirl had said, he agreed with her assessment. They'd already killed so many orcs, offing a few more black sheep wouldn't weigh on his conscience at all.
Besides, if there were benefits to be gained, he'd gladly take them.
Understood.
I've already tracked down the other black mines for you. These people are all scum. As your top general, I request to fire the opening salvo.
Soon, intelligence on several other black market mines came in.
Shipgirl stopped fiddling with her crappy network and instead eagerly got everything ready. She was ready to create a spirit walker at a moment's notice.
But Bai had no intention of letting her intervene. With matters like this, the smaller the fuss, the better he could handle it alone.
Do you have a way to become invisible, or to enter the spirit realm directly? Wait until I call you before coming back. You're not taking me?
The Shipgirl looked utterly shocked. She'd come up with the idea and gathered the intel, yet in the end, he wasn't even letting her join in. This is the physical universe. You'd better be careful don't get captured and dismantled. I said with a sigh. A festive ship like hers would be far too conspicuous. The spirit realm is your home turf. Or we can wait a while longer until I've grown stronger and then I'll let you play to your heart's content out there. By the end of his sentence, Bay's voice had lost some of its conviction. The shipgirl hadn't spoken a word the entire time, she simply stared intently into his eyes. Ha! Men! Finally, she dropped that line, activated her special ability, and prepared to leave. Since Bai was outside, acting as an anchor point, she could easily open a portal to return on her own. She hadn't done so earlier because she was worried about appearing in places she shouldn't, such as enemy territory. Chapter 59, Spirit Summoner. Just as she was about to leave, the Spirit Walker paused. Immediately, a rather menacing-looking club was hurled down. It landed heavily at Bay's feet. Having done all this, Spirit Walker immediately retreated into the spirit realm. He shook his head in exasperation. As Shipgirl came into contact with more and more things, her emotions had clearly become more human-like. She no longer felt like a cold string of code. Don't underestimate this. The artificial intelligence in the Alliance's current technology is merely pre-programmed software capable of handling most tasks. But they are, after all, just artificial intelligence. They cannot reach the level of a data-based lifeform. He reached down and picked up the Bloodbrave Club. After being nourished by blood over this period, the club had undergone significant changes. Its quality had increased by 1 level, its weight by 2 levels, and it even gained +1 armor penetration. These attribute improvements had led to a change in its appearance. It was noticeably larger. He swung it casually a couple of times. It felt as if it had been custom made for him. Since that's the case, let us get going. I planned to gather enough radiant gold before the all-in-one card arrived. Once he had the card, he asked the shipgirl to arrange a trip so he could move to another planet. The infrastructure on this mining planet was too poor. Why hasn't this guy left yet? I spotted the man in black robes. Having passed through the spirit realm, he could vaguely sense the other's condition. A psychic class barely reaching tier level. Before he could even figure out how to handle the situation, the other party made the first move. With the Blood Courage Club raised in his hand, just as he was about to strike, the man slid along the rail to close the distance and bowed his head in submission. He didn't forget to shout, "I want to be your dog, master." Bye. This left him momentarily unsure what to do with the Blood Courage Club he raised. Should he strike? Or hold back? "Master, as long as you help me avenge my death, I'm willing to offer everything including my body and soul." The man in black robes spoke again. Seeing him kneel so earnestly, I began to take some interest. "Give me a reason. Why should I take you in?" "I'm a spirit summoner. I can open a portal to the spirit realm." But his voice grew fainter the more he spoke. He had stayed not because he witnessed the eerie floating ship, but because of this man who disembarked from it. In the pages of a novel, such a figure would surely be a great demon of the spirit realm. How could such an entity possibly take notice of a mere summoner? "I can offer my soul, my body. Apart from these, he had no other rewards to offer." "Tell me, who do you want me to kill for you?" I asked offhandedly. "Faction, as long as you help me wipe them out. No, as long as you kill their leader, my soul and body are yours." Hearing that name, it sounded somewhat familiar. Come to think of it, wasn't that just one of the many factions? What a coincidence. Of course, I had never done a deal that left him at a loss. He already had a plan to make the other party work off the debt. A spirit summoner. A rather rare breed. All right, I agree. But before that, you'll need to pay some interest. As soon as those words left his mouth, the youth beneath the black robe didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately began undressing. This made Bay's face darken. "Do you think you're being funny?" The flat tone startled the black-robed youth. For the first time, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned to resolve. But I can't give you my soul right now, I have to watch him die with my own eyes. The last few words practically burst from between his teeth. Open a spirit realm portal for me and summon some bloodhounds. His tolerance for Cece was now practically maxed out. And he certainly wouldn't be intimidated by a boy. Compared to all that, he'd rather get something useful done. He wanted to see what would happen if he upgraded the blood-drinking dagger to level 20. Ha! Sir, do I need to approach other lords to summon them? Perhaps thinking it was too simple, he asked timidly. Are you in or out? If you're not, get out of here fast, before I end up regretting this. Why didn't he care about revealing his identity ever since the vitality armor became upgradable? He hadn't taken it off. It even covered his face once he took off his clothes. Who would even recognize him? Oh, he replied. The black-robed youth began constructing a spirit realm portal. It was just a bit small. But thankfully, it was fully functional. Soon, a blood-hunting demon hound bobbing its head and sporting a row of tiny eyes stumbled out. Before it could even take in its surroundings, a massive blood-red club came crashing down. In an instant, it shattered its skull. After finishing this, I crouched down to rummage through the remains. This prompted the black-robed youth to want to remind him that blood-hunting demon hounds don't drop loot. Before he could speak, he saw Bai pull out a special tooth. It works after all. Let us keep going. Looking at the bloodthirsty tooth in his hand, Bai's face lit up with joy. Entering the spirit realm was no problem, but these bloodthirsty hounds were utter trash. Unless specifically summoned, they weren't fit to go near the portal. That was precisely why. On the entire flight here, he hadn't obtained a single bloodthirsty tooth. The blood-drinking dagger is currently at level 11. Of course, I could forcibly enhance it with essence, but the cost is too high. Bloodthirsty teeth really aren't worth it. Moreover, I suspects that, thanks to my Lucky King buff, there might be a hidden special effect. According to Shipgirl's information, since the bloodthirsty dogs first appeared, no one has ever obtained a transcendent material from them. Yet he was indeed able to obtain materials from their corpses. Let us make a bold guess. The drop rate has increased by 10,000%. It's not just a probability boost, but a complete transformation from nothing to something. It forces creatures that shouldn't drop transcendent materials to drop them anyway. This can't be explained by probability alone. Sensing movement in the passage, Bai has already blocked the exit. A blood-hunting hound had just poked its head out when it was grabbed and yanked out. He casually kicked it to death. The Blood Courage Club couldn't absorb the blood of spirit realm lifeforms. He might as well just stop using it. Blocking the entrance and punching them one by one was much simpler. Working together, they quickly killed nearly 20 bloodhounds. By now, the boy's black robe was soaked through with sweat. Even so, he gritted his teeth and kept going. He wanted to continue summoning. That's enough. Take a break first. We'll continue once you've recovered. As soon as those words were spoken, the black-robed youth plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. His head throbbed faintly, clearly the aftereffects of spiritual energy overload. But a smile spread across his face. He was one step closer to revenge. Of course, I couldn't care less about what the other was thinking. Helping him seek revenge was simply a matter of convenience. He called a halt just now because he gathered all 10 bloodthirsty fangs. Logically, that should be enough to allow the blood-drinking dagger to reach the transformation tier once more. The thought alone made him eager to test it. As for those gangs, he'd deal with them after the enhancement was complete. Glancing at the youth, who hadn't noticed what was happening over here, I summoned the enhancement furnace. He tossed the blood-drinking dagger straight into it. Chapter 60, plus 20 dagger. Since the traits gained from enhancing the blood-drinking dagger were fixed, I clicked through the options one after another. Your blood-drinking dagger has been successfully enhanced. Blood drinking plus 1. Your blood-drinking dagger has been successfully enhanced. Blood drinking plus 1. Your blood-drinking dagger has been successfully enhanced.
Blood drinking +1.
After 9 consecutive enhancements, when it reached level 20 and then 21, a different prompt appeared.
Friendly reminder, the value of this material is nearly depleted. Do you wish to continue enhancing? A level 10 bloodthirst should be enough. What was originally just a green attribute has now completely transformed into a deep purple one.
Even the description has changed slightly. Bloodthirst LV10, nourished by stamina, inner chi, it can continuously improve the material's quality. Upon reaching a certain level, it will generate a blade aura of evil, note, possesses a corrupted attribute. Not only has the skill level increased, but it can actually enhance the base material as well. I had previously considered whether to incorporate stronger transcendent materials later on to improve the blade's base quality. After all, this thing started with a common alloy, and even the enhancement materials used were Bloodthirsty Fang's inferior materials. He was genuinely worried that one day, if he wasn't careful,
the dagger might shatter.
Fortunately, now all he needed to do was keep nurturing it, and the quality would improve. His gaze fell on the contamination trait. With a single thought, a pop-up appeared. Killing Chi, condensed from dense killing energy, possesses the contamination trait, can contaminate a warrior's inner energy, physical body, etc. It should be enough to threaten a tier warrior now.
Foundation +1.
Of course, I merely glanced at it. He put it away again and resumed nurturing the blood-drinking dagger at full speed. He planned to test it out shortly. Seeing that Bai was finished, the black-robed youth also stood up and followed him.
What is your name? My name is Sam.
With nothing to hide, he spoke up immediately. I can help you, but before that, I need to take care of some business of my own. As long as you're willing to help me, I can wait.
That's fine then.
That faction was quite a distance from here.
The nearest gang is the faction.
They call themselves a gang, but they're really just a bunch of trash. As for the owner of this planet, there is no way they wouldn't know their mines were being stolen.
The existence of so many gangs and illegal mining operations is simply tacitly allowed. For the official operations, the Alliance takes a cut.
But stolen or doesn't have to be handed over. Thanks to a local guide leading the way, I avoided quite a few detours. Soon they spotted a makeshift camp.
Inside the camp, things were pretty lively at the moment. Why isn't that rat back yet?
One of them couldn't help but speak up.
He must have been held up by something else.
Before they could finish their conversation, a shuttle appeared in the sky, approaching from the distance. It soon landed steadily on an open patch of ground nearby. Almost simultaneously, the hatch opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit, though with a somewhat shifty look about him, stepped out.
Brothers, I'm back. Did you miss me? Miss you?
If you hadn't come back, the boss would skinned you alive. He has been swamped lately and desperately needs manpower. A man came forward to greet him, his gaze fixed on the shuttle as he spoke. Inside, he saw 7 or 8 figures standing somewhat stiffly. Sensing his gaze, they all instinctively flinched back. But his attention was drawn to one figure in particular.
There's actually a young girl? How did you manage that? We've been short-handed lately.
That person traded her to us. She doesn't count as a head. The middle-aged man, known as Rat, took a drag on his cigarette and spoke with a hint of resignation. He didn't want her either, but with no orphans available lately, he had no way to fill the vacancy.
Just then,
the only girl in the group spoke up timidly.
What do we need to do? We promise we won't slack off.
She had sensed something was wrong from the moment they arrived, but as a group of orphans, they had no means to resist and could only follow along.
Oh, you're quite obedient.
Come here, and I'll show you what to do. As he spoke, he reached out to grab the girl. But she dodged him.
You dare dodge me?
The young man, who had been smiling, suddenly looked menacing. He grabbed her arm and tried to drag her down by force.
This made the man in the suit frown. Enough!
This instantly reignited a glimmer of hope in the girl, who had already given up. She strained to look at the man who had brought them here.
She wanted to ask for help. You still dare to act up at a time like this?
Save your complaints for tonight, after we're done with today's work.
Forget it, forget it. This life is no way to live eating dirt out in the wild every day.
Hearing this, the young man let go, though he continued to grumble. His gaze shifted to the frail-looking orphans. In a couple of days, have the boss pull some strings and get us some normal people. These guys are slowing us down way too much.
He was clearly very dissatisfied with this batch.
The middle-aged man named Mouse, pinching a cigarette between his fingers, shot back immediately.
This is a shady business to begin with. Those people are hard to control. Just take them over there.
All right. As the 2-day conversation came to an end, the young man tugged at the girl she no longer resisted, following the others away like a walking corpse. The shuttle soon took off again, swiftly leaving the area. They clearly didn't notice two pairs of eyes watching from not far from the camp.
They've been trafficking orphans for a long time.
Someone reported them, but it was useless. The whistleblower was even found dead the next day, apparently by suicide.
Gazing at the distant camp, Sam said in a low voice. I glanced over. How's your recovery coming along? Can you summon the bloodhounds? I can.
As he spoke, he had already opened the summoning channel. He clearly wanted to help. But by looking at the two newly summoned hounds, placed a hand on his shoulder.
You stay here and keep watch. Don't let any slip through the net.
As for them, have them lead the way. He'd seen the bloodhounds' tracking abilities before, but he hadn't expected their roles to switch so quickly. Now he was the one being hunted. Of course. They can understand simple commands.
That'll do.
That's just how beings of the spirit realm are.
Whoever summons them, they obey. Let us go. The two bloodhounds charged forward first. Before long,
they had made their way into the camp.
Soon, a scream rang out. Looking in the direction of the sound,
he saw the man had already been tackled by the bloodhounds, who immediately began tearing into him. In a matter of moments, he was bitten to a bloody pulp, though not fatally.
I wasn't one to waste anything. He put them to immediate use.
He drained these creatures of their blood to provide some nourishment for the Blood Courage Club. Naturally, the commotion here drew the attention of other patrols. These men were mostly former street thugs, none of them even having reached the rank of warrior. Not to mention by even the two bloodhounds had begun slaughtering them one after another. But soon enough, a figure burst out of the mine entrance, radiating murderous intent.
Chapter 61, The Way of Nature. Who the hell are you?
The newcomer looked at the gang members lying dead, his face ashen, yet a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes.
I am the embodiment of order. Heaven has sent me to take you all away. Bai replied indifferently.
His gaze fell on the bulge at the man's waist. Hearing this, the intruder visibly paused.
So he's just a hothead. No wonder he dared to come here and cause trouble.
Earlier, he'd been wary of whoever might be behind Bai, but now it was different.
A hothead, kill him and be done with it.
Once he'd confirmed Bai's identity, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately reached for a palm-sized, silvery white handgun at his waist. He raised his hand and aimed it at Bai.
Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. What good is being able to fight? Money is king these days. Daring to come here and cause trouble. Click.
As he spoke, he pulled the trigger.
A flash of lightning flickered, and the bullet was already flying.
A smug smile spread across the man's face.
You must be tired of living. Coming here to die.
Even though all firearms were under strict scrutiny, they had connections. Getting their hands on an electromagnetic pistol wasn't a problem.
Even a standard electromagnetic pistol would leave a bloody hole if it hit a tier warrior.
He wanted to see if Bai was dead. If not, he'd fire another shot.
Where is he?
There was no one left in front of him. Just as he stood there dumbfounded, wondering where everyone had gone, a voice suddenly piped up from the side. Small, delicate, and cute, I like it. Immediately afterward, he felt a void in his hand, the pistol had vanished. He looked over to the side. A figure clad in strange combat armor was fiddling with the small electromagnetic pistol. It was clear he was enjoying it. You don't do anything rash. If you kill me, there'll be no room for negotiation. As he spoke, he slowly backed away. Was there room for negotiation when you were shooting at me? Bai said this while slowly taking aim, his sights quickly locking onto the other man. Wait, I'm still useful. Don't kill me. As he spoke, he tried to turn and run. Put. The sound was barely audible. It was like someone had quietly let one rip. A bullet the size of a soybean instantly pierced the man's chest. It left a fist-sized, through-and-through wound. Wow, no wonder so many people don't like training with big guns and prefer ballistics so small, yet so powerful. Watching the lifeless tier warrior, Bai's eyes lit up. This thing looked like a toy, yet it possessed the power to kill or severely wound a tier creature. Of course, that was assuming he could hit his target like Bai, whose meridians were perfected and had achieved a state of mind-body unity. His speed might not match that of a bullet, but he only needed to be faster than the speed of a gunshot. That was also why he'd been able to dodge it so easily just now. With a single thought, the electromagnetic pistol in his hand transformed into an icon, appearing inside the enhancement furnace. Name, Hummingbird V. Type, micro-electromagnetic weapon. Description: a flagship model of micro-electromagnetic weapons, suitable for all environments, capable of penetrating 20 mm steel plates within 500 meters. If it can be enhanced, that's enough. I happily stowed the item away. He was now a man with a gun. The way follows nature. Gunmanship is a form of the way, and ballistics are the way. He crouched down and searched the body. Soon, he found a small box containing bullets the size of soybeans. It was this little thing that could penetrate 20 mm thick steel plates. Holding it in his hand, it felt distinctly solid. Such a tiny thing, yet so powerful. When I get the chance to develop a type of anti-vehicle individual equipment, perhaps through amplification, it might even be capable of ground-to-air use in the future. He put the bullet away, his gaze falling on the mine entrance. It was a makeshift structure built from mixed materials, nothing special. Go! The command rang out. One of the bloodhounds immediately approached the entrance and slowly walked inside, its nose sniffing left and right. Woof! 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 A burst of frantic barking. This was followed by a faint gunshot, accompanied by the bloodhound's agonized howl. Thud! 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 A few more shots, and the hound fell completely silent. Perhaps realizing it had been completely exposed, a voice echoed from within the mine. Friend, I have no desire to be your enemy. You may leave now, and I promise I won't hold you accountable. Of course, if you wish to attack, you're welcome to try and see if you can make it through this passage. From the sound, combined with what he could see, it was clear the other party was hiding around a corner, wary of the electromagnetic pistol in Bai's hand. Even Bai hadn't expected that a small, shady mine would have two electromagnetic weapons. If this were discovered, not only would he be lost on the battlefield, but his family wouldn't escape either. They'd be held accountable as well. It seems I underestimated the value of Yao Jin. The person behind this is pretty crazy. Bai looked at the other person's position. Charging straight in was definitely out of the question. There was absolutely no place to dodge in the passageway, and the bullets fired by the electromagnetic pistol were extremely fast. If he didn't dodge in time, he'd likely end up with a few extra holes in his body. I'd like to be a law-abiding citizen too. Why are you forcing my hand? Bai sighed helplessly. He silently opened the enhancement furnace. The Hummingbird V-type electromagnetic pistol was already inside. There was only one way to resolve this awkward situation. Acquire a more powerful weapon. Congratulations! The Hummingbird V-type electromagnetic pistol has been successfully enhanced. Speed +1.
Congratulations! The Hummingbird V-type electromagnetic pistol has been successfully enhanced. Penetration +1. Congratulations! The Hummingbird V-type electromagnetic pistol has been successfully enhanced. Power +1.
Since he was pursuing balanced development, I found that the probability of obtaining base attributes was nearly the same for almost all equipment.
The Bloodthirsty Dagger, on the other hand, was a complete outlier.
+10 sharpness.
Soon, the 10th enhancement was complete. Congratulations! The Hummingbird V-type electromagnetic pistol has been successfully enhanced. Charged shot +1.
A green stat appeared. It seems the probability of getting good stats is significantly higher when going from level 9 to 10.
In the last few attempts,
he consistently obtained stronger stats at this stage.
Name, Hummingbird V-type +10. Stats, speed +3, penetration +3, power +3, charged shot +1. Type, electromagnetic weapon. Description, who the hell taught you to modify a gun like this? Death penalty, immediate execution, do not use in public, you have violated alliance law.
Wow, even the type has changed. It was a micro weapon just a moment ago, but now it's turned into an electromagnetic weapon.
I just wonder what the power is like now.
I summoned the electromagnetic pistol. Its appearance hadn't changed much, it was still compact, with a silver-white color scheme. But it was noticeably much heavier. Palm-sized, yet it likely weighs over 10 pounds.
Did you even change the materials? Just then, there was still no reply.
The person hiding inside the mine shaft grew impatient and shouted out again.
I've already sent the message out.
If you don't leave now, it'll be too late, my reinforcements are on their way.
Hearing the other's shout,
I silently raised the electromagnetic pistol.
Chapter 62, The Golden Radiance is secured. Go! As the order was given, the other bloodhunter immediately stepped into the passageway. Since it hadn't concealed its footsteps, almost simultaneously, a small electromagnetic pistol emerged from the far end of the corner. Puff, puff, puff. Several shots rang out in rapid succession. After confirming the opponent's position once more, I decisively pulled the trigger. A flash of crimson light flickered and vanished. Immediately afterward came explosions and screams from within the mine shaft. Perhaps due to the intense tension of the moment, the bloodhound hadn't been killed outright, it simply dragged the man out. Soon, the bloodhound emerged, dragging half a body behind it.
The shot had likely struck the lower back or abdomen, and combined with the fact that he was a warrior with tenacious vitality, he still had a faint pulse after being dragged out. Upon seeing Bai, its eyes widened in shock, and it opened its mouth to speak.
You.
It managed to utter just one syllable before breathing its last. It was clear that even in death, it hadn't figured out where Bai had obtained such a powerful electromagnetic weapon. He had been hiding on the other side of the wall. The shot not only penetrated the wall but also tore through the man's body, despite his bulletproof vest.
If a miniature electromagnetic weapon were to fall into enemy hands, it would be deployed on the battlefield. A weapon of this caliber would likely require the deployment of a mechanized warrior task force to eliminate the threat. With this kind of power, it should be able to take down vehicles. That previous shot was merely a standard attack. He had unlocked a charged shot ability. It could be charged for 10 seconds to reach maximum effect, significantly boosting its power. At that moment,
Bai was even tempted to abandon martial arts and pursue the path of becoming a mechanical god. If he could amplify a mech or a battleship, even those 9th-tier beings would have to keep their distance. Of course, this could only be considered a backup plan. There are many places in the universe where psychic powers and technology are banned, but a formidable physical body is not. For this reason alone, he was destined to continue down the path of martial arts.
Even if I can't go the equipment route, I can still install a warrior inside a mech. Why choose? Only children have to make choices. He'd take it all.
Sooner or later, he'd get himself a set. A stellar mech, worn on his body. He'd bet his life he could shatter a flagship with a single elbow strike.
He found another hummingbird electromagnetic pistol and a small box of ammunition on the opponent's body.
After securing these, he had the demon hound scout ahead again. That guy from earlier was clearly the last remaining gang member. As they entered, they saw that the corner had been smashed to pieces, and some sections had even collapsed. Fortunately, the main body of the mineshaft was still intact, so there was no need to worry about being buried alive. Woof, woof, woof. A burst of frantic barking. They saw a figure at the far end quickly retreating. The bloodhound charged straight at them.
Ah! As screams rang out clearly not from adults, Bai quickly issued an order.
He simply told the bloodhound to stand guard and not to attack. When Bai approached, he saw dozens of filthy children. Most were between 12 and 16 years old. Many held pickaxes in their hands. They must have been digging just moments ago.
Don't kill us.
We'll work, just give us something to eat. An older child, suppressing his fear, stepped forward to shield the others.
Sigh.
Even Bai couldn't help but let out a sigh at the sight before him.
Judging by their condition, most of them were sick.
And the faction treated them like disposable goods, saving them if possible, but if not, discarding them and replacing them with new ones.
And this is supposed to be the space age.
It's fucking ridiculous. Sometimes they treat people like gods, other times like animals. Of course, such things are inevitable. Where there are people, there are disparities. True equality for all is simply impossible.
Does anyone here know where these people are hiding the radiant gold?
According to Shipgirl's analysis, given how precious Yao gold is, this group won't dare bring it back to the city.
It's most likely hidden in the mine shafts.
Even if they were inspected and found to have Yao gold, it would make perfect sense for a Yao gold mine to contain Yao gold, right? Of course, the main issue is that they haven't found a way to transport it out. Among the dozens of people, quite a few clearly knew the answer, but before they could speak up, someone else beat them to it. It was the same young man who had been blocking the front who spoke up.
I know, but could you let them go? I can lead you there. Once you've got the goods, I'll kill myself to keep your secret. Hearing this,
I felt a pang of unease. The Alliance's currency was indeed worthless, but they shouldn't have to die here, nor should they treat life so lightly. Whether it was this group of orphans before him or the black-robed youth, they treated life with an attitude of it doesn't matter if we live or die. This kind of death felt meaningless to him. Perhaps it was the influence of his past life. Even though this was a great interstellar era, it seemed inferior to the past. Judging by the present, ever since humanity entered the interstellar age, it was unclear if there were any benefits, but the negative consequences were certainly numerous.
Then lead the way.
The leader of the group spoke up immediately. After a slight bow, he signaled the others to hurry away. As movement began here, another group of over 50 people emerged from deeper within the mine.
Together, they numbered nearly 100. If you want to change, I can give you a chance.
I looked at those ashen, grimy figures and, in the end, wavered slightly. Even if he couldn't take them away in the future, before he left, he could still offer them some help. For instance, the old martial path. The orphans before him were all quite young. Even if they left, their fate would likely be to return to an orphanage.
The faction might be gone, but there would always be brotherhoods and sisterhoods. On a planet like this, you can lack anything but gangs. Put simply, they're just some people as front organizations.
As long as the puppet masters behind the scenes don't die, they can always prop up another faction.
Listening to Bai's words, most of the orphans before him looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant by opportunity. Fuck. Bai felt like killing someone. Some people, given their birth, truly don't deserve to be called human.
But he forced himself to suppress the rage in his heart and looked at the teenager who had just spoken up.
I have nothing to do with the people here.
Even if you leave, you'll still get caught eventually. If you're lucky, you might be sent back here to keep mining. If you're unlucky, you won't make it to next year.
I can help you, really help you.
He emphasized the last few words. After speaking, he looked at the group of orphans, but Bai still saw no desire in their eyes. They were like a bunch of walking corpses.
Wait here. You take me to get something.
Saying this, he pulled out the electromagnetic pistol he just confiscated and picked out one who looked the sharpest.
He instructed him to just shoot if he encountered any danger. Seeing by S actions, the oldest child relaxed considerably.
A look of sincere gratitude flashed in his eyes.
All right. The two quickly left.
Led by the other, they soon arrived at a side path.
They dug a hole in the ground.
Inside lay a briefcase. Bai immediately chose to recharge.
Detected a medium-grade resource, radiant gold. Each pound yields 300 essence.
Seeing this message, he immediately took the safe and left.
Chapter 63, Tier Warrior. Mining City.
A shuttle sped toward the wilderness. Inside, a man in his 30s, built like a bear, was cursing under his breath.
Damn it, they've got the guts of a bear and the nerve of a leopard daring to touch my mine.
Beside him were two scantily clad women. As the man looked at them, he couldn't suppress the lust burning in his eyes.
Damn it, I'm really pissed off right now.
Saying this, he reached out and began groping them roughly.
Bro Tiger, that hurts.
The words had barely left her mouth when she was slapped hard across the face. I'm giving you a chance, and you're still causing so much trouble. Disturbed like this, his mood was ruined.
He glanced at the time.
Unable to resist, he shouted at the shuttle pilot.
Damn it, speed up. If we're late, I won't let you off the hook.
Yes, Tiger. The shuttle's speed increased noticeably.
A dozen minutes later, the black mining district came into view in the distance.
The patrol camp was now deserted. As the shuttle hovered above the camp, the man known as Tiger spoke up immediately.
Open the hatch for me.
You stay back. If you scratch my shuttle, I'll make you pay.
The next moment, the hatch opened. Tiger leaped out.
His feet landed firmly on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I'll see which little brat dared to mess with this place.
They've got a screw loose.
As he spoke, he walked toward the mine shaft. No sooner had he entered than he spotted a group of filthy miners. This made Tiger Brother even angrier.
Damn it, who told you to come out? Get back in there. If you've delayed the important person's business, I'll skin you alive, one by one.
With that, he raised his hand and slapped the nearest orphan across the face.
Just then,
a figure darted out from the side. It opened its mouth and lunged at Tiger Brother.
Ha!
Tiger Brother simply shifted slightly to the side, dodging the bloodthirsty bite. Immediately, he slammed a fist down.
Boom! The Blood Hunter's head exploded. A spirit realm life form?
Staring at the corpse on the ground, he clearly recognized the blood-hunting demon dog.
Could it be that a spirit-powered summoner has arrived?
A series of names flashed through his mind. Summoners were a rare branch of spirit-powered practitioners, and there weren't many of them. On this mining planet, there were only 2 or 3 who were considered notable, but these people had no conflicting interests with them. In fact, they were even tied to him by mutual interests. They shouldn't be causing him trouble.
Damn it, what are you staring at? Get back to mining.
Seeing the orphan still standing there, he flew into a rage and shouted curses. This made the orphans waver, and they turned to head back into the mine shaft.
Just then, a set of footsteps slowly approached. Tiger turned his gaze in that direction.
He saw a miner and a figure clad in combat armor. Because of the face mask, he couldn't make out the other person's features. Out of caution, he spoke up.
My friend, is there some misunderstanding between me, Tiger, and you? Or did someone else send you to mess with me?
He'd gotten the tip from that informant. The person before him had dodged an electromagnetic bullet. That level of skill required at least Tier 1.
Put. Just then, a faint gunshot rang out. Tiger's ears twitched slightly. Just as he was about to dodge, the attack had already struck. Damn it!
He looked toward the source of the attack. It was a girl, holding a miniature electromagnetic pistol.
You're asking for it. Tiger lunged forward, slashing his palm toward the girl in the crowd.
That strike was powerful enough to shatter a skull. Just as he was about to land the blow, a hand appeared, blocking the attack.
"You're that damn thing?"
I spoke flatly. But inside, he wasn't nearly as calm as his tone suggested. In fact, he was seething with murderous intent.
"Tear? Interesting."
Tiger immediately retreated, creating some distance before speaking. Now it was clear that the electromagnetic bullet had indeed struck its target, yet left no wound.
It wasn't that the opponent had simply taken the hit head-on. If one looked closely, they could see a translucent membrane surrounding the figure. That membrane had blocked the previous strike. You must be terrified of dying to be carrying an energy shield. Even Bai hadn't expected a lowly gang leader to be able to afford such a thing. The last time he'd seen one of these was on TV. Only those of the highest standing within the alliance possessed one. Of course, Tiger S was likely the most basic model. Even so, it cost over 10 million. And once activated, it burned through 10,000 per second. "You're no slouch either, a suit of armor I've never seen before."
Tiger looked at the leather-like battle armor, a flash of apprehension crossing his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it.
"Since we're both warriors, let us settle this the warrior way," Bai said bluntly.
A tier warrior must be at least nearing the peak of the dirt realm, or even the viscera realm.
A training dummy like this is hard to come by.
He currently looked like a tier bone refinement warrior, but with all sorts of random buffs, his true strength was anyone's guess. With such a prime training partner at hand, I felt a tingle of excitement. Tiger said nothing, his gaze shifting to the girl who had just fired the shot.
"Hand it over first." I snatched the electromagnetic pistol back. As he approached, he whispered, "You're brave. Good job." If she hadn't been so scared of dying, and if she hadn't even had defensive gear like an energy shield that single shot would left a hole in her body at best, or killed her instantly at worst. The girl replied in a very soft voice. Putting the pistol away, I tossed it directly into the distance. "No one's going to ambush us now. Let us spar."
"Sure."
Once he was certain Bai no longer had the electromagnetic pistol, Tiger agreed on the spot. He had every reason to be confident.
As a former prodigy who had undergone 7 skin refining and 5 flesh refining trials, his strength far surpassed that of others at the same realm.
At the same cultivation level, neither of them was about to back down.
Facing such a formidable opponent,
I dared not take it lightly. He took a deep breath. Blood ignition style, activated to the max.
I seemed to stretch his body, his height and build swelling by 2 sizes. A surging force coursed through every fiber of his being. Seeing that his opponent had no melee weapon, he tossed the blood courage club aside. He charged straight at him, bare-handed. This made Tiger chuckle.
"Sir, you must not know my other nickname, Chow II, the unrivaled Iron Fist.
As a white glove, he used to fight in underground brawls.
Funny, I have a nickname too. They all like to call me the martial ancestor. Who doesn't know how to brag?" I fired back immediately. "Then let us settle this with our fists."
The two cut the chatter short.
In an instant, they were locked in combat. Tiger's training was clearly in Bagwazang, following a fierce and aggressive style. Coincidentally, I also preferred a head-on clash, skillfully employing various martial arts he'd only recently mastered.
1 second he was delivering a splitting strike, the next he was countering with a spring kick. Even though Tiger came from a street fighting background and had seen a lot of martial arts, someone liked by combining fist techniques, palm strikes, leg kicks, and even eagle claw. Blending all these styles into one fighting system made him break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, where did this martial arts freak come from? He was no match for him in terms of technique. Chapter 64, Crushing. In just over a dozen moves, Tiger could no longer hold his ground. He tried to create some distance, but Bai clung to him like a leech, relentlessly pounding him. A barrage of hidden, lethal techniques emerged one after another. He forced Tiger to keep his energy shield active the entire time. By now, his back was soaked in cold sweat. As a fighter with a background in underground boxing, he naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Without the energy shield, his opponent could have taken his life within 10 moves, no, within 3. Now, when he looked at Bai, his gaze was no longer one of caution, but of sheer terror. He hadn't seen many martial arts styles, but he could vaguely tell that Bai's approach was utterly unconventional. Military fist of death, springing legs, chaotic spirit step, eagle claw technique, heart-piercing palm, and so on. If it were just one of these, cultivated to this level, he'd find it normal, but Bai had clearly synthesized all these martial arts. He formed a complete, personal martial arts system. This meant that no matter what move he used, his opponent could counter it with precision. Brother, with such impressive skills, why not join us? In a couple of years, I can hand this position over to you. I can even introduce you to some influential figures. Tiger hurriedly spoke up. If the fight continued, he feared his energy would be depleted. Given Bai's ferocious style, he'd be dead in 3 moves. Bai didn't answer. His fists and legs moved in a blur. He forced Tiger to retreat repeatedly, his expression growing increasingly grim. Boom! He took a brutal elbow strike right to the crown of his head. Using the momentum, he stumbled backward, creating a gap of over 10 meters. And you call this the peerless iron fist? From now on, call it the embroidery fist. I was deeply dissatisfied with this fight. One might even say he was utterly disappointed. Pressure? He didn't feel a shred of it. Or rather, the perfect integration of mind and body achieved through perfect tendon refinement, combined with his mastery of skills, had elevated his control over his body to a state of perfection, all while being complemented by flawless combat instincts. Bai felt that even the current strongest fighter in the old martial path association, at the same cultivation level, would be nothing but a punching bag in his presence. If anyone else had said that, Tiger would have beaten him to death. Now, he didn't dare utter a single word of rebuttal, for fear of being killed by his opponent. Brother, my boss is a big shot beyond your wildest imagination. If you're willing, I'll introduce you to him, and you're sure to receive a generous reward. As if he hadn't heard the earlier sarcasm, Tiger wore a sincere smile as he extended the invitation once more. A big shot? Ha! Bai merely smiled without responding. He had no idea what kind of big shot this was. Someone who, after learning the miners were orphans, still insisted they help him extract the shining gold ore. For scum like this, he had only one thing to say. Kings, lords, generals, and ministers. Of course, not just yet. Give him a little more time. If he is truly going to fight for humanity, he'll have to purge the internal pests first. That person's status isn't just what it seems on the surface. There's also. At this point, perhaps realizing it was inappropriate, Tiger fell silent, giving Bai a look that said, "You should understand." What else? Bai asked curiously. Just then, Tiger's face twisted into a ferocious grimace, and a small hummingbird electromagnetic pistol appeared in his hand. And you, go to hell. Puff. 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 A barrage of electromagnetic bullets rained down on Bai's position. Bai's figure moved like a serpent, darting swiftly. Even before he fired a shot, he had already shifted to a new position. It was as if he had gained the ability to foresee the future. He always managed to dodge just a split second before the bullets reached him. What the hell is this guy? Not to mention the orphans. Even Tiger, a tier warrior, was dumbfounded. He could understand dodging a single bullet, but dodging a barrage of over a dozen consecutive shots was beyond his comprehension. Not just him as a tier warrior, even most tier-level fighters likely couldn't pull that off. For a moment, a trickle of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A possibility crossed his mind. What is Yao Jin? Crucial strategic resources of the Alliance, trafficking in strategic resources, embezzlement of Alliance assets. Compared to these two charges, carrying a weapon would be a minor offense. Looking at Bai's armor, a design he'd never seen before, another possibility formed in his mind. An Alliance enforcer. This profession was somewhat akin to those in ancient times who held the imperial sort of authority.
Act first, report later with the Alliance's explicit authorization.
As long as it was later confirmed that the person was indeed problematic, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility.
At this thought, Tiger suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't understand why embezzling just a few 100 kilograms of radiant gold or each year could attract this group of people.
I don't know, I give up, I'll confess, please give me a chance.
After a moment of struggle,
he decisively decided to turn himself in. In a situation like this, his boss would absolutely not protect him. But since he held all sorts of incriminating evidence against his boss, he might just be lucky enough to save his own life.
I understand.
Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything.
Please, just give me a chance.
As he spoke, snot and tears streamed down his face.
This left by looking somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this guy doing?
But he quickly deduced from the other man's tone that he had mistaken Bai for someone else, likely a member of the special investigation team.
Even so, was it really necessary to be this terrified?
Since you've recognized me, just spit it out.
Convinced he'd been mistaken for someone else, Bai went along with it.
As the saying goes, your reputation in the outside world is what you make of it.
This was the perfect opportunity to ask if there were any more Yao Jin units hidden away.
Then, Chui.
Tiger's heart leapt with joy.
Just as he was about to reveal what he knew, he suddenly heard a beeping sound.
Holy shit! I let out a startled cry.
He darted aside to dodge.
Boom!
An explosion erupted from Tiger's body, reducing him to a bloody mess.
A remote bomb?
Looking at Tiger, who was now nothing but a pile of debris, Bai's heart raced. Given the explosive force of that blast, he would have been blown to bits if he hadn't dodged.
My energy shield. I frantically searched for it. The opponent had been blown to smithereens.
The situation had been too urgent just now. He hadn't had a moment to see where his energy shield had gone.
Just then,
a vague sense of danger washed over him.
Bai looked up.
He caught sight of a shuttle hovering in the distance. Its hatch was wide open, and a figure was crouched by the entrance.
They were holding some kind of firearm. Every hair on Bai's body stood on end as he slid to the side. Almost instantly, a bullet whizzed past him.
It struck a rock several dozen meters away, shattering most of the 3 or 4 meter wide boulder.
Sharp senses.
I'm afraid it really is that bunch. The figure hiding on the shuttle was clearly taken aback, but quickly holstered the weapon and prepared to leave.
Put. Has this kid lost his mind? Thinking he can take down a shuttle with a hummingbird electromagnetic pistol?
He shook his head slightly and glanced at the 2 alluring women.
Without a moment's hesitation,
he casually tossed aside the shuttle and fired 2 more shots at the pair. After confirming their deaths, he returned to the cockpit, ready to leave the area and report what had happened.
Earlier, he had merely been verifying Bai's identity.
Now, it was practically a foregone conclusion. Even if his combat prowess wasn't particularly strong, he managed to evade a sniper shot from hundreds of meters away. Only the most terrifying individuals, hand-picked from millions, could pull that off. It was just that his IQ wasn't quite up to par. He actually thought he could take down an air shuttle with a Hummingbird series rifle.
And from several hundred meters away, no less.
Chapter 65, Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle.
Beep, beep, beep. Detected lock-on by unknown electromagnetic weapon. Just as he was about to leave, a series of urgent warning beeps sounded.
The man in the cockpit's expression darkened.
What the hell? Meanwhile, the shuttle had already projected a human figure. Who else could it be but Bai? He only had a mini pistol in his hand. He didn't possess any other electromagnetic weapons.
A preposterous thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it.
There's no way it's because of this Hummingbird electromagnetic pistol. This is most likely a malfunction in the early warning system.
He'd rather believe the warning system had malfunctioned than accept that a miniature electromagnetic weapon could damage the shuttle. While he was hesitating, I had already finished charging his shot. The hummingbird electromagnetic pistol in his hand trembled slightly, as if it might fall apart at any moment. He quickly aimed at the departing shuttle and pulled the trigger. A streak of crimson energy instantly flew hundreds of meters. It struck the shuttle. Warning, warning. Shuttle under attack. Anti-gravity engine damaged 31%, overall shuttle damage 21%. Looking at the scarlet warning text and the damage map of the shuttle, the ambusher was completely dumbfounded. The Hummingbird series was originally designed as a micro-weapon against living beings against anything made of special alloys. Its firepower was practically zero. It was like using a rubber band and a toothpick to pierce through a steel plate. How is this possible? Has Alliance technology advanced this far? Looking at the palm-sized weapon, a size that, on the battlefield, would be nothing short of a divine artifact. It was more powerful than the J-10 rifle, yet even more compact. Let us get out of here first. He quickly issued the order. He clearly realized the consequences if I got within striking distance. Even the boss's vicious dog wasn't a match for it, let alone him. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of continuous fire. Even if the subsequent shots weren't as powerful as the first, they could still penetrate the hull and damage the internal mechanical components. Anti-gravity engine system detected. Imminent failure. Forced landing in progress. The voice rang out. The shuttle made a rapid descent and soon landed on a flat expanse. Wave after wave of attacks continued to pierce the craft. Perhaps it was just bad luck, but the ambusher made a split-second mistake, and a hole appeared in his abdomen, blood gushing out. Damn it, this is fucking insane. He finally understood the true weight of those two phrases from the Alliance. The tax collector has arrived. The enforcement officer has arrived. It was truly like snatching the enemy general's head from the midst of 10,000 troops. Watching by closing in, the ambusher didn't hesitate. He grabbed the sniper rifle beside him, a flicker of tenderness passing through his eyes. Old buddy, take me one last mile. With that, he pressed the barrel to his mouth and pulled the trigger. Boom! This startled Bai outside, who immediately scrambled for cover. He thought the other guy was shooting at him again. But after waiting a moment, nothing unusual happened. Just as the standoff was reaching a stalemate, Sam, who likely heard the commotion, came over. With a summons, 2 bloodhounds were called forth. They darted into the shuttle and quickly dragged out a corpse. The man had a gunshot wound to the abdomen, but it was clearly non-fatal. The fatal wound was a bullet fired from his mouth into the back of his head. Did he kill himself? Bai was a bit puzzled. He clearly still had a chance. Why would the other guy kill himself? Of course, he didn't know it was entirely because of that fabricated identity, executive. These guys weren't just skilled fighters, their actual job was interrogation. Once you fell into their hands, it was hard to even die. That's why he took his own life. Go maintain order. Don't let that group of orphans run away. Bai spoke up. Yes, sir. Sam immediately set to work, leading the 2 bloodhounds away. Once they were out of sight, he stepped inside the shuttle. It was still a civilian model, with a layout not too different from the others. Following the trail of the body dragged across the floor, I quickly located the spot where the man had taken his own life. Aside from the splattered brain matter and bloodstains covering the floor, a firearm over a meter long firmly captured Bai's attention. A sniper rifle? Bai swallowed hard. Who exactly is backing these guys? How did they manage to get their hands on military-grade equipment like this? If handguns could be obtained through connections, then sniper rifles were strictly controlled by the Alliance. Every gun has a serial number, and every serial number is linked to a specific individual. The gun was gone. That person's future was likely gone as well. There was no other way. With modern sniper rifles, while hitting a target 800 li away might be a stretch, taking down a Tier 2 warrior within 80 Li was a breeze. That kind of firepower posed a threat to certain entities, second only to heavy artillery.
I hit the jackpot, I really hit the jackpot this time.
Bai was quite pleased. He reached out and picked up the sniper rifle, which was nearly 5 feet long. It was finished in pure black and equipped with the latest multifunctional adjustable scope, complete with built-in intelligent calculation assistance.
Bai quickly stowed it in his enhancement furnace. The weapon's information appeared almost immediately. Name: Falcon 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle. Type: long-range sniper rifle.
Description: part of the Falcon series of sniper rifles, with a maximum effective range of 50 kilometers and the ability to penetrate 80mm alloy plates within 10 kilometers, it is the most widely deployed sniper rifle currently in service.
What a gem!
Effective lethal range, 100 Li.
And these are just the base stats once it's fully enhanced. Blowing an enemy's head off from 800 Li away will be just a matter of time. Bai really wanted to take it out and test it.
But with all the commotion they caused here, he worried someone might come looking, so he put that thought aside for now.
He leave this place first. He rummaged through the enemy's shuttle.
He only found 30 rounds of sniper rifle ammunition.
Each bullet was over 20 centimeters long.
He could even sense a special energy emanating from them, clearly infused with radiant gold.
With that,
even when sniping those psychics, under the influence of radiant gold, by the time they realize what's happening, they'll likely be only a few hundred meters away.
For the Falcon sniper rifle, that's less than a second's work. After tossing the items into the material storage of the enhancement furnace, I searched the shuttle once more.
He found no other valuable items. His gaze fell upon the nearly wrecked shuttle.
Leaving it here would be playing into the enemy's hands. So,
detected mixed materials.
Recharge to gain 1,500 essence.
Detected small nuclear power source.
Recharge to gain 3,000 essence.
Recharge.
This unexpected windfall was truly massive. 3 Hummingbird electromagnetic pistols, 1 Falcon sniper rifle.
And to top it off, he raked in a massive haul of essence. Not to mention the radiant gold in the safe. No wonder they say, murder and arson bring a golden belt.
If this happened a few more times,
he dared not imagine just how happy he'd be.
Chapter 66, Alliance Executive. Under Sam's coordination, the orphans were quickly brought over to meet up. Looking at these orphans, I couldn't help but feel a headache coming on.
In the heat of the moment, he only thought about teaching them martial arts, but he'd forgotten that these people were different from him. Ever since leaving Nest Star, he hadn't eaten a single bite. He'd been relying entirely on stamina to stay alive.
Without food, these orphans might starve to death within days. A voice rang out.
He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gaunt girl. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but seemed a bit shy. All she could do was hold up the items in her hands as best she could.
She was holding a Hummingbird electromagnetic pistol, likely the one he'd just thrown away.
There was also something that looked like a pendant.
No way. I reached out to take the items. He pretended to put them away, but actually tossed them straight into the enhancement furnace. Information appeared almost immediately. Name: Basic Energy Shield. Type: Defensive Equipment.
Description: a civilian-grade shield developed by Dingsheng Technology.
Effectively blocks bullets from various firearms and features automatic detection. Energy level: 30%.
Hadn't held out much hope himself, so he was surprised she found it.
Moreover, this girl had made a strong impression on him.
She was the one who had ambushed Tiger with a gunshot.
Sam, is there anywhere nearby we can live or hide?
Bai wasn't familiar with this place, and since he couldn't summon Shipgirl to ask, he had no choice but to ask her first. Sir, there isn't much here, but there are plenty of hiding spots. There's an abandoned mine in the distance. Since it was built under the Alliance's leadership, it won't collapse for another few hundred years. It can serve as a stable place to live.
Sam quickly chimed in.
This mining planet was also an old one, littered with abandoned mining sites.
Let us head there first.
He had other business to attend to and certainly couldn't drag these deadweights along. The abandoned mine wasn't far, but it still took them over 2 hours to reach it. There was no helping it, these orphans were still just children. Even so, none of them complained of being tired. Once everyone had been dropped off at the abandoned mine shaft, I began planning his next moves regarding the other illegal mining sites. The feeling of both upholding justice and making a little money on the side was hard to resist.
Since they brought all the campus food with them on the way over, there was enough to feed everyone for a few days.
I planned to use this time to take down the other illegal mining sites as well. With the support of firearms, it shouldn't be too difficult. After making arrangements for the group, he hurried off toward the other illegal mining sites. As for Sam, he left him behind. He would bring him along once they reached faction.
On a certain habitable planet. Inside a manor spanning hundreds of acres. In the study.
Master, word just came from our men below, Tiger is dead, and our mole has also been killed.
An elderly man dressed as a butler set a wineglass on the table and spoke.
Dead is dead, but the Golden Glory project must not be delayed.
Have some men take over.
Yes, sir.
As the butler left,
the study fell silent. A ghostly figure appeared without a sound.
What is it?
Master, an executive has arrived at K511.
We haven't yet determined which faction it belongs to.
The visitor's voice was hoarse. As he finished speaking, the man reclining in his chair shattered the wineglass in his hand and sprang to his feet.
Why have those mad dogs come here?
He furrowed his brow, as if pondering his recent actions. He could only conclude that he hadn't done anything too out of line or broken any rules. Their primary objective remains unclear. They're a secretive group, and their numbers are extremely small.
All right, I understand. You may go now.
After the attendant left, he began to speak to himself.
How could my little business deal possibly attract the attention of the enforcers? Could they be here for something else? No matter how he looked at it,
the offenses he had committed were merely the kind of mistakes most nobles would make. It wasn't serious enough to warrant the executive officer's personal intervention. The more he thought about it, the more uncertain he felt. Finally, he called the butler back.
Suspend all business transactions immediately. On the planets under my control, crack down hard on any criminal activity. No matter who it is, follow the rules to the letter.
Yes, sir.
I'll go give the orders right away. Mining planet K511, its Soul City, Mining City.
2 figures, an old man and a young girl, were walking down the main street.
Master, why are we here on this mining planet? Could someone be stealing Alliance resources?
A lively, youthful girl of 16 or 17 asked. Her gaze kept sweeping over the surrounding buildings.
Perhaps because it was a mining planet, the entire city had a drab, grayish hue, with red brick and white walls dominating the landscape.
It didn't look like a typical interstellar city, rather, it resembled an ancient town from years past.
Master, isn't there anything good to eat on this planet? Is this the legendary culinary wasteland? Master, what does Red Romance Bathhouse Special mean?
The girl hadn't stopped talking the entire way. Everything she saw seemed new and exciting, and she kept asking questions. Walking ahead of her was an elderly man, about 5'3" tall, with sparse hair blowing in the wind, dressed in a gray, antique-style martial arts uniform. Watching the girl bouncing up and down, he let out a long sigh.
Master, shouldn't we go find the governor of this planet? Then can I take my little blue out for a spin?
Perhaps because the city was so backward, the girl quickly lost interest. Her attention soon returned to her duties. The old man ran a hand through his sparse hair and looked at her with a hint of resignation.
No. An executive's equipment must be used strictly according to regulations. It cannot be used without any evidence.
He couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He was already regretting taking on such an apprentice.
Master, master. The girl pleaded. All right, when the time comes, I'll definitely let you take the lead. With no other choice, the old man had to agree. Yay, yay, yay. You're the best, master. When we get back, I'll cook you a big pork hock stew. The old man's mouth twitched. He desperately wanted to take back what he'd just said. But in the end, he held back. The old man and the girl wandered aimlessly through the streets. If they spotted anything interesting, they'd stop to take a look or buy it outright. Until dusk fell. Only then did the two prepare to leave. But instead of heading back to the ship, they set off toward the wilderness of the planet. Master, where are we going? We've come all this way. We can't very well go back empty-handed, can we? Then what are we doing here? The girl perked up immediately. She followed her master as they made their way across the open plains. Soon they arrived at a campsite. Huh, someone beat us to it? The old man ran a hand through his thinning hair, examining the traces left behind in the camp. These nobles are getting more and more reckless. Electromagnetic sniper rifles, and some kind of high-powered weapon I've never seen before, one capable of bringing down a shuttle. That was the only thing he couldn't figure out. Where had the shuttle's wreckage gone? Chapter 67, Transferring Characteristics. According to Shipgirl's words, he would definitely be able to obtain the ID card within 2 days. He planned to clear out the surrounding black market mining zones within those 2 days. Then, after settling the orphans, he would leave this mining planet immediately. After estimating the distance to the next black market mining zone, Bai immersed himself in the enhancement furnace. He could put off upgrading the other gear. He could enhance them later when he had enough essence, but this one thing couldn't wait any longer. Energy shield, let me see your limits. The fact that even a small gang could get their hands on electromagnetic weapons forced Bai to be more cautious. Even if he could dodge bullets, he couldn't spend every day just dodging them. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, your shoes are bound to get wet. One slip up if you're lucky, you'll end up with a few holes in your body. If you're unlucky, you'll end up as a grave on the ground. Congratulations! Energy shield upgrade successful. Shield +1. Congratulations! Energy shield upgrade successful. Energy +1. Congratulations! Energy shield upgrade successful. Energy efficiency +1. However, luck wasn't on his side this time. No rare traits appeared. Name, basic energy shield +10. Type, defensive equipment. Traits, shield +3, energy +4, energy efficiency +3. Description, a modified shield that has been comprehensively enhanced, energy status, 100%. It used to be able to block micro-electromagnetic pistols. Now, even against the Gelong series of electromagnetic equipment, it should be able to hold its own. It's sufficient for his immediate needs. But that's not enough. Bai clearly had no intention of stopping. His attention turned to the material warehouse. Leaving the spirit realm had claimed another batch of lives, which had significantly expanded the variety in the materials warehouse. Of course, for this type of energy-based equipment, the options were much more limited. The materials were also divided into many categories. Most of them were ordinary materials, balanced types without any standout advantages. Next were attribute-based materials, such as various elements and even spiritual attributes. Finally, there were materials imbued with specific laws. Bai suspected the little red shoes fell into this category. Despite their seemingly modest power, they had transformed an ordinary shuttle into a creation capable of traversing the spirit realm. They even came with a data lifeform as a bonus. Such materials were likely extremely rare, even within the spirit realm. This might be worth a try. He quickly selected one from the material warehouse. It resembled a stone bead. While it was unclear what kind of creature had dropped it, one thing was certain: it was a noble magical lifeform. Name, Ghost Eye Stone. Type, transcendent material. Quality, medium. Description, a material imbued with eerie power. Using it will cause a special transformation. Congratulations! Your energy shield equipment has evolved. Please select one of the following traits.
Friendly reminder, once selected, it cannot be changed. 1. Ghost Eye, grants scouting ability, warns of psychic and physical attacks, provides some psychic resistance.
2. Stone Skin, when activated, generates a massive stone sphere that completely envelopes the user.
3. Distortion, passive ability, automatically warps the perception of all hostile observers, deflects attacks when they reach a certain range.
Apart from the second option, both 1 and 3 are quite intriguing. One provides early warning, another offers automatic defense, and the third automatically deflects enemy projectiles. Especially the third one. What if this ability keeps leveling up?
To enemies, he'd likely become an unnameable entity.
3. Bai chose it immediately. Early warning is great. But the fact that hostile gazes landing on him automatically distort everything the enemy sees? For ambushers, this is practically a game-breaking ability. Inducing illusions in ambushers is far more important than early warning.
Besides, with today's long-range weapons, if they really open fire from a distance, he wouldn't even have time to react.
Congratulations!
Energy Shield has successfully evolved. You have obtained Energy Shield.
As the prompt appeared, a necklace appeared in his hand.
Only the core had changed drastically, looking like an ordinary pebble. Even the creator of the Energy Shield wouldn't be able to recognize the pebble as the Energy Shield.
He hung it directly around his neck.
Then he had the Vitality armor cover his entire body,
including the necklace. After doing all this, Bai let out a sigh of relief.
Having traveled non-stop for some time, he had already spotted another mining area. Unlike those being mined illegally, this site was clearly an old mining area that had been developed in the past. However, the number of guards here far exceeded that of the faction.
Moreover, the person in charge here was a bona fide organ refining stage cultivator, on the verge of breaking through to the inner breath stage at any moment. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Bai spotted a shuttle landing from a distance.
Immediately afterward, a man in his 50s or 60s stepped out.
That saves me the trouble, the guy's actually here. This man was none other than the gang's boss. He assessed the distance between them. Bai's lips curled into a faint smile.
With a single thought, the Falcon sniper rifle materialized. A warrior of the new era must keep up with the times. Marksmanship is a form of art. Looking at the Falcon sniper rifle in his hand, he paused to consider, then decided to enhance it. His ammunition was limited, every bullet saved counted.
In a sneak attack like this, he had to make every shot count. Congratulations!
Your Falcon 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle has been successfully enhanced, Shield Breaker +1.
Congratulations!
Your Falcon 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle has been successfully enhanced, Power +1.
Congratulations!
Your Falcon 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle has been successfully enhanced, Rapid Fire +1. What Bai hadn't expected was that, whether by luck or not, he landed two rare modifiers right off the bat. Shield Breaker increases damage by 500% against all defensive shields.
Rapid Fire allows continuous firing, up to 3 consecutive shots.
Looking at these modifiers, Bai was speechless. This was practically a god-tier weapon for assassination. Shield Breaker targeted energy shields, and Rapid Fire was even more insane. The last time he'd seen that was in a game, though the opponent was firing a Barrett in bursts.
But this was a proper electromagnetic sniper rifle? Bai thought the name might as well be changed to Cannon. 3 additional damage bonuses.
It was already a threat to aerial vehicles, but now, as long as he locked on, he could take them down with ease.
Using this thing to shoot at a little Karami like this is a waste.
Watching the old man in the distance, Bai muttered to himself. But he still pulled out his enhanced Falcon sniper rifle, which had grown from its original length of about 1.5 meters to over 2 meters. Its weight had nearly multiplied several times over. It probably weighed just over 100 kilograms before, but now it was likely 200 or 300. It was only thanks to the current widespread physical enhancements that people could handle it, otherwise, just carrying this thing around would be a real ordeal. Curious, he ran his hand over it and, mimicking a scene from a movie, lay flat on the ground. Through the multifunctional scope, he scanned the distance. Almost simultaneously, a row of data appeared on one side of his field of view: humidity, wind speed, and the like. In addition to that, there was a small frame. As Bai used this frame to completely encircle the old man, a prompt appeared in the scope. Automatically locked on. Chapter 68, Sniper. Canon. Pass the word, all work here is suspended. For the time being, no one is allowed to leave the mine. Take these down as well. You're either heading back to the city or, like the miners, staying hidden in the mine until further notice. A young man was giving orders to the gang members. But second brother, didn't you say the bigwigs have been pushing us hard lately? If we stop work like this? A junior leader in charge spoke up to ask. The young man known as second brother immediately grew angry. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Do you think this is my order? These are all orders from the bigwigs. If they tell you to stop work, you stop work. What's the problem? Faced with such a sharp rebuke, the subordinate immediately shut up. After arranging everything here, the young man hurried over to the old man standing nearby. A flattering smile appeared on his face. Lu, the orders have been passed down. It'll be taken care of within half an hour. I just wonder when we'll resume work. Don't ask what you shouldn't. When it's time to start, you'll be notified. The old man said indifferently. He hadn't spared the young man a single glance the entire time. Seeing that the matter was settled, he simply stood up and walked toward the shuttle. He was clearly preparing to leave. Lu, take care. The young man hurriedly called out with a smile, his gaze fixed on the other man. The next second, his smile froze instantly, replaced by a look of disbelief, as if he had witnessed something utterly unimaginable. Just a moment ago, he had seen the other man off. Everything had been perfectly normal. But the man had suddenly vanished. As if he had never been there at all. The young man plucked up his courage and took 2 steps forward. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. He plopped right down on the ground, scrambling backward. In his line of sight, he could see a pair of familiar calves still standing in place. But everything above Lu's calves had simply vanished. Boom! A thunderous roar, like a clap of thunder, rang out immediately. Bai, who was sniping from a distance, was also a bit dazed. Whereas the person? Is the peak of the organ refining stage really this terrifying? I didn't even see how they vanished? He was even starting to question the meaning of life. Is the gap between the organ refining stages really that huge? Fortunately, through his adjustable scope, he quickly spotted something unusual. There was a pair of calves still standing there, but from the calves up, there was nothing. He just obliterated the man's body. The evidence was right before his eyes. The old man at the organ refining stage hadn't even had a chance to utter a sound before he vanished. With that thought, I hurriedly scanned the area through the scope, following the trajectory of the bullet. I soon spotted the impact site. On a rocky mountain 100 li away, a patch of shattered rock had appeared, with a small crater about a meter in diameter at its center. With this kind of power, I'd better avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. This was no longer in the realm of a sniper rifle, it had essentially been upgraded to a cannon. If word got out that he had a weapon like this, the nobles wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. If he ever used it again, he'd have to make sure no one survived. If the Alliance found out, they'd likely dispatch a warrior mobile squad. Forget it, forget it. I'll put it away for now. He returned it to the materials warehouse and pulled out 2 cute hummingbird pistols. He immediately moved quickly toward the camp. The recent upheaval had clearly thrown these people into disarray. Bai took advantage of the chaos to sneak up and fire from the shadows. He picked off over a dozen gang members one by one. By the time the rest of them realized what was happening, it was already too late. They were quickly eliminated. The entire operation involved over 20 people and took less than 2 minutes.
Half of that time was spent rushing to the scene. Otherwise, it could have been even faster. He reached out and holstered the 2 hummingbird pistols. Bolstered by his energy shield and emboldened by his skill, he walked straight into the mine shaft. Naturally, there were minors here as well. Compared to those underage orphans, almost everyone here was an adult, though they were in extremely poor condition. Seeing the unfamiliar battle armor suddenly walk in, fear flashed in the eyes of many. Who knows where the stash is? Bayes' tone was noticeably harsher toward these people. Unlike the orphans, these guys were all undocumented. Most of them were mining here to secure legal status through gang connections. The Alliance's largest source of undocumented individuals was various fugitives or deserters, with a smaller number like him whose home planets had been destroyed. All their records had been wiped. Most likely, there weren't many good people among them. Just then, Bai suddenly felt his energy pendant grow hot. He looked up at the crowd and saw several men with scars or tattoos on their faces and bodies suddenly raise their hands. And their hands were making gun-firing gestures. Seeing this, a strange expression flashed across Bayes' face. He finally understood why the energy pendant had heated up. Someone was trying to shoot him dead. Bang! 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 For these illegal miners who were clearly in cahoots, he shot them down without hesitation. After that display, the other illegal miners instantly fell into line. At the very least, the energy shield had returned to normal. 2 of you, lead the way. I want to know where your mine is. Me. Me. I know 2. He selected 2 from the crowd. Then he urged them to lead the way. Sir, it's right here. We store all our recent earnings here, and at a set time, someone comes to haul them away. Unlike a faction base, this was a fully equipped warehouse. He shot through the locked door. Inside were crates of radiant gold and other metals. Sir, can we come with you? One of the squatters spoke up. Clearly, they mistook Bai for some sort of space pirate. Give me a reason. Bai's interest piqued, and he asked. Sir, I'm actually a former soldier. I committed some minor offenses, killed a few ordinary citizens, and was put on the wanted list. But if you'll take me on, I'm still quite capable. The more he listened, the more his eyes lit up. This led the other man to believe that his companion's resume had impressed Bai. He immediately began introducing himself as well. I'm from the White Wolf domain. I once single-handedly killed 13 tier 1s, and I've also taken down a tier-level orc on my own. My situation is similar to his. We're both wanted for killing a few people, which is why we ended up here. In their eyes, someone capable of killing so many people alone was clearly a ruthless individual. With resumes like theirs, they'd be more than qualified to join interstellar pirate crews or rebel alliances. With a bit of luck, they might even land a minor position. As for why the 2 were here, they'd been double-crossed. They'd agreed to help out for a year, but instead, they were dumped in a mine shaft and forced to dig for 2 whole years. If it weren't for an early-tier warrior stationed here, they would have found a way to escape long ago. You 2 are quite impressive. A smile spread across Bai's face. He circled them, then suddenly struck. He snapped both their necks. Don't get so worked up. Feeling dizzy is normal, just die already. He never dreamed that victims would come knocking on his door. Chapter 69, Encounter. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, an old man and a young girl were on the move. Master, what on earth are you trying to do? It's already nighttime. Don't you know how important sleep is for a pretty girl warrior? The girl couldn't help but complain. As usual, the old man remained silent, acting as if he hadn't heard a word. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound like thunder rang out. The old man, who had previously looked exasperated, now had a gleam of sharpness in his eyes. In an instant, he was by the girl's side. He grabbed her and rushed off into the distance. Master? What is going on?
She didn't understand why the old man had reacted so suddenly. The old man had intended to ignore her, but perhaps mindful of his status, he sighed and explained.
You're a trainee officer.
That was clearly the sound of an electromagnetic weapon, and yet you actually dared to ask what it was,
he said, sounding somewhat exasperated.
He was already beginning to regret it. This girl might not pose much of a threat to him in the martial arts world, but she could ruin his reputation in the education sector.
He'd never seen anyone so clueless. Military-grade electromagnetic weapons? Could someone here be planning a rebellion? The girl perked up instantly. Even as an executive officer, she'd only encountered a handful of rebellions. After all, the Alliance was still at the height of its power. If a planet erupted in chaos, any random army could easily suppress it. The two quickly reached the source of the commotion. The old man stopped to assess the situation. He soon pinpointed the direction of the gunfire. Looking in that direction, they saw a camp that had been partially dismantled. Wait here for a moment, I'll go.
Before he could finish his sentence, the girl had already started running toward the camp, muttering to herself as she went.
Master, I knew you'd say that.
I'll be careful. He was about to call out to her to stop when, as if sensing something, his gaze shifted toward the mine entrance. There, a figure clad in unfamiliar armor emerged. He must be following the old martial path as well, but I wonder who this guy really is. The old man decided not to go over after all. He could vaguely sense that Bayes' true cultivation level wasn't particularly high. As for his good-for-nothing disciple, no matter how useless he was, he had still spent 2 years by his side. He had reached the perfected Dantian stage and possessed an energy shield. Her life was safe enough. It's a good opportunity for me to see if this girl has made any progress. Saying this, he didn't approach but simply watched from a distance. I had just finished harvesting and left the mine when she saw a girl of 17 or 18 running excitedly toward her. Instinctively, she reached for her gun. But just then, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. I don't know which faction you belong to, but since we run into each other, why don't you spar with my disciple? If you win, there's a reward. If you lose, hand over the radiant gold you looted. Bayes' heart skipped a beat. But he forced himself to suppress his panic. He sifted through the information in the voice's words. Which faction? That meant the other party had most likely mistaken him for someone else. Even if he lost, he'd likely be fine. With that in mind, Bai nodded slightly, signaling his agreement. This made the old man watching from afar smile. Solid foundation. I wonder which old fart's disciple this is to be thinking along the same lines as me. Although they were executors, there were still many areas where they needed resources. Especially their executor battle armor. It was a real money pit. Relying on their meager salaries alone wouldn't even be enough to maintain it. This had given rise to a tradition of earning extra cash on the side. Whenever they needed resources, they'd just pick a planet at random and wipe out some pests. Not only did they meet their performance targets, but they also reaped a windfall of resources. The old man hadn't expected that this time, he'd arrived too late. Someone else had beaten into it. Since I've run into you, there's no way I'm letting you take this. A smug grin spread across his face. That's just how things work among executors. The strong rise, the weak fall. The same goes for resources. Those with ability take the lion's share. Where do you get that armor? It's pretty cool. As she drew closer, the girl was instantly captivated by the vitality armor. At this moment, the vitality armor was completely unrecognizable from its original form, resembling some kind of high-tech battle armor. But if she reached out to touch it, she would find that it felt almost like leather. With a single thought, the vitality armor instantly became hard and sturdy. Bai, however, didn't respond. At a time like this, staying silent was the wisest course of action. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. It might even draw the attention of that mysterious powerhouse. So Bai chose to take the initiative.
Fine, fine, fine. You actually dare to fight me?
Today, I'll show you what the future female martial saint is all about. As she spoke, the two were already locked in combat. But the moment they clashed, the girl instantly felt the pressure. She wanted to identify Bayes' fighting style so she could counter effectively. But the guy in front of her had a chaotic, completely disorganized style. It was as if he was just using whatever move came to mind. It made her feel frustrated. The old man in the distance clearly noticed this as well. Why are all these techniques from the merit repository? And this guy's proficiency isn't it a bit too high? Unlike the girl, he had been immersed in the martial arts for over a century. Naturally, he could see every one of Bayes' moves. It wasn't a single martial art at all, but a dozen or so. Most importantly, Bai could combine them in pairs, unleashing double or even triple the destructive power. It looks simple, but the simpler something appears, the harder it is to execute. With martial talent like that, I wonder which old codger is lucky enough to have him. For a moment, he felt a pang of envy. He even considered secretly kidnapping the girl, then slowly instilling his teachings in her to make her his own disciple. But before he could dwell on it, his disciple let out a cry of pain and plopped down onto the ground. "You've been too kind." Bai bowed his fist in acknowledgement. "Wait, I was careless just now, I didn't dodge. Let us have another round." The girl immediately panicked. She hadn't expected to find someone like this on a mining planet. Her master was still watching from a distance. If she went back like this, she'd likely be stuck in an endless, pitch-black training room, training day and night. At that thought, the girl hurriedly launched another attack. This time, Bai was clearly displeased. He subdued her in just a few moves, pinning her down with one arm. "You've already lost. I haven't eaten yet. Wait until I've had my fill, then we'll fight again. I'm sure I can beat you," the girl quickly retorted. Hearing this, Bayes' lips twitched slightly. What a ridiculous excuse. With an unknown powerhouse present, he dared not act recklessly. He had no choice but to continue. Chapter 70, Warriors of the World are one family. Just you wait. Once I've eaten my fill, I'll fight you again. The girl issued her ultimatum. But no sooner had she spoken than she stood up from the ground and felt a sharp pain in her head. She looked over to see a balding old man standing nearby. It could only be her master. "You little brat, you lost, so you lost. Why are you being so stubborn?" The old man scolded her impatiently. "Who said I lost? It's just that I haven't eaten my fill yet." But as she spoke, her voice trailed off, and even she began to sound a bit unsure of herself. The old man couldn't be bothered with his disciple. His gaze fell on Bai, his aged eyes sparkling with admiration, as if he were looking at a piece of unpolished jade. Even with that battle armor covering him, Bai's excellent physique was still evident. In a novel, this would definitely be a martial saint's physique. The more he looked, the more he liked what he saw. Then he glanced at his own disciple. She was currently rubbing her chest, muttering under her breath. From the way she spoke, it was clear this guy had a heavy hand. He didn't know how to treat a lady with care at all. "It hurts so much." It's true that the energy shield can block fatal blows, but that requires manual activation. During the battle just now, she had clearly adjusted the shield's settings. "Senior, may I go now?" I got straight to the point, unwilling to say a single word more. She was simply afraid that saying too much would give her away. As soon as those words left her mouth, the old man withdrew his admiring gaze. "Young man, your fundamentals are solid, far better than this girl's. It's a pity I didn't meet you sooner." He didn't finish his sentence, but the regret in his eyes was clear. He regretted not having met Bai first. The girl standing nearby pouted, speaking up with a hint of displeasure. "Master, I'm still here." The moment she spoke, she was met with a fierce glare. "And you have the nerve to say that? I've taught you so diligently all this time, yet you're still no match for him. When we get back,
I'm confiscating all your snacks and toys.
You'll practice diligently until you reach tier and you're not allowed to go out until then.
Hearing this,
the girl immediately shut up, though her expression still betrayed a hint of defiance. Ignoring his disciple, the old man paused to think, then conjured a crystal the size of a baby's fist out of thin air.
A gentle smile spread across his face. Since you won, consider this a reward.
Looking at the crystal, even without storing it in the material warehouse, she could roughly guess what it was.
An attribute-type transcendent material. I hesitated to take it.
Lying was one thing, but if he were to deceive someone out of their possessions, he feared it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Judging by the strength the other had displayed, he was most likely a tier warrior.
At that level, one held considerable authority even within the alliance. Don't be so polite with an old man like me.
What's yours is yours. With that, he shoved the crystal directly into Bai's hand. His enthusiasm made it impossible to refuse.
If you don't take it now, I'll get angry. Thank you, senior. That's the spirit.
Warriors are all one family. Since I'm giving it to you, just take it.
Wang's face once again lit up with a look of admiration. Thank you, senior. If there's nothing else, I'd like to be on my way.
Being scrutinized so closely made Bai feel somewhat uncomfortable, and since he already had a guilty conscience, he was even less eager to linger. He just wanted to leave this trouble-ridden place as soon as possible. But things rarely go as planned.
Young man, why the rush? Why not stick around and have some fun with me for a few days?
Before meeting Bai, Wang had been somewhat hesitant, but after seeing him, his heart began to stir.
As long as you swing the pickaxe well, there's no wall you can't knock down.
From just this brief analysis, he had already formed a rough hypothesis. He sensed something was off earlier, but now everything had clicked into place. Bai likely hadn't been formally taken on as a disciple yet. He was probably being tested by some old master. He deduced all this from the various martial arts techniques Bai displayed. Most of them were from the martial arts library. The genuine, family-inherited techniques were missing.
This meant Bai hadn't been taught properly yet, or perhaps hadn't even been accepted as a disciple.
If he hadn't been accepted as a disciple, that meant he didn't have a master.
So why couldn't he be the one to take him on? Senior, I really have something to attend to. I won't keep you any longer.
Bai was on his guard and wanted to leave as quickly as possible. However, he had no idea what the old man in front of him was thinking. The old man smiled and spoke up.
Something to attend to? I love doing good deeds. Why don't you tell me about it, and I'll help you resolve it?
Bai. Judging by his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Meanwhile, the young girl standing nearby looked startled for a moment, then furrowed her brow in deep thought. It was as if she were trying hard to connect the idea of doing good deeds with her own master. But in the end, it seemed she failed. Just as she was about to speak, the old man, who had clearly anticipated this, gave her a stern warning with his eyes, forcing her to swallow the words that were already on the tip of her tongue.
Really, it's not necessary. It's just a minor issue. I can handle it myself.
Bai waved his hands repeatedly, trying to refuse.
You've forgotten so quickly, young man. Warriors are all one family.
It's only natural for me to help you when you're in trouble.
Bai.
At that moment, he felt like the crystal he just received was a hot potato he wanted to return immediately. But the other party wouldn't give him a chance. Even after he made his position clear, the old man still acted as if he didn't understand a word, and when pressed, he just played dumb. And he was determined to stick with Bai. I could tell the old man had some ulterior motive. Unless he achieved his goal, he likely wouldn't leave. Though he felt a bit helpless, his mind began to work.
He'd have to leave in a couple of days anyway.
Those orphans still needed a good place to go. Perhaps he could use this old man to pull some strings.
Then thank you, senior.
If you're willing to help, come along with us. The old man, who had previously acted as if he didn't understand a word, perked up instantly.
Don't be so polite. Warriors are all one family. I look at you, young man,
just as I look at my own disciple," he said with a chuckle. As soon as those words left his mouth, the young girl standing nearby pouted. She knew her master's intentions all too well. He's just lusting after her body, how vulgar. But since her master liked it, she didn't dare say anything. Of course, it definitely wasn't because she wanted a little junior brother. She silently followed behind the two of them. Along the way, the old man chattered on, boasting endlessly about his own battle achievements. Tales of single-handedly crushing the armies of alien races. Stories of how a single stomp from him would make the martial arts world tremble 3 times. Of course, aside from all that, I also heard a new term. Alliance executive. And the old man before him was a silver badge executive. Ranking just below gold badge and chief executives, he was indeed a big shot within the alliance. This made Bai feel somewhat wary, even suspecting that his identity had been exposed. But he quickly dismissed the thought. How much time had passed? Most people likely didn't even know that Shubiao 3 had been destroyed, let alone that an ordinary tier warrior from the planet had just brought 2 people back to the orphans' temporary shelter. Who are they? Before the old man could say anything, the young girl couldn't hold back any longer, her tone tinged with accusation. Chapter 71, The Noble Lady of the Imperial Star. Before Bai could explain, the only girl in the crowd spoke up first to explain. Sis, don't get the wrong idea. Big Brother is a good person. He is the one who rescued us and made sure we had enough to eat. Hearing this explanation and glancing at the other orphans, she could surmise that it was likely true. The girl, who had been somewhat wary at first, flashed a sheepish smile. Sorry, my professional instincts kicked in. It's fine. Don't let her appearance fool you. This young woman was a trainee executive officer. Once she entered tier and completed her battle armor forging, she would become a full-fledged executive officer. Bai had brought them here specifically for the sake of these orphans. Not one to beat around the bush, he immediately laid out the entire situation. Throughout this, the young woman clenched and unclenched her fists repeatedly, her eyes brimming with rage. To think such things still exist today. The officials here must be tired of living. The girl's previously innocent expression vanished, replaced by a palpable aura of murderous intent. Meanwhile, the old man standing nearby watched with a smile, growing even more pleased with Bai. I wonder, Senior, is there any way you can help these children? Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze, Bai asked. Do you want to treat the symptoms or the root cause? Senior? How does one treat the symptoms? And how does one address the root cause? The old man didn't respond. He flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized, pitch-black token appeared in his grasp. He immediately tossed it to Bai. Use this to fix it. Bai looked down at the token in his hand. There was nothing flashy about it, just 3 characters. Enforcer. Senior, what is this? He really wanted to just toss it right back. You wanted to kill someone, didn't you? This thing can help you, and after you've killed them, there'll even be people cheering you on. A meaningful smile spread across the old man's face. Isn't this against the rules? Bai didn't want this title. The role of an executive was very special. Moreover, every single one had to go through layers of screening. Take his disciple, for instance. If she'd encountered anyone else at her level, she'd likely have pinned them to the ground and beaten them. Master, you're being so biased. I'm just a trainee right now. A slightly resentful voice rang out from the side. Giving away a black iron executive badge right after meeting someone. And you have the nerve to say that? I prepared this for you. Who would thought you'd be such a disappointment? He glared at her as he spoke. Hearing that, the girl fell silent. The old man's gaze returned to Bai. You can go clear out those black mine districts. Everything in there is yours, and no one can find fault with it. As he said this, he gave Bai a wink. If he weren't certain he was a test tube baby, he'd suspect this old man was his biological grandfather, whom he'd never met. Giving him the transcendent material as a welcome gift was one thing.
Now he was handing him a black iron executive badge outright. He even told him he could keep the goods for himself. "I'll keep an eye on things here. You two go do what young people are supposed to do." With the opportunity right in front of him, I finally agreed. It was unlikely he'd be able to shake this old man off anytime soon. Might as well take the chance to secure some benefits. Just as Bai was about to leave, the old man spoke again. "You, young lady, come along and see the world. Take good care of your master, I mean, this young man." "Ha! I grant you permission to use the executive battle armor during special occasions. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. If a single hair on my junior brother's head is harmed, you'll have me to answer for it." The girl, who had been about to retort, immediately snapped to attention and made a solemn promise. "Bai? Junior brother? Since when did I become his junior brother?" She glanced at the old man, who was now grinning from ear to ear. Her heart sank. She just knew something was wrong. Damn it, someone had set their sights on her. But the fact that he was different from others meant he was destined to never get too close to anyone. Unless it was someone he could absolutely control. Come on, little junior brother. Your senior sister will show you the world." As she spoke, she had already grabbed Bai's hand and led him away. She was clearly delighted. Bai ultimately didn't argue. He also suppressed his preparations to summon the spirit walker. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. He wasn't sure if Tyr could sense the shipgirl's presence. "Little junior brother, why don't you call me senior sister?" Once they left the mine, the girl's lively personality returned, and she teased him with a smile. Seeing Bai's worried expression. "Little junior brother, cheer up. The old man is always generous to his disciples, and besides, his connections are incredibly strong. As long as you become his apprentice, he'll have your future all figured out." She knew her master's little schemes all too well. Although the old man often scolded her, once he took this kid as an apprentice, he was her junior brother. So what if he was stronger than her? He still had to call him junior brother when they met. So the girl put her all into it. Soon, the two of them boarded a shuttle. And this shuttle belonged to that organ refining stage practitioner. With these two present, Bai didn't dare top up his account in front of them, so he had to give up. What he hadn't expected was this. The access restrictions on this thing were practically meaningless in front of an executive. After successful authentication, he immediately gained full access to the shuttle. And it was the highest level of access, at that. Once the two boarded the shuttle and set the autopilot, the girl launched another all-out offensive. "Little junior brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Shirley, and I'm from the Imperial Star." This time, it was Bai's turn to be surprised. "The Imperial Star? Don't doubt it, I'm a genuine Imperial Star native. I came out here just to broaden my horizons. Once I get back, I plan to push for Tyr. Too bad I ran into you, kid. You're so strong I'm no match for you at all." As she said this, she still felt a dull ache in her chest. Bai hadn't expected that this seemingly innocent girl standing before him was actually a rich, beautiful heiress. In reality, not even ordinary wealthy people could afford to live on the Imperial Star. From this perspective alone, her status was far from ordinary. For Bai, this wasn't good news. Often, far from ordinary meant trouble. "By the way, little junior brother, since we've met, I haven't given you a gift yet. Here, take this." With that, she pulled out a crystal ring. A powerful spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from it, allowing Bai to confirm that it was a spiritual energy artifact. Only those with powerful spiritual energy could craft such an artifact. This isn't quite right. Bai was about to refuse. Just then, Shirley explained in a calm, measured tone. "Inside is a tier-level spirit energy user. A single full power strike from them can instantly kill anyone below tier. Of course, since it's rather special, it can only be used once. Stop fussing about it. I'm giving it to you, so just take it. After all, you're my little junior brother. With that, she had already shoved it into Bai's hand. It was only then that Bai noticed something. This woman had rings on half of her 10 fingers. Even though her aura was concealed, he could still sense that they were likely similar to the item in his hand. So she is a rich heiress. Then it's all good. Chapter 72, Sudden Turn of Events. Bai really wanted to refuse. But a tier-level sealing skill was too important to him. He could only make a mental note of this and repay her when the opportunity arose. No need to thank me. I told you, we're family, no need to be so formal. Just use your tier to protect me in the future. Shirley said casually. You'd never guess she was a noblewoman from an imperial star. Perhaps it was the gift that had brought them much closer. Well then. Senior sister, could you tell me what an executive is? I began to re-evaluate this title. A noblewoman who could casually gift tier-level sealed gear was about to become an executive. There was likely more to it than he knew. There aren't many executives, actually. The entire alliance has only about 10,000 of them. If there is any difference, it's probably the privileges acting first and reporting later, with alliance authorization. Plus, all executives are exempt from alliance laws. Even if they make a mistake, they're judged by the executive alliance. That's all I know. As for the rest, I'm not really sure. My family just told me to get the executive title. I finally understood why noble women all wanted to join. This must be an extremely exclusive circle. And judging by their behavior so far, they were incredibly united. Even if they broke the law, they weren't subject to alliance laws. They were judged by their own organization. Just then, Shirley seemed to think of something and said excitedly. Besides all that, rumor has it that the Alliance's one true god is also an executive. Upon hearing this, Bai's heart skipped a beat. A true god. An entity worthy of being called a god. That meant transcending the 9th rank, reaching at least the 10th rank. He never would have imagined that the Donghuan Alliance actually harbored a true god. By the way, this isn't supposed to be shared with outsiders. Don't go blabbing about this, little junior brother. Shirley realized her slip a moment too late and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Don't worry, senior sister. You didn't say anything just now, and I didn't hear a thing. A true god that was still a world away from his reality. He'd better just keep his head down and focus on leveling up. Thanks to their flying shuttle, the two reached their destination in just half an hour. However, things turned out a bit differently than they imagined. By the time they arrived, someone else had already beaten them to it. The moment their shuttle drew near, a series of alarms began blaring. Warning! Warning! You are entering a law enforcement zone. Leave immediately. Below them, 3 law enforcement shuttles were parked, and dozens of officers were arresting minors and gang members one by one. Perhaps Bai and his companion had come too close. A dozen or so officers drew their electromagnetic pistols and aimed them at the sky. At the same time, a loudspeaker announcement blared. You are currently obstructing law enforcement. Please land immediately and cooperate with the investigation. Facing those dozens of electromagnetic weapons, Bai couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He turned his gaze to his step-senior sister. Let us go down. I want to see what they're up to. Since his step-senior sister had spoken, Bai naturally had nothing more to say. As the shuttle touched down, a dozen or so heavily armed law enforcement officers had already surrounded the exits on both sides. One of them, a middle-aged man, shouted, "Listen up, everyone inside. Surrender immediately and come out peacefully. If there is any violent behavior, I guarantee I'll turn you into Swiss cheese in an instant." Soon, the cabin door opened. 2 figures slowly stepped out. This caused the middle-aged man in charge to frown noticeably. His gaze fell on the shuttle. The Scorpion Gang boss's shuttle, no doubt about it. But he didn't recognize the 2 people who had just stepped out.
But recalling the orders from above to crack down on any criminal activity without exception, he decided to put that aside for now. I suspect you two are connected to the black market mining operation.
You're coming with me.
As he spoke, his gaze shifted subtly toward Shirley.
It was that look. The next second,
Shirley's figure had vanished. When she reappeared, she was already standing right in front of the middle-aged man. No flashy moves, just a single kick aimed to sever his lineage.
Thud. A crisp sound.
It was as if he heard the sound of a hen's eggs shattering. Once again, all the men felt as though they were hearing things. The middle-aged man, however, doubled over in pain, curled up like a shrimp.
You actually dared to resist with violence. You're really something.
Clearly, even he hadn't expected to encounter such a situation.
Almost simultaneously, a dozen guns were already trained on them. Arrest them all. Take them back to the station.
I'll make sure you know the consequences of resisting arrest with violence. The excruciating pain made him involuntarily clamp his legs together.
At that very moment, a dozen law enforcement officers had already closed in. Some of them produced a pair of handcuffs, intending to cuff the two men.
Junior brother, take out the token your master gave you. Ji Shuao, clearly confident of victory, said calmly.
Hearing this,
Bai also produced the black token. The crowd, who had been poised to act, froze in surprise and turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man, upon seeing the pitch-black iron token, froze in his tracks for a moment. He even forgot the pain. Immediately, he was overcome by immense terror.
The black iron enforcement token.
Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, and his whole body began to shake uncontrollably, as if he had a fever.
Sir, it's a misunderstanding," he stammered. A misunderstanding? I'd believe you if you said this was evidence destruction. Unlike Bai, a half-baked enforcement officer, Shirley had clearly been trained from a young age. She knew the ins and outs of this business. Every time there was a crackdown, certain factions would always get locked up in advance, either due to a sudden inspection or some other minor offense. These people would always end up behind bars.
But once the storm passed, it wouldn't take them 2 days to walk free
back to their usual positions. Your Honor, you're mistaken. We're simply enforcing the law.
We received a tip from the public today, which is why we launched this operation tonight. The middle-aged man hurriedly protested his innocence.
Hearing this,
Bai looked over at the group of detainees. He spotted a tier warrior, still holding a lit cigarette in his hand.
Most of the gang members weren't wearing handcuffs.
Even those who were handcuffed were just the illegal miners.
Perhaps sensing Bai's gaze,
the middle-aged man immediately grew agitated.
What good are you people? You can't even handle a minor matter like this. You let them escape. Can you take responsibility for this? He kicked the nearest law enforcement officer. Sorry, Captain. We're short on handcuffs. We've already sent someone to get more. Tell them to hurry.
I never expected such a despicable incident to occur in our control zone.
We must eliminate all criminal activity as quickly as possible. Even Bai didn't believe it, let alone Shirley, who had a background as an enforcement officer.
The two simply watched the spectacle in silence, without interfering, until the show was over.
Finished? Then it's our turn. Chapter 73, The Overwhelming Advantage of Equipment.
Just as everyone's attention was focused on Shirley, one of the prisoners suddenly raised his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger of his hummingbird pistol.
This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Panic quickly followed.
Just then, a layer of energy shield appeared around Ji Shuao, blocking the attack. Almost simultaneously, the middle-aged man in charge of the arrest operation suddenly raised his hand and opened fire directly at the man who had fired the sneak attack.
The other law enforcement officers followed his lead. In the blink of an eye, as the magazines emptied,
Nearly 100 black market miners and gang members were wiped out on the spot, not a single one left standing.
After it was all over,
the middle-aged man spoke with a look of apology.
"I apologize, executives.
This was a failure on my part. One failed to detect in time that the criminals were hiding handguns. I will report the entire incident truthfully, and I will accept whatever punishment the Alliance imposes."
Hearing those heartfelt words, one might mistakenly think these men genuinely cared about the executive's safety.
To put it bluntly, the sudden ambush and gunfight moments ago had all been staged. One could even say it was done specifically to allow them to eliminate survivors in accordance with regulations.
Now, throughout the entire black mining district, the criminals didn't even have a moment to catch their breath.
Even an executive, despite possessing the privilege to act first and report later, would still need to prove these people were indeed guilty afterward.
I said nothing.
He simply watched quietly as his stepsister took charge.
Clap, clap, clap.
As soon as they finished speaking, Shirley suddenly burst into applause. Her gaze fell on the law enforcement team members.
"You put on a great show, but don't do it again next time. I'm afraid I'll burst out laughing. Executive, this is an insult to our character. We are loyal to the Alliance, and even more so to humanity."
Perhaps because the evidence had been destroyed, the middle-aged man's confidence had grown, and he immediately spoke up in protest. But before he could finish, Shirley cut him off, fixing the man with a strange look. Before he could even process what that meant, Shirley suddenly snapped her fingers. The sound was like some kind of magic. The law enforcement officers, who had been arguing their case just moments before, suddenly went blank-eyed.
Who is the mastermind behind this? Director Reagan Frank. Then who owns this illegal mining site? Or rather, who ordered it to be built? I don't know.
We just follow orders. Watching the enforcement captain meekly confess the truth, I couldn't help but glance at his own senior sister. He had expected a battle of wits. Who would have thought it would be a crushing victory of firepower? It seemed she had never intended to engage in a battle of wits or courage from the very beginning.
"So you're just a lowly nobody. Why risk your life?"
Just for what happened a moment ago, the suspicion of destroying evidence, that alone was enough. Every single one of them would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder.
And they done it knowingly, in full violation of the law. That made their crime even worse. They likely never return alive.
As for whether these people would turn against them once they reached the front lines, there was absolutely no need to worry about that.
Do they really think the Alliance's technology is just for show?
Never mind these criminals. Even those pure-blooded test tube babies are injected with a special toxin before heading to the front lines.
The moment anyone shows signs of defection or fails to follow orders,
another corpse will appear on the battlefield in a matter of minutes.
And this toxin has been carefully engineered. In reality, it might kill them in 3 or 5 seconds.
But on a mental level, the person will likely endure years of torment. The Alliance doesn't just offer carrots to test tube babies, it also wields a stick powerful enough to ensure total compliance. And this is before Bai and the others have even officially entered the battlefield. The chips and such haven't been implanted yet. Once they are, the neurotoxin will activate the moment any test tube baby steps outside the designated area. Perhaps assuming these low-level grunts held no valuable intelligence, Shirley immediately cancelled the truth spell.
As clarity returned,
the group of law enforcement officers looked distinctly bewildered. The captain, however, clearly understood what had happened.
"You're committing a crime. Evidence gathered this way is inadmissible,"
he shouted, his voice laced with frustration. But the moment the words left his mouth, he saw the look in the girl's eyes. She was clearly treating him like an idiot.
The anger that had been building up instantly cooled. Act first, report later. The Alliance permits it. The two systems simply weren't on the same level.
What they done certainly didn't comply with regulations, but the executive officer only cared about right and wrong, not the process.
In an instant,
their last shred of hope vanished.
"Sir, I'm reporting.
Everything here was arranged by the director. I was just following orders." With the enforcement captain having confessed, the others' psychological defenses crumbled as well, and they began to accept their punishments one after another.
Sir, I'm willing to hand over all the bribes I received. I don't want to go to the front lines.
Sir, I have elderly parents and young children to support.
Please give me one more chance.
What Bai hadn't expected was this.
The entire team, nearly 20 people. Not a single one was clean.
In fact, accepting bribes was the lightest of their offenses.
Perhaps sensing Bai's silence, Shirley spoke up calmly from the side.
Junior brother, the alliance is so vast it's inevitable that there will be a few rotten apples. An executive's duty is to root out these rotten apples.
Of course, you can rest assured the alliance is always fighting for humanity.
Bai didn't argue. In truth, if humanity were willing to bow its head, there were favors to be found in the universe. Given humanity's talents, it could have fully aligned itself with a powerful race, but neither the alliance nor humanity had chosen that path. He still believed those words. Let us go straight for that director.
We'll follow this lead today. I want to see who the mastermind behind this is.
Shirley said, sounding somewhat excited.
The two first used handcuffs to arrest these law enforcement officers.
The men didn't put up a fight. They clearly knew that with just a small handgun, they couldn't possibly harm an executive, and if they tried, they'd die even faster.
The arrest went smoothly.
However, since the two were using a shuttle, they couldn't transport so many people. In the end, they had to use the law enforcement team as shuttle. Only this time, the prisoners inside had changed. Master, there's been a change of plans.
A figure stepped forward and handed over a note. It was simple. Just one word. Abandon.
Useless. You're all useless.
You can't even handle such a minor task.
He slammed his palm down hard on a table made from some kind of extinct tree, shattering it instantly.
After venting his frustration,
he issued a direct order.
Proceed according to plan. No more mistakes this time.
Yes, master. After the others had left, he slowly stood up and gazed out the window. Beyond the window lay a lush, verdant landscape, home to a vast array of rare animals and plants. Mad dogs, absolute mad dogs.
They even come to take a bite out of my meager business.
Disgusting.
Chapter 74, The Executive's Battle Armor. Mining City, Law Enforcement Building, top floor.
A figure stood by the window, gazing at the view outside.
Ha!
He suddenly let out a laugh. His attention remained fixed on the nightscape of Mining City.
If you choose to be a dog, you must accept the consequences. Being abandoned is only natural.
He muttered in a barely audible voice, as if trying to convince himself.
Yet the rage in the man's eyes was impossible to suppress.
As time passed, it grew ever more intense.
15 years.
At that thought, his fists clenched, and the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be contained.
Why me?
He suddenly let out a furious roar. He had worked diligently for 15 years, completing every task with utmost dedication. He had never dared to be careless. Yet what he received in return was not a promotion, but the burden of taking full responsibility.
Why?
The question burst from his lips once more. He felt as if flames were burning deep within his chest, the heat unbearable. His eyes were fixed intently on the massive smelting furnace still in operation. Suddenly, the man seemed to regain his composure. He took a deep breath. He sat back down in the director's chair. Yet his eyes revealed that he was far from as calm as he appeared on the surface.
Since you don't want me to live, then none of us will.
I'll see for myself whether you're the stronger ones, or if the executive's blades are sharper. As he spoke, he pulled a handgun from a drawer. Unlike the Hummingbird series, this one was clearly a genuine military-grade firearm.
But that wasn't all.
He stood up and walked toward the back wall of the office. He reached out and pressed a button lightly. A secret door slowly slid open. The space inside wasn't large, but the walls were lined with all manner of gear and weapons.
Without another word. He took a set of heavy battle armor from a rack, grabbed a massive warhammer from the wall, and finally picked up a large sniper rifle. Executive, dying would surely be quite interesting. Once he had all his gear on, he boarded his private shuttle on the top floor and, using the navigation system, flew off in a specific direction. Don't let Senior Sister's carefree personality fool you when it comes to getting things done. She is a completely different person. In no time, she used the Executive's internal channels to obtain the Director's information and projected it onto the screen. Name, Reagan Frank. Place of birth, Black Wolf 2. Citizen rank, 3. Supernatural path, Tier 4, Old Martial path, secondary life modification, Tier 4. Biography, a test tube baby from Black Wolf, he attained Tier 4 in the Old Martial path at age 18 and enlisted. Due to his bravery, he became a squad leader after 2 months, a platoon sergeant after 6 months, and a platoon commander after a year. After 3 years of service, he chose to continue his career due to outstanding performance, during which he broke through to Tier 5 and underwent 1 life modification. Life modification status, skin, bones, right eye, muscles. Profile, currently serves as director of the law enforcement system on a mining planet. Looking at the information before him, I was on the verge of blurting out. Us? Take him on? Tier in the Old Martial path is bad enough, but he has also completed a mechanical warrior modification. This guy is practically a super boss. He possesses the advantages of a mechanical warrior, yet retains the inner energy of a warrior. But thinking of the Imperial Star's rich, beautiful heiress sitting beside him, I felt considerably more at ease. What a pity for someone like this to actually. Shirley shook her head slightly and let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarm alerts sounded. Warning, warning. Detected being locked onto by an unknown weapon. No sooner had the alarm sounded than the shuttle began to shake violently. Soon, a 3D projection appeared. It highlighted the damaged areas of the shuttle. They actually dare to fight back. It's been a long time since I've seen someone so fearless. A sharp gleam flashed in Shirley's eyes as she spoke, a hint of excitement in her voice. At that very moment, the shuttle came under attack once more. 2 strikes sent the shuttle's systems plummeting below critical levels, forcing an emergency landing. Watching the relentless barrage, I was tempted to pull out his sniper rifle for a head-to-head duel. But, holy shit! The next second, a set of combat armor suddenly appeared before Shirley's eyes. To be precise, it was a mech. It was just a smaller model compared to those massive behemoths that were often tens or even hundreds of meters tall. The one before her was practically a miniature version. It stood no more than 3 meters tall, with an overall blue-black color scheme. Cool, isn't it, little brother? As long as you agree to become my apprentice, you'll have one too. The demoness whisper echoed in his ears. I swallowed hard. Judging by its appearance alone, this mini-mech was absolutely packed with mind-blowing technology. And its weaponry was incredibly impressive. Both arms were equipped with gun barrels, and the right shoulder even had an automatic shoulder cannon mounted on it. Little brother, don't rush to answer. I'll take care of that guy first, and you can tell me when I get back. Shirley's voice rang out again. Immediately, the mech slowly unfolded, revealing the cockpit inside, and she slid right in. Then came the sound, click, click, click. The sound of it closing. Each click felt like a claw scratching at Baez's heart. Every single one hit him right in the gut. Wait for me to come back. As the voice rang out, the hatch had already opened. Shirley lunged outward the moment she stepped out. The powerful propulsion system on her back kicked in. She instantly transformed into a streak of light, flying toward the direction of the attack. Watching the receding figure, I silently wiped away imaginary drool, his eyes burning with intensity. Is this how they test officers? From what the other person implied, as long as one becomes an executive officer, they receive a set of battle armor exclusively their own. If I could get even the most basic model, wouldn't that settle the matter of my super battle armor? For a moment,
I felt that vitality armor just didn't cut it anymore. Vitality armor required time to level up, whereas this mech would instantly double his combat power the moment he put it on.
If even the shuttle could be enhanced, then the mech surely could too. He wavered. He was stirred. I wanted it.
A few seconds later, a series of violent explosions echoed from the distance.
Just then, the shuttle completed its emergency landing.
I took 2 steps at a time, charging straight to the highest vantage point.
He pulled out his triple-shot sniper rifle. Adjusting the view, he took in the scene in the distance.
2 figures clashed repeatedly, bombarded by countless energy attacks. One of them was, of course, his senior sister. As for the other, he was a massive figure standing about 7 feet tall, so burly he barely looked human, with arms thicker than a person's waist. What caught Bayes' attention most was the faint white glow covering the opponent's body. Is this what inner energy looks like? It was the first time he'd ever witnessed inner energy in real life. Just then, I noticed a detail. He saw his senior sister frequently reaching behind her back, followed by a barrage of aurora beams. No wonder the senior sister keeps reaching for her lower back during combat. She was clearly trying to unleash a scatter shot of aurora beams on him. Whether it was because the opponent was too powerful, or because the combination of the old martial path and mechanical martial arts unleashed even greater power. Under the suppression of various weapons, the opponent wasn't killed instantly. This was enough to demonstrate the opponent's tenacious vitality and the wonder of that inner energy.
Chapter 75, Triple Shot. Executor armor, it truly lives up to its reputation. Reagan Frank looked at the blue-black armor before him and couldn't help but remark.
He'd heard of it long ago, but this was his first time encountering it.
Too bad, you're probably just a trainee executive, aren't you?
If he were a full-fledged executive, his base strength alone would be tier level. Combined with this battle armor, he'd be a match even for a tier-level opponent. Even though both his old martial path and mechanized warrior skills had reached tier level, if he faced a full-fledged executive,
he would most likely be defeated quickly.
Even now, he was struggling.
Some attacks were simply unblockable.
He could only counter them with his inner energy.
I've just reviewed your file.
If you continue to resist, you know how this will end. It would be a shame for both you and the Alliance. Surrender now and come with me, and I'll ensure you're sent to the front lines to atone for your mistakes. Shirley's voice rang out slowly. For someone who fought for the Alliance, she still harbored a glimmer of hope.
A pity? You people would actually consider this a pity?
As he spoke, Reagan Frank's inner energy surged violently, even enveloping the power hammer in his hand.
He leaped into the air and slammed down with all his might.
Shirley immediately maneuvered her battle armor backward to create distance. As the hammer struck the ground, the surface rippled like water.
People like you don't understand at all.
In your eyes, people like us are nothing more than household dogs. As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet, the white inner energy surging from his body, glowing even more brilliantly, flickering like flames.
Sigh. Shirley let out a soft sigh. She said nothing more.
Immediately, she summoned a massive spear over 10 feet long and gripped it firmly in her hand.
If this is your choice, then die.
Before her words had even finished,
propelled by the engines,
Shirley's speed surged dramatically. Her entire body, like a knight charging into battle, spear in hand, rushed toward her opponent.
Hypocrite! Reagan Frank uttered the 2 words calmly. Watching the rapidly approaching mecha, he did not retreat.
Gripping the power hammer with both hands, he channeled a massive surge of inner energy into it.
The entire hammer turned white. Boom! With a deafening roar. The moment their clash ended, they pulled apart once more.
Almost simultaneously,
Reagan Frank began coughing violently.
His face turned pale in an instant, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood.
Ha ha! That was intense, but it's not enough to kill me.
As he spoke, he looked over once more.
This time,
Shirley was clearly struggling as well. The arm holding her gun was trembling slightly. Even though her mech was sturdy enough, she was, after all, merely a tier peak warrior, not yet at the tier where one generates inner energy. Only with the support of inner energy could her executive battle armor function at its full potential.
Then let us try it, Shirley retorted. The next second,
she activated her mech once more and charged forward with her spear.
For an executive, fighting opponents of higher tiers was the norm.
Moreover, she was a martial arts executive. Her mech was built on a martial arts template, and her tech weapons were merely for clearing out small fry.
Aside from that,
there were quite a few types of executives, such as psionic and mechanical. Their mechs differed significantly.
2 more collisions.
Reagan Frank dropped to one knee, coughing up blood in great gulps. He had clearly reached his limit.
He looked utterly wretched.
The violent impacts had shattered blood vessels throughout his body. He looked as if he'd just been pulled from a pool of blood.
Name the person behind this, and I'll let you die quickly.
Besides, you should know what executors are capable of.
Shirley spoke coldly.
She had already given him a chance. Seeing that he still hadn't answered, she had completely lost patience. She slowly raised her massive gun, preparing to deliver the final blow.
But at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred.
Reagan Frank, who had been coughing and seemed on the verge of death, suddenly stood up. With lightning-fast speed, he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The power hammer in his hand, infused with inner energy, swung out with brutal force.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar.
Shirley was sent flying. Looking at him now, his frame had swelled to 3 meters, veins bulging across his body. Reagan Frank clearly had no intention of letting her off so easily. Moving like a ghostly apparition, he rapidly closed the distance between them.
The massive hammer in his hand swung down once more. Boom! In the chaos, she managed to block the blow. 3 augmentations?
Looking at the suddenly transformed Reagan Frank, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Unlike the first 2 times, the third augmentation involved a superpower organ, one that granted a special ability upon completion.
But that thought was quickly dismissed.
If it really were a third modification, he'd be at least tier, most likely tier.
Someone like that wouldn't be holed up on a mining planet. It must be a black market modification.
She made a rough estimate of his current strength. It was on par with tier. Shirley didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately chose to create distance, preparing to wear down his burst of power. The downside of an incomplete third modification was its short duration. He couldn't sustain his superhuman state for long.
With that in mind,
she immediately climbed higher. What Shirley hadn't expected was that her opponent didn't pursue her, or rather, couldn't keep up. His gaze was fixed on the spot where the shuttle had crash-landed. Despicable. Not daring to waste a moment, she hurried after him. If she took a beating now, the worst that would happen was damage to her mech. But if this guy found by, it would be a matter of life and death.
Spread the beams. Turrets lock on.
Order after order was issued.
Launchers deployed in pairs from her shoulders, arms, and even her back. A dense barrage of attacks rained down.
But the results were negligible. At the very least, it didn't stop Reagan Frank. He was still sprinting. This scene, of course, didn't escape by his watchful eye. He was furious at the other guy's shameless behavior.
I'm not the executive officer, what's the point of coming after me?
He almost couldn't hold back, wanting to unleash a 3-round burst on the guy.
Judging by the current state of the battle,
the firepower of the Falcon sniper rifle's bullets far exceeded that of the mech's armaments.
It was now a solid anti-mech weapon. Military enthusiasts all know this. Anti-mech weapons might not be very effective against actual mechs, but for taking out enemies, it's absolutely awesome. It's you, kid. Stop aiming, just shoot when you're ready.
A voice suddenly rang out beside him.
He looked up.
He didn't know when it had happened, but one, the silver rank executive, had appeared right beside him. Watching the figure rapidly approaching, he spoke with a smile. Seeing that his sniper rifle was exposed, I decided to stop pretending. If things really go south, I'll just claim I found it like this.
Auto target activated,
he muttered to himself.
The next second,
that familiar little box appeared.
In no time, the target was locked in. Automatically locked on.
Seeing the notification pop up, he didn't hesitate for a second.
Boom, boom, boom. 3 shots in a row.
Wang, who had been as calm as a summer breeze, suddenly froze, staring in shock at the massive sniper rifle in Bai's hands.
Chapter 76, Instant Kill.
Actually, from the very beginning, the target hadn't been Shirley. Someone who possessed a mech before even officially becoming an executive must have plenty of hidden cards up their sleeve. Killing them would be far too difficult.
So his target was someone else.
Although he didn't know who this person was, since they were with an executive.
Killing them was bound to draw attention. By then, the entire planet would no longer be under their control. With that thought, his psychic organ once again pushed his body to its limits.
His power surged another tier, and the internal energy surging through his body seemed to ignite completely, shooting skyward like a white flame.
In this all-out state,
the attacks fired by Shirley, who was chasing from behind, were completely ignored.
Relying on his terrifying physique, he took the hits head-on.
Damn it, this kind of modification is clearly a death wish. Once this state ends, he'll die even without me lifting a finger. Shirley gritted her teeth from behind. In her heart, she was already prepared to use her trump card. Even if it meant sacrificing one, she would forcefully protect this junior brother. But soon, through the remote projection, she noticed a figure appear beside her junior disciple.
So this is the new apprentice, she muttered bitterly.
Her pursuit came to an abrupt halt. With his master present, not only could a tier-level opponent not kill Bai, but even an 8th tier being wouldn't stand a chance.
An executive's strength lies in their battle armor.
And a tier-old martial path practitioner, combined with their life-bound battle armor, possessed enough power to slay an 8th tier being. She decided to hide in the sky and watch the show, seeing how her own master would handle the situation. But to her surprise, her master didn't move.
Instead, I was lying on the ground, as if taking aim.
Looking at that somewhat familiar firearm, she felt a bit suspicious.
The Falcon series, its power isn't enough.
Before she could finish speaking, a flash of white light erupted from the barrel, followed immediately by the battle armor's alarm.
Warning! Warning! High-powered anti-mech weapon detected. Maintain a safe distance.
At that moment, Shirley paid no heed to the mech system's warning. She was completely stunned.
She saw 3 electromagnetic bullets flying in a near-perfect line. In an instant, they struck Reagan Frank.
The internal energy he'd been brutally forcing out of his body, which should have been enough to withstand most attacks, was instantly torn apart by the impact.
The second bullet followed immediately. It struck with a thunderous crash.
Blood spattered, bones shattered, and most of his body vanished.
The assault wasn't over yet.
Accompanied by the third bullet, that figure, standing nearly 3 meters tall, was blown apart. Only a pair of calves, propelled by inertia, took 2 steps forward before finally collapsing.
The entire process took less than a second.
A tier lifeform 1 that had been burning through its life force, undergone 2 life enhancements, and 1 black market modification, died instantly.
That kind of speed, that kind of power?
Even the noblewoman from the Imperial Star froze on the spot at the sight in the distance. Looking at that Falcon sniper rifle, a string of question marks appeared in her mind.
Is this thing meant to shoot people or machinery? With that kind of power, firing those bullets simultaneously would be a waste even if used against a shuttlecraft.
On the other side,
1 shot.
I felt a rush of exhilaration.
A mere muscle-bound brute? Nothing to write home about.
Beside him, Silver Badge Executive Wang stared at the Falcon sniper rifle, clearly bewildered. He told you to move the sniper rifle, but he didn't say to fire it.
Is this thing's power for real? Never mind the power, is this rapid fire mode for real? Based on the information available now,
This Falcon sniper rifle against a tier, a direct hit is a guaranteed kill. Against a tier, even if they dodge one shot, the nearly simultaneous follow-up rounds will likely force them to take the hit. It's enough to severely cripple a weaker tier. And that 3-round burst is more than enough to destroy most energy shields. If the Alliance High Command found out about this, it would probably mean a death sentence and an immediate execution at that. Senior, this sniper rifle is rather peculiar.
It seems different from the others. I don't think I can handle it.
Looking at the silent old man, I gritted his teeth and spoke, even though it pained him to do so.
He understood the reality.
With this kind of firepower, it's one thing if it goes undetected, but if it's discovered and he fails to turn it in, he might as well wait for the warrior mobile squad to come for him.
This gun is indeed peculiar, Wang said indifferently.
He reached out to take it, examining it closely. The internal structure hadn't been optimized much, but what truly transformed this weapon was a very special force. It was somewhat like a divine blessing, or perhaps a spiritual enchantment. Even he, a silver badge executive, couldn't explain why this gun possessed such immense power.
Little junior brother, you've actually been hiding a treasure like this. A voice rang out. Shirley landed and immediately exited her mech.
The moment she touched down, she rushed straight toward the Falcon sniper rifle, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But since the old man was holding it, she naturally couldn't just snatch it from him.
Just then, Wang reached out and tossed the Falcon sniper rifle back to her.
This thing is quite sensitive, don't go using it recklessly under normal circumstances. For a powerhouse nearly at the pinnacle like him, it was clearly useless. Moreover, after his earlier inspection, he realized the sniper rifle couldn't be mass-produced. It simply wasn't a product of conventional technology. It was somewhat reminiscent of the things the beasts next door used.
Even a pile of junk could be made to work with a bit of tinkering. He'd even seen a beast spaceship once. It didn't even have an engine, yet it could still fly, completely unaffected. It could be said that orc technology exudes absurdity at every turn. I can't handle something like this.
He couldn't even give it to buy. The hardest part about this sniper rifle was acquiring it. As long as it could be acquired, and with enough essence, it could be mass-produced. Hoarding a powerful weapon in front of a silver badge executive would get him beheaded, and not just once. With that in mind, he turned his gaze toward the wealthy woman. Shirley's eyes lit up as she immediately took the sniper rifle, which stood taller than she did while still protesting.
This isn't right.
She said that, but she had absolutely no intention of giving it back. You've already given me such a precious ring. Compared to that, this is just a trinket.
That was the truth.
Tyr was considered a powerhouse even on a cosmic scale. Not to mention that for psychics, a single move often covers a range of thousands of miles. To get this in exchange for a sniper rifle worth a few hundred essence was a steal.
Since it's a gift from my little junior brother, I want to be polite. Once you get to the Imperial Star, I'll make arrangements for you.
It was clear that Shirley was very pleased.
Such immense power, and it can even fire in bursts.
With this thing in an executive mech, I'd be a serious threat to tier-level lifeforms.
Junior brother?
Where did you get a junior brother?
Wang suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, I visibly froze. Had he read too much into it? Maybe she never even had that intention. Was he just imagining things?
Before he could say anything, Shirley interjected from the side. Master, so you were telling the truth after all. I really am your last disciple. I'm so touched.
Don't worry, junior brother.
If Master doesn't want you, I still have several senior and junior masters.
They're all.
As she spoke, her voice suddenly trailed off.
Chapter 77, Becoming a Disciple. Ha! Shirley was about to say something else.
But then she saw Wang flash a apologetic look.
I have something to discuss with my disciple. Please wait a moment.
With that, he grabbed the girl and vanished in an instant.
I didn't get a clear look at where they went.
But it gave him a new perspective on the martial arts. The old martial path didn't seem as bad as he'd imagined. Even a noble lady from the Imperial Star was practicing it. And judging by this executive organization, there were likely quite a few old martial path practitioners among them, which spoke volumes. Perhaps the old martial path wasn't swept into the trash heap just because it's slow to cultivate.
There might be things I don't know.
In any case, he was prepared to stick with this path to the bitter end. Of course, he had no choice but to see it through. After all, he lacked any talent for spiritual energy.
Meanwhile, on the other side,
Shirley's silence had been lifted.
Master, I've already trained this person for you. Why aren't you taking him on as a disciple? What are you thinking?
She said with a hint of dissatisfaction. From the moment they met until now, she had been very satisfied with Bai.
I've set my sights on this little junior brother.
If you don't want him, I'll just contact someone else. They're all junior brothers anyway.
Hearing this,
Wang's sparse hair nearly stood on end with rage. Rebellious disciple. I'm a tier warrior, after all, and a silver badge executive.
I'm practically begging to take on a disciple.
The girl rolled her eyes. Master, you're so contradictory. You clearly want a disciple so badly, yet you're putting on airs. Be careful someone beats you to it and becomes your grand disciple. As she spoke, she pointed up at the sky. Wang, who had been about to say something, fell instantly silent.
Was it that he didn't want to?
It was Bai who remained unmoved. If he'd just banged his head on the ground with a thud, Wang would have taken him in long ago.
Wang decided to speak his mind directly. I like that kid too, but he's a bit slow. He doesn't know how to seize an opportunity. If he'd been a bit more proactive, he'd already be your junior disciple.
He clearly felt a bit helpless.
How could he not understand his master's intentions?
Taking the initiative to ask for a master is naturally different from forcing someone to accept a disciple.
Master, let us go back. I'll talk to him for you. Hearing this, the two turned back.
I was still waiting in the same spot, watching the two who suddenly appeared.
Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately knelt down.
Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Just now, through that faint connection with the ship girl, he had obtained some intelligence.
Regarding the executives,
there were still some secrets. For instance, special humans with extremely abundant vitality or astonishing regenerative abilities. In fact, there were quite a few of them. Within the executive system, they were the most numerous. His auto-heal ability could certainly be classified among them. As for becoming a disciple, it was a decision made after deep consideration.
First, executive warriors mostly possessed secret techniques, the kind not disclosed online.
Second, in this line of work, connections are everything. It's hardest for a commoner to make it. If the identity created by the ship girl merely made him an ordinary human, then becoming an apprentice would instantly elevate him to a status comparable to that of a noble.
And with the executive, that colossal entity backing him, he could walk all over the alliance.
Most importantly, he needed a stable environment for cultivation.
Wang? He visibly froze for a moment.
Then, he couldn't help but smile. My disciple, please get up quickly, the floor is so cold.
Bye.
Surely.
He stood up as instructed.
Wang surveyed him with a look of satisfaction. He hadn't realized it before, but after getting close enough to examine his bones, he now knew just how powerful this young man was. Even stronger than Shirley, whom he had taught with such care. One was a noble lady from the Imperial Star, and the other, even without knowing her exact background, clearly came from a distinguished family. The more he looked, the more pleased he became.
Ahem.
Shirley, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore and coughed softly to remind him.
Only then did Wang snap back to reality.
Now that you've become my disciple, there are a few things I must tell you.
I am Wang, a silver badge executive.
Besides me, you have 3 senior male disciples and 2 senior female disciples. She is one of them. You happen to be the 6th in line, so barring any surprises, you'll be the last disciple taken in. he briefly explained the situation. Without exception, all of his senior disciples were executives. One of them had even reached the rank of silver badge executive. Such a lineup was rare even within the entire executive system. Above that was the gold badge rank, of which there were barely more than 10. If you have any thoughts about the future, feel free to share them with me.
I can help you, Wang said with a smile.
To him, a disciple didn't necessarily have to become an executive, it was up to the disciple's own choice. But the executive profession was one of the most prestigious in the alliance. That was why all of his disciples had chosen to become executives.
Master, I want to be an executive too. Bai spoke up immediately.
Becoming an apprentice was mainly to find a patron, and secondly, to get a set of executive battle armor. Once that thing was enhanced, it would be enough to bring about a qualitative leap in his strength. Since you want to, once we get back, I'll help you figure something out.
Once you break through to tier, you can officially become an executive, Wang said with a hearty laugh.
He was clearly even more pleased.
What Master Wu Ti want their apprentice to carry on their legacy?
Especially one they held in such high regard.
Alright, Master, you and my little junior brother need to stop acting so lovey-dovey.
We'll take our time with that once we're done here. In the end, surely couldn't he hold back any longer and interrupted the heartwarming scene between master and disciple. She even muttered to herself.
They haven't even formally become master and disciple yet. Hearing this,
Wang wiped the smile off his face and put the matter to rest. There's no need to investigate this further.
It won't do any good. Why not?
Shirley spoke up for Bai, voicing the question on his mind. Even if we did investigate, those meager resources won't do anything to the person behind the scenes. At most, they pay a fine. If that's the case, you'll be making a complete enemy of a high-level citizen.
Strike the snake at its 7-inch mark, uproot the grass completely. If you can't do that, then don't touch it for now.
As he spoke, he held out his hand, and a projection appeared.
Name, Li Xian.
Place of birth, U star.
Citizen level, level 7.
Supernatural path, confidential.
Biography, confidential. Profile, holds no official position.
Even if Bai didn't know this man's background, the fact that he was a level 7 citizen spoke volumes.
A level 3 citizen could already own a fiefdom and recruit a private militia. One could only imagine the extent of Li Xian's authority.
This time, even Shirley calmed down and stopped insisting on investigating the matter to the very end.
The Li family of U-Star.
Clearly, no one had expected a tiny mining planet to be connected to such a figure.
Master, what about us? As Bai looked at the information and was about to ask,
he saw Wang shake his head gently. You don't need to worry about retaliation. A man like that wouldn't go to such lengths over a mere ant.
He might even send someone to apologize in person.
Whether it was a premonition or mere coincidence. A small black dot appeared in the sky, plummeting at breakneck speed before landing several hundred meters away. Soon, several figures emerged from it.
Chapter 78, End. The group's composition was simple. There were only 5 of them.
3 of them stood 3 meters tall, clad in heavy power armor, clearly mech warriors.
Unlike the director, these 3 had undergone 3 rounds of life enhancement.
They possessed genuine strength comparable to that of a tier life form.
In addition, I sensed a familiar aura emanating from one of them. Class.
His strength was likely also at the tier level. These people were clearly bodyguards, led by a young man in his early 20s. Since he showed no signs of cultivation, it was impossible to determine his cultivation path.
I'm sorry, Senior Wang. This is the fault of the Li family.
We never expected to have nurtured such parasites. The young man at the front spoke with a face full of remorse.
Perhaps because Wang showed no reaction, the young man's smile remained undiminished.
Soon, over a dozen people walked over from the spaceship. Senior Wang, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. These individuals are either the masterminds or high-ranking officials involved in this affair.
We will not shield them.
The dozen or so people all kept their heads bowed, saying nothing.
Judging by their attire, the lowest ranking among them was a deputy director. According to citizen rankings, the lowest was level 2, with most at level 3. But that wasn't all. Soon, a massive crate was brought over from the spaceship. This is the Lee family's apology. At this point,
Wang finally looked directly at the young man.
Li Zhe, the fourth son of the Li family. Senior, you actually know me? It is truly the honor of my life. This matter is settled. You may go now. Then I won't keep you any longer, Senior Wang.
Upon hearing this, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately led his men away. As they departed, Shirley approached the massive crate.
She pried it open.
The resources inside were revealed. Truly worthy of the Lee family of U-Star. I took a look as well, though he didn't recognize much of it.
Half of it was radiant gold, with most pieces weighing around a ton.
He worked himself to the bone just to scrape together a few dozen kilograms. Now, they were giving it away by the ton.
The gap between people was simply greater than the gap between humans and dogs. As for continuing the investigation, I decided to put it aside for now. It wasn't the right time yet. Just as his master had said, uproot the weeds, completely strike the snake at its vital point.
If he couldn't deliver a fatal blow in one strike, the future would be filled with endless trouble. His strength was still far too weak. He could only hope that his arduous training would go more smoothly from here on out.
You will be sent to the front lines.
If you fight bravely, you might one day return.
Wang merely glanced at them and pronounced their fate. The Alliance these days is so ruthless it would squeeze urine out of a toad.
These level 2 and level 3 citizens before him were, at the very least, tier lifeforms, and some were even tier. They constituted a decent force. The dozen or so people said nothing and offered no objection, as if they had already accepted their fate. Using the silver badge executive's authority, someone quickly escorted them away to the battlefield. Without a stroke of luck, most of them would likely die without ever atoning for their sins.
Once the group had been sent off, Wang put away his stern demeanor.
Now that they're gone, it's about time you showed your true form, kid.
Doesn't wearing that armor all day get tiring?
As soon as those words were spoken, Shirley, standing nearby, perked up with interest.
Take it off. Take it off. Take it off.
She began to egg him on. Since he had already become a disciple, I naturally saw no reason to keep hiding. With a single thought, the headgear vanished instantly, revealing a sunny, handsome face. Little junior brother, you've got the potential to be a kept man. If you ever get tired of working hard, just tell your senior sister I'll find you a wealthy woman from the Imperial Star and arrange for you to become a son-in-law. Before she could finish speaking,
she was hit on the head. Ouch! What are you doing, master?
He hurriedly clutched his head and stepped aside.
How dare you say that? I just took him as a disciple, and you want him to become a son-in-law? Is that any way for a senior sister to act? I was just joking. Junior brother doesn't even mind. She pouted and retorted.
Wang couldn't be bothered with this crazy girl, so he began to size her up.
He had to admit. The girl might be crude, but she had a point. With her looks and that fantastic figure, she might actually be a good match for a son-in-law. Not bad, full of spirit. He reached out and patted Bai on the shoulder.
As he spoke, he took out a black ring and placed it in the palm of his hand.
This is a spatial ring. It holds 10 cubic units of space. This is the only one I have that's worth showing off. I'll get you more once we get back. Contrary to Bai's expectations, he already possessed spatial capabilities. He just wasn't sure if it was tech-based or spirit energy-based.
The moment he took the ring, he was almost certain. A spirit energy artifact.
Thank you, master. Bai bowed respectfully.
Even without knowing the ring's exact value, he was certain it wouldn't be inferior to a tier-sealed spiritual energy attack ring. His gratitude was sincere. He'd only been apprenticed for a short while, yet he'd already received no shortage of valuable items. And judging by the situation, barring any surprises, he'd likely receive welcome gifts from his senior brothers and sisters as well.
Don't be so formal with your master. Just take it. Making me proud in the future is better than anything else.
I still felt a bit out of place.
Wang didn't press the matter, however, and spoke with a smile.
If you have no other business, we should be on our way.
Is there anything else you need to take care of?
As a silver badge executive, he naturally had plenty to do. His sudden visit to this planet had been a whim. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. He hadn't expected his intuition to be correct. He'd found an excellent disciple. It was worth the detour.
Master, what about those children?
A few of them have decent talent.
I plan to take them with me.
Since you're destined to become an executive, you'll naturally need followers. Consider this an early investment. As for those without talent, I'll send them to a safe planet where they can live out the rest of their lives happily.
Hearing this solution, I thought it was quite satisfactory. As for completely saving the entire planet, that was simply impossible. Not just for him, even the Alliance couldn't manage it.
There is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world.
Being able to take them away was already the best solution. Oh, right, what about that psychic summoner?
Thinking of Sam, he realized he still needed to follow through on his promise to him.
No need to go. He'll be leaving with us. Wild psychic summoners are a rare find. That faction. A bunch of ants. I've already taken care of them for you. Thank you, Master.
Apart from that, I really didn't know how to respond.
This wasn't just a master, he was practically a nanny. He'd taken care of everything I needed to do. If you don't have anything else, we should be heading out. Well, I'm kind of an undocumented immigrant.
He hadn't finished the paperwork yet and hadn't received his ID card, so naturally he was undocumented.
Little apprentice, don't bother your master with such trivial matters. I'll take care of it for you. As long as it's not Imperial Star, it's quite easy to handle on other planets.
Shirley assured him directly.
Chapter 79, Gravity Chamber.
Let us go, little apprentice. We'll take care of this on the way.
Shirley clearly didn't care at all about identity matters.
It was as if it were a very simple task.
Something she could handle with ease.
Hearing this answer and seeing that his master didn't seem bothered by it, I breathed a sigh of relief. But he still felt a sense of helplessness.
This was the gap between social classes.
To get an ID card on his own, he'd need a shipgirl to hack into the system, and he'd have to choose some godforsaken mining planet. His senior sister, on the other hand, could settle the matter with a single word. She didn't even need to lift a finger herself. For the first time, I experienced what power felt like. As an ordinary person, he alone could never change the current state of the Alliance. He needed to attain a high enough status, one where even his casual words and actions would be scrutinized for hidden meanings.
Then I'll take my time. Sooner or later, I'll become a speaker. I thought to himself. This shithole of a universe couldn't be saved by a single person.
He could only develop slowly, improve his martial arts, and get more people to join.
Just then,
Shirley raised her wrist, and a device resembling a watch projected an image. After a few taps, a smile spread across her face.
Master, everything's ready here.
The mothership is all set too. They'll send a shuttle to pick us up shortly. With the initiation complete, the weight on his heart finally lifted. He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the air of a sage. Meanwhile, Shirley took Bai by the arm and struck up a conversation.
Little junior brother, you can choose any status you want anywhere except the Imperial Star.
She intended to take care of the matter her junior brother had been worrying about. Originally, I had wanted citizenship on an executive star, so he could visit those truly prosperous planets someday, but in the end, he gave up on that idea.
Senior sister, a newly developed planet will do just fine.
No need to go to all that trouble. Executive stars were great, but every plot of land there had likely already been claimed. If he wanted to develop his future there, it would inevitably lead to conflict. Given that, it would be better to choose one of those new planets. New planets under development not only have fewer people but are also rich in resources.
All right then.
I'll have my senior sister help you look for a high-value new planet. There is quite a bit of variation among the new planets. They can be divided into pure resource planets and habitable planets. Most importantly, new planets come with subsidies. Before his senior sister could help him pick out a suitable planet, the shuttle sent to pick them up had already arrived. Unlike typical spacecraft, this one was cone-shaped, somewhat resembling a rocket, but much larger in size, over 20 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. As the spacecraft came to a stop,
the hatch slowly opened.
Almost simultaneously, several figures hurried down from it. "Sir, they're pressing us from above to get there as soon as possible.
Word is, someone has already made a move."
These people headed straight for Wang, projecting documents onto their hands. With Wang occupied by them, he had no time to spare for Bai and quickly followed the group toward the subship. Fortunately, Shirley clearly had nothing else to do. She stayed right by his side.
Following the group onto the subship, they soon shot out into space.
At that moment, Bai still felt a bit excited.
This was quite different from entering the spirit realm. "Little junior brother, don't blame your master.
I had business to attend to when I came out this time, and now we've wasted some time here. I definitely won't have any time for you in the short term."
"Senior sister, do I really seem that petty to you?"
Bai withdrew his gaze and spoke with a touch of resignation.
"Of course not.
I just wanted to let you know that I won't be able to teach you anytime soon. We'll have to wait until this matter is resolved." As they spoke, they watched the spaceship gradually pull away from the mining planet and fully enter space.
Looking in the direction of their journey,
they spotted the mothership Shirley had mentioned. It was a colossal vessel, its size measured in kilometers, with an overall shape somewhat resembling a trident. As for its exact dimensions, without any points of reference, it was hard to estimate. But at the very least, both its length and width were measured in kilometers.
That Master S ship, the Iron Blood. It's a vessel reserved exclusively for executives.
Plus, once we become full-fledged members, every executive gets their own ship, allowing us to travel across the stars. Shirley smiled as she pointed out the distant vessel. This clearly took Bai by surprise. He originally thought they'd just be issued battle armor, but now they were even getting spaceships. These executives were way too damn extravagant. It didn't take long. The shuttlecraft completed docking in no time. Since Wang had been away for a few days, quite a few issues were already waiting for him to handle. "Shirley, take your junior brother with you first and look after him." He didn't forget to give her a parting instruction before leaving.
"My junior brother isn't a little kid."
Watching her thoughtful master, she was clearly a bit jealous. But as he walked away, a bright smile quickly returned to her face. "Junior brother, I'll take you to your quarters first.
Once you've rested, I'll show you around.
After all, this trip will take over 10 days.
"Thank you, senior sister."
Even if he didn't need rest right now, Bai still enjoyed taking a cold shower after a battle.
There was no rush, anyway.
The two soon entered the living quarters. Along the way, Shirley gave him a brief overview of the Iron Blood. Like how there were over 20,000 people on board.
And how it could enter superluminal travel. Bai even heard another piece of news.
Namely, that even the most junior officers had the right to form their own private armed units.
This left Bai somewhat speechless.
His senior sister was a bit unreliable. The information seemed pieced together, yet she suddenly dropped some explosive details out of the blue. Take Wang's current strength, for example, an executive's personal force numbered 2,000.
Don't underestimate these numbers. To be selected, one had to be at least a battlefield ace.
Or a life form that had reached the tier level. This was the most terrifying aspect of the executives.
Any fully equipped silver badge executive possesses the strength to subdue an entire planet. It's a shame. Master S. Iron Blood Army has received other orders and is out on a mission. Otherwise, I could VE introduced you to them. It's fine. There'll be plenty of time later. I wasn't disappointed, though.
Compared to all that, he now had stable living conditions and didn't have to worry about being an undocumented immigrant. He wanted to focus on cultivation. He wanted to complete the perfect bone refinement as soon as possible. Judging by the effects of the first tier, once he reached complete perfection, he would likely unlock a new buff. While he was lost in thought, the two arrived at a room door. After entering by S information, the door slowly opened. "Little junior brother, you should rest for now. I'll come back tomorrow to show you around." "Alright, senior sister." After bidding farewell to his senior sister, I took a look around.
It wasn't as luxurious as he'd imagined, just an ordinary room, though there were quite a few of them.
There were areas for recreation and daily living, but what caught S attention most was a special cultivation chamber.
A gravity chamber? I thought the Alliance didn't have this kind of technology.
So it turns out.
But his rank wasn't high enough to access it.
After a quick look around, I decided to take a shower first.
Chapter 80, Perfect Breakthrough. After washing up,
I sat down casually to think about his future plans. Now that he had completed his apprenticeship, he had a powerful backing, ensuring his stability for the time being. The journey so far had been incredibly stressful. In fact, if his luck had been even slightly worse, he would have been reduced to space dust.
Skills, I have enough of those now. What's lacking is the most fundamental strength.
In fact, with the skill master buff, he would at least be unbeatable against opponents of the same skill level in the future. But his current strength was merely at the bone refining stage. He simply couldn't fully unleash the true power of his skills. Especially after witnessing that bureau chief, once he activated his inner energy, he was able to withstand various mecha attacks with just his bare body. Of course, even though he was ultimately taken down by S3 shot combo. That didn't mean the opponent wasn't strong, or that his inner energy wasn't powerful. His death was due to his internal energy being insufficient in both quantity and depth. Moreover, the boost from internal energy is comprehensive. It enhances strength, defense, speed, and even recovery. Only upon reaching tier will one truly possess the strength to counter modern individual combat weapons. Vitality Armor. I reached out to pick up the Vitality Armor, which had transformed into a cube, and examined it closely. It was nearly complete with its Tier 1 transformation. An idea formed in his mind. He wanted to integrate the Vitality Armor into the mech. The Vitality Armor possessed rapid self-repair and self-adaptation capabilities, while the mech possessed explosive power and the ability to inflict massive area of effect damage. It's just a shame, it's probably impossible. I considered whether to continue nurturing it, knowing it would likely be phased out in the future. But he quickly made up his mind. Even if the absorption rate increased again, reaching a staggering 0.3% per second, it would be impossible to drain him completely. Even the slightest leak from his body would be enough for the Vitality Armor to absorb. A single thought. And the armor was already back on. As for the rest of his gear, I decided to leave it as is for now and reassess later. Especially the blood-drinking dagger, he wanted to find at least a top-tier transcendent material to use on it. That plus 10 sharpness bonus couldn't go to waste. Then I'll continue training. I need to break through to tier as soon as possible. I stretched his body, preparing to train now to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible. His gaze fell on the gravity chamber inside the room. I hope this thing can speed up my current training pace. Even with the optimization, which had already granted a 100% training speed bonus, it was still too slow. Far below S expectations. Further optimization would consume too much energy, so he could only try other methods to see if he could accelerate his progress. I quickly entered the gravity chamber. The entire room was covered in pure black material. It wasn't large, only 5 meters long and wide, with a height of about 3 meters.
Perhaps it had detected someone entering. Soon, a voice sounded. "Hello, welcome to the gravity chamber. Would you like to begin cultivation?"
Seeing that there was an AI, I immediately relaxed and quickly issued his command.
"Start at 1x. Each session lasts 30 seconds.
Help me select the maximum gravity for this training."
As the voice faded, I could clearly sense something unusual in the air.
But perhaps because his physical body was so strong, he felt almost nothing. He didn't rush to increase the intensity and began practicing the bone refining chapter right away.
The weight in the room gradually increased. 3x. 5x. 10 times.
When it reached 10 times, even I felt a slight pressure. This gravity chamber clearly wasn't just targeting his physical body, it seemed to be able to target every single cell.
Coincidentally, the optimized cultivation technique involved numerous fine-tuning adjustments to the body. That's not enough. Keep going.
Immediately, the gravity increased again. It soon broke through to 50 times. I could feel that precise control was becoming significantly more difficult.
But the training results had clearly improved. One more time. I noticed a problem.
His body, specifically his muscles, tendons, and skin, had a stronger resistance to pressure. Even at over 50 times, the pressure wasn't that great. But as it continued to increase, I felt fine cracks appearing in his bones. Even though these cracks were instantly repaired by his stamina, they were undeniably there.
Wow, this gravity chamber is a real gem.
If I'd had this before, in 2 months I'd have reached at least the peak of Tier 1 at worst. Feeling the rare, faint ache in his body, he couldn't help but sigh. This was the gap in resources. Test tube babies would be overjoyed for days just to get some high-grade nutrient solution. Yet even moderately powerful factions possess top-tier training facilities, complete with nutritionists, nurses, and herbal bath specialists. In this state, the efficiency is undeniably high, but this gravitational effect isn't limited to just the bones. In just the brief moment that had passed, if there were an instrument capable of imaging my internal organs right now, one would see numerous wounds appearing on them.
There was no helping it. Even after undergoing several rounds of enhancement, he hadn't yet completed his transcendental transformation. His organs couldn't be considered truly transcendent.
Even so, the time needed for cultivation had been drastically cut in half.
What originally took 2 or 3 days was now reduced to about a day. 7 bone refinements.
With the successful completion of the 7th refinement, I instantly felt his strength surge, his stamina as fluid as mercury. Of course, this was merely an illusion. But the rudiments of that power were already there. If this were in one of those wuxia novels, I'd be at least a grandmaster-level powerhouse by now. He muttered with a laugh. But he didn't pause. He continued his training. As for his senior sister, he had completely forgotten about her. He was solely focused on grinding away. As his bones were refined, the new blood generated clearly contained some special power. The stamina hidden within his body grew increasingly potent.
8th bone refinement.
His stamina had reached that legendary state of stamina as fluid as mercury. To put it simply, his stamina burst was now at least several times greater than before. One could even say that, among beings below tier, his strength was absolutely among the very best.
The 9th bone refinement, I hope it brings a surprise. If not, even a buff would do.
I found himself growing eager.
He began cultivating the bone refinement chapter once more.
With endless stamina backing him up, I simply couldn't stop. However, his 3-day absence had surely growing anxious. There was nothing to be done. The master's newest junior disciple had been sleeping for 3 whole days. Something was clearly off. But she was worried that breaking down the door might disturb his rest. My junior brother's life comes first. Even if I end up seeing everything, I'll just have to take care of him. Shirley stood at the door, psyching herself up.
She took a deep breath. Click. She broke the lock and walked in, stepping into the bedroom. But she didn't see her junior brother. Instead, strange sounds were coming from the gravity chamber nearby. Faintly, it sounded like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. Iron Blood, are you there? At a time like this, she didn't dare to break down the door recklessly. She could only call out to the spaceship's main program. Almost simultaneously, a voice rang out in the room. Ms. G, how may I assist you? Can you check the exact status of the gravity chamber in this room? Certainly. Chapter 81, New Physical Body Talent, The Secret of the Ninth Tempering. Alright, Ms. G, I've pulled up the surveillance feed for you. As the main voice spoke, a projection appeared. The image showed her junior brother, who had been missing for 3 days. Thank goodness he is okay. That gave me quite a scare. Shirley breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he is safe, that is all that matters. But as her gaze fell upon him, she couldn't help but glance at him, and immediately felt a sense of confusion. Something is off about how my junior brother is training, isn't it? At first, it just seemed familiar, but the more she looked, the more off it seemed. It didn't look like the method for the Zong chapter. As a warrior who had also used the general musculoskeletal chapter to lay the foundation for her martial arts, she could naturally tell that her junior brother was clearly practicing the bone chapter. The bone chapter. Huh? Why the bone chapter? Isn't he's supposed to be practicing the Zong chapter? For a moment, Shirley felt as if her brain had short-circuited. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind, but she suppressed it. How could that be? How could he possibly be a tier warrior? Her apprentice, a silver badge executive and a daughter of the Imperial Star G family, had been beaten by a tier? Shirley felt her head buzzing. Just then, a sudden change occurred. I abruptly stopped his movements, his entire body tensing up. The major tendons on his body bulged like great dragons, and crackling sounds emanated from within him. Blackish red blood seeped through his skin. The transformation wasn't over yet. His height suddenly shot up to nearly 2 meters. Is my junior brother practicing martial arts? Shirley was completely dumbfounded. She knew that cultivation could make you grow taller, but not by 10 centimeters in one go. Moreover, her intuition told her that the junior brother before her was terrifying. Of course, at that moment, Bai opened his eyes, his face lit up with joy. The bone refinement had been fully completed. All that remained was to begin cultivating the Zong chapter, and reaching the tier level would follow naturally. It could be said that the path from tier to tier had been paved once he began refining the Zong. Success would be instantaneous. Of course, in addition to this, just as with his previous tier breakthrough, this perfect breakthrough had also granted him a new buff. Dragon tendons and tiger bones dramatically increases burst power, bone density, and blood quality. He took a moment to carefully sense it. Of course, in addition to the buff effects, there were also some passive benefits. Perfect tendons, mind and body as one. Perfect bones, stamina as fluid as mercury. Can I still be considered a tier-level practitioner now? Even without having started the Zong cultivation yet, I felt that if he were to face his senior sister and unleash his full power, he could take her down in 3 moves at most. Wait, senior sister? Holy shit! How long have I been in here? I asked, walking nervously toward the exit of the gravity chamber. How could he have forgotten about this? He didn't know if others felt like time stood still while cultivating, but for him, time truly seemed to vanish. The moment he opened the door, he saw a lovely figure. She was glaring at him. Senior sister You're only at the bone refining realm? Compared to being stood up, Shirley was clearly more concerned about Bai's cultivation level. Yeah. He blurted out without thinking. Almost simultaneously, Shirley rushed over, staring intently at Bai. How is that possible? How can you be at the bone refining stage? That is impossible. I've always been at the bone refining stage. I never said I was at the organ refining stage. Bai muttered under his breath.
But Shirley quickly caught on, a look of astonishment crossing her eyes.
How many stages of skin refining have you gone through? Flesh refining? Tendon refining? And now bone refining.
Unlike those who only knew the early stages of the old martial path consuming current health to increase the health cap, she knew more.
According to the Alliance's many top scientists,
they had reached a conclusion. Martial arts might be the cultivation method closest to the divine.
Time and again, life undergoes metamorphosis, leading to its ultimate sublimation.
But this was merely theory to date. Even the strongest practitioners of the old martial path hadn't reached the 8th stage. Just as Bai was about to speak, Shirley cut him off.
Don't say a word.
I'll call master over, you mustn't say anything out of turn. As she spoke, she hurriedly began summoning Wang.
Perhaps having never seen his disciple so anxious before, Wang arrived almost immediately. What's the matter? He looked on in confusion. Master.
Before she could finish, Wang clearly understood his disciple's meaning. Streams of inner energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the area where the three of them stood.
Now you can speak. What's so urgent that you had to call me over in such a hurry?
Seeing that the area was completely shrouded, Shirley let out a deep sigh of relief. Her gaze fell on Bai, revealing a hint of complex emotion.
You'd better ask your own disciple about this.
Those words made Wang instantly tense up.
His newly taken disciple, could there be some unspeakable secret?
Feeling that gaze, which seemed capable of piercing through his flesh to see his innermost thoughts,
Bai hurriedly spoke up. Master.
Senior sister asked me how many times I've refined my tier.
Even if she hadn't asked, I would have. Martial arts require teaching tailored to the individual. Tell me the specifics. Wang spoke calmly.
9 times refining the skin, 9 times refining the flesh, 9 times refining the tendons, 9 times refining the bones, that's the situation. In truth, upon seeing his senior sister's expression, he knew there was likely some secret involved, but Bai spoke anyway. Since he had likely been seen just now, there was no point in continuing to hide it.
It might even breed resentment.
Wang, who had been looking completely composed just moments ago, froze in place, staring at his newly accepted disciple in utter bewilderment. If it weren't for the fact that at his level of cultivation, he wouldn't experience auditory hallucinations, he would have thought he was hallucinating.
Master? Is there something wrong with me? Bai asked timidly. At that moment, Wang's expression grew somewhat complex. From now on, this matter is to be known only to the two of us. You must not tell anyone outside. If anyone asks, just say 8 times.
Yes, master. Without hesitation, he agreed on the spot. Perhaps sensing that Bai wasn't taking it seriously, he paused for a moment before speaking. It's virtually impossible for anyone in this world to reach the 9th skin refining stage. The same goes for other realms.
You understand your situation now, don't you?
Bai?
How is that possible, master?
I don't know what kind of opportunity you stumbled upon, but just don't reveal it to the outside world. As for the 9th skin refining stage, it's widely accepted in the martial arts world as impossible to achieve. Over the years, many martial arts masters have tried, but without a certain catalyst, they simply couldn't take it any further. I don't know what method you used, but whatever you did, don't ever let it get out. At that moment, Wang felt a bit uneasy. If this secret got out, even he, a silver badge executive officer, might not be able to contain it. The old martial path world was already in a frenzy right now. Everyone was desperate to find a way to break through the 8th stage. If they found out that someone had completed the 9th tempering, there would definitely be those who would try to take action.
All right, master.
I definitely won't say a word.
He had a vague premonition. 9 temperings were simply too extraordinary.
His flesh had awakened a physical talent, golden skin and jade-like complexion. His tendons and bones had also awakened a physical talent, dragon tendons and tiger bones. At this rate, his flesh and even tier after tier could continuously give birth to new physical talents.
That was terrifying. Chapter 82, Reciprocity. You've just broken through. Consolidate your strength for 2 days first, then begin cultivating the refining the organs chapter.
Wang placed his hand on Bai Yes's body once more. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel.
He's even stronger now.
Just this physical body alone is already on par with those warriors who have perfected their ordinary internal organs.
Moreover, he sensed a very unique power.
These two factors alone are enough to let this disciple before him sweep through tier life forms.
Even he, a silver badge executive, couldn't help but wonder inwardly, was the gap between a perfect tier refinement really this vast?
Given the current situation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Bai to call himself a new species, a new breed of humanity.
I'll follow whatever master arranges.
Bai didn't resist, he agreed immediately.
Moreover, he had a feeling that there were some new functions within his body that hadn't been unlocked yet. He might as well take these next couple of days to investigate it. Alright, once this period is over, I'll personally instruct you.
No sooner had Wang finished speaking than two anxious figures appeared at the doorway, pacing back and forth, too afraid to enter.
If you have any questions, you can always ask your senior sister.
Don't look down on that Li family if you could marry into your senior sister's family.
Before he could finish,
Shirley hurriedly cut him off.
Master, if you're busy, you should go.
Saying this, she hurriedly pushed Wang out. She didn't stop until she pushed him all the way to the door. Once Wang had left, only two figures remained in the room. Shirley looked up nervously, first peering down the hallway to make sure everyone had left.
The next second,
she shut the door firmly. She grabbed Bai and headed straight for the bedroom.
Bai?
Senior sister.
I don't think this is a good idea.
Even though he was naturally thick-skinned, he felt a bit embarrassed right then.
As soon as he said that,
Shirley snapped back at him with exasperation.
What the hell do you mean it's not a good idea? What's going through your head?
She shot him a withering glare.
This left Bai speechless. If you didn't have any ideas, why drag me into the bedroom? What kind of place is a bedroom? Don't you know?
Bai had no idea what his senior sister was up to and was about to ask.
Holy shit!
The words on the tip of his tongue were forced back down his throat, and only one thought remained in his mind.
You.
Senior sister, don't do anything crazy.
That thing could kill someone. Even Bai's lips were trembling.
There was nothing he could do. He watched as his senior sister reached into her bag and pulled out an electromagnetic weapon 3 meters long, with a barrel at least 100 millimeters in diameter, and held it in her hand.
As cannon fodder, a contestant headed for the front lines.
The first thing he had to do was, of course, master the use of all kinds of weapons. Even if they were uncommon, he had to learn them to ensure he could fire them smoothly when needed.
Coincidentally, he recognized this 3-meter-long contraption and knew it was genuine military anti-vehicle equipment.
Look at you, such a loser. You gave your senior sister such a great sniper rifle, so naturally I have to return the favor.
Watching Bai's shocked little face, Shirley felt a secret thrill. So there are times when even you get surprised, kid. Bai hadn't heard what she said.
He already reached out to gently stroke it, handling it with such care as if he touched some rare treasure.
As if afraid of breaking it.
Meanwhile, he was muttering under his breath. Triceratops 4 electromagnetic personal cannon, the Alliance's current standard anti-armor weapon for individual soldiers, capable of penetrating up to 500 millimeters of special alloy, gulp. If a 3-round burst sniper rifle needed to account for firing angles to threaten heavy ground units, this powerful piece of equipment could take them down with a single hit. It was a true anti-armor heavy cannon. It had left a significant mark in the history of the Alliance's wars.
Glad you like it.
I went through quite a bit of trouble to get this for you.
Keep it safe. With that, she tossed it to Bai.
It felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. A rough estimate suggested it weighed at least a ton.
Since humans now possessed various means of achieving superhuman capabilities, What once required a fixed artillery installation had been modified into a personal weapon. This triceratops in his hands was a prime example.
Running his hand over the massive treasure in his grasp, Bayes' mind was already racing.
This thing, once it's amplified, just imagine how powerful it'll be. Just then, Shirley waved her hand, and 3 boxes of ammunition appeared. Little junior brother, let us get this straight, you can't go around misusing this. If you commit a crime, your senior sister will be implicated too. As she spoke, she gave the 3 boxes a kick. Only then did Bayes' attention turn to the boxes.
To his surprise, his senior sister hadn't just given him the triceratops, she'd also equipped it with 3 types of ammunition. They were armor-piercing, fragmentation, and sniper rounds.
Although each box contained only 3 rounds, it was more than enough. Thanks, senior sister. I'll be careful. With that, he stowed away both the personal cannon and the ammunition. These were all items that could save his life. He now had the means to defend against attacks from the rail system.
Seeing her junior brother so delighted put Shirley in a good mood as well.
Judging by your expression, you probably don't want to wander around. Why don't you rest in your room? If you need anything, just call me.
Now that she was certain her junior brother was safe and had given him what she intended to, she naturally had no desire to stay any longer. After exchanging a few words, she prepared to leave.
Farewell, senior sister. Bayes escorted her all the way to the door.
This wasn't just a senior sister calling her godfather, wouldn't have been out of place. She'd handed over Tira's psychic sealing gear without a second thought. He'd given her a sniper rifle, she'd returned the favor with a cannon.
He was even thinking of giving her something else. Once she'd left, didn't he even have time to focus on his cultivation?
He summoned the enhancement interface. The triceratops had already been reduced to an icon, and its stats panel popped up.
Name, Triceratops. Type for electromagnetic cannon. Type, multi-purpose individual electromagnetic cannon.
Description: one of the Alliance's mainstream active-duty individual cannons, capable of penetrating 500 mm of special alloy at a range of 100 km.
Note, different effects when paired with different ammunition. I'll keep it for now. Didn't he enhance it immediately?
The origins of this thing were a bit shady. Active-duty weapons are prohibited from circulation. He'd set it aside for now to gauge his master's reaction. If his master didn't make an issue of it and the item truly became his, it wouldn't be too late to enhance it later.
He tossed it back into his spatial ring.
After finishing these tasks, I still felt a bit excited.
A cannon. It's actually a cannon. I want to fire a shot.
He quickly suppressed that wild thought.
Too bad I can't just go around doing whatever I want here.
His attention gradually turned inward. Actually, right after his breakthrough, he sensed something was off. Now, upon closer inspection, he pinpointed the issue. His blood was undergoing a slow metamorphosis. Even though the new blood wasn't yet fully formed, it was already far more powerful than his old blood. It felt as though a single drop was worth 100.
Warrior stamina primarily draws from the blood.
At this rate, once my blood's transformation is complete, even if my cultivation level remains unchanged, my strength should still improve somewhat. The more he studied the perfect tempering technique, the more he understood its terrifying potential. If this continues, I might actually evolve to the point where my physical body can wield planet-shattering weapons and elbow strike a main battle fleet.
Chapter 83: The Marvelous Uses of Essence Blood.
Since his master had instructed him to consolidate his cultivation, didn't he rush to practice the refining the organs chapter, instead focusing on studying the changes in his blood.
2 days passed.
If his state 2 days ago was like dropping a single drop of blood into a large basin of water, after these 2 days of accumulation, it had reached hundreds of drops. The effect of this blood was simple. If his blood could previously only perform one function, now these drops could perform at least 10.
Essential blood?
Thinking of the descriptions in novels,
it was somewhat similar. Is it because of my 9 refinements?
Over the past 2 days, he had also looked up some information. It only mentioned that after completing 7 or 8 bone refinements, the blood would undergo a single enhancement. But that process was supposed to be completed in an instant or within a few minutes. Yet he was currently experiencing continuous improvement. This was clearly a situation that only arose from perfect bone refinement. Of course, one thing was certain over these 2 days: the new blood had only benefits and no drawbacks. In that case, I'll speed up the process and see what changes occur once all the blood has been replaced.
Bai took immediate action.
He channeled the life essence within his body into his bones. Originally, it took 10 or even 20 minutes to produce a single drop of essence blood, but with the influx of life essence, it was as if he downed a potent tonic.
He could now produce a drop almost every minute. Of course, there was a limit.
It consumed roughly 3% of his maximum recovery capacity.
That's acceptable. Let us see what happens after creating the new blood.
Since this process didn't require constant control, Bai didn't need to keep monitoring his blood flow. Instead, he summoned the spaceship's artificial intelligence. Through the internal network, he obtained the cultivation technique for the organ refinement chapter.
This time, it's not the tempering exercise.
Soon, a 3D projection appeared. Unlike before, this time the teacher sat in meditation right where he was, eyes tightly closed. A somewhat deep, resonant voice rang out. The visceral refinement chapter. Unlike the previous 2 stages, the viscera are far too fragile. One misstep could cause internal injuries, resulting in a recovery period of several days. What we must do is refine our stamina and continuously nourish the 5 viscera and 6 organs. Here is a general technique for refining the viscera. Refining all 5 viscera simultaneously requires a massive amount of stamina, and the process is extremely slow. It is advisable to begin by refining a single organ. Just as Bai was about to begin his practice,
the doorbell rang. I got up to answer the door and saw Shirley standing there. Little junior brother, it's been 2 days. The master sent me to bring you something.
As she spoke, she revealed a small cart behind her. On the cart were transparent bottles of various sizes, some resembling the glass vials used for injections in his previous life. These are the auxiliary resources needed for organ refinement. I'm here on the Master's orders to explain the process to you. With that, she pushed the cart directly into the room. Looking at the dozens of mixed potions, he thought to himself, man, how could there not be a shortcut? If he had to rely on his own slow accumulation, it would likely take at least 10 years to complete the organ refinement process perfectly. The two went straight into the living room. Junior brother, organ refinement is very dangerous. We won't push the difficulty on our first try. We'll wait until later to practice in the gravity chamber. As she spoke, she picked one out from among the many bottles and jars. The label read, 9 Dragons Corp Heart Protection Elixir. But that wasn't all. Soon he pulled out 4 more bottles, each different. They corresponded exactly to the 5 vital organs. Throughout this, Shirley kept explaining. There is a shortcut to organ refining one organ at a time. But that will result in a noticeable sense of stagnation once all 5 organs are refined, and your chi flow will remain obstructed in the future. That's why a truly gifted warrior never takes shortcuts. They refine all 5 organs at once. She spoke without pausing her movements. She looked like an old witch, constantly juggling the bottles and jars in her hands, blending the liquids inside. By the end, Bai had lost count of exactly how many types of potions had been mixed. The originally transparent liquid had completely turned dark green, accompanied by a pungent odor. It's done. Little junior brother, drink this organ protecting elixir, and you can begin refining your 5 viscera. Looking at the mysterious mixture, Bai found it hard to bring himself to drink it. Rich women are all well and good, but this craftsmanship left something to be desired. You little rascal, don't be ungrateful. These are all top-notch ingredients. Others would struggle to gather them all. Shirley shot him a disdainful glance and said. This left Bai with no choice but to accept it, even though he intended to refuse. He had auto-heal.
Poisoning? He should be able to cure that too. With that in mind,
Bai reached out to take the 2-gene beaker and, without further hesitation, downed it in 3 gulps.
An indescribably strange taste filled his mouth.
Fortunately, having consumed a month's worth of nutritional paste before his golden finger awakened, he could tolerate it. As he finished the potion, a satisfied smile spread across Shirley's face. It was worth it for your senior sister to personally brew this for you. Now we can proceed with the organ tempering. Remember the order: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. Bai suppressed the urge to vomit and began practicing exactly as instructed.
Starting with the heart, he gathered stamina.
It gradually seeped into his heart. Next came the part where he had to be careful, very careful, slowly allowing his heart to absorb the power of stamina and complete its self-tempering. Just as Bai was proceeding with utmost caution, afraid to make a single misstep, an unexpected event occurred.
The previously still vital essence seemed to sense something.
Suddenly, it transformed into stamina all at once and surged directly toward the 5 vital organs.
It flowed in evenly.
The 5 vital organs, which had originally required careful nurturing and tempering, now acted like a pack of ravenous gluttons, frantically absorbing the stamina generated from the essence blood.
What?
Bai was completely dumbfounded. He had planned to control it carefully and nurture it slowly,
aiming to complete the refinement of the 5 viscera in 2 days.
Now he realized he had perhaps underestimated the process. Little junior brother, don't be discouraged. The first attempt at refinement is bound to be a bit rough. You'll succeed after a few more tries. Seeing her junior brother suddenly open his eyes, Shirley flashed a lovely smile.
So what if he is a genius? Even a genius fails the first time he tries to control stamina to refine his viscera. Go ahead.
I'll stay with you the whole time you're refining your organs and make sure you have a steady supply of the medicinal solution. Shirley spoke up immediately, afraid her little junior brother might get depressed. But soon, she realized something seemed off. She watched as her little junior brother's throat convulsed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood mixed with foam, speckled with black impurities. The faint smile on his face froze in that moment. His eyes were filled with nothing but confusion, bewilderment, and incomprehension. It was as if a row of question marks had appeared on his forehead.
Ha!
Bai, who had just completed the first refinement, was sensing the changes in his 5 viscera. It felt as though a bridge had been built between them. If one were to describe it using the golden finger trope, it would be heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys +1. Even someone like him, who had undergone multiple transformations, could clearly feel his vitality, energy, and spirit amplified, while the foundational functions of his 5 vital organs were strengthened. Especially the heart. If it was originally 100 horsepower, it was now a full 300.
The hardware has been upgraded again,
he murmured to himself. His eyes burned with passion for refining his organs.
Chapter 84, The Evil God. Ha! 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 Hearing the strange sounds by his ear,
Bai opened his eyes with some suspicion and saw a pretty face pressed right up against him. Fortunately, having experienced Shipgirl's sneak attacks, he'd already built up some immunity.
Senior sister, what's wrong?
As soon as those words came out, Shirley's brows furrowed.
You aren't human.
She held it in for a while before finally blurting out those words.
This made Bai's face darken. Someone had just spat in his face. If it had been anyone else, he would definitely taught them a lesson. But since it was his rich senior sister, it was fine. Do you know what you just spat out?
Perhaps Bai's composure was too calm, causing Shirley to blurt out. She glanced down at the blood-tinged foam.
Impurities from my 5 viscera.
According to the visceral refinement chapter, I've already completed 1 round of visceral refinement.
Having just read the tutorial, she naturally hadn't forgotten. You. Never mind. Why am I even comparing myself to you?
Shirley was instantly silenced. All her words felt hollow and powerless in that moment.
Oh, right. Just one organ refinement.
It just took a bit less time, less than 3 minutes, and was still thousands, even tens of thousands of times faster than anyone else. That would be the hell of a thing if it were normal.
For a moment,
the look in her eyes as she gazed at Bai was complicated. She finally understood a line of online bragging she'd seen before. She used to scoff at it, but now it was starting to make perfect sense. Had my little junior brother not been born, the martial arts world would have remained in eternal darkness. Wait, could it be the effect of my super invincible organ protecting elixir? It was as if a possibility had just occurred to her.
Just then,
Bai spoke up.
"Senior sister, what is going on with my 5 organs automatically absorbing stamina? Is that normal? Surely? Is this normal? Is it normal?"
A sense of absurdity washed over her. Why, junior brother, you're using all these Donghuang terms. How do I even make sense of them when you put them together? Junior brother, I'll go get master for you. This was a job she couldn't handle. Better let her own master take a look. The gap between a genius's cultivation and that of a mediocre person like her was so vast it was as if they weren't even the same species.
It wasn't long before Wang rushed over again.
Upon hearing what had happened here, his composure slipped. He looked at Bai with a gaze that was 1/3 bewilderment, 1/3 confusion, and 4/3 disbelief.
"Master, just cultivate in your own way. Our path might not be right for you,"
Wang said, his voice tinged with complex emotions. The cultivation methods that countless people had painstakingly developed were now being overturned by Bai. The 5 vital organs automatically absorb stamina to temper themselves.
Just listen to that. How many tier warriors' hearts must that have pierced?
Think about what they've been through. Just a little more, and their internal organs get injured, forcing them to recuperate for 2 days.
Automatic absorption? Are you kidding me?
After learning of Bai's situation, Wang left quickly, though Shirley stayed behind. But she no longer served as a lecturer. Her role was to prepare the organ-protecting potions. This meant Bai had no precedent to draw upon and could only slowly figure things out on his own. To be precise, he could only focus on condensing his essence blood. Once he reached a certain quantity, he temporarily took on the role of a transporter. With just a little assistance, this essence blood would be divided among his 5 viscera and absorbed in no time. As a result, Bai's organ refinement progressed at an astonishingly rapid pace. On the first day of cultivation, he completed 2 organ refinements. Later, as the 5 viscera grew stronger, the demand for essence blood increased,
slowing down the progress.
Of course, compared to other organ refining warriors, he still managed to complete 1 session every half day. The frequency of organ refinements shot up. This was the first time since Bai began his cultivation that he had practiced with such leisure. All he had to do was meditate or even just lie there and wait for his bone marrow to produce the essence blood.
In the captain's quarters,
a technician came to report. "Sir, we expect to reach our destination in 2 days." He also brought a piece of paper containing intelligence.
He placed it on the table.
At that moment, Wang frowned deeply as he looked at the newly submitted intelligence. After a casual glance, his expression grew even more grave.
"You may go."
As he dismissed the technician, he sat back in his chair and stared up at the ceiling.
If one were close enough, they could hear a voice.
Why bother?
Isn't life good enough? You just have to keep pushing your luck. This time, no one will be able to save you. Just then,
there was a knock at the door, and Wang snapped back to attention.
"Come in."
As the words fell, the door swung open, and a burly figure stepped inside. The visitor bowed respectfully.
Only then did he speak. "Greetings, Lord Wang.
I am Tai Quang, commander of the 2nd Regiment, 3rd Division, 79th Army of the Donghuang Alliance's Great Xia.
I report for duty." The man stood 2 meters 50 centimeters tall and had clearly undergone at least 2 rounds of genetic enhancement.
Sensing the figure before him, who possessed peak-tier strength,
Juan nodded slightly. He got straight to the point. If you have any questions about this mission, now is the time to ask.
Reporting, sir, I have no questions.
The 2nd Regiment is ready for combat at any moment. Very well. You may go rest for now. We'll begin operations in 2 days.
Yes, sir.
Taekwon turned and left.
Just as he reached the doorway, a bouncing figure pushed the door open and entered.
Master, my junior brother has completed the organ refinement.
Shirley had naturally come to share the good news.
In just 10 days,
her junior brother had completed the refinement of his 5 vital organs.
Moreover, he had reached a realm no one had ever achieved before. Upon hearing this news,
even Wang's face broke into a rare smile.
That's one of the few pieces of good news we've had.
Perhaps sensing her master's thoughts, Shirley paused for a moment before speaking directly.
Master, that was someone from the warband, wasn't he it?
It looks like this matter won tea and well. Given her upbringing, she knew exactly what it meant to be called in by the warband.
Moreover, the man from earlier was clearly a bioengineered mech warrior. This meant they weren't dealing with an ordinary group of mortal soldiers.
The enemy was a superhuman battalion composed of mech warriors. For such a force to suddenly appear within the Alliance's internal territory, it was most likely to suppress a rebellion.
It's not a rebellion, it's a cult-related issue. Wang shot his apprentice a stern look and offered an explanation. He couldn't keep this kind of thing a secret.
Even if he didn't say anything, given Shirley's background, she would find out anyway.
A cult? A cult that worships the evil gods of the spirit realm? Shirley blinked. Sort of. I'm not sure exactly which one, but they've already performed a blood sacrifice. Hearing this, Shirley could hardly wait. She looked eager to get started.
Master, let me and my junior brother hone our combat skills.
How can we grow if we just train without fighting enemies? All right. Just this once. After that,
She intended to persuade her master, but hadn't expected him to agree so readily. Once we arrive, go find Captain Tai and join his squad.
Chapter 85, The Cult of Eternal Life.
Next, we'll temper the 6 viscera. Having completed the tempering of the 5 viscera, I had no intention of stopping. She wanted to continue. The main reason was that his cultivation was going too smoothly every day. He simply needed to use his life essence to continuously generate vital blood, and the tempering would complete automatically. At this rate, the tempering of the 6 viscera likely won't take too long either. The 2 should take about the same amount of time. Around 10 days or so. I immediately summoned the warrior intranet, preparing to claim the lessons for the latter part of the viscera realm. While he had the time, he intended to push through in one go and achieve perfection in the viscera realm.
Little junior brother, I'm back. Just then,
Shirley, who had gone to deliver the message, came running back in a flurry. After spending these past few days with her, he had gained a general understanding of this wealthy senior sister's personality. She was carefree and uninhibited in her demeanor, not at all like a typical girl.
Of course, she was extremely generous with her money.
I originally thought those organ-protecting potions were from our master, but later found out they were all gifts from the rich woman.
The potions consumed over 10 days would likely cost over 10 million Dongwon coins.
Little junior brother, we might have to go on a mission with the battle squad this time. When the time comes, don't wander off, just stick with me.
Upon hearing this news, Is' brow visibly furrowed. He wasn't really in the mood for a mission.
After all this time, he'd finally settled into a stable life. He just wanted to quietly cultivate until he became a martial god before re-emerging into the world. Just as Bai was pondering how to refuse, Shirley suddenly lowered her voice and said, "At your current cultivation pace, it won't be long before you perfect your internal organs and break through to the tier inner breath stage.
Master's idea is that if we go along, your mecha materials will come from this mission.
Just the standard issue mech for executors, not even a dog would use it. But I've also heard some intel. This is a cult of a dark god, and there are plenty of materials. There might even be high-quality transcendent material enough to help you build a super-executive battlesuit. Bai, who had been determined to stay behind, perked up instantly upon hearing the reason for the mission. He knew exactly what his senior sister meant by a basic model. It was absolutely no match for hers. Of course, the executive battle armor had one advantage: as long as you had the money, you were allowed to add accessories and upgrade your gear. The "I don't want to go" that had been on the tip of his tongue vanished, and his tone shifted instantly as he blurted out his agreement. "Senior sister, when do we leave?" "We'll arrive in about 2 days. Here's the briefing, you can take a quick look." As she spoke, she projected the mission file. Bai began reading it immediately. Mission information: spread of the cult of the evil god. Type: Spirit Realm Evil God Cultists. Overview: in the Greybear 2 Nova, a large number of people have begun worshipping a Spirit Realm Evil God, suspected to be the Blood God. This has already caused hundreds of thousands of civilian casualties, and they are currently constructing a special altar. Objective: completely destroy this cult. In addition to the main information, other details were also mentioned. These included the members of the cult involved in this mission and the abilities possessed by these followers. Cult of Eternal Life, capable of extending lifespan, but requires large quantities of human blood. Cloned blood is ineffective. Suspected lack of a key substance. Ordinary followers, significantly enhanced regenerative abilities, at the cost of bloodlust and a tendency to lose their sanity. High-ranking followers possess extremely powerful healing abilities capable of self-repair unless the skull is shattered or brain tissue is destroyed. Fanatics can manipulate blood. Their blood never dries, making them nearly indestructible. Can condense blood into sharp weapons. In addition to this information, there was a photo attached, clearly showing a follower of the Cult of Eternal Life. The photo depicted a figure with deathly pale skin, veins bulging all over the body, an unnaturally hunched posture, dark red eyes, and rows of saw-like teeth protruding from the mouth. The overall appearance was bizarre, resembling a mutated creature. "Senior sister, how many people will be on this mission?" I couldn't help but ask. "A full-strength battalion, roughly 2,500 to 3,000 people." "That many?" Shirley shot him a look before continuing. "Of course. We can't handle this with a small force. It all started with a small cult. I don't know what methods they used, but they actually got the governor of that new star to tacitly approve their actions. By the time he realized something was wrong, it had already spiraled out of control. There are cultists in nearly every city, which is why they appealed to the Alliance for help." Hearing this explanation, it was Bai's turn to be dumbfounded. Based on the information they had now, they were facing 2,000 or 3,000 people against believers covering at least half the planet. But considering the firepower of the Alliance's weapons, if they were ruthless enough to launch a ground strike first, the problem could be resolved for the most part. These 2,000 or 3,000 people aren't ordinary soldiers, they're a super battalion, and even the weakest among them have undergone at least one life modification. Shirley seemed to suddenly realize something and added. As soon as she said that, it all made sense. A single life modification, provided there are no physical issues, can elevate one to Tier 1 upon completion. These are the lowest tier warriors. And with 2,000 or 3,000 of them, all military trained. Naturally, they're in a league of their own compared to ordinary legions. "I know, senior sister. Give me a shout in 2 days, and we'll head over together. Since it's for materials for my mecha, there is no reason not to go. You focus on strengthening yourself first. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll try to get you a full set," Shirley said, patting her chest. "Got it, senior sister." After a brief chat to confirm Bai would be going, the wealthy senior sister hurriedly left. As she put it, war was imminent, and she had to prepare some equipment just in case. Once she was gone, Bai planned to first claim the advanced cultivation methods for the visceral realm. But before he could act, a strange sensation arose. Is this the tier stage transformation finally happening? A glimmer of joy flashed in Bai's eyes. He sensed the unusual sensation emanating from the vitality armor, along with the noticeably accelerated rate of life force absorption.
It was clearly about to complete its evolution. This time, the surface originally soft as leather gradually began to develop patches of material resembling fish scales. The color also shifted from red to black. The rate of life force absorption suddenly surged to 1%. A massive amount of life force surged into the vitality armor, accelerating the metamorphosis process. 2 minutes later, with a sudden halt, the vitality armor was completely transformed. Its appearance hadn't changed drastically. The outer layer was now covered in layers of tiny scales, and its color had turned pure black. Bai, who was wearing it, felt it most clearly. A faint, almost imperceptible connection emerged. As the thought "I want to see what's behind me" crossed his mind, the scene before his eyes suddenly shifted to his back. Moreover, he could no longer feel the armor at all. It felt as if it were his own skin. With a single thought, the scales instantly fused into a single, seamless whole, yet without hindering his movement. Panel. He summoned the interface. Chapter 86, The Transformed Armor and Staff. Soon, the information for Vitality Armor popped up. Name: Vitality Armor. Properties: Blunt Weapon Resistance +6, Sharp Weapon Resistance +6, Self-Repairability +10, Ranged Attack Resistance +4, Vitality Armor +3, Life Scales +1. Description: A peculiar armor. It seems to be alive. Almost all the base stats have doubled, and it even gained an extra trait. Bai's eyes lit up. Scales of Life. When activated by willpower, it can significantly boost defense. It can also be projected outward via willpower to serve as a ranged attack. Note, this doesn't seem to be its final stage? Wow, it really lives up to being a growth-type equipment. If he were to use enhancement, achieving the Vitality Armor's current stats would likely require dozens of base enhancements. And that self-repair stat had jumped straight to +10. I instinctively pulled out the blood-drinking dagger and slashed heavily across the scales. It didn't block the attack, exposing the skin beneath. But the damage was self-repaired almost the instant the blade passed through. Why not use this thing as the core of a mech? If it kept growing like this and actually became a mech, an enemy could shatter its defenses with a single shot, only for it to fully repair itself the very next second. I have to give this a try. Who says a mech can't have life? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean he can't. If he could truly create a mech with self-awareness, like a shipgirl, it would only work to his advantage. He could even build an entire army of living mechs someday. And sweep through the universe. Ahem, that is still a long way off for me. I'll have to keep nurturing this vitality armor. Bai had tasted success. He immediately began channeling his life force to nourish it vigorously. Only a 0.5% drain. The future looked bright. Once he was certain it could continue evolving, Bai stopped worrying about it. He wanted to see where the Vitality Armor's limits lay. Whether it could grow alongside him. At this rate, by the time I become a god, this thing will at least count as a companion artifact. With that thought, Bai grew even more excited. Of course, the Vitality Armor's recent transformation also reminded him of another piece of equipment. The Blood Courage Mace. Since he hadn't used it much lately, aside from absorbing some blood from a Tier 2 warrior during his last battle, he hadn't really fed it. Fortunately, unlike the Vitality Armor, this weapon won't starve to death. I'll be joining the battle group in 2 days. Even if I only manage 2 or 3 tempering sessions during training, I should upgrade the equipment first. I plan to take advantage of this moment to completely replace the essence blood within his body. Due to constant consumption during this period, his transformation had been progressing too slowly, so he decided to complete a full body blood replacement now. He also feed the Blood Courage Mace with his own blood while he was at it. With that in mind, I sprang into action immediately. He continuously condensed essence blood to replace his ordinary blood. It took about a day. I had completed the full body replacement of his vital blood. Holy shit, I haven't broken through to a new realm yet, but my burst power has probably increased significantly. The most immediate sensation I felt was his entire body brimming with power. It used to be just a hardware upgrade,
but now even the delivery system had evolved from being hauled by a small cart to being delivered by air express. I definitely have no rivals at tier now. As for tier, I'll just have to wait and see. He stretched his limbs briefly. Is body continued to catalyze the essence blood, accumulating even more of it. However, he intended to use this to nourish the blood courage club. Once again, he took the blood-drinking dagger and plunged it in with all his might. This time, he clearly felt resistance, but thankfully, brute force worked wonders, and he still managed to create a wound. Blood gushed out, dripping onto the blood courage club.
Is this not working?
After waiting a moment, I froze slightly, because the blood courage club hadn't absorbed the blood.
Just as he was feeling disappointed,
he saw the blood courage club lying on the ground tremble slightly. The next second, it sucked the blood in like a whirlwind. Throughout this process, the blood courage club kept trembling slightly. It inexplicably reminded me of a child who suddenly gets to drink their favorite beverage, trembling all over with excitement.
That is fine, that is fine. As long as it can absorb it, I'm not afraid of you drinking it.
What followed was a continuous feeding session. The Blood Brave Club's base attribute levels shot up rapidly. Even the Skull Crusher attribute broke through 2 minor levels after just 1 day of feeding.
Just then, the Blood Brave Club trembled violently.
Immediately afterward, it seemed to enter a state of deep contemplation. Even as blood dripped onto it, it stopped absorbing anymore.
Is it full?
Bai was a bit skeptical.
But he opened the info panel anyway. Name, Blood Brave Club.
Traits, weight plus 10, quality plus 10, armor penetration plus 10, skull crusher plus 5, blood brave plus 10, savage growth plus 1.
Description: this is an awesome extraordinary weapon. Don't let the orcs see it, or they'll go crazy. Not bad. Everything except skull crusher is at plus 10.
At the same time, he noticed the extra trait at the end.
Name, savage growth.
Effect: after killing or wounding an enemy, you can drain their life force to nourish yourself.
Description: what the hell? Why is this trait on a club? High quality blood essence is just awesome, even weapons love it.
This has literally spawned a whole new trait out of thin air.
It's absolutely insane.
He reached out to pick up the massive club. It felt surprisingly heavy in his hand, and Bai's expression changed.
Holy crap, this thing must weigh over 20 tons. With that kind of weight, even a standard tier warrior would be delusional to try fighting with it.
But after picking it up, he swung it around casually a few times. I was surprised to find that the thing actually felt surprisingly comfortable in his hands.
You could even describe the feel as unbeatable.
Alright, with this thing, one swing in close combat and even a tier will be knocked out cold.
Just then, the doorbell rang.
An excited voice came from outside the door.
Little brother, we'll reach our destination in half an hour.
Let us head over to the Master's place and wait.
Coming.
Bai sheathed his blood courage club and hurried out the door.
Let us go, let us go.
The two headed straight for the captain's cabin. Perhaps because they were about to arrive, there were already quite a few people there by the time they got there. The two didn't push their way to the front, they simply crouched on the outskirts and waited.
At that moment, Wang was clad in a set of battle armor of unknown model, unintentionally radiating an intangible aura of authority. Everyone, get ready.
We need to completely purge the contaminated followers within 7 days.
Just then, perhaps having spotted the two hiding on the periphery, Wang waved them over.
The two stepped forward. Captain Tai, these two are my disciples.
Please arrange a landing point for them as well. He spoke directly. Well, Tai Quang immediately felt a bit torn.
Apprentices of the Silver Badge Executive Officer, if anything were to happen to them, he wouldn't have an easy life ahead of him.
Just as he was agonizing over how to refuse, Wang's voice rang out again. You just handle the mission assignments, safety isn't your concern.
Yes, sir.
What else could Tai Quang say?
He had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept the order. Soon, Bai and his companion were led away to a landing craft.
As for danger, not even Bai had given it a second thought.
It wasn't he that he wasn't afraid of death, but rather that he truly didn't take his wealthy senior sister seriously. The rings nearly covering both her hands spoke volumes.
And those were just the ones on her hands. Chapter 87, Landing on Grizzly Star.
The two were soon led onto a small landing craft.
"What the hell is this?" a voice filled with astonishment rang out.
They saw the mech warrior in charge of escorting them was conversing with a man standing 2.5 meters tall, his face covered in scars. At that moment, the man was looking in their direction.
It was unclear what they were saying to each other.
Soon, the man walked over.
"You two, don't wander off.
Stay with the group. Big Lou, bring over 2 Falcon rifles." As he spoke, he called out to someone behind him. Almost simultaneously,
a burly man, over 6 feet tall with bulging muscles, appeared carrying 2 rifles. "Platoon leader, what do you need these for?" he asked, eyeing Bai and the other man with curiosity.
Compared to their heavy, armor-like combat gear, the 2 men before them were wearing nanotech armor. And while nanotech armor generally couldn't match heavy armor, that was only under normal circumstances.
True elites always wore nanotech armor.
And the 2 men in front clearly didn't look like elites.
"You two follow us and help with some spot fire."
As he spoke, he handed the 2 rifles to them. What Bai couldn't figure out was that his senior sister seemed like a completely different person. She hadn't said a word so far.
The 2 found an empty spot and sat down.
Unlike Shubiao Star, where the orcs sought destruction, Grey Bear Star had received massive investments to be developed into a habitable planet. In such situations, unless a spirit realm portal appeared, the standard approach would be an amphibious assault, employing mop-up operations and urban combat tactics.
So this is the Xiaolong series?
Looking at the rifle he once longed for, Bai handled it carefully for a moment. However, after having used the 3-round burst sniper rifle and the Triceratops personal weapon, his interest in this one had waned considerably. He curiously surveyed the soldiers aboard the ship. Their combat armor was clearly damaged, and many bore extensive scars across their bodies. They were clearly battle-hardened veterans. After observing them for a while, Bai lost interest. These men were all dozing with their eyes closed aside from the platoon leader. No one paid the 2 any attention. No one even confronted them to demand an explanation for why they had joined the squad.
About 20 minutes later,
a message appeared on the screen before him. At the same time, the platoon leader's voice rang in his ears. "For this mission, we need to clear a landing zone large enough for more ships to land."
An image of a plot of land appeared before him.
It was the landing site for this mission.
It was an open, flat area. Just then,
the landing ship broke away from the main vessel and began a rapid descent toward the planet Grizzly 2.
Through the window, I could see the planet's surface.
The ocean coverage wasn't very high, but the forest coverage was quite dense.
Just then,
his senior sister, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up.
"Junior brother, how about we have a contest to see who can kill more? What do you say?"
Since she was wearing a mask, he couldn't see her expression clearly, but he could tell there was likely some trickery involved. He had intended to refuse, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Ever since becoming an apprentice, his senior sister had looked after him more than his own master had.
She provided him with all sorts of equipment and potions for free.
Sure.
He agreed immediately. He just treat it as a way to make his senior sister happy. "All right, it's a deal."
Perhaps because they were about to land, the mech warriors around them had already opened their eyes and were checking their equipment.
"You two, don't wander off.
Stay with the group." The platoon leader spoke, still a bit uneasy.
"Don't worry, Captain.
I'll keep a close eye on my junior brother."
Shirley's voice rang out. Only then did the other person turn their attention away.
As the spaceship's hatch opened,
one mech warrior after another leaped out.
Soon it was Bai and Shirley's turn. They followed the group and jumped down as well.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed repeatedly.
A dozen or so mecha warriors blasted craters into the ground as they landed.
Each of them, fully equipped, likely weighed over 2 tons. Compared to these men, Bai and Shirley were practically out of place. The spaceship didn't land, it turned around and headed back immediately.
Almost at the same moment,
figures began to appear in the distance. They looked much like the man in the photograph, hunched over, with deathly pale skin. What Bai hadn't expected was that the figure didn't attack immediately, but instead stood in the distance and began to speak. "You have trespassed into the domain of the great God of eternal life. You are ordered to leave immediately. Any resistance will be deemed a challenge to divine authority." The reply was an electromagnetic bullet. It struck the speaking figure hundreds of meters away with pinpoint accuracy. "You are challenging divine authority. My God will bring down punishment." Clearly, the shot hadn't killed him outright. Just then, a sudden, deafening explosion rang out. A violent gust of wind swept through the area. Bai, the senior sister beside him, had, at some point, drawn her 3-round magazine and fired a shot at the spot where the figure had been standing. He watched as the fanatic whose body had been pierced and was in the process of healing had his upper body blown clean off by the blast. Even his brain was blown away. "Stop looking. Talking to these guys is a waste of time. Heretics, wipe them all out, leave not a single one alive," Shirley said coolly. For an executive, aside from internal affairs, there is a duty to eliminate heretics and alien races. A dozen or so warrior units snapped back to attention.